In this mundane and unremarkable world, Su Ran possesses a singular talent for origami. A mere sheet of paper under his deft hands seems to be infused with life, capable of transforming into anything imaginable. From exquisitely delicate flowers, birds, fish, and insects, to formidable steel behemoths, from practical everyday items to powerful and mysterious weapons, he can materialize them through the art of folding. Initially, Su Ran took great care to conceal his extraordinary gift, yet an unforeseen circumstance compelled him to utilize his origami abilities to save others, thereby irrevocably altering the course of his life. Various factions soon took notice. Greedy individuals sought to exploit his talent for personal gain, while malevolent organizations endeavored to control him for nefarious purposes. Nevertheless, with the formidable assistance of his origami creations, Su Ran repeatedly averted crises, carving out a unique path for himself in this world filled with challenges and uncertainties, thus penning a legendary saga of origami. Chapter 1. I Do Not Wish to Kill. The streets were strewn with tattered plastic and rusted metal, the decaying facades of towering buildings riddled with gaping holes, overrun by withered vines. The air was thick with the foul stench of excrement and the accumulation of refuse. A frail youth with a disheveled hairstyle waded through murky waters that rose above his ankles, hastening towards a dilapidated 7-story edifice. A decade of alien invasion had left the structure devoid of any human presence. The youth turned into a shadowy corridor, quickening his pace. At the top floor, in the furthest corner of the building, Huff, the young man took a deep breath before retrieving 3 small loaves of bread, which collectively barely fit within the palm of his hand. He quickly tore one open and stuffed it into his mouth, the coarse, bitter texture causing him to furrow his brow, yet a satisfied smile soon graced his face. Having something to eat was indeed a blessing. After toiling tirelessly at the junkyard for 3 days, he had managed to earn a single point, which he exchanged for these 3 Maya-gur loaves. This wretched apocalypse was proving to be exceedingly difficult to endure. Tomorrow marked the day of awakening. As a traveler from another realm, he harbored no desire to become a superhero. He merely wished for an ordinary wood-based ability. In the future, he envisioned himself working in a safe zone's plantation, where he could enjoy ample meals without the looming threat of death. He absent-mindedly patted his stomach, which was so hollow it resembled a basin, and sighed heavily. Just 3 days prior, he had been a design worker in the construction industry, laboring until midnight. After consuming a bowl of pickled vegetable noodles, he had slumped over his desk, his fingers gesturing emptily. Let it all be destroyed. Quickly, I'm exhausted. When he next lifted his gaze, he had transformed into an 18-year-old youth who perished from hunger in a parallel world, his mind filled with the memories of that young man. Like him, he was also named Zhuang Mo. His parents had tragically died in the Yizhi when he was very young, and he had scraped by, collecting trash and taking odd jobs, just managing to survive until the age of 18. Although his existence had been fraught with difficulties, he had never reached the point of starvation. Now, he found himself in this dilapidated building, the second residence he had come to occupy. Knock, knock, knock. The door, weathered enough that it could be pushed open with ease, was met with 3 firm raps. Upon hearing the sound, Zhuang Mo promptly stashed the remaining 2 loaves into the cupboard. At that moment, the visitor pushed the door open. A woman of modest beauty held the hand of a thin, pale little boy. With a tone of feigned vulnerability, she implored, Zhuang, my child and I have not eaten for 2 days. Could you kindly lend me some food? I promise to repay you as soon as I find work. This plea nauseated Zhuang Mo to his core. This woman had borrowed from him repeatedly, each time receiving aid without ever repaying. The original owner of his body had perished from such saintly indulgence, ultimately succumbing to starvation. In a post-apocalyptic world, the role of a benevolent figure could prove fatal. Zhuang Mo waved his hand dismissively. Who is your brother? Your child is already 10, you must be at least 30, while I am merely 18. The woman's face registered shock. Zhuang Mo was a rare, kind-hearted soul she had encountered. In the past, whenever she approached him for food, he would share his meager rations, prioritizing her and her child even at his own expense. She stepped closer and clutched the hem of Zhuang Mo's pale garment, pleading, Zhuang, even if you disregard me, consider the child. Do you mean to imply that this 10-year-old child is mine? Zhuang Mo retorted, shaking her off with force. The woman gasped, biting her lip. Then, without hesitation, she removed her top, exposing herself to the air. With a sycophantic smile, she leaned toward Zhuang Mo, whispering, "Zhuang Ge, do you not understand my intentions?" The little boy beside her remained expressionless, as if this spectacle were an everyday occurrence. Zhuang Mo took a step back, regarding her with indifference. "Leave." The woman was taken aback, disbelief evident in her eyes. "Zhuang Mo, do you intend to watch us, mother and son, starve to death?" Zhuang Mo was also infuriated, feeling indignant for the original owner who had perished in such a pitiful manner. It was utterly humiliating to die for something so trivial. With one hand, he seized the boy, and with the other, he dragged the woman, carelessly tossing them out. "Your demise holds no relevance to me." The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, only to reopen moments later. The woman gazed at the ajar door, hope shimmering in her eyes. "Brother Zhuang," she called out in a syrupy voice. Zhuang Mo, without casting a glance in her direction, threw out a thin t-shirt. "Your clothing." The door closed once more. Outside, the expressions on the faces of the woman and boy contorted into grimaces. Inside, Zhuang Mo swiftly began to pack his belongings. Though referred to as luggage, it consisted merely of 2 loaves of bread, a bottle of water, a few thin garments, a half-rusted fruit knife, a notebook, a pen, and an identification card. After stowing these items into a tattered backpack, Zhuang Mo seated himself at the table, picking up a piece of paper he had just torn from the notebook. His hands moved with remarkable speed, and soon a small paper dog was meticulously folded. "Tiger," Zhuang Mo sighed at the paper dog, "I have been traversing this world for 3 days, yet the golden finger has yet to arrive. Do you think it was intercepted along the way? This place is truly uninhabitable, devoid of water, electricity, and food. But I must survive." The paper dog sat motionless on the table. In his previous world, Zhuang Mo often engaged in the art of origami. As a corporate worker, he faced immense pressure and unreasonably long hours, necessitating a personal outlet to alleviate stress and find joy. His chosen method of relaxation was folding paper, a craft that, akin to shaping spaces in architecture, is far more controllable and enjoyable than architectural design itself. His most frequent creation was a paper dog, which he affectionately named Huzi. On days when he felt the urge to converse, he would invariably fold a Huzi. As dusk enveloped the sky, he murmured, "Huzi, I must take my leave. Please behave well at home." With that, Zhuang Mo slung his bag over his shoulder and gently pushed the door open, his silhouette fading into the encroaching night. Shortly after his departure, a woman and child armed with a metal rod cautiously pushed the door ajar. Bang! The rod struck the bed with a dull thud. Bang, bang, a series of muffled sounds followed. "Mom, it seems no one is here." The boy, clutching the rod, wore a fierce expression, wholly devoid of the bewilderment he had displayed during the day. At merely 10 years of age, he had already tasted the weight of life on his hands. Together, mother and son were formidable, capable of facing even a robust man without trepidation. Women and children often evoke a false sense of security. The woman switched on a solar-powered flashlight, scanning the surroundings. "No one is here, let's search for food." The pair began rummaging through the cabinets, yet they found not even a crumb. On the table lay a meticulously folded paper dog, strikingly conspicuous. The boy picked it up, noticing the inscription that read, "Dog's son." The boy furiously hurled the paper dog to the ground, trampling it underfoot with great force, before turning around and exclaiming, "Mom, Zhuang Mo is toying with us." As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a warmth spreading in his abdomen. Slowly lifting his gaze, he was met with the indifferent expression of Zhuang Mo. The boy's voice caught in his throat as Zhuang Mo stabbed him repeatedly. As he fell, he caught sight of a woman lying on the ground, her eyes wide open, surrounded by a pool of deep crimson blood. Zhuang Mo withdrew the knife and picked up the shapeless paper dog, now stained red. "Huzi, I've taken a life that I arrived in this apocalyptic world, and before encountering any otherworldly beasts, I've already killed a person. If I do not eliminate them, I shall be the one who perishes. Is it wrong for me to simply wish to survive?" Zhuang Mo placed the paper dog on the table and picked up the ballpoint pen that had just fallen. "Huzi, this time I truly intend to leave. I am going to tempt fate after all. I'm a traveler of worlds and should possess the potential to awaken extraordinary abilities. Chapter 2. The Awakened. A decade ago, torrential rains swept across the globe, claiming countless lives in the ensuing floods. Initially, people believed it to be an ordinary climatic disaster, convinced that the sun would eventually shine again. However, after the rain ceased, calamities followed in rapid succession: tornadoes, wildfires, extreme cold, and earthquakes. Homesteads were obliterated, industries ground to a halt, civilization fractured, and chaos reigned. Technology regressed at an alarming pace. The vast majority of humanity perished in these natural disasters, with barely a few surviving. Meanwhile, flora and fauna either faced extinction or underwent frenzied evolution and mutation. Even more terrifying is the emergence of unidentified creatures across various regions. Towering over 2 meters, their skin is as smooth as that of a dolphin, yet astonishingly resilient. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate their hide. Their fangs are exceptionally sharp, capable of severing a human neck with ease. These beings, which thrive on human flesh and blood, are referred to as aberrations. The most frightening aspect is their continuous evolution. As Zhuang Mo ventured approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from his residence, he paused to crouch in a corner and rest. Alas, with such a frail physique, I could hardly contend even with a lowly mutated plant, let alone an aberration. Perhaps it is wise to travel under the cover of night. Most flora and fauna are dormant, significantly reducing the risk of encountering danger. Beneath the wall opposite him, withered brown vines sprouted several vividly colored flowers, glowing in the darkness. Suddenly, a robust man appeared from seemingly nowhere, dashing forward with a sweeping motion that sent a blade of wind slicing through the air, severing the heads of the flowers. Hat tumbled at his feet, observing the man's swift conclusion to the skirmish. Zhuang Mo, risking exposure, shouted, "Watch your step." At that moment, he possessed no abilities, and they were the only 2 living beings on the entire street. Should this man perish, would he not become nourishment for the mutated flowers? Upon hearing the warning, the man instinctively leapt into the air, a few flower heads darting from beneath him, their petals unfurling to reveal crimson tongues. "Damn!" the man exclaimed, unleashing a swirling vortex centered around himself, shattering the flower heads into fragments in an instant. Zhuang Mo stood transfixed, witnessing the spectacle. This is the power of the Awakened. The man swayed his left wrist toward the shattered remnants of the mutated flowers, then approached Zhuang Mo. "Young lad, thank you. If it weren't for your shout, I might have truly fallen victim to these wretched blooms." His breath was heavy with the scent of alcohol. Based on the recent storm and a lingering presence in the air, Zhuang Mo deduced that the man had let his guard down due to intoxication. Otherwise, these flowers with their gaping crimson mouths would pose no threat to him. He was merely looking out for his own survival. Then, the man, somewhat astonished, remarked, "You are an ordinary person?" Zhuang Mo remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The man scrutinized Zhuang Mo once more, noting his youthfulness. "You haven't awakened yet, have you? With such keen perception, you must be a prodigy." With a burp, he continued, "Daylight heralds the awakening. You carry a backpack. Are you heading to the government to test your energy affinity?" Zhuang Mo glanced at him and replied, "I just turned 18. I'm hoping to try my luck." "They'll take you there. Consider it my gratitude for your shout," he declared, darting to a shadowy corner and unveiling a dilapidated bicycle. "This is a bicycle considered precious even before the apocalypse. I scavenged it from the black market." The man patted his chest proudly. "I can get you there before dawn." Zhuang Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth in response. He had long since realized that the pre-apocalypse development level of this world was roughly akin to that of China in the 1970s. But riding a bicycle? Wasn't that akin to driving under the influence? A minute later, the bicycle creaked as the man pedaled furiously, while Zhuang Mo calmly sat on the rear seat. He harbored no fear of the awakened individual having malicious intentions in this world. Following an awakened one was certainly preferable to confronting the mutated flora and fauna. During their journey, Zhuang Mo learned that the man's name was Li Dazhuang, and he was 35 years of age. His supernatural attribute was of the wind element, with an affinity level classified as elementary, placing him in the rank of strength. "You aspire to attend the Federal Ability Academy?" Li Dazhuang inquired. Which awakened individual doesn't harbor such a dream? However, only those with an affinity level above elementary are permitted entry to the academy otherwise. One must navigate the path alone, much like I have. Zhuang Mo was well aware of this, yet he felt uncertain within. The district government's apparatus could measure affinity levels. Those with an elementary affinity could receive a crystal core for self-absorption to awaken their powers. If one possessed a medium or high level, they could gain admission to the Safe Zone's Federal Ability Academy, where a respective of the awakened power, they would at least secure a few days of sustenance. Naturally, should he truly awaken an affinity for wood, even with an elementary talent, the inability to attend the academy would not thwart his aspirations to work at a plantation, provided he diligently strived to enhance his abilities. However, if he possessed no affinity at all, he would be left with little else. Noticing Zhuang Mo's silence, Li Dazhuang chuckled. But you need not worry. Based on my experience, your perceptiveness suggests that you are at least of medium caliber. Merely awakening like you, Brother Li, would be a significant achievement. If I can attend the Federal Ability Academy, I shall, but if not, I will simply continue to accompany you. Brother Li, Zhuang Mo remarked, leaving himself an avenue of retreat. Li Dazhuang, upon hearing a few flattering remarks, pedaled his bicycle with even greater fervor. Li Go, is it a watch on your wrist? Zhuang Mo inquired casually. Indeed, every awakened possesses one. It can scan the mutated creatures we've slain and accumulate points, Li Dazhuang replied. Zhuang Mo understood it was essentially a phone watch that could not make calls. Can we earn points for that mutated flower we just defeated? Certainly. Those with tongues qualify as secondary mutated plants. Each one yields 2 points, Li Dazhuang informed him. As they conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the D District Government Office, just as dawn was breaking. Li Dazhuang secured his bicycle outside the security booth and naturally opened the door. Xiao Zhuang, come sit down and rest for a bit. We'll head out once the test commenced, Li Dazhuang beckoned. A bearded gentleman within the booth greeted them. Dazhuang, you've finally arrived. I'm just stepping out for a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Mo had an epiphany. He had thought he was riding in a designated vehicle. It turned out to be a rideshare. Li Gu is truly impressive, managing to work as a security guard for the D District government. That's a stable job, Zhuang Mo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Li Dazhuang poured him a glass of water. Absolutely. Meals and lodging are provided, and not counting the points earned from slaying mutated flora and fauna, I receive a guaranteed monthly salary of 100 points, Li Dazhuang boasted. 100 points. Zhuang Mo had toiled for 3 days, scavenging through refuse while pinching his nose, only to earn a single point, which he exchanged for 3 small buns. 100 points meant 300 small buns. Isn't there some sort of connections required for this kind of work? Zhuang Mo inquired. To be honest, the person who just left is my uncle, Li Erniu. Zhuang Mo replied, my apologies. As dawn broke, Li Dazhuang roused Zhuang Mo, guiding him to assess their compatibility. Outside the government building, the airship's cabin completely obstructed the street, its airbags now sagging limply against the structure. Beside the cabin, a group of fully armed soldiers guarded a device resembling a large thermometer at its center. This is the airship, though I have yet to experience a ride. Once a crystal core is placed on the controller, the airbag above will inflate instantaneously. This device has been transported from the safe zone. It contains an 8th-level crystal core, Li Dazhuang elaborated. Nowadays, everything relies on crystal cores. Zhuang Mo cast a fleeting glance at the apparatus, his envy shifting towards the individuals standing nearby, adorned in remarkably ordinary attire. Their unblemished t-shirts, immaculate shoes, and tidy appearances marked them as individuals from the Federal Academy of Abilities in the safe zone. Suppressing his envy, Zhuang Mo lowered his gaze and joined the still relatively short queue, with Li Dazhuang standing beside him. As an ordinary worker from the Flower Kingdom, finding himself in a foreign realm amidst an apocalypse, he lamented the lack of clean clothing, let alone the absence of a proper badge. Having traversed into this world for 3 days, he had gone without bathing for the entirety of that time. Yet, this was trivial. It seemed the original owner of this body had not experienced a wash in several years. Upon his arrival, he had raised his arm to catch a whiff from his armpit, and the stench was unbearable, nearly stinging his eyes. With no food to eat, what is there to ponder about cleanliness and hygiene? The utmost priority is simply having a meal. As he was consumed by thoughts of steamed buns and rice, a voice filled with delightful surprise echoed from ahead. Chapter 3. What kind of superpower is manipulating toilet paper? Intermediate. Yellow. I possess an intermediate aptitude for lightning. Did you see that? Did you see? Ha ha ha. I, Sun Kong, am heading to the safe zone. The members of the team exhibited glimmers of longing in their eyes. Intermediate. What incredible fortune. I do not seek intermediate. I merely hope to awaken my powers. If I awaken, I shall no longer suffer from hunger. I, too, yearn for awakening. Soon. It was Zhuang Mo's turn for testing. Among the 58 individuals tested before him, only 10 had awakened, and merely 3 possessed an aptitude above the beginner level. The test was straightforward. One simply needed to place their palms upon the hand-shaped imprint on the device's base. The moment Zhuang Mo placed his hands down, a brilliant pale green light soared towards the top of the apparatus. Surely, I'm not mistaken. The tall youth standing beside the device rubbed his eyes in disbelief. High level. The scene erupted into chaos. A high-level aptitude. When has our wasteland ever produced such a prodigy? A high-level aptitude in wood. Surely. There are few geniuses of this caliber even in the safe zone. Incredible! Incredible! Li Dazhuang was utterly stunned. He had casually picked up someone from the roadside, and it turned out to be a true genius. A unique high-level talent in the wasteland. Amidst the murmurs, that beam of green light swiftly descended to the bottom, nearly vanishing if one did not pay close attention. Li Dazhuang's heart nearly stopped as he stared blankly at the device. In an instant, that millimeter-high green light shot back up to the top. Li Dazhuang patted his chest. He had said it all along. An apparatus powered by an 8th-level crystal core energy supply could not be defective. That green light cascaded down once more. Up, down. Li Dazhuang's heartbeat was neither present nor absent. The tall young man furrowed his brow. Could it be that the instrument was malfunctioning? Surely not. The green light rose to its peak once more. Down, down, down. It gradually descended to a low level, motionless. The hue of the green light had faded to such a degree that it was nearly imperceptible. The onlookers held their breath, fixated on the glow. And after a brief moment, it remained still. Li Dazhuang's face contorted in despair, tears unshed. Brother, even a low level is acceptable. At least it signifies the potential for awakening, he reassured himself dryly. The affinity merely reflects talent, with effort. Even one with low aptitude can upgrade and secure a decent job. Regardless of whether it's low or high, the question is whether this light is indeed green. A hint of green is still green. Green represents a light, so wondrous. Even if one cannot attend the Federal Ability Academy with diligence, one could eventually find a place in the safe zones to cultivate crops. In this post-apocalyptic world, I cherish farming. How splendid. Yet, this was solely his perspective. The others were primarily concerned with the height of their talents. Ha ha ha. I told you. How could there be advanced weapons in the ruins? It turns out the instrument was merely acting up. What a letdown. Was this even considered wood type? The color of the light had become so pale that it was almost white. The tall young man stepped forward to inspect the instrument, then addressed the group. Next. The following individual eagerly placed their hand on the device, but it responded with utter silence. On to the next, water type low level. The tall young man remarked. It seems it truly was just a momentary glitch. In front of the government building, the ground was filled with despondent souls, and many were sobbing uncontrollably. Allow me to test once more. How could I possibly remain unawakened? It's over. It's all over. The soldiers are urging the crowd to disperse. Leave this place within a minute. Those identified with affinity have formed 2 groups, with Zhuang Mo standing among the lower tier, which comprises a total of 35 individuals. The middle tier is even sparser, containing merely 18. There is not a single member in the upper tier. A tall young man and his companions retrieve a small box, filled with white crystalline fragments. These are the crystal cores extracted from the brains of the first tier. The tall young man takes one core and scans it on the square watch adorning his companion's left wrist before distributing it to the awaiting awakeners. Zhuang Mo receives a piece as well, about the size of a thumbnail, a warm white crystal. How does one absorb this? As Zhuang Mo ponders, he hears the tall young man say, "Consume it. Can this stone-like substance be ingested?" Zhuang Mo inwardly questions as he places the crystal core into his mouth. To his astonishment, he finds he can actually chew it, reminiscent of crunching on an eggshell. After grinding it down and swallowing, he feels a slight irritation in his throat. A surge of immense energy rises from his dantian, coursing through his entire being. His internal organs feel as though they are being torn apart. accompanied by excruciating pain. It hurts immensely. Wait. Just as Zhuang Mo is about to cry out, the pain vanishes. Is this what awakening feels like? There is hardly any sensation. Around him, the wails of anguish resound. It hurts. I'm dying from this pain. Zhuang Mo, with his hands in his pockets, wonders, is it truly that painful? It seems that the half-cry he just emitted did not originate from his own throat. Li Dazhuang, brother, have you awakened already? It seems so. Zhuang Mo nodded. Li Dazhuang, alas, it appears we cannot attend the Federal Ability Academy. What are your plans? Zhuang Mo's eyes flickered. Is there a need for security personnel here? I'm just asking. If not, then forget it. Security. 100 points per month. Start with this job, and once your strength reaches D rank, you can head to the safe zone. Li Dazhuang glanced around cautiously and pulled him aside. Temporary workers earn 50 points a month. What for? Once your strength reaches E rank, you can transition to a formal position. Zhuang Mo nodded fervently. I'll do it. Thank you, brotherly. 50 points. That's 150 little buns. Brotherly, where is the restroom? I need to take care of something. The toilets in the ruins district are rudimentary, constructed of wooden planks. In simple terms, it's just finding a spot, digging a hole, and enclosing it. Li Dazhuang pointed in a direction. Go to the end and turn the corner. After saying that, he leaned in and asked, number 1 or number 2? Number 2. Li Dazhuang guided Zhuang Mo to a corner, then stealthily reached into his pocket. He extracted a small, crumpled roll of pink toilet paper and pressed it into Zhuang Mo's hand. Brother, take this. Zhuang Mo's hand trembled slightly. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. For the past few days, he had been using cardboard, and the experience was unbearable. Li Dazhuang insisted. I have plenty. The moment he received it, Zhuang Mo's body jolted. He gazed at the toilet paper in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to continue the pleasantries with Li Dazhuang. Hastily tucking the paper into his clothes and rushing towards the restroom, Zhuang Mo crouched down and carefully extracted a roll of toilet paper, gently tearing off a sheet. A warmth emanated from his palm as the sheet floated into the air. Is this a supernatural ability? Tentatively, he focused his mind, and the paper began to curl. Incredible. Is he not supposed to possess wood-based powers, primarily for cultivation? Why is he able to manipulate paper? With a mix of astonishment and bewilderment, he felt a peculiar tension in his body. Zhuang Mo directed all his mental energy towards the sheet, guiding it as it wobbled and drifted towards the flower. Chapter 4. Have you ever seen a paper airplane kill a bird? He sighed. This ability was not entirely useless after all. At the very least, it could serve a practical purpose. Meanwhile, a tall youth discarded the groaning new awakeners scattered on the ground and boarded the airship, casting a glance at Huang Lin, who was seated in the cockpit, sipping tea. Teacher, 35 individuals have awakened in the D district of the ruins, Song Yulong reported respectfully. 18 of them are of intermediate level. Huang Lin nodded. Indeed, it is quite commendable for the ruined area to yield more than 10 individuals. Song Yulong scratched his head. However, our instruments have been acting erratically today. During a test for a wood type, the light surged up, then plummeted down. It oscillated wildly before finally settling at the elementary level. Huang Lin set down his teacup. Oh? How could the energy from an 8-level crystal core behave in such a manner? What is that individual's name? He is called Zhuang Mo, from that village. Bring him along. The one from that village, Zhuang Mo, the silent. A security concern indeed. An 18-year-old should be enrolled in a school that provides food and lodging. 10 minutes later, aboard the airship, Sun Kong, possessing a moderate talent in the lightning affinity, stood up and pointed at Zhuang Mo, exclaiming, Isn't he of elementary talent? How did he manage to ascend? What more is there to test? He barely qualifies as elementary. Indeed, his aura is nearly colorless. He might not have even successfully awakened. The cabin erupted into a cacophony of voices. Sun Kong finally comprehended that his control was over paper, which is derived from wood. Thus his ability could be tenuously classified as a wood affinity. It was a stretch, as the green hue was hardly discernible. He pondered the inconsistency of the affinity readings, fluctuating between elementary and advanced. Perhaps it was linked to his peculiar powers. However, he mused, it couldn't be limited to merely controlling toilet paper, for that would be quite unfortunate. With this thought, he retrieved an aged notebook from his bag. The moment his fingers brushed against its pages, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, ordinary paper also had responsiveness. Was his awakening of this ability a result of his fondness for origami during his time in the Flower Kingdom? With a flicker of inspiration, he tore off a sheet of paper. He folded it in half, then shaped the corners. The nose couldn't be too heavy, while the wings needed to be a bit broader. The paper airplane took form. He lifted the creation and sent it soaring through the air. Oh, the nostalgia of childhood paper airplanes. Song Yulong sat beside him, intending to strike up a conversation, yet his expression was one of confusion. Could this child truly be foolish? Suddenly, Zhuang Mo let go, and astonishingly, the paper airplane hovered in midair. What was happening? Song Yulong gazed at Zhuang Mo in disbelief. What kind of ability was this? He had never witnessed anything like it. The surrounding onlookers also beheld the spectacle, their eyes widening in astonishment. What was this? He had just awakened and was already wielding his powers. How could a paper airplane remain suspended in the air? Is he not of the wood element? Is this some kind of supernatural ability? Surely, it cannot be magic. At that moment, the airship suddenly blared an alarm. A massive cloud of darkness enveloped the entire vessel. Song Yulong peered through the window. That was no ordinary cloud. It was a swarm of mutated birds, each measuring 10 centimeters in length, flapping their wings. With eyes gleaming in eerie green, they descended in a dense mass. What is happening? Mutated birds. So many of them. Is it not difficult for birds to mutate in mid-flight? A tense voice from the cockpit pierced through the chaos. Prepare for low altitude. The flock encircled the airship. And under immense pressure, Huang Lin piloted the vessel into a steep dive towards the ground. We cannot land. This is a wasteland zone. And the ground is far more perilous than the air. The airship could only glide slowly at a low altitude. The scythe-like beaks of the birds viciously assaulted the hull and the gas bags. If this continues, the airship will soon sustain damage. New students, brace yourselves, all veterans. Assume battle positions. Huang Lin's voice remained calm, yet urgent. Song Yulong was the first to react, swiftly drawing 2 slender blades from his waist. He maneuvered past Zhuang Mo to open the window and sent the blades flying out. Countless mutated birds, drawn by the overpowering scent of flesh and blood, abandoned their assault on the gas bags and surged towards the cabin windows. But before they could squeeze through, they were shredded into pieces by the blades mid-air. Each person guard a window. Protect it. Do not let a single bird slip through. Song Yulong shouted. The cabin was filled with screams, curses, and the pungent smell of blood and flesh. Zhuang Mo had long departed from the window, silently positioning himself behind Song Yulong, striving to conceal himself. A throng of mutated birds crowded by the window, as Song Yulong's blade danced with a blur, sending fragments of the avian corpses soaring through the air. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Mo felt a surge of fear, his skin prickling with goosebumps, further solidifying his resolve. Why shouldn't he be considered a wood element wielder? No one was more suited to be a farmer than he. With this thought, he moved in tandem with Song Yulong, positioning himself entirely behind him. At that moment, several mutated birds swooped in from the window at an angle. Attack! It wasn't the first time they had encountered such mutations. These birds were merely of the second-level mutation. Someone shouted. Almost everyone in the cabin was armed with a knife, and soon, a flurry of small blades pierced the air. Just as Zhuang Mo intended to retrieve his knife from his bag, a mutated bird charged toward him. The serrated beak rushed into his line of sight. There was no time for contemplation. The power coursing within him had already coalesced at his fingertips. With a swift motion, a paper airplane shot forth at an astonishing speed. Piercing the mutated bird, it fell to the ground, lifeless. Could a paper airplane truly slay a mutated bird? Sun Kong, witnessing this spectacle, appeared as if he had seen a ghost. In his moment of stupor, another mutated bird flew in from behind, its sharp beak aimed directly at his head. Bang! His body crumpled to the ground. Zhuang Mo's right hand hurled the paper airplane once more. The mutated bird's body was instantly torn asunder. The airship regained stability and continued its journey. Several veteran students, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, swiftly tidied the cabin, while a fire element ability user incinerated Sun Kang's corpse to ash. A profound silence enveloped the space, and after a lengthy pause, someone finally spoke in hushed tones. I once believed that awakening would render death an unlikely fate. Yet, the end came swiftly, and I was fortunate enough not to be devoured by the aberrant creatures. Alas, it is a pity. I had only just awakened and had yet to reach the safe zone. Zhuang Mo sat by the window, gazing at the ashes of Sun Kong, which had been cast out through a slight opening, and he let out a soft sigh. Had it not been for the paper airplane, he too would be scattered in the air by now. This was merely a second-tier mutation, an aberrant bird unworthy of a name. Regardless, It was imperative to remain within the safe zone and devise a means to stay at the Federal Abilities Academy, where he could work in the plantations after graduation. The plantations were guarded by a military of awakened individuals, and with what abilities, one merely needed to tend to the land diligently. Zhuang Mo had meticulously charted the course of his life. Song Yulong plopped down beside him. "I am Song Yulong," he declared, flashing a smile as radiant as a flower. "Gold type, C grade." Zhuang Mo was slightly taken aback. He could discern the gold abilities. Yet was controlling blades that flew wildly truly a measure of C grade? "I am Zhuang Mo," he replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Presumably a wood type F grade with elementary talent." Zhuang Mo chuckled awkwardly and swiftly shifted the topic. "Brother Long, He appeared somewhat hesitant. Chapter 5. This is the safe zone, what is it? Speak. Song Yulong urged cheerfully. "I just killed 2 second-tier aberrant birds. Do you think I can earn points for that?" He had learned from Li Dazhuang that the points awarded to awakened individuals were not mere coins, but rather recorded on a watch. However, he lacked such a watch, which meant those 2 kills might have been in vain. Song Yulong nodded, and then shook his head. "You need to scan them with a watch for them to count. Every awakened individual can receive a watch for free. Once we reach the academy, I shall guide you to collect yours." Song Yulong's chatter grew incessantly, his small mouth flapping without restraint. "There is no need to fear missing out or being late. These watches are specially crafted from crystalline energy. Simply waving the watch-laden hand in front of a mutated creature will suffice, and during battles, they typically scan automatically." Zhuang Mo, absurd. The essence of his lengthy discourse merely implies that he will not be able to earn those 2 points. Those are, after all, West points. 12 small loaves of bread. Unperturbed by Zhuang Mo's silence, Song Yulong continued his incessant prattle. Those few small birds could barely yield a handful of points. A level 2 only grants 2 points, while I could secure 100 points by taking down a level West creature. You, having just awakened, may not yet grasp this. For mutated flora and fauna, the tiered system is as follows. Level 1 grants 1 point, Level 2 2 points, Level 3 10 points. Level West 100 points, Level 5 200 points, and Level 6 1,000 points. However, this is my first encounter with mutated birds. Those that fly have historically been less prone to mutation. It is not that they cannot mutate, but rather that the probability is quite low. Do you understand? I refer specifically to those that soar through the skies. Grounded creatures like chickens do not count. So, did you scan before you commenced your slaughter? Zhuang Mo inquired with a stoic expression. How could I not scan? With a mere flick of my left wrist before that flock of birds, I could effortlessly secure several hundred points. I mean, you only managed to take down 2, which truly yields minimal points. Have I mentioned that our academy provides food and lodging, along with a monthly stipend of 200 points for living expenses? Of course, should you meet with misfortune, your family would receive a one-time compensation of 10,000 points as a death benefit. The recently deceased individual, whose name escapes me, was it Sun Tao? Although he had yet to officially enroll, I find myself devoid of family. Zhuang Mo interrupted his incessant chatter. Oh, then you might as well draft a will to bequeath your belongings to those you wish to remember you. Drafting a will is hardly a burdensome task. It merely requires the presence of 2 teachers as witnesses. I prepared my will upon my enrollment, with the esteemed teacher Huang Lin, who currently pilots the airship, as one of my witnesses alongside another. Zhuang Mo interjected, "Must I truly face death? Indeed, after graduation, you could venture to a plantation. Perhaps you might even live to a ripe old age. Ah, how I envy you individuals with wood-based abilities. Your mortality rate is remarkably low." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Zhuang Mo's mind, uncertain if his meager wood abilities would suffice. Song Yulong continued to converse, while Zhuang Mo intermittently offered noncommittal responses, his gaze drifting towards the window. The airship soared at a moderate altitude, gliding over a verdant expanse of towering trees. The dark gray trunks were adorned with oval-shaped gnarls, and the downturned leaves exhibited a dense array of serrated scales. Twisting branches, bloodthirsty foliage, grotesque creatures with countless legs extending tongues from their abdomens, serpents with 6 eyes, and sinuous serpentine masses. This was merely a small fragment of the woodland amidst the ruins. As the airship swept past the forest, traversing seemingly tranquil lakes, unfathomable jungles, and abandoned cities, it ultimately arrived at a vast desert. Zhuang Mo could already discern the metallic sheen of towering city walls, soaring far above the airship's altitude, where human figures appeared to be in motion. That, he realized, was the safe zone. Since the cataclysmic disasters of the apocalypse, much of the globe has succumbed to extreme weather conditions, resulting in the obliteration of countless cities. Forests and marine life have undergone frenzied mutations, while bizarre new species have inexplicably emerged across the world. A significant portion of humanity perished in these calamities long before the invasion of these alien beings. The survivors find themselves engaged in a relentless struggle against the mutated creatures and the encroaching foreign entities, leading either to their demise or a gradual convergence into collectives. Some humans have begun to awaken, giving rise to the establishment of the Blue Star Federation. Today, the Federation is centered around the Western Security Zone, which encompasses several bases: the Central Base, Northern Base, Southern Base, and Western Base. Surrounding each of these bases, the remnants of civilization lie in ruin, bordered by perilous forests of mutated flora and fauna, as well as treacherous oceans, and even areas where the alien species congregate. The ruins of District D in the Central Base, despite its designation, are not exceedingly perilous, primarily due to the natural cliff that encircles its periphery. The secure area established at the heart of these ruins lives up to its name, representing the only truly safe haven within the Federation. Look, ahead lies the Secure Zone, the largest and safest gathering place for humanity. The walls are lined with an array of detectors and an army of awakened individuals, extending even 300 meters underground. As you know, certain entities, even in their unmutated forms, have the capacity to burrow, much like moles. Song Yulong resumed his discourse, explaining that these fortifications are known as the Western Defensive Line, the final bastion of the Central Base. And where's the first line of defense? Inquired Zhuang Mo. The outermost ruins, Districts A, B, C, and D, collectively form the first line of defense. Beyond the first line of defense lies a congregation of alien species and various mutated beings of level 6 and above, constituting the most perilous area. Upon our arrival at the Academy, you will receive a new edition of the Federal Map in addition to your wristwatch. Oh, I must not forget to introduce you to the Federal Psychic Academy, where we are assigned to classes based on our psychic attributes. Upon reaching the C grade, one is eligible for graduation. You might wonder why I, already at C grade, have yet to graduate. In truth, I have graduated and am now serving as a counselor. Though you need not regard me as a teacher, for I am merely 2 years your senior. Song Yulong continued to converse, transitioning from discussions about the safe zone to the West University base, and then to his own experiences, his enthusiasm undiminished even as the airship descended. You are definitely my kind of brother. We seem to have endless topics to discuss. Zhuang Mo, who had contributed little to the conversation, remarked. Indeed, I have never encountered someone so compatible in temperament. As the airship halted outside the safe zone, Zhuang Mo disembarked, greeted by an expanse of desert behind him and a towering wall ahead, reflecting a cold light under the sun, resembling a mechanical beast gazing down upon insignificant humanity. At the base of the wall, a small gate stood, flanked by 2 rows of soldiers. Hurry up, Zhuang Mo heard a voice urging him on. He swiftly followed the crowd through the small gate, with Huang Lin being the last to enter, after which the door sealed tightly. Inside the wall, the 2 rows of soldiers remained, appearing more relaxed than their counterparts outside, engaged in hushed conversations. Beyond the gate lay a vast expanse of hard ground, encircled by streets radiating in all directions. The street is broad, flanked by buildings of modest height, predominantly around 6 stories. There are no traces of flora or fauna. Not even a withered vine or damp moss can be found. Within the entire safety zone, apart from a few specific places such as plantations, breeding farms, and academies, humans are the sole inhabitants. Zhuang Mo was surveying the street when he heard Song Yulong's voice. Zhuang Mo, what are you doing? Get in the car. Through the window, Zhuang Mo spotted someone soaring through the air. Such feats could only be accomplished by those of A-level prowess. Isn't it splendid? If I attain A-level power, I too could soar on metal shards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuang Mo nodded. It was indeed impressive, particularly how swiftly one could fly with just a leg and an arm. They crossed the main thoroughfare and turned right past a vast expanse of plantations. Zhuang Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rice paddies. His wood-type abilities would surely be advantageous. After all, he is the son of a farmer, raised amidst rice cultivation. He has thoroughly studied Illustrated Guide to Scientific Rice Cultivation, High-Yield Quality Rice QA, and identification and control of rice pests and diseases. Who could be more suited to cultivate rice than he? He opened the window, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of earth mingled with the scent of rice fields, and felt enraptured. After all, childhood paper airplanes can only soar amidst the fragrance of rice. Can they not? At the end of the rice field stood a towering silver wall, several meters high, where the vehicle came to a halt. Zhuang Mo, with his backpack, disembarked alongside the crowd. This time, they arrived at the grand entrance, beneath which lay several massive stones intricately carved with the insignia of the Federation Ability Academy. In front of the entrance, Zhuang Mo spotted Huang Lin exchanging pleasantries with a woman in military attire who had just stepped off another bus. What a dreadful sight. The F District has only 8 individuals of medium aptitude or higher this year. Lao Huang, what is the situation on your end? The woman spoke with a voice both crisp and rapid. The D District has fared better this year, boasting a total of 18. What do you mean by boasting 18? How intriguing. However, this year is indeed abundant in prodigies. The safe zone has identified a full 10 individuals with high-level talents, and I find myself eagerly anticipating their presence. The woman let out an enigmatic laugh. As they conversed, they made their way toward the academy, with Song Yulong trailing behind, tasked with organizing the newcomers. Zhuang Mo followed Song Yulong into the academy, turning left after several hundred meters, where a row of buildings awaited, similar to his previous university, each door adorned with a sign. Song Yulong led the crowd into the registration area, where an elderly man sat. The old man's face was only partially intact, the other half a grotesque tumor, which astonishingly housed an eye. Gulao, the newcomers from D and F District have arrived, Song Yulong said, bowing slightly, his demeanor reflecting deep respect for the elderly figure. Chapter 6. The prodigies from the ruins. The eye on the tumor of the old man lifted slightly, his voice hoarse. Which one is Zhuang Mo? Song Yulong pulled Zhuang Mo forward. This is Zhuang Mo. Instantly, Zhuang Mo felt a piercing gaze lock onto him, rendering him motionless. The man referred to as Gulao chuckled, a boy with high-level talent. Zhuang Mo's heart skipped a beat. He claimed to possess high-level talent, but had entirely omitted any mention of his extraordinary abilities. Others may be oblivious, yet he possesses a profound understanding. His wood-based supernatural ability might be fabricated from mere paper. He cast a glance at the elder Gu, slumped in his chair, observing as the eyes embedded within his fleshy growths closed, rendering him silent. The crowd had already erupted in chaos. A high-level talent. No wonder he could wield his powers upon boarding the airship. A high-level awakener emerged from the ruins? And he is of the wood element. A high-level wood talent. If Elder Gu asserts it, then it must be true. His perception surpasses even that of a 9th-level crystal core instrument. A high-level wood-based supernatural ability? Legend has it that upon reaching grade A, one could simultaneously cultivate 100 acres of rice to maturity within a month. In the entire Federation, there are merely a handful of such individuals. Almost everyone gazed at Zhuang Mo with fervent admiration, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. This is no ordinary classmate. This is a potential provider for the future. In a post-apocalyptic world, if one were to inquire about the most vital resource, it would undoubtedly be sustenance. Since the onset of the apocalypse, flora and fauna have undergone rampant mutations, with only the organisms within the safe zones exhibiting stability, devoid of alterations. It can be said that the inception of the safe zones was intrinsically linked to agriculture. Their existence hinges on the vast expanses of farmland, which we now refer to as plantations. The primary ability of wood element awakeners lies in their capacity to promote plant growth, with the speed of this growth varying according to their talents and levels. Thus, high-level wood element awakeners are akin to the giant pandas of the pre-apocalyptic era, deserving of meticulous protection. Song Yulong chuckled foolishly as he patted Zhuang Mo's shoulder. Brother, focus on your studies and level up diligently. Should anyone dare to disturb your progress, Dragon Brother shall deal with them. Here I am, Zhao Ming from the Ice faction. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am also of the ice element. As the heat intensifies, seek me out for a refreshing drink. I, Lu Feiying, belong to the Wood faction. So if you have any tasks that need attending to, feel free to assign them to me. Oh, esteemed one, I am of the ice element. Wink wink. In that moment, the air around Zhuang Mo was filled with sycophantic voices. After receiving his new student supplies, he followed Song Yulong to the dormitory, accompanied by a throng of chatterboxes. Once he managed to shut the door on that boisterous group, Zhuang Mo finally exhaled in relief. Thanks to Elder Ji's comment about his exceptional talent, he not only secured a place in the academy, but also received a single dormitory room. The room was modest, furnished with a single bed, a set of chairs and table, a wardrobe, and a private bathroom. after spending several days using the makeshift toilets in the ruins. The sight of a clean, squat toilet nearly brought him to tears. It featured a water tank, and above it, a faucet. He turned on the tap, but not a single drop flowed. Of course, in this post-apocalyptic world, it was unrealistic to expect an unlimited supply of water and electricity. The technology had long since veered off course. While the safety zone had electricity, it was powered by crystal cores. Indeed, as Li Dazhuang had remarked, everything was inextricably linked to crystal cores, which, under the research of human scientists, had become a universal energy source. Zhuang Mo sat at the table and opened the substantial bag of supplies he had received during registration. Inside were bedding, toiletries, 2 sets of clothing, a watch, a federal map, and a new student handbook. As he perused the items, noting the inclusion of a toothbrush and soap, he couldn't help but reflect on how the harsh realities of society had taught him to appreciate the comforts of school. He first examined the watch. In addition to telling the time, it bore an emblem inscribed with Federal Points Bank. Upon tapping it, he logged in with his student ID, instantly revealing a balance of 200 points. A brief glance indicated that this was merely a simplified version of a digital wallet, capable of storing points, facilitating communication, and even hosting a community. However, the communication feature likely functioned only within secure zones, as the ruins offered little to no signal outside the government and frontline battlegrounds. He strapped the watch onto his left wrist and opened the freshman handbook. The first page contained a preface detailing the myriad calamities humanity faced since the apocalypse and the efforts of the awakened to ensure human survival. He quickly glanced at the time on the watch, 7:55. Only 5 minutes remained until he could take a shower. A loud and resonant gurgle emanated from his stomach, prompting him to look down. Hungry, exceedingly hungry. The cafeteria had long ceased serving dinner at this hour. Anticipating the prospect of dining in the cafeteria the following day, Zhuang Mo indulged himself, greedily devouring 2 small buns before contentedly heading for a cold shower. This solitary existence, replete with meals, showers, and a private dormitory, was surely irresistible to any man. After lying on the bed, feeling clean and refreshed, for a good 10 minutes, he sat cross-legged. Was this his fortunate existence? A life marked by the extraordinary gift of advanced wood-based abilities. According to his speculations, he definitely possessed some talent, advanced, without a doubt, though his aptitudes seemed to be slightly misaligned. He remained uncertain about his ability to cultivate plants. If he were ultimately unable to grow anything at all, would he not be expelled from this luxurious single apartment? There exists a possibility that he may not even have the opportunity to attend school. An 18-year-old dropout. He is the first male ever expelled from the Federal Academy of Extraordinary Abilities. The thought of such a future appears bleak. Zhuang Mo sighed, and subsequently tore a page from the student handbook, quietly crafting it into a paper tiger, with the infusion of extraordinary abilities. The paper tiger leapt from his hand onto the table, taking a few steps forward. Zhuang Mo commanded the tiger to walk, run, lie down, and shake hands. "Tiger," he exclaimed with excitement, "your father has succeeded. Now you can move." The tiger, with its ears perked up, maintained its position for a handshake. "At present, I am merely at F rank, yet I can control a paper airplane to hunt birds and make the tiger move. If I were to reach A rank, would it not be possible to soar upon a paper plane? This world is fraught with peril. However, the wood-based abilities primarily focus on cultivating and controlling unaltered flora. An E-rank wood ability can barely manage first-level mutated plants, while those above level 6 seldom heed commands. This implies that wood abilities are rather ineffective in combat. Should one find themselves amidst mutated plants or in the absence of unaltered vegetation, they must rely heavily on others for protection. This slight deviation in talent points may not necessarily be a detriment. A gust of wind swept through, causing the tiger to tumble to the ground. Zhuang Mo bent down to retrieve the tiger and then tore another sheet of paper, folding it into a paper airplane. The airplane he crafted earlier on the airship had a lightweight nose and broad wings, providing prolonged flight time but lacking in speed. He intended to test whether a different design would yield a different potency. The fuselage was slender and sturdy, resembling the tip of a spear in its entirety. Zhuang Mo leisurely crafted a paper airplane and hurled it toward the wall beside the window. Indeed, it soared with greater speed and impact, enhanced by his unique abilities. The tip embedded itself into the wall with remarkable force. How impressive! Zhuang Mo's fingers grazed the nose of the airplane. Splendid! A true man must wield a resilient aircraft. He channeled the swirling energy within him into the paper airplane, which, while visually unchanged, had transformed into a sturdier and significantly heavier object. Zhuang Mo realized that different designs of paper airplanes yield varying flight performances, and his wood-type ability not only governed the speed of the paper, but also augmented its density. With the reinforced paper airplane in hand, he swung his arm in a wide arc and launched it once more towards the wall. 1, 2, 3 again. A soft thud echoed as the airplane penetrated the wall entirely. Zhuang Mo watched, astonished, as the paper airplane broke free from his control, flying out the window and following a parabolic descent from the 5th floor. Zhuang Mo. Silence. A few seconds of silence. Which wind-powered rascal threw that airplane? Just you wait. An enraged shout echoed from below. Zhuang Mo reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. He was innocent. He was a victim. Chapter 7. Chives or Wheat. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Song Yulong called for Zhuang Mo to join him for breakfast. His face alight with the thrill of gossip. Did you hear? Last night, Miao Yuxing from E-Class practiced his abilities and blew open several dormitory doors, sending many objects flying. But that is not all. One exceptionally sturdy paper airplane struck teacher Han on the head, creating quite a bump. And then Miao Yuxing got thoroughly beaten up. Zhuang Mo. Silence enveloped them for a few seconds. Song Yulong exchanged a glance with him, eyes wide. No way. You folded that incredibly stiff paper airplane? Zhuang Mo. Our academy offers quite a variety for breakfast, with options like steamed sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, and even sweet potato chips, not to mention some pickled vegetables. Song Yulong, you've just awakened your abilities. Even if you possess a high-level talent, it's inconceivable that you could instantly render paper so unyielding. I, as an E-grade, only just learned to harden metal sheets. Moreover, I am an exemplary graduate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become an instructor. I've tried it. And the sweet potato chips are particularly delectable. There are a few others in my level with high-level talents, and they are indeed quite impressive. However, none of them belong to the wood element. Even if your wood abilities are formidable, they should excel in agriculture, right? Roasted sweet potatoes are delightful too. My friend, if you handle paper airplanes with such finesse, cultivating land should be a breeze for you. I have faith that you will soon make significant contributions to Blue Star. The steamed sweet potatoes are rather mediocre. Perhaps they were cooked over too high a flame. Focus on your studies and aim to graduate soon so you can work in the plantations. It's a pity we can only take one piece of each dish. Song Yulong escorted Zhuang Mo to the F-grade wood element classroom, surrounded by pumpkin vines. While advising him, your major classes will be held in the wood element classrooms, and the large lectures will be attended by all elemental abilities together. Your main lecturer is Han Junfeng, an A-grade wood element. He is quite easy to recognize. He has a noticeable bump on his head. Indeed. Today in the realm of wood abilities, apart from yourself, there exists another extraordinary talent named Han Lingyu, the beloved daughter of teacher Han. Although you are a prodigy, it is essential to recognize that the safe zone is home to numerous families with formidable awakened powers, some of whom have entire families of awakened individuals. Given your origins from the ruins, it would be prudent to avoid any conflicts with them. Rest assured, the Academy will undoubtedly offer you protection. For you are a genius bestowed with exceptional wood abilities, and such talents are always afforded special treatment. In the corridor, Song Yulong continues to hold onto Zhuang Mo's hand, offering meticulous advice reminiscent of a parent sending off their child. Meanwhile, in the F-grade wood classroom ahead, conversations are lively and animated. It is said that this year, a high-level talent has emerged from the ruins, stirring great anticipation. Xingqi, do you understand the significance of wood abilities for humanity, particularly those with high-level talents? Please do not make things difficult for him, Han Lingyu cautioned. TSK, I too possess wood abilities. How could I possibly cause him distress? I am merely curious, after all. You would do well to remember that, Han Lingyu replied with a calm demeanor. Is that short-haired individual Han Lingyu? A high-level talent. Who is that beside her? She is quite beautiful. That is a male. How could one describe him as beautiful? His name is Yi Xingqi, and indeed, he is striking in appearance. Which one is the genius from the ruins? I heard he is quite slender and dark-skinned. Amidst the murmurs, Zhuang Mo has already found an empty seat. At 7:30, Han Junfeng entered the classroom. At the onset of the apocalypse, a significant portion of humanity perished due to natural disasters, with many succumbing to starvation. The rampant mutations of flora and fauna have deprived humanity of sustenance, heralding the emergence of the first cohort of wood-based awakeners. They stumbled upon a vast expanse of unmutated rice seedlings, marking the inception of a secure zone, which began with these rice sprouts. Yet, even now, the majority of the global population languishes in hunger, with lives extinguished daily by starvation. The wood-based awakeners bear the weight of countless hopes. Only through relentless diligence and advancement can they justify their awakened abilities. This stirring declaration ignited a fervor among the newcomers, their spirits soaring with the desire to cultivate several tons of grain at that very moment. Zhuang Mo wholeheartedly resonated with this sentiment. Had it not been for the scarcity of food, he would not have perished from hunger in his previous life, nor would he have found himself in this dismal world. As the conversation unfolded, Han Zhufeng produced a small flower pot and inquired, "Who can identify the seedling of this crop?" Han Lingyu raised her hand, exclaiming, "Rice." The admiration for Han Lingyu was palpable. Her knowledge surpassed that of others who only recognized mature rice. Truly, she was the daughter of the esteemed Han teacher. Zhuang Mo found himself bewildered. Is this the extent of the lesson? What distinguishes this from learning what one's grandfather is called? As he mentally scoffed, Han Zhufeng concluded the discussion on rice and presented an image, asking, "What crop does this seedling belong to?" With a smile, Han Zhufeng explained, "The mature grain of wheat is one of humanity's staple foods. The bread and steamed buns you consume are crafted from flour milled from wheat, which can also be fermented to produce beer." However, he then shifted his tone. "It resembles wheat seedlings, yet it is not wheat, it is chives." The audience was left in perplexity, murmuring, "Isn't that just wheat seedlings? I've seen those before." Chives? In the legend. What is used for making dumplings during the New Year? Indeed, it is chives, known for their distinctive and potent aroma. People often use them to fill dumplings and stir-fry with eggs, as Han Zhufeng meticulously explains. Zhuang Mo, captivated by the thought, felt a powerful craving. He could consume 35 chive dumplings in one sitting. Just as he was lost in thoughts of chive dumplings, he noticed Han Zhufeng bringing forth 2 small flower pots. "Children," he began, "you have already familiarized yourselves with these 2 plants. Now we shall embark on a challenge. Use your abilities to sense the essence of these crops and tell me which is chives and which is wheat sprouts." Zhuang Mo heard a charming man in the front row casually remark, "Old Han, you are putting us in quite a predicament. Sensing from a distance? Isn't that something only those above D rank can achieve? I cannot sense anything." Han Lingyu furrowed her brows. "Neither can I." The audience shook their heads, expressing their inability to sense anything at all. Han Zhufeng scanned the crowd and called out, "Zhuang Mo, what about you?" He knew only the name, having never seen the individual. Under the weight of anticipation, a slender young man, approximately 180 centimeters tall, stood up. His skin bore a healthy wheat hue, and he was quite handsome, yet his expression seemed somewhat perplexed. "It's all right if you cannot sense it." Han Zhufeng attempted to adopt a gentle demeanor. Zhuang Mo's lips twitched as he resignedly pointed to the pot on his left and uttered 2 words, "Chives." A flicker of surprise crossed Han Lingyu's calm face. Could this individual possess such extraordinary talent? Someone from the ruins had likely never encountered chives, yet at an F rank, he could perceive the essence of the plant. Yi Xingqi raised an eyebrow. Truly a genius indeed. Han Zhufeng, unable to contain his excitement, hurriedly pointed at the pot of garlic seedlings. "Are you certain?" He stepped closer, eagerly inquiring, "How can you distinguish between garlic and wheat? Is it an intuitive sensation?" Zhuang Mo replied, "Perhaps." He could not divulge that the surface of wheat seedlings bore fine hairs, while garlic did not. How could someone raised amidst ruins have ever encountered wheat and garlic? Han Zhufeng's face flushed with exhilaration. A genius. This is genius. Just awakened, and already able to discern between garlic and wheat through extraordinary perception. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Lingyu led the applause, and the classroom erupted into resounding claps of admiration. Such a prodigy exists in this world. It is unimaginable what a formidable figure he will become. Will I be able to indulge in an extra sweet potato during meals? Han Zhufeng continued passionately. In the decade following the apocalypse, humanity has faced a severe rupture in civilization. Mankind has relied on the scant few books available, safeguarding the elderly over 60 to pen their writings, gradually restoring fragments of our lost culture. The head of the plantation, Mr. Ping, was a great farmer before the end of the world. It is thanks to him that the first generation of wood-type awakeners learned the art of cultivation. Yet, I have never encountered anyone like you, with merely F-rank abilities, capable of discerning crops solely through innate talent. Zhuang Mo chuckled in agreement. The extent of the civilizational rupture in this world was even more profound than he had initially believed. In his previous life, failing to recognize garlic and wheat would have invited ridicule. Another wave of applause surged forth, and to be candid, Zhuang Mo found himself relishing this adoration, provided he truly possessed the genius for agriculture. This matter, however, remains uncertain. On his way to school, he brushed against a tree by the roadside and was struck by a powerful sensation. Yet, prior to entering the classroom, he touched a pumpkin seedling and felt nothing at all. Was this half-baked wood-type ability truly inconsistent? Chapter 8. Aren't they all high-level talents? After a 2-hour course on plant recognition, all F-grade freshmen assembled in the large classroom on the 3rd floor for a lecture. 500 to 600 newcomers were divided into 2 classrooms, with the wood-type students in room 301. In the large classroom, Zhuang Mo sat in a corner, with Yi Xingqi on his left and Han Lingyu beside Yi Xingqi. Greetings, genius from the ruins. I am Yi Xingqi. Zhuang Mo turned to regard this exceptionally handsome man. Noting the peculiar angle of his head, seemingly fixed at a 15-degree tilt upwards, motionless. Observing the slightly greasy yet confident smile on his face, Zhuang Mo realized that perhaps this angle accentuated his superior jawline. You are quite handsome, Zhuang Mo ventured to compliment. Indeed, Yi Xingqi's had shifted to a more normal position, and his gaze towards Zhuang Mo became significantly friendlier. Zhuang Mo. Han Lingyu face-palmed. He.S. odd. Just ignore him. I am Han Lingyu. Shall we add each other on the bank app? Here, adding a bank refers to a social feature akin to adding friends on social media, where the banking app on the smartwatch integrates social interactions with financial services. After exchanging contact information with a few individuals, the teacher for the large class arrived, none other than Huang Lin, who had piloted the airship yesterday. The classroom was bustling with over 200 students. With a cursory glance, Zhuang Mo could easily discern whether these students hailed from the safe zone or the ruins zone. Although everyone appeared clean and well-groomed, a small fraction looked emaciated, resembling mere skeletal frames, himself included. In stark contrast, those from the safe zone, such as Yi Xingqi and Han Lingyu, exuded vitality, with Yi Xingqi even having meticulously styled his hair. The lesson focused on harnessing supernatural abilities. Although Zhuang Mo had already grasped the basics through self-study, he remained attentive, understanding the significance of the subject matter, which was crucial for survival in combat. One could not afford to be the least bit negligent. In essence, the manipulation of these powers required complete concentration of mental energy, a task that, while not overly difficult, demanded practice. With Huang Lin's slight guidance, most students quickly learned the fundamental techniques of manipulation, albeit at a rudimentary level. The atmosphere in the classroom became quite chaotic, and my palms grew clammy. Did anyone feel a breeze? Surely, there was a hint of wind, wasn't he there? That was my doing. My hands are so warm. I feel as if I might ignite. The wood element was considerably more stable, as the teaching assistant distributed pots of FIBI bamboo, each about 10 centimeters tall, to everyone. Zhuang Mo, do you know of the 3 friends of winter? Han Lingyu inquired, leaning forward. Zhuang Mo replied, ah. So this is the origin of the 3 friends of winter. Truly remarkable. Indeed, the spirit of the 3 friends of winter deserves our utmost admiration, as they embody resilience. Consequently, the practice of supernatural abilities in the wood element initially involves these 3 plants. Zhuang Mo, after listening to her words, lowered his gaze to the pot of bamboo before him, a powerful sensation washing over him. Surprise gleamed in his eyes. He had indeed made a connection. It seemed that his talent points had not been misallocated, and he likely possessed a heightened ability to manipulate paper, which, being crafted from wood pulp, made his control over it entirely logical. Around him, classmates placed their hands on the bamboo, exclamations of delight erupting. I can feel it. So this is what extraordinary powers are like. How wondrous. I can feel it too. Goodness, at this moment, I truly believe I am an awakener. Han Lingyu gently caressed the bamboo leaves, a smile gradually gracing her face. She turned to look at Zhuang Mo, only to find that he had not touched the bamboo at all. Her expression dimmed. Was he sensing it from a distance? She had once thought her superior talent made her a paragon, only to discover that there existed beings with talents far beyond her own. It appeared she would need to strive even harder to catch up. What are you staring at? Yi Xingqi followed her gaze to Zhuang Mo, observing the bamboo swaying back and forth. Zhuang Mo was murmuring, move, sway, move, sway. At that moment, all eyes from the Wood Affinity group were fixed on this genius from the ruins and the bamboo he commanded. Yixingqi, his beautiful face betraying a flicker of insecurity. Thought, he can already control plants? Lingyu, aren't you also of high talent? Why not give it a try? Han Lingyu took a deep breath, her eyes fixed intently on her own bamboo bonsai. After a long pause, she despondently shook her head. What on earth, aren't we all of high talent? Zhuang Mo surpasses Han Lingyu by such a wide margin? How can a genius emerge from a place as desolate as the ruins? This individual is simply extraordinary. Once again, I have come to realize the vast chasm that separates me from true genius. The teaching assistant, Sunya, who stood nearby, also took notice of this scene. He is a sea-level wood element practitioner, newly graduated and serving as an assistant. After observing Zhuang Mo and his swaying bamboo for a few moments, he raised his left wrist and sent a message to Zhuo Chengwei. Brother Zhuo, do you recall how long it took you to control plants for simple movements after your awakening? Perhaps 3 days? 5 days? I can't quite remember. The new student seated in front of us, Zhuang Mo, has only just attended his first class. What remarkable affinity he possesses. Is this affinity even greater than that of advanced talents? Huang Lin, who was moving around the classroom, approached Zhuang Mo. The bamboo ceased its swaying. Your affinity is indeed impressive, Huang Lin remarked with a serious demeanor. Keep up the good work. Zhuang Mo smiled in response. I must thank Teacher Huang for bringing me to the academy. If it weren't for this seemingly stern middle-aged man, I would have had to exert much more effort to reach the safe zone, and I might not have made it at all. The academy does not overlook any genius. With that, Huang Lin proceeded to guide several new students from the wood element who had yet to sense their abilities, before turning to leave for the corridor. As soon as he stepped outside the classroom and leaned against the railing, the previously stern expression on his face could no longer contain his elation. In his 2 decades of teaching the grand course on supernatural abilities, he had encountered countless disciples. Yet this was the first time he had witnessed such extraordinary talent in the wood element. Upon awakening, he found himself capable of controlling plants. And he mused that in the future, this ability could undoubtedly yield an abundance of wheat, rice, and sweet potatoes. However, this realization also instilled a sense of trepidation within him. When he ventured into the ruins of District D, he harbored little hope, and during the affinity test, he was too disinterested to even glance at it, instead succumbing to slumber aboard the airship. Were it not for the loquacious song Yulong mentioning Zhuang Mo, the academy might have inadvertently forsaken a prodigy amidst the ruins. Would he not then become a historical pariah, a villain in the annals of the academy, or even humanity itself? After classes today, he resolved to report this matter to the school committee, not only to highlight Zhuang Mo's exceptional prowess, but also to advocate for a renewed emphasis on recruitment from the ruins. For Zhuang Mo had unequivocally demonstrated that brilliance could indeed arise from such desolate places. Moreover, regarding that chatterbox Song Yulong, he had always found the boy's incessant talking bothersome. Yet, it now appeared that verbosity could bear its own fruits. Thanks to Song Yulong's keen observation, Zhuang Mo had been unearthed, and it seemed fitting to consider granting the boy an early promotion. What had transpired in his brief absence? He noticed that all the students in the classroom were turning their bodies, gazing intently towards the direction of the wood element. Chapter 9. Blame it on the bamboo's rapid growth. Following their collective gaze, he beheld a remarkable sight. In front of Zhuang Mo, a potted bamboo had surged in height, towering several times over the other specimens nearby. This singularly tall bamboo stood proudly among the collection. Huang Lin approached the pot as if on a pilgrimage, his voice trembling with awe. This bamboo has grown taller? The inquiry seemed superfluous. It was abundantly clear that it had indeed grown significantly. He was acutely aware of his exceptional genius, yet he had not anticipated the attention it would garner. If blame were to be assigned, it would be to the bamboo, which grew with such remarkable ease. Huang Lin regarded the bamboo intently before finally inquiring, "Can this potted plant be submitted to the academy after class?" He felt compelled to present this extraordinary bamboo to the school committee. Zhuo Mo nodded in agreement. Certainly. Apart from the wood attribute, all other supernatural abilities were combat-oriented, and the interest shown by others in the wood attribute geniuses was merely one of curiosity, lacking deeper engagement. The new students from the ruins had never known abundance, leading them to revere the high-level wood attribute talent capable of nurturing crops. In contrast, most of the awakened individuals in the classroom hailed from the safe zones, many belonging to prominent families, and had rarely faced food scarcity. Thus, they were less inclined to overly focus on themselves. Having come to this realization, Zhuang Mo felt a quiet sense of relief. The primary focus on wood cultivation was entirely distinct from the other combat-oriented abilities, presenting no inherent conflict, which would spare him considerable trouble. Upon hearing of a high-level talent from the ruins, Yi Xingqi had initially felt a surge of indignation, partly because he himself possessed only a medium-level talent, and partly because Han Lingyu was a high-level talent. He found it absurd that someone from the ruins could be mentioned in the same breath as her, becoming one of the two high-level wood attribute talents of this cohort. At that moment, he turned to Han Lingyu, exclaiming, "Lingyu, I see he barely deserves to be compared to you." Han Lingyu was on the verge of despair. Upon hearing his words, she promptly delivered a sharp reprimand. "Fix your posture immediately." She felt a sense of melancholy. "I must consult Elder Gu to ascertain whether there was an error during the aptitude assessment. I suspect I might possess merely an average talent." "How could that be?" "The moment you touch bamboo, you can sense it immediately, undoubtedly indicating a superior gift." Yi Xingqi raised his head once more. "Yet, Zhuang Mo can sense it from afar and even encourage the bamboo to grow taller. My talent pales in comparison to his, and my disposition lacks the equanimity with which he endures praise and blame." A hint of frustration crept into Han Lingyu's usually tranquil voice. Yi Xingqi lowered his head. "My talent is not as great as yours. The distinguished and handsome man of Blue Star turns out to possess only average aptitude." Zhuang Mo twitched his lips. Did these two consider him invisible? He too believed his talent was indeed superior to the ordinary high-level gift, yet as a transmigrator, his advantages had already been quite limited. After all, those who traverse into apocalyptic novels often start with vast spaces and boundless resources, or they are invincible from the outset. In comparison, his situation felt rather dismal. The more he pondered, the more suffocated he became, and each of the three individuals wore a distinct expression of frustration. However, no one noticed the commotion in the wood element area, for a young man with red hair had conjured a small flame in his hand. Meanwhile, the other fire element users merely generated warmth in their palms. Is that Zhang Zifei? A high-level fire talent. Fire element truly possesses formidable strength, unlike our wood element, which is so feeble in combat. Look at that individual. Zhuang Mo followed his classmate's gaze to the right and back, where he beheld a slender youth whose arms and thighs bulged with muscle, his clothing stretched tightly against his chest. A veritable powerhouse. A remarkable transformation indeed. Is this the extent of physical prowess? It is simply unbelievable. I have heard that today 2 individuals with the gift of distant vision and 3 with acute hearing have emerged, alongside one with an extraordinary talent for physical regeneration. Physical regeneration? Can one still be deemed human? Hush, speak softly. That group with physical abilities, even if they do not reach the level of acute hearing, possess auditory skills far superior to the average person. My goodness, who is that girl with long hair resembling water? She can even spray water. The discussion surrounding wood-based abilities is lively. One could almost expect someone to be munching on seeds. Zhuang Mo observed attentively. With such individuals in the post-apocalyptic world, he felt a sense of security, ensuring that his endeavors in the plantation would be safer. Yet, he remained unaware that these prodigies were merely typical talents, unlikely to attract undue attention from the academy's higher-ups. It was his bamboo, which had grown remarkably tall, that was truly unprecedented. After class, Han Lingyu invited him to dine together. Yi Xingqi, with his handsome visage, remained silent, adopting a stance of fostering good relations with everyone. Zhuang Mo accompanied the two towards the dining hall. Huang Lin cautiously cradled the pot of bamboo, neglecting his meal as he headed towards the student council. At the student council, a stern-faced man sat at the head of a long table, flanked on either side by 2 individuals. A woman in military attire expressed her impatience. "Zhu Baobao, could you refrain from holding meetings during mealtimes?" Zhu Baobao, the man at the center, cast a severe glance at her. "Jiang Ying, this is a matter of great importance. Is it not more significant than your meal?" Jiang Ying scoffed lightly, questioning the significance of the matter at hand, as half of the school committee had been summoned. Should Huang Lin fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, she would undoubtedly make him aware of the formidable power of the physical realm. With a potted plant in hand, Huang Lin entered, solemnly placing it upon the table. Zhu Baobao, previously with furrowed brows, suddenly stood up, her face alight with joy. "Indeed, it has grown taller." Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. "Is this bamboo in the middle of mutation?" Huang Lin's expression was one of excitement. "It has grown taller in just an hour without exhibiting any aggressive tendencies." This revelation prompted contemplative expressions from everyone in the room. The white bamboo, intended for the training of new practitioners of the wood element, was still in a semi-mature state, typically reaching no more than several centimeters in height. Yet, this particular stalk was nearly half a meter tall. It was no wonder they could not fathom the possibility of forced growth. Advanced awakeners of the wood element were notoriously frugal with their abilities, often conserving their energy rather than expending it on cultivating plants. Who would bother to apply such effort to bamboo? Moreover, the plant's growth exceeding its typical height was indeed reminiscent of mutation. Who could have catalyzed this? Han Junfeng. Jiang Ying inquired, what would he gain from forcing bamboo growth? Huang Lin shook his head, uttering two words, a newcomer. Jiang Ying let out a dismissive laugh. Crossing her legs, a newcomer? What nonsense. It would be remarkable if a new practitioner could stimulate even a centimeter of growth. The woman seated across from Jiang Ying appeared gentle, her voice soft. I have heard that teacher Han's daughter, Han Lingyu, possesses exceptional talent. Could it be her? If that is the case, then Han Lingyu is undoubtedly the foremost genius in the wood element category of the past decade. Wang Lin shook his head again. It is not Han Lingyu. Jiang Ying, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, Old Huang, stop keeping us in suspense. Speak plainly, I am quite busy. Busy with dining, that is. Chapter 10. Feelings have transcended, yet he remains in ruins. The true prodigy of wood elemental affinity is Zhuang Mo. To their utter astonishment, Zhuang Mo is currently queuing in the cafeteria for his meal. The Federal Ability Academy, alongside the Federal Army and the federal government, stands as one of the few places within the central base that can provide an unlimited supply of rice. In addition to rice, the Academy offers boundless supplies of pickled vegetables to replenish student salt intake. Plain white rice and pickled vegetables are both free and served without limit. However, all vegetables and meats require points for acquisition. For instance, cabbage, potatoes, and radishes cost 1 point per scoop, while a chicken leg costs 10 points apiece. And minced meat sauce also demands 10 points for a scoop. Zhuang Mo inhaled the enticing aroma of the chicken leg, silently served himself a bowl of white rice, added some pickled vegetables, and purchased a scoop of cabbage. Cabbage, which in his past life he often harvested to feed pigs. Now, with a monthly allowance barely sufficient to buy 200 scoops of cabbage, that amounts to merely 2 large heads. As for the meat in the cafeteria, it was far beyond his means. His points were reserved for purchasing paper. The anguish of seeing the chicken leg yet being unable to indulge in it rendered Zhuang Mo utterly silent, especially as he observed the two individuals across from him enjoying a balanced meal of 1 meat and 2 vegetables. Han Lingyu gazed at his bowl of plain rice and cabbage, her lips moving slightly, but no words escaping. She pondered. Surely a genius emerging from the ruins must possess a sense of dignity. If she were to offer Zhuang Mo a chicken leg, he might perceive it as mockery. Even for individuals like Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi, who had grown up in a haven, the concept of food being precious was deeply ingrained within them. Both savored the flavors of the vegetables and meat delicately. Zhuang Mo inhaled the aroma of the chicken leg and took a generous bite of rice. His mind flooded with images of fried, roasted, and braised chicken legs. As the trio sat together, Han Lingyu noticed Zhuang Mo's gaze fixated on her chicken leg. A flicker of hesitation crossing her face as she inquired, Zhuang Mo, would you like a chicken leg? Zhuang Mo's hand, which had been pushing the rice around, froze as he examined it closely, even trembling slightly. He then placed it back into his bowl. With a mischievous grin, he replied, this chicken leg is yours, but only if you proclaim me the most handsome man in the entire Blue Star. A flash of indignation crossed Han Lingyu's features. Yi Xingqi, he's acting up again. She understood that he merely craved genuine compliments, yet to others, it appeared as blatant provocation and insult. Yi Xingqi, you are the most handsome man in the entire Blue Star, Zhuang Mo stated with calm assurance. Han Lingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. In the past, such declarations from Yi Xingqi had only invoked anger from the other party. But Zhuang Mo, how could he utter such words with such ease? If Zhuang Mo were aware of her thoughts, he would surely find it amusing. In his previous life, he had faced his 200-pound, bald female superior with unwavering composure, calling her beautiful, while Yi Xingqi was, after all, a genuine handsome man. Zhuang Mo gazed at the two individuals across from him, their faces rigid with tension, and a flicker of wariness crossed his features. Surely, you do not intend to renege on our agreement? He inquired. In that moment, he witnessed Yi Xingqi swiftly place a chicken leg into his bowl, as if fearing he might reconsider and refuse the offering. This chicken leg, merely steamed with a sprinkle of salt, transformed into a culinary revelation the instant it touched his lips, evoking a wave of emotion that nearly brought him to tears. Money. It is imperative to earn money. He mused, driven by the desire to savor both vegetables and meat. He devoured 3 bowls of rice, experiencing for the first time in several days the satisfying fullness of a hearty meal. In his previous life, over 800 million people worldwide faced hunger. Yet having been born in a place of abundance, he had never truly known starvation. This thought conjured the image of a towering figure in his mind, the guardian of the rice fields, a dream of solace beneath the rice stalks. Now that he had traversed into this apocalyptic realm and awakened his advanced wood-based abilities, he was determined to carry forth the legacy of Grandpa Yuan in this new world. Cultivation was essential. He must cultivate. Graduating to level C would pave the way to employment at a plantation, but before that, he needed to devise a means to earn some points. His gaze fell upon the pair of affluent youths before him, whose wealth was evident in their demeanor. He was no fool. He could clearly discern their awkward attempts to share the chicken leg with him. Such is human nature. In the ruins, ordinary people struggled to obtain food, willing to commit heinous acts for a mere loaf of bread. The awakened individuals in the safe zones might harbor pity for those unable to afford a chicken leg, yet this was the apocalypse, where notions of right and wrong held little weight. Zhuang Mo's focus remained solely on what served his own interests. This is my first taste of chicken leg. I never imagined it could be so delightful. It is truly exquisite. Zhuang Mo was deeply moved, pondering whether there were opportunities within our academy to earn points. He too desired to accumulate points to purchase chicken legs. The bank community offered a plethora of tasks through which one could earn points. Moreover, the points awarded for completing these tasks were twice as high as those obtained through the wristwatch scans. Typically, other attribute awakeners engaged in the hunting of low-level mutated flora and fauna. If the quantity of mutated plants and animals was substantial, a bundled price would be available, albeit at a slightly reduced rate. As for us, the wood attribute F-level practitioners, we possessed minimal combat prowess and could only undertake tasks such as assisting senior students with tilling, fertilizing, and harvesting. Han Lingyu earnestly elaborated, "Oh, by the way, due to the gentle nature of wood energy, we can easily gain the trust of animals, allowing us to work in breeding farms as well. We can also readily take on tasks such as collecting eggs. What is the typical reward for such tasks?" I mused, feeling the need to inquire further to avoid falling victim to unscrupulous seniors. Before my awakening, I had also participated in egg-collecting tasks, where gathering 100 eggs would earn a single point. Zhuang Mo remarked, "Isn't that exploiting cheap labor? Earning just 1 point for collecting 100 eggs? How could these two afford to spend 10 points on chicken legs?" Han Lingyu chuckled shyly, "I don't earn many points myself. My father provides me with a monthly allowance of 1,000 points. Why are you looking at me? My allowance is not as generous as Lingyu's. I only receive 900 points." Zhuang Mo could not help but reminisce about a conversation he had with colleagues in his previous life. "Zhuang Mo, I've purchased a house. Congratulations. What was the down payment?" "A full payment of 10 million, with my parents contributing 8 million, my grandmother 2 million, and I offering 500 to treat others to a meal. The bonds of affection have transcended time, yet he remains the only one in poverty, does he not? Here, only in this realm, can his discontent find an enigmatic equilibrium. As for Han Lingyu, what does it matter if Yi Xingqi possesses wealth? He still has to reside in the Western realm, does he not?" Upon opening the bank, I meticulously perused the online task board within the community. The tasks related to cultivation were scarce, with rewards merely a paltry 1 or 2 points. Yet, the number of individuals eager to undertake these tasks numbered in the hundreds. In the safety zone, for weeding in the vegetable section of the plantation, one could earn 3 points for an acre of land. The application for this task had 683 applicants. In the safety zone, at East Sheng Community, number 51, Chunshan 7th Road, for regular garden maintenance, one could earn 2 points monthly. The application for this task had 3,087 applicants. It is no surprise, as most of these tasks are accessible to ordinary individuals, who constitute half of the total population in the safety zone. Thus, these tasks naturally lack value, a clear case of exploitation. Conversely, the tasks involving the extermination of mutated flora and fauna predominantly originate from private sources. Indeed, as Han Lingyu remarked, the task points have doubled, and the packaged price, while slightly lower, follows suit. For instance, a second-level mutated rhododendron yields 2 points for 1 and 10 points for 5, Yet within the community tasks, it holds a value of 20 points. There are always those in haste to request awakened individuals to eliminate the mutated flora and fauna at their doorsteps. For this is a matter of life and death. In Ruins Zone G, a vast expanse of first-level mutated dandelions along Jingsan Road offers a package price of 80 points. In the ruins of Zone G, 5 second-tier mutated rhododendrons were spotted on the large tree beside the abandoned post office on G Road, yielding 20 points. In the same area, 10 second-tier mutated poplar trees were found in Baiyang Park along G Road, offering 40 points. The bounty tasks predominantly originate from Zone G, which is relatively secure. As the mutated flora and fauna encountered, there are mostly below third-tier mutations. Furthermore, due to its proximity to the safe zone, it enjoys intermittent supplies of water and electricity. Zhuang Mo contemplated the situation. For him, exterminating second-tier mutated birds felt as effortless as slicing through fruit. Henceforth, he could undertake missions to eliminate mutated plants and animals, such as first-tier mutated dandelions and second-tier mutated rhododendrons. Chapter 11. Tiger's father when the wood-type ability sensed the presence of plants. It was akin to every cell basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. Han Zhufeng spoke with remarkable patience. However, Zhuang Mo did not experience such warmth. If he were to draw a comparison, he would liken his perception of the bamboo to the sensation of touching the moist interior of a loofah, both soft and slightly coarse. As he tuned into the bamboo's essence, Han Zhufeng approached him. For reasons unknown, Zhuang Mo felt that Han Zhufeng's gaze upon him was even more fervent than it had been earlier that morning, reminiscent of a colleague's obsession with a male celebrity. Unbeknownst to him, during lunch, the school committee had gathered to observe the towering bamboo, promptly summoning Han Zhufeng. The 5 members of the committee, along with Han Zhufeng, encircled the bamboo, engaging in fervent discussions about Zhuang Mo's future prospects. At that moment, Jiang Ying and Dean Zhu were on the verge of a heated confrontation. Jiang Ying intended to take the new student to the plantation, handing them over to Mr. Ping for personal guidance. However, Dean Zhu insisted that the individual must remain at the academy until graduation and also serve as a faculty member. Even Han Zhufeng found himself unjustly caught in the crossfire. At that moment, Jiang Ying indiscriminately remarked, Han Zhufeng is merely an A-grade himself. He can only manage ordinary freshmen. Dean Zhu furrowed her brow, stating, Zhuang Mo is currently just an ordinary freshman, having only recently awakened his abilities. He must first establish a solid foundation. The two remained unwavering. Their dual S-grade auras clashing in the room, rendering others speechless. Ultimately, the confrontation concluded with Jiang Ying storming out in anger. Dean Zhu then retained Han Zhufeng, specifically advising him not to afford Zhuang Mo any special treatment, as it was for the latter's own benefit. Han Zhufeng nodded, recognizing that the dean feared such preferential treatment might attract undue attention, causing the individual to lose their sense of self. This was akin to the fall of Anisha, the once celebrated genius of the Western base, who had captivated humanity's gaze with her gold abilities. At that moment, Han Zhufeng stood before Zhuang Mo, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Emerging from the ruins, he exhibited no signs of anxiety. The awakening of his superior talent did not lead to arrogance or impatience. Furthermore, according to Han Lingyu's feedback, this young man possessed a gentle disposition and was easy to get along with. Smiling, he addressed Zhuang Mo, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your teacher. This hardly constituted special treatment, merely an attempt to assist a child from the ruins from his personal perspective. Zhuang Mo, equally unreserved, replied, Thank you, Teacher Han. I will certainly reach out if I need anything. In the next class, as various talents were on display in the classroom, Huang Lin approached Zhuang Mo with a smile, his gaze mirroring that of Han Zhufeng, sending shivers down Zhuang Mo's spine. Huang Lin then spoke, If you encounter any difficulties, you must inform the teacher. I will certainly assist you. Zhuang Mo replied, Thank you, teacher. I will speak up if I face any challenges. Internally, Zhuang Mo was filled with sarcastic thoughts as he observed Huang Lin moving to another department's area. Lowering his head, he opened his banking application. The default name for his bank account was a string of 8 digits, representing his ability user identification number, with the first 4 indicating the year of awakening. Zhuang Mo's last 4 digits were 2963. When chatting with friends, it displayed his actual name, while in the community, it simply showed that string of numbers. This was not surprising, as in his past life on the internet, everyone had to adopt pseudonyms. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to rename himself Tiger's father. since those with a number starting with 2 in the last 4 digits were all associated with the wood element. Holding a wood element identification number, he was unlikely to accept tasks related to exterminating mutated plants and animals. Renaming was not unusual. The community was filled with bizarre names, such as Thunderous Monkey and Heartbreak Headache. In comparison, Tiger's father was rather conventional. At that moment, he was unaware that this name would soon resonate throughout the academy. He exerted considerable effort, painstakingly typing to complete the name change on his watch, and then clicked into the community to carefully examine the task safety guidelines. Beside him, Yixingqi wore a conflicted expression. Zhuang Mo, don't you think the text looks very small? Zhuang Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite small. It was a considerable strain on his eyes. Yixingqi leaned forward, his jawline directed at Zhuang Mo, extending his finger to tap the screen thrice. Like this. Just tap 3 times. Zhuang Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. A blue screen, the size of an A4 sheet, materialized before him, an impressive projection from the watch. He had presumed that the technology in this world had regressed significantly, only to discover it had embarked on an entirely different trajectory. This crystal core rivaled the vibranium of the Black Panther. Not only did it project images, but it also allowed for adjustments in size. Under Yixingqi's guidance, he manually resized the projection to the dimensions of a mobile phone, which appeared much more comfortable to view. Important safety guidelines for tasks first. The task issuer bears no responsibility for the life safety of the task executor. Second, awakened individuals below Class D are prohibited from accepting tasks outside the safe zone and ruined Zone G. Concealing one's ability level bears consequences. Zhuang Mo acknowledged that he had thoroughly read the task safety guidelines before promptly applying for 5 tasks, subsequently exiting the bank. After the afternoon classes concluded, he dined once again with Han Lingyu and Yixingqi. Following their meal, Zhuang Mo requested the duo to lead him to the academy supply shop, where he reluctantly spent 15 points to purchase a stack of A3 paper. Han Lingyu and Yixingqi each procured a notebook as well. Upon returning to the dormitory, he checked his watch to find that only one of the 5 tasks he had applied for had been successfully processed. The task involved ruined Zone G, featuring a vast expanse of first-level mutated dandelions on Jingsan Road, with a deadline of today for completion, offered at a bundled price of 80 points. He navigated to the community section on mutated flora and fauna, searching for information on the mutated dandelions. Mutated dandelion, a first-level mutated plant, primarily a blood and flesh parasite, locks onto its prey and transforms its fluffy head into a propeller shape, drilling from the air into its target, humans and animals alike, swiftly piercing the epidermis to root and sprout, thereby completing its parasitic cycle. Accompanying comments, upgraded on the 8th day. Although it is a first-level mutation and cannot cause fatalities, it is quite troublesome. I once set fire to a patch, but still got parasitized from the air. I had to go to the hospital to have it removed. More unfortunate than I was on a mission with a wind type, and he accidentally blew seeds onto me, resulting in a body covered in dandelions, necessitating major surgery. Zhuang Mo perused the comments, noting that their sentiments were largely similar. The danger level is quite low, making it permissible to proceed. Even if one were to be parasitized, the Academy's infirmary offers solutions at no cost. In the future, while working in the plantation, he would inevitably venture into the ruins to study mutated plants and collect samples. Accepting tasks not only earns points, but also accumulates combat experience. To his knowledge, certain mutated plants, post-mutation, do not consume blood or flesh and exhibit no aggressive behavior towards humans. For such mutated flora, the Academy typically assigns students to assess the soil, observe climate and environmental conditions, and collect samples to sense their edibility. However, wood-type individuals undertaking missions are always safeguarded by other awakened abilities. He had no desire to entrust his life to another. Even in a non-apocalyptic world, the instinct for self-preservation prevails in the face of absolute danger, especially in this end-of-days scenario. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to craft a paper umbrella capable of shielding a single person. However, the largest sheet of paper he could procure was merely A3 in size, evidently insufficient to be folded into a conventional umbrella. His extraordinary ability surged forth like an electric current, allowing him to experience a similar sensation on the paper before him. It was as though both bamboo and paper were intricately woven from silk. Plant fibers? Zhuang Mo suddenly grasped the concept. No wonder he could manipulate paper. It too was comprised of plant fibers. Realizing this, he tentatively began to touch the plant fibers, extending, entwining, and knotting them. This endeavor resembled an architect meticulously drafting a blueprint, a task that was both physically and mentally demanding. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Zhuang Mo's forehead. Success! The edges of the two sheets of paper seamlessly joined, appearing as one single piece upon closer inspection. Zhuang Mo steeled himself to continue stitching the A3 sheets, ultimately weaving 12 sheets into a shape akin to a near-perfect square. He then utilized his ability to sever the excess fibers, finally producing a square sheet with sides measuring over a meter. A sigh of relief escaped Zhuang Mo. Next, he folded the square diagonally, opened it, and folded it diagonally once more, creating a crisscross pattern of creases. He folded along these creases to form smaller squares, then folded the edges inward toward the center. This would serve as the outer canopy. Employing the same technique, he crafted an inner canopy, with the distinction of severing certain fibers, causing the inner canopy to dip inward by a third around the central point. Afterward, he fashioned a handle for the umbrella and proceeded to assemble the components. Throughout the entire origami process, his hands never touched the paper. Instead, he relied entirely on his extraordinary mental prowess to manipulate it from a distance. Remarkably, the paper umbrella was completed in mere seconds. Subsequently, he infused the umbrella with extraordinary abilities, causing the plant fibers within the paper to swiftly grow and entwine tightly, leaving no gaps, rendering the canopy remarkably resilient. Zhuang Mo displayed a smile. Henceforth, he would be known as the man with the umbrella. He casually drew another piece of paper, shaping it into a circle, and carved a serrated edge around it before folding it and tucking it into his pocket. With his backpack containing an old notebook slung over his shoulder and the freshly crafted umbrella in hand, he stepped outside. Taking the bus from the academy's entrance to Zone G required merely 1 point, while alighting at the Jingsan Weishi Road stop necessitated 2. Chapter 12. The debut of Tiger's father Zhuang Mo boarded the bus at 7 in the evening, finding around 1/3 of the seats still vacant. He chose a window seat. The ruined Zone G bordered the safe zone, and due to its geographical location, it was the only area within the ruins that maintained a signal. The bus traveled for several minutes, passing through the frigid walls of the safe zone, and Zhuang Mo glanced at his watch, noticing that the signal was still strong. In contrast to the ruined Zone D, where Zhuang Mo resided, Zone G appeared significantly safer. The bus even passed by a small marketplace, albeit surrounded by soldiers. Zhuang Mo opened the window slightly, and the sounds of vendors filled the air. Fresh flour just delivered from the safe zone, 5 points per pound. A fresh batch of t-shirts just unearthed, 10 points each. Eggs, only 1 point per egg. The cacophony of calls echoed around him, and the hope was still visible on people's faces. As the bus reached the end of the marketplace, Zhuang Mo quickly closed the window. He squinted, observing the turmoil outside. It was a mutated mouse, the size of a basketball, with sleek blue-black fur, blood-red eyes, and elongated teeth. Its movements were remarkably swift, showing no signs of aggression towards humans as it seemed poised to scurry away from a nearby soldier. The soldier, however, remained remarkably composed, casting a fireball towards the mutated creature, incinerating it to ashes upon impact. In this world, mutated animals were deemed inedible. It was said that the first person to consume such a creature was an awakened individual who devoured a mutated giant pig. Consequently, his once human visage grotesquely swelled. His features split apart, and his mouth protruded, transforming him into a fiendish entity, neither human nor pig, devoid of sanity. During times of extreme hunger, individuals often disregarded the monstrous nature of these beings. At the onset of the apocalypse, even in light of the chilling case of the giant pig, many, driven to madness by starvation, feasted upon these creatures, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Ultimately, without exception, they all met a grim fate. Over time, society reached a consensus. Consuming mutated animals was absolutely forbidden, lest one perish in a manner unrecognizable. Mutated plants, however, were not necessarily off-limits. Their edibility depended on the research conducted by awakened individuals with wood-based abilities. Passengers, we have arrived at Sanway West Road Station. Please disembark from the rear door. A melodious announcement resonated. Zhuang Mo lifted his paper umbrella, opening it above his head the moment he stepped off the vehicle. Following the directions on his watch map, he walked to the right at the intersection for approximately 10 minutes, remaining vigilant as he approached a cluster of dandelions by the roadside. Zhuang Mo slowed his pace, his gaze fixed intently on the dandelions, inching forward step by step. When he was about 25 meters away, he noticed that the foremost dandelion puffs were all oriented towards him, poised for an attack. Previously, he had consulted the guide on mutated flora and fauna, which revealed that these aberrant plants were confined to a limited attack range. For instance, the guide indicated that the mutated dandelion possessed an attack radius of 20 meters. However, now it appeared to extend to approximately 25 meters, as the dandelion exhibited signs of aggression. His confidence in assessing distances stemmed from his previous life as an architect, where estimating distances was part of his professional expertise. Had these mutated dandelions undergone further evolution? He positioned the umbrella in front of him, crouched low behind it, and then took 2 careful steps forward. In an instant, the dandelion's fluffy seed head spiraled towards him. Seeds erupted forth, infiltrating the paper umbrella, swiftly taking root. Sensing the seed's assault had momentarily ceased, Zhuang Mo squinted his eyes, exerting his extraordinary ability to manipulate the plant fibers within the umbrella, promptly constricting the roots of all the seeds. Subsequently, he rose to his feet, quickly retrieving a circular serrated paper disc from his pocket, hurling it at the cluster of dandelions that had yet to launch their seed heads. The circular disc spun rapidly, tracing arcs of white lightning through the air. And in the blink of an eye, the seed-laden fluff cascaded to the ground. Eliminating first-level mutated dandelions was not particularly challenging. Yet these mutant plants were in a constant state of evolution. Their prey detection range had indeed expanded to 25 meters. Drawing a conclusion, Zhuang Mo flicked his left wrist towards the dandelions, now comprehending that in this community task, once both the issuer and executor clicked to complete the mission, the executor could receive points without the need for the watch to record it. Conversely, any chance encounters with mutated creatures or exotic species required recording on the watch, although it wasn't strictly necessary, as such occurrences were typically documented during combat. The watch is indeed remarkably intelligent. It can recognize a flower even from just half a petal scanned. When confronted with a densely packed group, the watch automatically estimates the approximate quantity, and its accuracy is consistently commendable. At that moment, Zhuang Mo directed the watch towards a dandelion, merely to test whether he could earn points twice. To his surprise, the watch reported detected 50 mutated dandelions, totaling 50 points. The street was not entirely safe, so Zhuang Mo decided to check if the points had been credited after getting into the car, to avoid leaving any loose ends. He held an umbrella and made his way to the bus stop. As he approached the bus stop, still over 100 meters away, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the ground nearby cracking open, and almost immediately, a blue-black rodent head emerged. It seemed as though there were more entities stirring beneath the surface. This is bad. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with the rodent head, Zhuang Mo realized he had been targeted by a swarm of mutated rats. His expression turned grave as he swiftly discarded the umbrella, launching a circular serrated paper disc towards the leading mutated rat, and then quickly pivoted to flee in the direction of the dandelion. The rapidly spinning disc forcefully severed the mutated rat in two, but the resistance was tremendous, leaving Zhuang Mo pale. Moreover, the mutated rats were astonishingly swift, and the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. His mind raced as he maneuvered the disc to hover 3 centimeters above the ground, charging towards the legs of the mutated rats. This time, it proved to be much easier, and the line of mutated rats that lost their legs managed to momentarily impede the relentless advance of their comrades behind. Seizing the moment, he ran while deftly maneuvering the paper to sever the legs of the mutated rats. Simultaneously, he swiftly opened his backpack, ripped off a sheet, and expertly cut it into a circular form with 120 serrated edges, sending it gliding close to the ground. As 2 circular, jagged paper pieces intersected, Zhuang Mo let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat saturating his forehead. Having just attended a class on harnessing his abilities, energy surged like a current from the west, coalescing around him. It was only through a strenuous effort that he managed to control both pieces of paper simultaneously, and he felt on the verge of collapse. The first mutated rat was reduced to a mass of writhing bodies on the ground, allowing Zhuang Mo's muscles to finally relax as he exhaled deeply. As he approached a little closer, he was struck by the multitude of crimson eyes glaring back at him, even noticing the twitching heads of the rats. Stifling his revulsion, Zhuang Mo snapped a panoramic photograph of their severed legs, then glanced at the time. Keeping close to the wall, which harbored fewer mutated rats, he sprinted toward the bus station. Upon boarding the bus and spotting soldiers clad in military attire, his racing heart finally settled. He had exhausted all his strength in dispatching the mutated rats. Should any further danger arise, he would be utterly defenseless. Before accepting the mission, he had thoroughly researched Area G, which was relatively safe, with mutated flora and fauna classified as level 1 or 2, and typically devoid of large groups of level 2 mutated animals. Today's circumstances were indeed unusual. After taking a seat, he glanced at his watch. Detected 208 level 2 mutated moles, totaling 416 points. What a windfall. The substantial points immediately alleviated Zhuang Mo's earlier nausea. On the bus, a military attendant exclaimed, "Goodness! Young man, there are hundreds of dead burrowing mice over there. Did you kill them all?" Zhuang Mo, adopting a rather evasive demeanor, promptly denied, "No, I merely passed by." The bus buzzed with chatter. Thank heavens there are awakened ones who eliminated these repulsive creatures. They reproduce monthly, and if left unchecked, we would face a mouse plague. I have already messaged the G district government to investigate whether any of these vile creatures remain in the area. I experienced a burrowing mouse disaster in my childhood. My sister was devoured alive. Chapter 13. Who is Tiger's father? Zhuang Mo sat quietly by the window, accessed his bank, and first completed the community task. He then noticed a recent notification from the bank. Detected 50 mutated dandelions for community tasks. Points distribution cancelled. 208 secondary mutated burrowing mice, totaling 416 points, have been credited. Please check your balance. Indeed, there were no loopholes to exploit. The dandelion dual-purpose plan had failed. Zhuang Mo checked his account balance. 597. As expected, poverty remained his most perilous affliction. Upon returning to his dormitory, he checked the bank again, noticing that the dandelion task creator still had not marked the task as complete. It was likely he would only realize the task's completion by morning. Subsequently, he accessed the guide to mutated flora and fauna, searching for burrowing mice. Secondary mutated animals, approximately 30 centimeters in length, with smooth blue-black fur, blood-red eyes, sharp teeth, elongated snouts, and robust forelimbs adept at digging, are swift in movement. They are timid when alone but attack in groups. During a visit to the ruins of Area C to attend a comrade's wedding, I encountered a swarm of creatures, darting about with astonishing speed. 2 of them even scurried up my legs, sending a chill down my spine. As for the matter of celery, it is imperative that the blue star does not lack ice abilities. Regardless of the entity, I shall freeze them all upon first contact. Do not even speak of it. I once froze 10 at once, yet the current batch remains unencased, while others emerge incessantly. Zhuang Mo retrieved an old notebook and penned a couple of lines. The mutated dandelion indiscriminately assaults nearby flora and fauna, detecting prey from a distance of approximately 25 meters, exhibiting minimal intelligence. The burrowing mole, aside from its subterranean prowess, possesses remarkable climbing and running speed, approximately double that of an ordinary human. Its fur is tough, and they attack en masse, devoid of discernible intelligence. Closing the notebook, Zhuang Mo felt a taut tension ease from his mind, swiftly drifting into slumber. Oblivious to the fact that the workers in Area G had been bustling about since 6 in the morning. Someone rode a motorcycle, broadcasting through loudspeakers across the district. Announcement. An outbreak of second-level mutated burrowing moles was reported last night. Residents are urged to inspect their homes for the presence of these moles. If discovered, do not panic. Eliminate one immediately and report 2 or more at once. Others meticulously combed the streets, prepared to exterminate any sighting. Although the mutated burrowing moles are of low rank, their capacity to reproduce and voracious appetite pose a dire threat. Should they proliferate, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a morning filled with diligent searching, not a single trace of these moles was found. It seemed they had congregated for a substantial meal, only to face a swift demise at the hands of those who sought to eliminate them. The sole straggler from the group was reduced to ash by soldiers at the marketplace. In the morning, a discussion thread within the community ignited fervently. Your 6th brother remarked, "Many are inquiring about the fate of the hundreds of burrowing mice that met their demise last night, yet only I possess the answer. Yesterday, I posted a task to eliminate the mutated dandelions. At 7:30 in the evening, clad in a raincoat, I opened the window for some fresh air and chanced upon a man wielding an umbrella, swiftly severing the heads of the dandelions before he headed towards the bus station. Just as I exhaled in relief and contemplated fully opening the window, I witnessed him being pursued by a horde of burrowing mice. With a sudden turn, he flung forth a white secret weapon, deftly slicing the mice's legs. Thus, the individual responsible for both the dandelion and burrowing mouse slaughters is the same person, known as Tiger's father. Gugu Breeding Farm. I encountered him on the bus yesterday. He appeared to be a student, clutching a paper umbrella, disembarking from the same stop as I at the Federal Ability Academy. 20-year-old mature young master. I am of the gold element, D class. Our class is not so impoverished. Drinkable and smokable. Which mature young master above is playing with a watch during class? I am Huang Lin. At this moment, the subject of discussion, Zhuang Mo, was engaged in physical training on the playground. He had previously encountered the physical training instructor, the military-clad beauty named Jiang Ying, who had debated enrollment in the ruins with Huang Lin at the academy's entrance. With a slender waist and legs, one punch from her could shatter a massive boulder into fragments. You wood element students are inherently feeble if you do not enhance your physical training. Are you prepared to become fodder for mutated plants? Jiang Ying's lips parted slightly as she commanded, "Let us begin with 30 laps to warm up." Upon her utterance, Han Junfeng had no choice but to join in the run. Physical training resonated well with Zhuang Mo as he adjusted his breathing to maintain a steady pace while running, blending into the middle of the group. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that teacher Jiang was constantly observing him, her gaze imbued with a complex mix of surprise and disappointment. By noon, Han Lingyu was utterly exhausted, relying entirely on Yi Xingqi to keep her moving. Song Yulong, who came to visit the newcomers, followed closely behind Zhuang Mo, chattering away. We were supposed to have physical training yesterday, but teacher Jiang was tied up with matters in her team this morning. How is the training going? It has only just begun, and there will be more to come. Weighted running, light weapon shooting, crawling under barbed wire, squats, and bench presses. When they gathered for lunch, Zhuang Mo treated himself generously, purchasing 5 scoops of spinach and a chicken leg, totaling 15 points. Song Yulong expressed his satisfaction. Physical training is incredibly taxing, so it's time to replenish with a chicken leg. He continued, by the way, students from the wood department should refrain from accepting missions in Ruins Area G for the time being. Recently, there has been an upsurge in mutated creatures with wings, and over 200 level 2 mutated rat swarms have appeared there, something unheard of before. He turned to Lingyu. As class monitor, you must ensure this information reaches your classmates. Zhuang Mo paused momentarily while biting into his chicken leg, then resumed devouring the meat. Han Lingyu nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Teacher Song, our classmates value their lives. No one will venture beyond the safe zone without protection. Yu Xingqi elegantly nibbled on a steamed bun, adding, let us refrain from discussing those squeaky creatures during meals. It's rather off-putting. Song Yulong reassured. Rest assured, those hundreds of mutated burrowing mice have already perished from excessive blood loss. Their legs have been severed, and the incisions are remarkably smooth, as if I had done the cutting myself. However, the community has revealed that the individual responsible for this extermination is likely quite impoverished. Presumably a student. Teacher Huang has ruled out students of E and D ranks, casting suspicion on a newcomer, particularly focusing on Bian Shurshan from Ruins Area A, known for possessing remarkable golden elemental talents. As you know, those who survive in Ruins Area A tend to exhibit somewhat abnormal capabilities. I inquired with Bian Shurshan, yet he denied any involvement and insisted that he would never engage in such cowardly antics as wielding an umbrella. Ahem. Zhuang Mo nearly choked on his bun. He has etched Bian Shurshan's name into his memory. To label him as cowardly is quite amusing. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhuang Mo glanced at his watch to find a new deposit of 90 points in his bank account. He checked the community platform and discovered that the task publisher had generously rewarded him with an additional 10 points. Accompanied by a note, the people of Ruins Area G expressed their gratitude to the hero who vanquished the burrowing mice. Zhuang Mo is indifferent to the title of hero. He simply has a pure affection for accumulating points. In the afternoon, the instructor for the major class was still Huang Lin. While the group practiced, Zhuang Mo observed a despondent individual radiating an air of defeat, who was called out by Huang Lin. Was that Bian Shurshan? Yi Xingqi cast a glance and remarked, too ugly. I don't recognize him. Han Lingyu smacked him on the head and exclaimed, how many times must I tell you not to discriminate based on appearance? She then turned to Zhuang Mo and confirmed, yes, that is indeed Bian Shurshan. I've heard he has consumed human flesh. He is quite abnormal. Best not to provoke him, as our wood element team cannot compete with anyone. It seems that life is not destined to last long. How terrifying. Zhuang Mo chose to forget the matter of Bian Shurshan mentioning his mother. Chapter 14. Quantifying extraordinary abilities outside the door, Huang Lin transferred 100 credits to Bian Shisan, stating, "You have only just awakened. How can you venture into such perilous ruins for a task? If you are short on funds, speak to your teacher, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." Observing Bian Shisan's strong-willed nature, Huang Lin felt compelled to offer further admonitions. In the future, strive to work in teams when undertaking missions. If the swarm of burrowing mice you faced yesterday had been 500 instead of 200, would you have been able to handle it? Bian Shisan replied, "No, I couldn't manage that. I couldn't even defeat 200. It was neither I who vanquished the burrowing mice nor the dandelions." Huang Lin sighed. "Oh, do not deny it. If it were not you, then who could it be? Yesterday, I had all the E and D grade students undergo rigorous training, unable to leave the academy. Moreover, I inquired and learned that someone saw you board the bus to Zone G yesterday. It wasn't me, truly not me. It must be you." Bian Shisan slowly opened his eyes, "But I am not called Tiger's father. I am known as 8,000 miles away." "Huh?" Huang Lin was left speechless. "I heard you only consumed plain rice and cabbage yesterday. With such an intense training regimen, how can one thrive without meat? If you encounter difficulties, you must speak to your teacher." Zhuang Mo received a notification on his watch, feeling quite moved. "Thank you, Teacher Huang. I shall treat myself to a chicken leg tonight." This new cohort of students displays a commendable spirit, some exhibiting great resilience, while others demonstrate adaptability. They are all good children. Yet, I remain curious about the true identity of Tiger's father. Could he perhaps be an assistant rather than a student? Indeed, to slay so many mutated rats requires formidable abilities, which certainly does not align with what one would expect from a mere student. Huang Lin furrowed his brow, pondering which assistant instructor could be so shameless as to compete with students for such a primary task involving mutated dandelions. He resolved to uncover the culprit and administer a stern reprimand. Throughout the week, Huang Lin diligently investigated the assistant instructors, but ultimately failed to identify the father of Huzi. "Teacher Huang, it certainly wasn't me. I was with you during the training exercises with the students that day. Have you forgotten?" He protested. "Mutated dandelions? I steer clear of them. I was infested as a child and had to spend over 500 points on surgery." For Huang Lin, this was merely a minor distraction. His primary focus remained on instructing the new students. After a week of classes, the freshmen had already grasped the fundamentals of perceiving and utilizing their abilities, as well as how to absorb energy from the world around them to enhance their innate powers. Yi Xingqi nudged Zhuang Mo's arm. "How is your energy absorption coming along? I feel as if the air is saturated with energy, yet I can't seem to absorb much of it." Zhuang Mo had now surpassed Han Lingyu, becoming the foremost student in the wood element category, and his gentle demeanor made him a favored source of inquiries among his classmates. Yi Xingqi shared meals with him daily, their bond growing ever closer, allowing him to ask anything without hesitation. The capacity to absorb energy correlates with the enhancement of one's abilities, naturally intertwined with talent. If you could absorb as much as you wished, wouldn't you instantly attain S rank? Why even bother with school? Yi Xingqi remarked, his sculpted profile nodding in agreement. "You have such a good temper. I wouldn't dare ask Lingyu. She might retaliate." Han Lingyu cast him a fleeting glance and admonished, "Make sure to take good notes during class, or I shall be compelled to reprimand you further." Huang Lin stood at the lectern, prompting Han Lingyu to sit up straight, while Zhuang Mo swiftly adopted a studious demeanor. "At this moment, you have begun to perceive, absorb, and utilize your extraordinary abilities, yet this awareness remains insufficiently defined. For you, these powers are still an abstract energy lacking precise quantification." Huang Lin continued, "In truth, such abilities must be quantified. Only then can you accurately gauge your remaining strength in battle. It is imperative to understand that when confronting advanced mutated flora and fauna, especially aberrant species, combat is not merely an output of extraordinary powers. It is, in fact, a calculated endeavor." Zhuang Mo's mind stirred as he recalled the near exhaustion he faced a week prior when he had to sever a rat's leg. At that moment, he could only vaguely sense the depletion of his powers, lacking the ability to quantify it accurately. As we have discussed previously, many erroneously believe that the essence of extraordinary abilities lies in the cores of aberrant species. However, this is a misconception. The true essence of these abilities is energy, which can be divided into two components. One derives from genetics, commonly referred to as talent, while the other originates from nature, which is also the source of the enhancement of extraordinary powers. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Mo pondered deeply. In the face of an impending apocalypse, where flora and fauna undergo spontaneous mutations and aberrant beings emerge abruptly, both low-level and high-level entities possess a relative combat capability. Humanity, having commenced this evolutionary journey far too late, still relies on the catalytic properties of aberrant cores for awakening. Is this the natural order of survival of the fittest? Are aberrant species truly the chosen organisms, or are they merely reservoirs of energy for humankind? Setting aside the perplexing questions for the time being, Zhuang Mo continued to listen attentively. You commence with the extraordinary abilities residing within your body, absorbing external energy while endeavoring to quantify these powers, thereby gaining a profound understanding of your own energy. Today, we shall delve into the art of quantifying our extraordinary abilities. The initial step in this process is concentration. Focus your mind and channel your abundant powers towards your heart. As Huang Lin's words echoed, Zhuang Mo endeavored to sense the extraordinary abilities coursing through him. They did not coalesce in one location, but rather flowed within every cell of his being. Closing his eyes, he sought to control the gathering of this energy. He felt his body grow lighter while his heartbeat intensified. Gradually, he perceived the energy forming a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball in the center of his heart. Remarkably, it seems to have expanded. Next, gradually release your extraordinary energy, Huang Lin instructed. For those of the ice affinity, begin by conjuring a single ice crystal, then 2, then 3, until exhaustion sets in. For those of the physical affinity, strike the sandbag before you, feeling the power of each punch until you can do so no more. For the wood affinity, coax the bamboo before you to grow, nurturing each stalk by 1 centimeter until you are spent. This task was akin to controlling the intricacies of plant fibers for Zhuang Mo, a meticulous endeavor fraught with the risk of causing the bamboo to shoot up uncontrollably. He glanced at Han Lingyu beside him, who had already entered a focused state. As one stalk of the potted plant slowly ascended, as he slowed the flow of his energy, he became increasingly aware of the subtle changes within his body. Delicate energy surged from his heart, coursing through his arms and converging at his fingertips before being released. The bamboo grew a fraction taller, while the spherical energy in his heart developed a small indentation. Bamboo shoots rose steadily, each one stretching towards the sky. The peculiar ping-pong ball seemed to have been nibbled at by an unseen force. He glanced at Shizhou, noticing a faint blush on Han Lingyu's face, while the bamboo before them had nearly reached its full height. Turning his attention to Yi Xingqi, he saw the young man maintaining his characteristic 45-degree posture, with the bamboo's growth progress at approximately 50%. Subsequently, he surveyed the state of the wood elemental group. All were diligently engaged in their tasks. Workers often dread being the weak link among their peers, yet thus far, Zhuang Mo felt quite satisfied with the colleagues he would be working alongside in the plantation. As for the breeding grounds, he had never given them much thought, although he excelled in assisting sows during farrowing and caring for them postpartum. It was evident that such high-level talents in the wood element would not be required there. The classroom scene was equally amusing, with the fire elemental group igniting flames only to have the water elemental group extinguish them, and then reigniting them once more, creating a playful cycle. Zhuang Mo touched his nose, wondering if he had missed something. Was it possible that the girl had commented on a mole on his nose? In such a spacious classroom, with the flesh elemental group seated at the front and the wood elemental group at the back, could she truly see a single mole? Perhaps she possessed the legendary vision of 1,000 miles. With a sigh, Zhuang Mo put away his watch and resumed his contest with the bamboo. He had earlier miscalculated, as 2 bamboo shoots had visibly grown by 1 centimeter and 3 millimeters. This indicated a flaw in the precision of his quantified ability. He needed practice to ensure that each bamboo shoot would grow an additional 3 millimeters. Certainly, the growth of the bamboo is predicated upon its existing height. After all, the bamboo of this moment is distinct from that of the previous moment. Who can tell which stalk has surged in height? After class, he engaged in a conversation with Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi regarding their perceptions of abilities and quantification. Chapter 15. The Newcomers Exchange Competition. It is a rather peculiar sensation. Warm and comforting, though I cannot precisely articulate it, Han Lingyu remarked. It's akin to the feeling one experiences when receiving compliments on their appearance, Yi Xingqi interjected. Zhuang Mo. What about you? Han Lingyu smiled, affirming, yes, it is quite similar. Zhuang Mo responded, is that so? I do fear the disparity with others. It feels far safer to conform than to stand out as an individual. Han Lingyu nodded in agreement. It appears our experiences of abilities are quite alike. I find quantification fascinating. The abilities coalesce within my heart, and I can sense the expenditure each time. It takes approximately 1/50th of my ability to induce a bamboo stalk to grow a single centimeter. Yi Xingqi pondered. I believe I might require 1/30th? I'm not entirely certain. Zhuang Mo concurred. I too am unsure. The amount seems so minuscule. If I had to estimate, perhaps 1,000th? It's truly difficult to ascertain. Controlling such a small expenditure of ability is quite taxing. I shall undoubtedly need to consume an extra bowl of rice tonight, or perhaps nibble on an additional steamed bun. The cafeteria alternates between rice and steamed buns, with Zhuang Mo preferring rice. Eating is a means of replenishing energy, which is entirely reasonable. After dinner, Zhuang Mo strolled alone around the academy, approaching any plant he encountered to carefully perceive its essence. He had not forgotten the indifference he felt towards the pumpkin seedlings upon his arrival. Now, he made his way directly to the teaching area, focusing on the pumpkin sprouts. These tender seedlings, when stir-fried, would emit a delightful aroma. Zhuang Mo felt a rush of saliva and simultaneously experienced a sense of relief. Excellent, excellent. He was still able to sense them. As he traversed from the teaching area to the playground and then to the ability training zone, he approached every plant he encountered with curiosity. He gently peeled away their outer layers, seeking to feel their essence. After engaging intimately with the pumpkin seedlings, roadside weeds, willow trees, bamboo, and roses, Zhuang Mo confirmed his hypothesis. Indeed, he could sense and manipulate plant fibers. Thus, his sensitivity was strongest towards trees and weakest towards flower petals. The inability to sense the pumpkin and wheat seedlings upon his arrival was due to their delicate nature, which contained minimal plant fibers. Furthermore, he had only just awakened, and his sensing abilities were still developing. He pondered whether this sensitivity would prove advantageous or detrimental in cultivation. Nonetheless, as someone endowed with a high-level talent, he had successfully stimulated bamboo growth and felt confident that inducing growth in crops would not pose a challenge in the future. After a leisurely tour, Zhuang Mo felt generally satisfied with the results of his experiment. His greatest fear was the inconsistency of his sensitivity toward plants. Upon returning to his dormitory, he prepared to upgrade his circular saw. In his haste to complete a task yesterday, he had hastily cut a piece of paper into a circle and fashioned serrations to serve as a circular saw blade. However, the shape and condition of the serrations were not quite right. He did not require the handle or base of the circular saw, only the blade itself. The effectiveness and speed of the circular saw in cutting were largely influenced not only by the material, but also by the design of the serrations. At this moment, he possessed no materials other than paper, yet his extraordinary ability enabled him to solidify it. Drawing inspiration from the appearance of a circular saw blade etched in his memory, Zhuang Mo meticulously crafted a circular shape from an A3 sheet, fashioning the teeth in an alternating pattern. Channeling his powers, he imbued the plant fibers with hardness, thereby enhancing the sharpness of the serrations. After assessing the rigidity of the teeth, he deemed it insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he fervently infused the serrations with his energy. He ceased only when half of his energy reserve remained, confident that the resulting blade now possessed the hardness of an alloy. He mused, "If I were to carve a mouse, it would be akin to slicing through a watermelon." Regrettably, experimentation within the confines of his dormitory was unfeasible. He resolved to venture outdoors to test his creation on a tree another day. Engaging in a moment of self-reflection, he set the circular saw blade aside and proceeded to fold an A3 sheet into the shape of a tiger. "Tiger, your father still loves you. I brought you into existence with my own hands. Though your father is managing to survive in this alternate realm, the addition of you into the equation could prove challenging, as you are well aware of your voracious appetite as a special breed of floral garden dog." He further channeled some of his energy into the tiger figure, rendering it both sturdier and heavier, standing upon the table like an exquisite figurine. Pleased with his creation, Zhuang Mo found companionship in daily conversations with the tiger, alleviating his solitude. Recently, his life at the academy had become remarkably structured. Jiang Ying shifted her focus from the military to the academy, resulting in a more fixed schedule for the new students. The indoor energy manipulation class primarily covered various mutated flora and fauna, as well as strategies for dealing with exotic species. Huang Lin provided elaborate explanations, supplemented by numerous first-hand accounts of combat experiences. Zhuang Mo invested 10 points to acquire a new notebook for meticulous note-taking. The outdoor energy manipulation class focused on energy absorption and training. Since Zhuang Mo became attuned to the energy circulating within the Western Zhou, he has even embraced the invigorating essence during his most mundane moments. After a week of adhering to a disciplined routine, all new students gathered on the elevated platform at the abilities training ground, seated according to their respective classes. During the general lectures, the newcomers had been divided into two groups. The wood element class belonged to the first group. It was only when the outdoor abilities lessons commenced that Zhuang Mo encountered most of the wind, thunder, earth, and flesh element practitioners. Notably, the number of awakened individuals in the flesh element was substantial, yet they constituted merely a small fraction of the first group, with the majority residing in the second. Having attended several classes together, Zhuang Mo had grown accustomed to the sight of these formidable figures with their striking features, muscular forms, pointed ears, and large eyes. The tradition of student interaction was a cherished custom at the Federation Abilities Academy, fostering a sense of internal competition and enhancing collective combat efficacy. However, this was of little consequence to the newcomers in the wood element, as the training ground was adorned with numerous large trees. Yet, given their current skills, they could only manage to make the leaves flutter in the air, far from commanding branches to extend for battle, rendering their presence more akin to spectators. The session of student interaction was about to commence. Huang Lin, Jiang Ying, and Han Junfeng arrived at the training ground, with instructors from other classes gradually making their entrance. The class leaders stepped forward to draw their combat numbers. Those who drew matching numbers would become adversaries. Han Lingyu was also required to draw, but in the event of combat, a simple acknowledgement of defeat would suffice, and the other classes would not hold it against them. Consequently, Zhuang Mo felt remarkably at ease, akin to a spectator enjoying a magic show without purchasing a ticket. Han Lingyu drew the number 3. And the wood element class collectively decided to have Yu Xingqi represent them in the battle. Regardless of the outcome, they aimed to lose gracefully. The first match showcased the ice and water factions, with both teams comprised entirely of female participants engaging in amicable exchanges. As an observer, Zhuang Mo found the friendly competition to be exceedingly captivating, with the slender waist of the ice faction and the long-haired elegance of the water faction proving to be quite exhilarating. In the second match, the fire faction faced off against the earth faction, where Zhang Zifei found himself thoroughly overwhelmed by the earth faction's prowess. His fireballs were extinguished the moment they were launched, buried under a deluge of sand that cloaked him entirely, leaving him with numerous cuts from the forceful impact. Chapter 16. I want to fight him. Zhuang Mo furrowed his brow. Currently, his attack range far exceeded that of his opponents, suggesting that the total amount of his initial abilities was significantly more abundant than those of other so-called prodigies. However, plant fibers are inherently flammable, and it is common knowledge that paper cannot contain fire, just as Zhang Zifei's fireballs could easily be snuffed out by the sand. His paper planes and paper saw blades would likewise be reduced to ashes by Zhang Zifei's flames. Yet, in contrast to the apocalyptic novels he had previously read, the awakeners in this world exhibited a relatively orderly state thus far. This order was not born out of a unified goal of survival against adversity, but rather a response to the chaos that ensued during the early stages of the apocalypse, which involved rampant violence in the plundering of resources. The federal government developed a new operational system whereby all resources must be exchanged for points, which are intrinsically linked to the real identities of the awakeners. In essence, even if one were to kill another awakener, their points could not be obtained, rendering mutual slaughter devoid of any benefit. The term relatively orderly is used because, firstly, this method fails to safeguard the majority of ordinary individuals. The wristwatches that store points require crystal core energy, which is not easily obtainable. The common folk lack such watches and rely on traditional currency, where a small coin equals 1 point and a large coin equals 10 points, with only these two denominations in circulation. Secondly, this is, after all, an apocalyptic world where power reigns supreme. If an A-grade powerhouse were to kill a D-grade awakener out of personal vendetta, it would be a mere act of violence, and there would be no expectation of retribution. Zhuang Mo's thoughts drifted to a peculiar mutated plant he had encountered in the Guide to Mutated Flora and Fauna, the third-level mutated mulberry tree. This tree is a treasure trove. Its fruit is delectably sweet and sour, its leaves can nourish pigs, and its bark can be used for papermaking. However, the most significant aspect is its fire-resistant trait post-mutation. If the bark of the mulberry can be transformed into paper, would the paper crafted from the fire-resistant mutated bark also possess fire-retardant properties? He pondered the necessity of seizing an opportunity to fell a couple of these trees for experimentation. His opponent was the metal-type Bian Shisan. Under the watchful gaze of Han Lingyu, he dismissed the idea of striking a pose and was about to concede gracefully. Bian Shisan, with his brow furrowed and a dejected expression, did not lift his gaze as he declared, "I refuse to fight you." Yu Xingqi was taken aback, then let out a cold chuckle. "You should never have considered fighting me. I am of the esteemed wood element." At that moment, Zhuang Mo felt Bian Shisan's gaze abruptly fixate on him, startling him. Yu Xingqi, standing in the arena, was equally astonished as he witnessed Bian Shisan point towards Zhuang Mo, stating, "I wish to battle him." Han Lingyu inquired, "What is he saying while pointing at you?" "It's too far to hear clearly." Zhuang Mo, bewildered, replied, "I have no idea." Bian Shisan, resolute and unwavering, pointed at Zhuang Mo while addressing a row of teachers to his right, raising his voice, "I want to fight him." At this, even Zhuang Mo could clearly hear, and he thought to himself that Bian Shisan must have lost his senses, for they had never even met. Furthermore, he possessed little combat prowess as a wood element user. Zhuang Mo feigned ignorance, focusing his attention inward. "Let him stand there," he mused. Upon raising his gaze, he witnessed Jiang Ying incapacitating Bian Shisan with a swift slap before dragging him away. Han Lingyu interjected, explaining, "Teacher Jiang is acting in Bian Shisan's best interest. It is said that he engages in self-harm when he feels down, often using blades to cut himself, and he insists on drawing blood." Zhuang Mo was taken aback, realizing, "No wonder he appears half alive. It seems he has lost too much blood. How terrifying. Who would dare confront someone with such psychological turmoil?" This brief incident involving Bian Shisan did not disrupt the newcomer exchange. Soon, the physical class 1 faced off against physical class 3. Two imposing figures, each standing nearly 2 meters tall, engaged in a fierce brawl, ultimately emerging battered and bruised, yet still entangled with one another. Jiang Ying swiftly intervened once more, dragging another combatant away. The newcomer exchange concluded with a notably amicable atmosphere. Han Lingyu turned to her fellow wood element classmates and remarked, "The newcomer exchange resembles a demonstration match, holding little relevance to our wood element group. However, in a month's time, during the newcomer trials, every individual must venture into the ruins. I can assure you that each year, someone perishes in those ruins, and the wood element group is no exception. The safe zones are indeed secure, yet no one can live perpetually within them. It is imperative that everyone enhances their physical training, even if one cannot contribute during combat. They must not become a hindrance." During dinner, Zhuang Mo inquired of Han Lingyu, "Have you ever visited the ruins?" From the heartfelt discourse of Han Lingyu, he discerned genuine emotion. In his perception, those raised within the safety of the secure zone should have never encountered peril. So he pondered why Han Lingyu exhibited such a profound sense of foreboding. Han Lingyu fixed her gaze upon him with utmost seriousness, replying, "I have indeed been there. And it is not just myself. Yu Xingqi has also ventured there, as have all individuals from the secure zone. In this apocalyptic world, no one can exist as a sheltered flower. Each year we must traverse the ruins for training. Typically, this occurs in the G and F sectors of the ruins. We acquire various weapons, such as long knives and bows and arrows, and some individuals are willing to pay a hefty price for firearms." Upon absorbing her words, Zhuang Mo finally comprehended why the two robust fighters in the exchange competition hailed from the secure zone, yet fought with such ferocity. It became evident that everyone had survived through relentless struggles. Within the confines of the academy, there is shelter, sustenance, and protection. Yet how many of these hard-won survivors can maintain their vigilance, recalling that this is a world where death lurks at every corner? Overthinking serves little purpose. Enhancing one's strength is the undeniable truth. After exchanging a few more words with the two, Zhuang Mo continued to eat. For consuming food is also a means of absorbing energy to fortify one's capabilities. A shadow loomed over the trio, prompting Zhuang Mo to glance up and discover Bian Shisan. "I saw you that day. You are quite formidable." Bian Shisan's voice sounded notably weak. "Let us engage in combat." Yu Xingqi, losing his composure in indignation, retorted, "Why not challenge by Xiaoyu or Zhang Zifei instead? Why come after us, the wood element users? Why not compete with us in farming?" Zhuang Mo, having finished the last grain of rice in his bowl, promptly rose and pulled Bian Shisan to a secluded corner of the dining hall. "What did you see?" he inquired. "The bus," you replied, clutching a paper umbrella as you boarded on Jingsan Weishi Road. Zhuang Mo stroked his chin. while the sight of paper airplanes killing birds aboard an airship was not particularly bizarre. He was aware from the freshman orientation that slaying 200 level 2 mutated burrowing moles certainly classified one among the elite of F-level newcomers. He wished to keep his formidable combat prowess concealed, for it would seem illogical within the context of this world dominated by what attributes. You've mistaken the person. He chose to deny. I'll inform Teacher Huang, Bien Shursan retorted, leaning against the wall and raising his left wrist, prepared to send a message. Hey, why involve the teacher? Zhuang Mo interrupted. What do you want? Chapter 17, Superior Talent and Gold Attributes. Is that all? Let us have a spar, Bien Shursan proposed. Regardless of the outcome, I shall keep your secret. Zhuang Mo extended his left hand. Let us at each other as friends and arrange a time later. It was best to stall for now. After they exchanged contact information, Bien Shursan departed, satisfied. Returning to the table, Yi Xingqi was still sipping egg drop soup, while Han Lingyu wore a worried expression. Did Bien Shursan give you a hard time? Zhuang Mo shook his head. No. He offered no further explanation, and they refrained from probing further. Their camaraderie was one of unspoken understanding. That evening, just as Zhuang Mo finished his shower and settled down for a brief rest, a message from Bien Shursan arrived. See you at the training ground at 11. This individual certainly had a knack for being considerate, knowing to choose a time when the place would be deserted. Alas, this predicament is entirely of his own making. He neglected to don a mask while embarking on his mission, resulting in his identification. At that moment, he could hardly have anticipated the emergence of the mutated drill mouse, which has since stirred the city into a frenzy. With still some time to spare before 11 o'clock, Zhuang Mo closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the energies swirling about his body. The energy, formless and colorless, ebbed and flowed around him. Following the breathing techniques taught by Huang Lin, Zhuang Mo relaxed his muscles, positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, and placed his palms upward at his sides. His tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth. He cleared his mind and focused, expelling the impure while drawing in the pure. The flow of energy around him quickened, penetrating through his pores and circulating throughout his body, ultimately converging in his heart pulse. After 2.5 hours, Zhuang Mo finally rose. The absorption of energy had become as instinctive as eating or drinking. Although the supernatural essence at his heart pulse remained the size of a ping-pong ball, he sensed it had solidified considerably. He deftly folded a sheet of A3 paper into a long rectangle with creases on either side, then twisted plant fibers into a paper rope, completing the makeshift mask. Setting the mask aside, he turned his gaze to the figure of Huzi standing on the table. Huzi, father is going to battle now. This upcoming confrontation is exceptionally perilous, as I shall face the formidable Jinsi, a high-level talent from Ruins Area A, rumored to be the strongest among this year's newcomers. Shortly, I shall engage in a few exchanges and then concede. Do not think less of me for it. You know well that I have always settled for second place rather than striving for the top. After instructing Huzi to take care of the household, Zhuang Mo donned the mask, slung his bag containing the A3 paper over his shoulder, and grasped the circular saw blade, making his way to the training ground, which lay shrouded in darkness. He advanced towards the solitary glimmer of light ahead. Bien Shursan had already been waiting, a torch standing at his feet. You have arrived. The blade in Bien Shursan's hand, approximately 15 centimeters long, reflected a cold light in the darkness. Zhuang Mo held a circular saw blade at his fingertips, spinning rapidly, creating a blur of motion. Let us keep it to that, Zhuang Mo said. It wouldn't be good to explain an injury to the teacher. Bien Shursan nodded in agreement. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, the training ground silent and deserted, accompanied only by the gentle whispers of the breeze. Bien Shursan stood upright, a serious expression forming on his indifferent face, his fingers loosening as the blade swiftly flew towards Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo furrowed his brow. The paper saw blade had already been launched. Clash! The weapons collided in midair, producing a crisp sound that resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. In that instant, the wind stilled, and the moon concealed itself. Bien Shursan's eyes widened in disbelief. His blade had been severed by that peculiar-looking paper? He staggered forward a few steps, his voice growing fainter. I've lost. With his weapon shattered, what was left to continue the fight? Zhuang Mo was equally bewildered. He hadn't expected Bien Shursan's cutting power to rival that of his saw blade. He had intended to engage in a few exchanges before feigning exhaustion and conceding. Who would have thought that the opponent's weapon would be so easily defeated? Yet, Bian Shisan was indeed formidable. The fire-wielding Zhang Zifei could only control a fireball about 1 meter and 30 centimeters away, while Bian Shisan's blade had clearly reached a distance of around 2 meters. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Zhuang Mo called out. Brother, losing is fine. There's no need to harm yourself. As the conversation unfolded, Bian Shisan had already inflicted the third cut upon his arm, each incision drawing forth crimson blood, saturating his flesh. Alas, provoking a madman was my folly. Zhuang Mo approached Bian Shisan, who was engrossed in his self-harm, attempting to dissuade him. This is self-mutilation. And should the Academy inquire, you cannot implicate me. I have no part in this. Bian Shisan's actions indeed faltered for a moment, allowing Zhuang Mo to swiftly seize the blade from his grasp. A profound anguish marred Bian Shisan's visage. The denizens of this world may find it difficult to comprehend his actions, deeming him a pervert or a lunatic. However, Zhuang Mo, hailing from the land of flowers, understood that those who resort to such self-harm often possess a gentle and kind-hearted nature. Non-suicidal self-injury typically arises from an inability to manage one's emotions, struggling to cope with stress and agony in a healthy manner. Inflicting pain upon oneself can provide a sense of release for such individuals. Why label them as kind? Because in their moments of suffering, they choose to harm themselves rather than inflict harm upon others. Zhuang Mo held great promise for Bian Shisan and saw the potential for alliance. His principle was to cultivate good relations with all, avoiding enmity whenever possible. Can one truly thrive as a lone wolf? Such a role is not easily assumed. It requires an unbeatable start to walk that solitary path. Moreover, within the combat framework of this world, even those who attain S rank cannot contend with an 8th-level aberration, and confronting higher-tier anomalies necessitates teamwork. Even disregarding such distant considerations, the Academy's regulations dictate that new students must form teams for their training after a month. Bian Shisan's attention wavered, and the pain etched upon his face was replaced by a look of bewilderment. However, those of the metal affinity wield blades, he murmured. Zhuang Mo sighed. While the water and fire elements could be extracted from nature to forge weapons such as fire dragons and water arrows, the metal affinity was unable to conjure blades from thin air. It was not that it was impossible, but rather that the iron shards created from temporarily extracting iron elements from the earth were typically insufficiently sharp. Thus, within the Academy, those adorned with blades were predominantly of the metal affinity. In this regard, he found a resemblance, as he too could not fabricate paper from nothing. The distinction lay in his origins from a prosperous civilization, equipped with a foundational understanding of physics. Whereas Bian Shisan and his companions barely grasped literacy under the aegis of the federal government. It was akin to certain regions in his past life, possessing fertile land yet devoid of agricultural knowledge, where sowing seeds was considered sufficient, neglecting fertilization and weeding, relying solely on the whims of fate for harvest. His paper circular saw blade could sever Bian Shisan's blade primarily due to its high rotational speed. He found little inclination to elaborate further, instead tossing the paper circular saw blade to him. If you shape your knife like this, your combat effectiveness will significantly enhance. Bian Shisan scrutinized the oddly shaped disc in his hand. Skepticism etched across his face. Circular? No knife is circular. Zhuang Mo affirmed. Indeed, circular. The confidence in Zhuang Mo's tone and his aura of expertise swayed Bian Shisan, prompting him to consider a trial. However, given his current level, he could not freely manipulate the shape of the blade, which necessitated the expenditure of points to undertake a task. Zhuang Mo understood this well. After all, metal was not as easily controlled as plant fibers, which could be both cut and extended with relative ease. Once I have crafted the weapon, we shall engage in battle. Bian Shisan declared. Zhuang Mo, is it not a tad ungrateful to use the weapon I taught you against me? A look of confusion flickered in Bian Shisan's eyes. Zhuang Mo pressed on. Once you master the weapon and find it useful, you'll still owe me some points, wouldn't you agree? Bian Shisan pondered for a moment and nodded. You are right. How many points? A flat rate of 300. Would 295 suffice? Deal. Zhuang Mo felt a sense of satisfaction at Bian Shisan's reaction. After all, humans are inherently social creatures, and witnessing peculiar responses from others can evoke an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. For instance, Zhuang Mo found amusement in Bian Shisan's haggling over a mere 5 points. 13. Let us consider this an acquaintance forged through our negotiations. From now on, we are friends. Friends. Is that so? Chapter 18. The worn socks and tattered shoes. Upon enrollment, the academy provided several sets of clothing, yet not a single pair of shoes was included. It dawned on Zhuang Mo that he possessed only a pair of tattered sneakers left behind by the original owner. Surely, he could not attend class barefoot tomorrow? With a sigh, he fashioned a rudimentary pair of shoes out of paper. Though they were called shoes, they resembled more of foot coverings. He infused them with his abilities, rendering the paper both resilient and pliable, thus resembling foot coverings even more. The paper constructs took shape in accordance with his mental commands, the entire process consuming merely a few seconds. Well, it is certainly better than going barefoot. Song Yulong gazed in astonishment at the paper foot coverings on Zhuang Mo's feet. Zhuang Mo, you are truly talented. Are these shoes made of cardboard? Quickly, put on mine. I estimate our foot sizes are quite similar. Song Yulong handed him a pair of semi-new sneakers. Zhuang Mo, unceremoniously, removed the paper shoe covers and placed them into his bag, revealing his worn socks with holes, exposing both big toes to the air. I shall purchase 2 pairs of shoes and a few pairs of socks shortly, he stated calmly. The two boarded the bus and, after a mere 10 minutes, arrived at the Shangrui market. This market was significantly larger than the small bazaar they had encountered in the ruins of Area G. It appeared, perhaps due to its location within a safe zone, that there were no soldiers stationed nearby. Only individuals donned in uniforms, resembling city management officers from Huagua, casually wandered about. Indeed, wherever there is human activity, one cannot escape the presence of city officials. This has been an eternal truth. Even in a transformed world, it remains unchanged. These officials were all awakened beings, while the small vendors were predominantly ordinary people. Song Yulong elucidated, markets are under government regulation, and the Shangrui market is quite formal, making transactions here relatively safe. It is the most affordable among the regulated markets. He continued, in addition to this market, there exists an underground black market on South Street. As you may know, there are always places beyond the reach of governmental oversight. However, that is not a realm for someone of your stature. Zhuang Mo harbored no interest in the black market. As Song Yulong had stated, it was not a place for someone as vulnerable as he. The Shangrui market offered a variety of goods, and many students from their academy frequented it during their bi-weekly days off. Guided by Song Yulong, they ventured deeper into the market, seeking clothing and footwear. After navigating a couple of turns, they arrived at the section dedicated to garments and shoes. The selection ranged from both new and used items, but upon glancing at the prices for new shoes, Zhuang Mo was immediately taken aback, turning away in shock. What kind of shoes are priced above 500 points? The exorbitance of such a sum is almost inscribed upon Zhuang Mo's face. For he currently possesses a mere 620 points in his bank, insufficient to purchase even 2 pairs of shoes. The vendor's gaze shifted from the new shoe section to the pre-owned area, where he enthusiastically presented, these are second-hand shoes. Rest assured, they belong to individuals who recently departed. Look at this pair. It is still about 80% new. Song Yulong interjected, this pair seems quite decent. Do you have enough points? If not, I can lend you some. As Zhuang Mo listened to the vendor's sales pitch, his eyes wandered over the array of old shoes, invoking memories of the original owner who had frequently scavenged for deceased individuals' clothes and footwear to sell. Oftentimes, the bodies were so mangled they were barely recognizable, and their garments were in tatters, yet the shoes remained intact. Ultimately, Zhuang Mo selected a pair of athletic shoes that appeared to be 60% new, along with 5 pairs of socks, totaling 123 points. He refrained from bargaining, as the vendor had displayed a sign stating that negotiation was not permitted. To his surprise, the vendor spoke up. I see you are a student from the Federal Ability Academy, brought here by Teacher Song. Ordinary folks like us rely on you for survival. I'll waive the extra points. You can pay just 120 points. Come back when you've had a good wear. After purchasing the shoes and socks for 120 points, Zhuang Mo's balance dwindled to 500 points. Since he was already there, he decided to spend an additional 80 points on a jacket and 75 points on a pair of trousers. The 2 sets of clothing provided by the academy were suitable only for summer, and with the cooler weather approaching, he found himself in need of warmer attire. As he approached the vibrantly colored underwear section, Zhuang Mo halted, covering his face in embarrassment. Alas, he is currently clad in paper underwear. Although his abilities have somewhat softened the discomfort, both psychologically and physiologically, he still feels a certain unease. After some contemplation, he reluctantly spent 45 points to purchase 3 pairs of new underwear, opting against second-hand options. along with modest yet not inexpensive items such as matches, nail clippers, and embroidery needles. His expenditures left him with merely 250 points. It has become evident that points are earned rather than saved. Relying solely on the meager rewards from the moles will not suffice for long, and a trip to the ruins of Zone G is inevitable. Upon reflection, he came to understand that this is likely due to the notoriety associated with the name of Tiger's father. Many individuals in Zone G became acquainted with this name following the mole incident, making it considerably easier for him to accept tasks within the community. Fame, it seems, does have its advantages. He had 3 assignments, all categorized as level 1 or 2 mutations. One involving a patch of level 2 mutated roses available today, another featuring a flock of a dozen level 2 mutated black-topped sparrows, and a final task concerning a patch of level 1 mutated dandelions due tomorrow. These tasks had been meticulously selected by Zhuang Mo, with a preference for plants, as mutated flora have a limited attack range and are generally immobile, making them more suitable for novices. The secondary choice was mutated birds, a decision rooted in his prior experience in dealing with them. Furthermore, there are not many applicants for mutated dandelions or roses. High-level awakened individuals dismiss this modest point reward, while low-level awakened ones lack the range to approach without being pricked by the roses. For instance, Bian Shursan's attack range is only about 2 meters at present. Zhuang Mo was acutely aware that his attack range could extend beyond 30 meters, not due to a significantly higher level of his extraordinary abilities, but rather because of the lightweight and easily maneuverable nature of his weapon. He surmised that those capable of engaging in the extermination of such long-range attacking mutated plants were likely high-level awakened individuals equipped with protective gear, such as paper umbrellas, or those undertaking other tasks while opportunistically harvesting a bit of mosquito meat. Regarding the mutated rose, Huang Lin had recently lectured on it, referring to it as the assassin rose. This second-tier mutation was characterized by its more vibrant flower colors, intensified fragrance, and finer, sharper thorns. Its method of attack involved launching sharp spines, with a prey detection range of approximately 30 meters, specifically targeting humans while being indifferent to other flora and fauna. Notably, it did not consume blood or flesh, merely relishing the act of pricking. However, its life cycle from bloom to withering was typically a mere fortnight, implying that even if left unattended, it would lose its aggressiveness after that period. The community's commentary on the assassin rose was rather intriguing. Chapter 19. Few words, obedient, capable. The humble me harbors grand dreams. What fault lies with the rose? Its thorns exist solely for self-preservation. One need only refrain from approaching it. The world's unluckiest. Should I find myself on the brink of demise, I would willingly perish at the hands of a rose. Empathetic observer. This creature appears incapable of discerning humanity, as mutated animals can swagger past it without eliciting any reaction. After perusing the comments, Zhuang Mo gleaned little pertinent information regarding combat. Nevertheless, the roses posed no significant threat to him. He could simply sever their heads while remaining outside their detection range. Subsequently, he searched for the secondary mutated sparrow, deeming it unnecessary to consider the primary mutated dandelion. The mutated black-capped sparrow, a secondary variant, retains its original size post-mutation, with both male and female exhibiting distinct black markings from the crown to the abdomen. Its beak measures approximately 8 centimeters and is adorned with fine serrations. When its wings are spread, they extend to twice its body length, enabling agile and rapid flight. This bird has a penchant for flesh and is known for its scavenging tendencies. According to observations, sparrows possess a peculiar habit of convening daily at dawn and dusk on a particular large tree. The mutated sparrow emits a considerably louder call post-transformation, and when gathered, their collective chirping can be quite formidable. The ringing of the class bell signifies that among the secondary mutated birds, they are notably powerful. Previously, they were witnessed usurping nests from mutated swallows, leading to the unfortunate demise of the swallow's young. Despite being categorized as secondary mutations, the roots of mutated plants remain immobile, whereas mutated animals can detect prey through auditory, visual, and olfactory senses. Clearly, the secondary mutated sparrow is a focal point of interest during this expedition into the ruins of Zone G, ultimately drawing from his previous encounter with the mutated mole. Zhuang Mo's caution has intensified. He sent a voice message to Bian Shursan, inviting him to join the mission, essentially hiring Bian Shursan at a price equivalent to 1/3 of the points earned on this journey. Bian Shursan, an awakened individual emerging from the ruins of Zone A, had taken the same bus to Zone G, indicating that he too was in need of points. Furthermore, Bian Shisan was already aware of Zhuang Mo's identity as Tiger's father and, having been previously disarmed by him, felt no need to conceal his combat abilities. The reason the points total is 1/3 lies in the matter of combat prowess. If Bian Shisan can currently hold his own against him, he stands to gain half of his opponent's points. Meanwhile, at the watch, Bian Shisan readily agreed, and the two, having skipped their meal, promptly headed towards Zone G. In the vehicle, Bian Shisan pointed to Zhuang Mo's mask, querying whether it was suffocating. The mask struck him as peculiar, covering only half of the face while leaving the nostrils and mouth exposed. Zhuang Mo, now adept at origami, had crafted a mask that was both aesthetically pleasing and practical. The loosely woven plant fibers did not impede his breathing in the slightest. He warmly invited Bian Shisan, not suffocating at all. Would you care for one? It effectively conceals your face, preventing others from recognizing you. It's not expensive, just 15 points each. Of course, he refrained from mentioning that it cost little more than a pair of undergarments. That was merely a thought in his mind. After hearing his sales pitch, Bian Shisan hesitated briefly before shaking his head. I have no money. The business venture having fallen through, Zhuang Mo did not dwell on it. Instead, he inquired about Bian Shisan's weaponry. Bian Shisan appeared somewhat lethargic as he replied, I can only obtain it by tomorrow. Zhuang Mo nodded, understanding that this implied he lacked effective weaponry for today. He retrieved a set of 10 embroidery needles from his backpack and offered them to Bian Shisan, stating, 20 points. I specifically brought these from the Shangrui market. Though he had purchased them for 10 points, he justified the markup as reasonable for the effort. Bian Shisan, having survived in the A ruins, may have seemed somewhat daft, but he was not foolish. Being of the gold element, he recognized that these needles were intended as weapons capable of shooting birds. 20 points is too expensive, Bian Shisan remarked. Zhuang Mo was determined to sell the needles to him. Otherwise, the 10 points spent on purchasing them would be in vain. Thus, he patiently educated him. Your current attack range is merely 2 meters, allowing you to control only a single blade. You cannot even manage to take down 5 sparrows. When I undertake missions with you, you are of little assistance. Why should I allocate points to you? However, with these needles, the scenario changes entirely. Needles are significantly lighter than iron plates, enabling you to exert control over a greater distance. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Bian Shisan found the reasoning compelling and nodded. Then I shall purchase 5. Zhuang Mo replied, very well. At the very least, it is not a loss, and the remaining 5 will eventually be sold to Bian Shisan. The bank confirmed the transaction, 10 points. Although he was preparing a weapon for Bian Shisan, Zhuang Mo would not place his hopes for combat in others. To say nothing of it, among the F-grade newcomers, he likely held the highest combat prowess. Inviting Bian Shisan along was merely a precaution. As for conducting business, that was a task he could handle effortlessly. This time, he had brought a paper umbrella, a circular saw blade made of paper, a paper airplane, and a backpack containing a stack of A3 paper, ensuring he was fully prepared. The two disembarked at Jinkawai Road, ready to tackle the dandelions. After walking for a few minutes along Wei Road, Bian Shisan charged towards the dandelions ahead. Zhuang Mo swiftly grabbed him, cautioning, do not act impulsively. Battle requires strategy. Bian Shisan turned with a puzzled expression. He had previously slain dandelions, finding them easy to defeat, merely suffering a parasitic arm injury, which could be resolved by slicing away the infected flesh with a blade. However, the dandelion could sense prey within a radius of approximately 25 meters. Did he intend to offer himself as nourishment for the seeds by charging in unarmed? As he spoke, Zhuang Mo handed him the umbrella. In this manner, you can crouch and advance forward while holding the umbrella. The seeds will be drawn to it, ensuring your safety. Now, proceed with the umbrella for approximately 100 meters, or 100 steps, then crouch and await the dandelion's onslaught. Once you sense that the attack has subsided, take another step forward. This particular cluster of dandelions, worth 60 points, was evidently fewer than the last encounter, which could be managed with the paper umbrella. Bian Shisan gazed at the paper umbrella, a look of realization dawning upon him. So this was its purpose. Grasping the paper umbrella, he followed Zhuang Mo's instructions, advancing 100 steps before promptly crouching down. Instantly, he felt the dandelions rushing towards him in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, silence enveloped the surroundings, and he took another step forward. Again, he heard the sound of seeds striking the surface of the umbrella. From a distance, Zhuang Mo observed the dandelions devoid of their fluffy seed heads, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Bian Shan was commendable, quiet, obedient, and capable. After the plants mutated, they indeed resembled animals more closely. Their roots could no longer regenerate. And at this moment, these dandelions without their fluffy heads were essentially lifeless. This was knowledge Zhuang Mo had recently acquired during his previous encounter with the dandelions. He had never contemplated the possibility of regeneration. Rising from his crouched position beneath the umbrella, Bian Shan surveyed the dandelions stripped of their fluffy heads, his large eyes wide with astonishment. Clutching the umbrella tightly, he made his way towards Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo took the umbrella, his abilities coursing through the handle. And in an instant, all the dandelion seeds rooted within the umbrella were eradicated. With Bian Shan standing guard, Zhuang Mo shook out the dead seeds from the umbrella, and the two of them then proceeded on foot towards Wei'er Road. It is worth mentioning that the inhabitants here do not walk along the edges of the streets, but rather tread in the very center, for the peripheries are often home to mutated flora. However, the ruins of Area G are frequently visited by awakened individuals on missions, and a considerable number have made their residence here. Thus, the presence of mutated plants and animals is not overly abundant. While walking, Zhuang Mo noticed the longing gaze of Bian Shan fixated on the umbrella and tentatively proposed 45 points, lifetime warranty. Chapter 20, Upholding Justice. Eradicating roots, he considered himself a conscientious merchant, as a mere paper umbrella cost no more than 3 pairs of undergarments. To put it plainly, once this paper umbrella is out of his hands, it merely serves as a shield against ranged attacks. Bian Shan appeared somewhat hesitant, yet drawn by the allure of dandelions, which could yield dozens of points with a single harvest. He quickly decided, I will purchase it once I complete my task and earn the points. Not a problem. Zhuang Mo readily agreed, deducting the amount from the points he owed Bian Shan. The key was to demonstrate the effectiveness of the product to encourage purchasing behavior. How could he make others see the utility of the paper umbrella like Bian Shan, without revealing his own identity? Moreover, he had more than just paper umbrellas to sell. Not far from the intersection of Jingxi and Wei'er roads lay a cluster of roses. Although Zhuang Mo had admired the community's praises of the stunning, mutated roses prior to his departure, he was nonetheless captivated upon encountering the vibrant blooms. As twilight descended, the passionate red of the roses was so fervent it seemed to blaze, their brilliance magnified under the shroud of the dim evening. Zhuang Mo gazed for a couple of seconds. For tonight he would enact divine justice, eradicating the roots of the flowers. The roses were undeniably beautiful, yet their thorns were equally sharp. And with such a vast cluster of roses, one could only imagine the multitude of thorns. This task would be better suited for a fire wielder with a broader attack range. A single blaze could incinerate them all. However, Zhang Zifei, the newly awakened fire user with advanced talent, had a meager attacking range of less than 1.5 meters, while Bian Shan, possessing advanced talent in the gold element, fared little better with a range of just about 2 meters. It seemed that he would have to take matters into his own hands. Zhuang Mo retrieved a circular saw blade and positioned himself approximately 30 meters away from the rose bushes. Just as he was about to hurl the blade, a gentle breeze stirred the petals, causing them to flutter open. His gaze sharpened, and he swiftly urged Bian Shan to retreat a dozen meters. Once they had come to a halt, Bian Shan noticed that among the petals, there were indeed numerous caterpillars crawling about. These caterpillars, measuring 5 to 6 centimeters in length, writhed with their grass-green bodies, adorned with a dense covering of venomous hairs. Bian Shan assessed them briefly. Ordinary, non-mutated caterpillars. The mutated ones he had encountered were already 20 centimeters long. Zhuang Mo felt a slight sense of relief. His understanding of mutated species and their behaviors was indeed inferior to Bian Shan's, who had survived in the most perilous regions of the Central Base, specifically in the A district of the ruins. It was said that the ordinary inhabitants of the A district possessed combat abilities that could rival certain F-class awakened beings, whose combat experience was often lacking. Groups of these ordinary individuals could contend with first-level anomalies. In this moment, Zhuang Mo chose to temporarily trust Bian Shan's judgment, for he too discerned that the caterpillars were unmutated, as they appeared altogether too normal. The assassin rose indeed exhibits no hostility towards any species other than humans. Even unmutated caterpillars can prey upon the secondary mutated roses. However, even these unmutated caterpillars possess venom, and in his childhood, Zhuang Mo had often suffered from their stings. For safety's sake, he decided to keep his distance from this patch of roses. Bien Sure-san exclaimed, "Lend me your umbrella. I shall slay the rose." Zhuang Mo shook his head, understanding that employing the same method used against dandelions would be ineffective against the assassin rose. The thorns would not embed themselves in the umbrella, but would rather launch directly at him. If one of those sharp, hardened thorns were to pierce his heart or temple, it would spell disaster. Hence the name assassin rose, for its thorns are indeed lethal. To be prudent, Zhuang Mo resolved to take matters into his own hands and sever the heads of the roses himself. He swiftly launched a paper circular saw blade in accordance with the wind direction, and with its high rotational speed and cutting power, the heads of the roses fell, their crimson petals scattering to the ground like spilled blood. The beauty was fleeting, carried away by the wind. Zhuang Mo breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that once severed, the roses were rendered lifeless and incapable of firing their thorns. Had they behaved like those mutated flowers in Ruins District D, which continued to pursue Li Dazhuang with their tongues out even after being decapitated, he would have had to exert considerably more effort. He had developed a fondness for his ability to manipulate paper. Had the paper not been so manageable, his control would have been far less effective, rendering these tasks considerably perilous. Now, he merely needed to stand at a safe distance from the danger zone to decapitate the roses, ensuring his own safety. This small accumulation of points was assured. "Let us proceed," he said to Bien Sure-san. Bien Sure-san seemed dispirited. "You can control your weapon to fly several dozen meters." Zhuang Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Even among geniuses, there exists a disparity. For instance, you are an ordinary genius, while I am a genius among geniuses." Bien Sure-san, ordinary genius? A look of confusion flickered in his vacant eyes, and he immediately reached for a blade to harm his arm. Zhuang Mo restrained him, displaying remarkable patience. 13. Though you may be an ordinary genius, you are my friend. Once you acquire the weapon I will teach you, complemented by a paper umbrella, you shall no longer be ordinary. Bien Sure-san replied, "But you can wield your weapon with precision over dozens of meters. You cannot compare us. Consider this. There are those in the physical realm who possess extraordinary abilities like keen eyesight and acute hearing. Can you? You can manipulate various metals, which I cannot. At best, I can make paper harder than certain metals." The latter part of his statement remained unvoiced. Bien Sure-san nodded. "I can control metal, and you cannot." Zhuang Mo felt satisfied. Who claimed Bien Sure-san was difficult to communicate with? They successfully deterred Bien Sure-san from self-harm and were about to head towards Jinglu Road when Zhuang Mo suddenly sensed a chilling gaze piercing from behind, and it was numerous. Bien Sure-san, more attuned to danger than Zhuang Mo, also felt the threat. Years of combat had made him familiar with such prying eyes. "Many pairs of eyes," he whispered. "They see us." Zhuang Mo immediately recalled the six-eyed caterpillars on either side of them and realized that the caterpillars had mutated. Not only had they mutated, but they had also locked onto their position. Almost simultaneously, Zhuang Mo and Bien Sure-san turned, instinctively launching their weapons towards the rose bushes. A paper circular saw blade and an embroidery needle shot out with astonishing speed, one to the left and the other to the right. In a state of extreme peril, a multitude of mutated caterpillars came into Zhuang Mo's line of sight. Approximately 20 centimeters in length, their hue shifted from vibrant green to an ominous black. On either side of their heads sprouted 10 pairs of eyes, their mandibles bared, revealing sharp and formidable teeth, while their bodies were adorned with clusters of white, venomous bristles. Countless pairs of limbs writhed beneath them. Contrary to their usual slow movement, these caterpillars arched their bodies, unleashing their toxic bristles with alarming velocity. "We must not allow their stingers to penetrate," Bien Sure-san shouted. "Their venom is highly toxic." Zhuang Mo's heart seized with trepidation. A mere glance at the mutated caterpillars was enough to compel him to retreat hastily, maneuvering his paper umbrella to shield himself. He deftly directed a circular saw-shaped paper disc towards the nearest mutated caterpillar. The disc spun through the air, accelerating with purpose. With a swift motion, the first mutated caterpillar was cleaved in two, a viscous green liquid oozing from the severed remains. Zhuang Mo dispatched 3 of the grotesque creatures in quick succession, allowing himself a momentary sigh of relief. He continued to direct the paper saw to eliminate more of the caterpillars while casting a sidelong glance at Bien Sure-san, who had launched a sewing needle that pierced through the mandibles of another caterpillar. The creature writhed in agony upon impact before finally succumbing to stillness. These mutated caterpillars were likely of a lower level. Their venomous bristles had a limited range and posed no significant threat to them. After the paper saw dispatched the last of the caterpillars within view, Zhuang Mo propped his umbrella and cautiously advanced a few steps, his gaze meticulously scanning the corpses of the caterpillars to ensure no survivors remained. At that moment, a colossal figure slowly emerged from within the rose bushes. The instant Zhuang Mo discerned the silhouette, his body froze in sheer terror. A colossal, pitch-black mutated caterpillar, measuring approximately half a meter in length and adorned with an array of densely packed, venomous spines, loomed ominously before Zhuang Mo. Its multitude of eyes fixated on him, sending a chill down his spine and causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He sensed an overwhelming peril. An instinctive voice within him warned that this was a creature far beyond his capacity to confront. He feared that even his paper-thin circular saw blade would be ineffective against its toxic spines. Cautiously, he began to retreat step by step. Fortunately, the immense caterpillar did not pursue him, but instead began to writhe slowly among the remains of its fellow caterpillars scattered across the ground. It raised itself partially, its crimson mandibles gaping wide, revealing serrated teeth that glimmered ominously in the night. To Zhuang Mo's horror, it was feeding, consuming the corpses of its own kind. This mutated caterpillar was undoubtedly more than a mere secondary mutation. What manner of monstrosity could exist in Ruins Zone G? The futility of combat was evident. They both knew they stood no chance. Zhuang Mo and Bian Shishan exchanged a silent glance, continuing their cautious retreat, wary of making any sudden movements that might disturb the creature during its meal. They feared that an irritable response would unleash its venomous spines, which would be no trivial matter. Let it feast. Perhaps once sated, it would cease its predatory instincts towards them. The giant mutated caterpillar even utilized its limbs to grasp its kin and feed it into its maw, the remains undergoing a few chews before being swallowed whole, its abdomen swelling and then subsiding. Zhuang Mo and Bian Shishan had already retreated about 100 meters and were preparing to turn and flee. At that moment, the massive caterpillar rolled on the ground, contorting in what seemed to be excruciating agony. Its corpulent body arched upwards before crashing down, countless limbs thrashing in agony, while its mandibles below the head tore apart, emitting a chilling wail. Zhuang Mo and Bian Shishan halted their flight. Could it be that the mutated caterpillar was venomous? And had it been poisoned? Surely not. Weren't their toxins similar? Could this creature be afflicted by its own venom? After a brief 2 seconds, exchanging glances, they retreated further. Even if it were truly poisoned, the two of them stood no chance. A barrage of its spines could pierce them through. The best strategy, as the saying goes, is to flee. The colossal mutated caterpillar writhed in torment, shedding numerous spines in the process. Its cries grew increasingly anguished. It seemed the more it struggled, the more it suffered. As they turned a corner, Zhuang Mo halted Bian Shishan, who was eager to flee. The creature appeared to be in great distress, and they were at a safe distance now. Bian Shishan was perplexed as to why Zhuang Mo posed such a seemingly irrelevant question at that moment. Yet he complied with a shake of his head. Can it still sense us? Bian Shishan shook his head once more. Zhuang Mo twitched his lips, beginning to comprehend. Could it be that the monster had been pricked by the spines while feeding? Not just one, but multiple. And in its pain, it thrashed about, causing the spines to embed even deeper. Zhuang Mo, holding an umbrella, peered around the corner. The giant mutated caterpillar lay convulsing on the ground. They were presently at the intersection of Jingqi and Weisan, with the caterpillar's carcass alarmingly close to the junction of Jingqi and Weilu, estimated to be merely 20 meters away. From the current location, proceed north to Weisan Road, then make a circuitous route to Wei'er Road, and finally arrive at the intersection of Jingqi and Wei'er Roads, where one can find the enormous mutated caterpillar lurking behind. As soon as Bian Shishan reaches the sensing distance, he must insert the needle into the caterpillar's soft body and allow it to flit erratically within. Regardless of whether this caterpillar possesses a mutation level of Sanqi, it shall meet its end here today. However, the distance is considerable, and it would take them over 10 minutes to reach there. Compounding the uncertainty is the question of where the needle would penetrate. One cannot ascertain whether the caterpillar's gastric juices have corrosive properties. Should they arrive only to find the gigantic mutated caterpillar has already digested the needle, their efforts would be in vain. Zhuang Mo, self-aware of his lack of adventurous spirit, gestured for Bian Shishan to hasten their retreat. Upon reaching Jingwu Road, they discovered that the nest of mutated sparrows had long been frozen into sparrow ice. The apprehension regarding the giant caterpillar on Jingqi Road prevented them from lingering, and they soon spotted a bus heading towards the station. Once aboard, they settled into the rear seats while Zhuang Mo checked his watch for notifications. Detected 40 level 1 mutated dandelions, totaling 40 points. Detected 80 level 2 mutated assassin roses, totaling 160 points. These two notifications bore no significance. The system would soon recognize that these were community task dandelions and roses, and thus the points were unattainable. Nevertheless, the points awarded for community tasks were twice the regular amount. Even if the bundled price was slightly lower, the dandelions were valued at 70 points, while the roses were priced at 280 points. Zhuang Mo continued to peruse the messages, uncovering a third notification. Detected 5 level 2 mutated cabbage caterpillars, totaling 10 points. Detected 1 level X mutated emperor moth caterpillar, totaling 100 points. The remarkable Western mutation, a creature distinct from other caterpillars, explains its considerable size and the density and length of its venomous spines. Higher-level mutated flora and fauna possess a certain discernment. For instance, this Western mutated emperor moth caterpillar, presented with an abundance of cabbage caterpillars to consume, naturally refrains from attacking them first. Who wouldn't prefer to conserve energy while feasting? However, the accrued points may not materialize. According to Song Yulong, the wristwatch scan can determine the energy expended by a mutated organism from birth to demise, and it will soon register that the mutated emperor moth caterpillar recently scanned is still alive. Points are only awarded upon the confirmation of death. There have been instances where awakened beings attempted to claim points for mutated creatures killed by others. They received a warning on the first offense, a year-long suspension on the second, and a permanent ban on the third. The repercussions are steep, deterring most awakened individuals from taking such risks. Ultimately, to ensure that awakened beings feel secure in eliminating mutated creatures, and the wristwatch has effectively closed all potential loopholes. Beside Zhuang Mo, Bian Shirsan's wristwatch buzzed with a notification regarding those 5 mutated cabbage caterpillars. Zhuang Mo calculated. Dandelion 70 points, rose 280 points, and the sparrow likely perished from the ice elemental's passing. Thus, I should allocate you 116. 66 points, rounded up to 117. You purchased a paper umbrella for 45 points. So after deducting that, I should owe you 72 points. Once the points are credited, I shall transfer them to you. Bian Shirsan beamed with delight. This task would yield him 72 points, a substantial increase compared to the mere 12 points he earned during his previous venture to the G District ruins. And he had not received another task since that time. Zhuang Mo handed him the paper umbrella, which brought him immense joy as he grasped it tightly with both hands. As Zhuang Mo spoke, he felt increasingly like a conscientious businessman, offering a lifetime warranty for merely 45 points. However, he surmised that the umbrella would not last long. Bian Shirsan nodded, affirming their friendship. It is said that individuals of the gene lineage, particularly those of higher ranks, can craft their own weapons effortlessly, such as flying needles. Yet, Bian Shirsan was currently only at F rank. The last time Zhuang Mo mentioned the circular blade, he had posted a task in the community, only to have a senior of D rank from the gene lineage demand 150 points for it. If it weren't for the embroidery needle, he would have struggled to strike the caterpillar. After some contemplation, he deemed the embroidery needle to be reasonably priced. I want it, Bian Shirsan declared. Zhuang Mo felt a surge of delight within. Once we receive the points from our task, I will deduct the 10 points for these 5 embroidery needles and transfer you 62. Chapter 22. Earning points after survival. The bus traversed past the walls of the safe zone, bringing them to an area of absolute security. The contrast between the inner and outer walls was stark, 2 worlds apart. Even in the relatively safe ruins G District, danger lurked everywhere. To survive in this apocalyptic era, one cannot afford to be complacent. It is imperative to exert every effort to enhance one's strength. Zhuang Mo closed his eyes on the bus, regulating his breathing and entering a state of energy absorption. Bian Shirsan was taken aback, realizing Zhuang Mo's remarkable talent and dedication, and promptly began to attune himself to the energy of the universe. The bus journeyed steadily towards the academy, while at that moment, in Ruins G District, the trio halted beside the mutated imperial moth caterpillar. Jiang Ying's face exhibited astonishment. Old Su, the G District of the ruins has been rather tumultuous lately. The Western-level mutations have emerged. Would you like my personnel to assist in a thorough cleanup of the area? The individual addressed as Old Su was none other than Su Jingxin, a woman with deep brown hair styled in a short cut, serving as the commander of the Ji District military forces. Clad in military attire, she stood tall, exuding an aura of unwavering strength, while a similarly attired man stood behind her. It was not the first occurrence of a Western-level mutation, so there was no cause for alarm. Her tone remained remarkably calm, devoid of any tremor. Jiang Ying chuckled lightly. Old Su, you are truly devoid of excitement. Su Jingxin chose not to respond, instead instructing the man behind her. Proceed with the cleanup. Zhuang Mo arrived at the dormitory precisely at 8 o'clock and hurriedly took a cold shower before checking the messages on his watch. The two task issuers had yet to confirm the completion of their assignments, so it appeared that confirmation would not occur until the following day. One Western-level mutated Emperor Moth Caterpillar, totaling 100 points, has been credited. Please check your account. What is this? They really credited the points for the Western-level mutated caterpillar? Zhuang Mo was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the caterpillar was indeed killed by the needle? This implied that during his last moment of probing, the caterpillar was still convulsing, yet had already perished, and his watch had scanned it. Alas, poor caterpillar. If it had not been rolling about, perhaps it would have survived. With such vigorous movements, who could ascertain where the needle had penetrated? A single Western-level mutation equates to 100 points. As Zhuang Mo beheld the increase in his bank balance, a broad smile spread across his face. The joy derived from slaying the burrowing mole and selling paper umbrellas pales in comparison to this moment, where effortless acquisition of 100 points brings unparalleled satisfaction. Is this the delight of unearned rewards? Yet his heart ached once more. The high-level mutated Emperor Moth Caterpillar could indeed be attributed to Bian Shursan's efforts. The needles were purchased with Bian Shursan's points and were also launched by him. Subsequently, the high-level mutated caterpillar feasted upon the secondary mutated caterpillar impaled by the needles, which had little to do with him. Should he covet these 100 points? It would not be a matter of conscience, but rather a fear of being discovered. The community network within the safe zone and G zone is quite advanced. Tomorrow, upon witnessing the demise of the giant mutated caterpillar, Bian Shursan might connect the dots regarding the launched golden needles, potentially uncovering the truth. Zhuang Mo felt quite satisfied with Bian Shursan as a temporary ally. He followed commands, spoke little, and exhibited considerable potential for growth. Such a companion, oh no, such a teammate, is rare to find. As for the 100 points, he decided to be magnanimous and share half with Bian Shursan. After all, he had not contributed without merit, had he? Those 5 embroidery needles were, after all, weapons he had meticulously prepared for Bian Shursan. Did he not traverse the distance from the market to G-Zone to deliver them? With these thoughts, he initiated a voice call to Bian Shursan. 13. The giant mutated caterpillar has perished. Zhuang Mo recounted the circumstances surrounding the demise of the high-level mutated caterpillar. It likely succumbed to the embroidery needles, specifically crafted as a weapon for you. Thus, we have earned 100 points. How do you propose we allocate them? After an elaborate explanation, primarily emphasizing the formidable capabilities of the embroidery needle, Bian Shursan on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. I do not wish for these points. He sincerely stated, it is all due to the embroidery needle you provided. Zhuang Mo replied earnestly, how could you think that way? We are friends. Thus, let us split these points equally, and that is settled. Bian Shursan's eyes glistened with moisture as he glanced at his watch after the call ended. He lay on his bed and softly remarked, you are truly a good person. On Zhuang Mo's end, he swiftly transferred 50 points to Bian Shursan, acting quickly for fear of regretting his decision. The current balance in the bank stood at 310 points, and with tomorrow's incoming amount, after deducting the 62 points owed to Bian Shursan, the balance should reach 598 points. Huzi, your father works hard to support the family. Fortunately, you do not have to consume dog food, which saves your father a considerable sum. Today, your father eliminated a level West mutated Emperor Moth Caterpillar. How impressive is that? Have you developed any admiration for him? Huzi, I am yearning for the dumplings your grandmother used to make. It has been many years since I last tasted them. Zhuang Mo conversed with Huzi for a while before jotting down notes in an old notebook. Mutated Assassin Rose, suitable for long-range decapitation, easy to eliminate, exhibits minimal intelligence. Level 2 Mutated Cabbage Caterpillar, ideal for long-range cutting, easily dispatched, exhibits minimal intelligence. Exercise caution. Proximity to its toxic bristles poses a life-threatening risk. Level West mutated emperor moth caterpillar, covered in toxic spines, feeds on the corpses of its kind, displays rudimentary cognitive abilities to be supplemented. As she closed her notebook, Zhuang Mo took a deep breath, entering a state of semi-sleep and meditation, entirely oblivious to the fervent discussions taking place within the community. Rose woman, who has harmed my roses? Attached image. What wrong have the roses committed? If you do not harm them, they shall not harm you. Wang, is the person upstairs out of their mind? The roses have mutated, and yet you hesitate to eliminate them? Are you waiting to be pierced through the heart? I want to eat imperial rations. The task I posted, which was accepted by Tiger's father, can only be said to be my misfortune, having a neighbor like Rose woman. Furthermore, Tiger's father is remarkably swift. 5-star review. S-class hexagonal female warrior. The photos taken by Rose woman are incomplete. Allow me to provide a supplementary image. Attached image, a gigantic caterpillar beside the rose bushes. Moon. Goodness, what a colossal caterpillar. It must be a level 3 mutation, right? Never tasted lemon. Did Tiger's father also slay this? Wasn't he said to be a student of the gold department? How could he possibly defeat a level 3 mutated emperor moth caterpillar? 12 West 56. Someone previously mentioned seeing Tiger's father getting out of a car at the academy. He might just be a teaching assistant from the gold department. In a truly luxurious single room, Jiang Ying reclined on her 2-meter bed, messaging Huang Lin. Are you asleep? If not, check which teaching assistant from your gold department is so shameless as to compete with students for tasks involving these level 2 mutated roses. Huang Lin. After the recent mole incident, a thorough investigation was conducted, and the teaching assistants from the gold department either had alibis or had undergone dandelion elimination procedures, thus ruling out the possibility of Tiger's father being involved. Jiang Ying. Then it must be a D-level student? The E-class struggles somewhat against the X-class mutations. Huang Lin remarked. On the day when Tiger's father eliminated the dandelions and burrowing moles, I had all the D-class and E-class individuals in the metal category undergo intensive training that night. Jiang Ying responded with silence. Huang Lin continued. I previously suspected Bian Shi-san, but it is evident that being capable of slaying X-class mutations is beyond the abilities of a mere F-class novice. Jiang Ying's curiosity was increasingly piqued. She found it utterly implausible that a novice could defeat X-class mutated creatures. Even someone as extraordinarily gifted as herself had been merely mediocre when she first began. She exited the chat, returning to browse the comments beneath this post, yet she found no useful clues even after reaching the very end. Chapter 23. Bian Shi-san. Now you are Tiger's father. Upon awakening early in the morning, Zhuang Mo received notifications of points earned from eliminating a level 1 mutated dandelion and a level 2 mutated assassin rose. The sound of the bank alert was truly delightful. After transferring 62 points to Bian Shi-san, he had 598 remaining. However, he was still far from achieving financial freedom regarding points, as he could not yet afford new shoes or a new coat. Finding ways to generate more points was a pressing matter. At noon, Zhuang Mo engaged in a conversation about protective gear with Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi. Han Lingyu stated, I possess a set of protective clothing that my father custom-made for me at the cost of over 20,000 points. The material is primarily composed of X-class exotic skins, effectively safeguarding against attacks from mutations below level 5. Zhuang Mo inquired, How many points? Yi Xingqi lazily interjected, what is so surprising about that? Before awakening, one has to venture into the ruins for training each year. Without proper equipment, how could one manage? I have a similar set myself. Zhuang Mo's mind was consumed by the thought of 26,000 points. Yi Xingqi continued to speak. After awakening the wood element, protective gear becomes even more essential. My family is preparing to order me a set made from level 5 mutated beast hide. This time, I must ensure they remember to include a mask. I cannot allow those repugnant mutated creatures to mar my face. Zhuang Mo remained speechless, his heart aching painfully. Why was he not a high-level awakened second-generation individual, but instead a youth perishing in the ruins? As the apocalypse descended, social classes were reshuffled. Unlike before, the methods of accumulating wealth had transformed. Yet the chasm between the rich and the poor remained vast, if not greater. He harbored a palpable envy towards every affluent person. Are there no cheaper protective suits? Zhuang Mo inquired. Certainly, Han Lingyu replied. Those made from the hides of mutated flora and fauna are significantly cheaper, provided they are from species with tough skins. She added, I possess a set of protective gear made from level 7 mutated sea pine bark, which cost over 10,000 points. The level 7 mutated sea pine is fire-resistant, much like the level 3 mutated conifer we studied. But while the latter is impervious to ordinary flames and those of low-level awakened beings, the former can withstand even the flames of mid-level awakened individuals. Furthermore, it is as resilient as iron, rendering the attacks of low-level mutated creatures virtually ineffective. Of course, protective suits crafted from level 3 mutated conifer are considerably cheaper, available for merely a few hundred points, as the bark itself holds little value. Those few hundred merely cover manufacturing costs. Han Lingyu continued, "This is precisely why many awakened individuals form teams for combat, aside from safety considerations. It also allows them to share the costs of renting vehicles." Zhuang Mo understood. In a world where the power of vehicles emanated from crystal cores, it was virtually impossible for most awakened individuals to possess their own vehicles, compelling them to resort to rentals. During his previous visit to the Shangrui market, he had observed vehicles available for rent, primarily trucks, which he had assumed were intended for transporting goods. To his surprise, these vehicles were used for transporting corpses. The cost of renting a truck for a day ranged from 200 to 500 points, with the exact amount depending on the size of the truck, indicating that such rentals were not inexpensive. Upon inquiring about this matter, Han Lingyu responded, "It depends on the condition and level. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics." Yu Xingqi, adjusting his hairstyle in front of the mirror, remarked to Zhuang Mo, "Surely you do not intend to hunt high-level mutated flora and fauna to earn points? Such endeavors are hardly befitting of a distinguished wood element practitioner." Zhuang Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "How could that be? I am a proud first-rate student of the wood element. I must cherish my precious life. In the future, I aspire to become a noble farmer in the plantation." Yi Xingqi was momentarily taken aback by his mimicry, prompting a hearty laugh from Han Lingyu. In truth, Zhuang Mo had never contemplated hunting high-level mutated creatures, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Instead, he envisioned selling the most rudimentary protective gear to earn points, specifically his paper umbrella. Protective suits were exorbitantly priced. Even a level 3 mutated tree protective suit commanded several hundred points, a sum far beyond the means of students hailing from the ruins. However, his paper umbrella offered commendable protection and could be considered both effective and affordable. Recently, his overall abilities had been on the rise, enabling him to enhance the durability of his paper umbrella further, making it quite effective against low-level mutated creatures' ranged attacks. Setting a price of 50 points seemed quite reasonable, while offering Bian Shursan a price of 45 points was merely a gesture of friendship. Upon the mention of Bian Shursan, it appears that many individuals in the spacious classroom are gathered around, seemingly captivated by his actions. "What has this young man done?" A voice from the back exclaims in surprise, startling Zhuang Mo. "Look, Bian Shursan is indeed the father of Huzi." "Indeed, many have speculated as much before," comes the reply. "However, this time it is different. He has slain a level west mutated imperial moth caterpillar." "How is that possible? A level west mutation? How could a mere freshman accomplish such a feat?" "It is true. There is photographic evidence to substantiate this claim." Zhuang Mo, initially entertained by the commotion, immediately accesses the community through his watch upon hearing of the photographic evidence. The discussion thread regarding Huzi's father is quite lively, and upon clicking, Zhuang Mo discovers a photograph, Bian Shursan aboard a bus, clutching a paper umbrella, with a partial view of his face, which is obscured by a mask. With the paper umbrella in hand, Bian Shursan is indeed Huzi's father. The evidence is irrefutable. An F-grade freshman comments, "Bian Shursan is undeniably formidable. I would dare to call him the strongest freshman. Killing a level west mutated imperial moth caterpillar? That is utterly outrageous. Even I, a D-grade, would not claim certain victory against it." The assertion that Bian Shursan is Huzi's father is confirmed, yet I remain skeptical that he could have slain a level west mutation. I stand by my statement. Should an F-grade freshman be capable of such a feat, I would gladly consume excrement while inverted. Zhuang Mo feels a surge of indignation, as if the fruits of labor have been unjustly appropriated. Yet, he cannot help but feel a twinge of delight. Who would have thought that Bian Shursan could serve as such a shield, allowing others to harbor these misconceptions? Quite splendid indeed. He lifted his gaze towards the encircled Bian Shursan, and through the gaps, he could catch a glimpse of Bian Shursan's pleading eyes directed at him. Choosing to ignore it, he lowered his head. Beside him, Yi Xingqi marveled, "Lingyu, I find Bian Shursan's abilities quite impressive. He could serve as your reluctant protector in the future. 1, 2, 3. Zhuang Mo silently counted in his mind. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed as Han Ling Yu delivered a forceful strike. Be quiet. Can't you see Bian Shi-san is looking our way? Perhaps he was disturbed by your foolish words. Zhuang Mo reflected that, indeed. Within 3 seconds of Yi Xingqi's boastful remarks, Han Ling Yu's fiery slap would inevitably follow. It was a pattern that never changed. He suspected Yi Xingqi might be suffering from some obscure syndrome. After Huang Lin elaborated on the traits and attack methods of 5 types of mutated caterpillars, including the secondary mutated cabbage caterpillar and the Western mutated emperor moth caterpillar, his intense gaze shifted towards Bian Shi-san. Now, let us invite our classmate Bian Shi-san from the gold department to the stage to share his experiences battling mutated caterpillars. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, with Zhuang Mo clapping particularly fervently. Bian Shi-san, half-lidded and appearing utterly defeated, ascended the stage and was met with Zhuang Mo's encouraging expression. Bian Shi-san thought to himself, I regret agreeing to keep Zhuang Mo's formidable combat strength and the fact that he is the father of Tiger a secret. I deeply regret it. I also lament not spending 15 points to purchase that peculiar mask that obscured half my face. Especially regrettable. Huang Lin patted Bian Shi-san on the shoulder. No need to be nervous. Share your battle experiences with us. Chapter 24. The cause of death of the level 4 mutated caterpillar. Rolling Zhuang Mo discerned the confusion in the small eyes of Bian Shi-san and decisively nodded at him. Share it, my friend. Bian Shi-san, unsure if he grasped the encouragement, mustered his courage to speak. It was a level 2 mutation, killed with an embroidery needle. A look of approval appeared on Huang Lin's serious face. Why not use a blade? Bian Shi-san replied. A friend informed me that needles are lighter and allow for greater control at a distance. Seizing this opportunity, Huang Lin took the opportunity to teach. Indeed, there are 2 primary weapons commonly utilized in the Gold series, various lengths of blades and needles. Many of you are familiar with the function of needles. Yet due to our current limitations in metal manipulation, we cannot refine needles and must resort to the blades provided by the Academy. In such circumstances, it would be wise to follow Bian Shi-san's example and purchase some embroidery needles, especially when your abilities are insufficient and your control is weak. Needles are more suitable for ranged attacks than blades. This principle applies similarly to students of other elemental series. For instance, those in the fire series, whose condensation abilities are currently lacking, might carry matches to ignite a flame before executing a ranged attack. As Huang Lin instructed, Bian Shi-san appeared to breathe a sigh of relief and turned to leave the stage, only to be halted by a firm grasp. Huang Lin's gaze was piercing. Did you kill the level 6 mutated emperor moth caterpillar? Bian Shi-san hesitated. Yes, no. The 2 Wood series classmates behind Zhuang Mo whispered amongst themselves. Is it true? It's so difficult to hear Bian Shi-san complete a sentence. Of course, this was aside from him alone. The audience below was unable to contain their curiosity. Zhang Zifei rose and declared, Bian Shi-san, if you can vanquish the Western-level mutated imperial moth caterpillar, I shall acknowledge you as the foremost combatant of F grade. Bai Xiaoyu scoffed, you fool. If you can't even defeat the Earth Element leader of Class 2, what right do you have to claim that Bian Shi-san is the best? Zhang Zifei retorted, Bai Xiaoyu. One day, my fire shall no longer fear the water. Bai Xiaoyu replied with a teasing cluck. Oh, how desperate. The students swiftly removed the bamboo from their desks with remarkable precision. Zhuang Mo remarked, the style of the wood element is distinctly different. On stage, Huang Lin patiently guided Bian Shi-san. Can you describe the demise of the Western-level mutated imperial moth caterpillar? His tone and cadence evoked memories of Zhuang Mo's gentle language teacher from elementary school, who would ask, Zhuang Mo, could you encapsulate this image in elegant prose? In a lush expanse of grass stood a towering apple tree, adorned with bright red, round apples. The Western-level mutation, having consumed a second-level mutation, was pierced by needles, rolling about until it ultimately impaled itself. Zhuang Mo shook his head in disbelief. It was evident that Bian Shi-san had not grasped the art of description. Such a dramatic demise was reduced to a mere sentence. Had this been in the days of the Flower Kingdom, it would have earned a score of 0 for composition. Upon hearing this, the audience fell into a profound silence. On stage, even Huang Lin, known for his exceptional expression management, displayed a look of astonishment. Who could have imagined that the Western-level mutated imperial moth caterpillar met its end in such a manner? Was this to be interpreted as the caterpillar's act of self-destruction? Huang Lin chuckled awkwardly a couple of times and advised Bian Shi-san, "You performed admirably. However, you are still an F-level freshman. In the future, refrain from undertaking tasks alone. Consider teaming up with upperclassmen." Bian Shi-san retorted, "I have teammates." Their conversation was of little interest to the audience below, who were engrossed in the chatter of a few loquacious individuals behind Zhuang Mo. That level 6 mutant met a most unjust demise, haha. I shall refer to it as the most absurd death of a mutant creature in history, ha. I have already disclosed the truth behind the caterpillar's demise in the community and am now awaiting the bubble prince to eat excrement while inverting himself. Does this count as Bian Shi-san's kill? Probably not, right? I shouldn't have to eat excrement while inverted. The crowd murmured, "So the bubble prince is you, huh?" They were so fervently engrossed in their discussion that Bian Shi-san's declaration of "I am not Huzi's father" scarcely registered. He reiterated, "I am not Huzi's father." Huang Lin responded with a casual, "Oh." Bian Shi-san insisted, "I truly am not." Huang Lin countered, "You've been photographed, and you're holding a paper umbrella." The repetition proved futile. Bian Shi-san, feeling despondent, pulled out a blade to make a cut on his arm. Huang Lin hastily intervened. All right, you are not. Classmates, you mustn't say Bian Shi-san is Huzi's father. He is not." The audience chimed in unison. Bian Shi-san is not Huzi's father. Zhuang Mo covered his face, thinking how Bian Shi-san, this naive fool, if he were in Zhuang Mo's world, would likely end up in a situation where he would unwittingly sacrifice himself without anyone needing to intervene. Nevertheless, individuals as earnest as Bian Shi-san are indeed a rarity in this age. Cherish the moment while deceiving yourself. For the peculiar demise of the Western mutated Emperor Moth Caterpillar has once again thrust Tiger's father into the spotlight. Zhuang Mo pondered. Such heightened attention presented a splendid opportunity for profit. Seizing the moment, he posted a sales advertisement in the community, Tiger's father's protective paper umbrella, effective against the attacks of level 1 mutated creatures, available for 50 points each. A 7-day exchange policy and a 2-month warranty apply. Exclusively for the students of the Federal Ability Academy. The pricing and purchasing restrictions were meticulously considered, particularly the limitation on the buyer demographic. Zhuang Mo's primary concern was the absence of courier services in this world, making business transactions within the academy more convenient for delivery. Once the post was published, a multitude of onlookers gathered. Little Li was incredulous. A paper umbrella can defend against attacks? I don't believe it. Double Chin remarked. 50 points for a bunch of paper is rather exorbitant. I assenti it? The 20-year-old mature gentleman scoffed. How effective can something made of paper be? Visit my profile for a custom iron shield, 200 points each, offering limited protection against attacks from creatures of level 3 and below. Zhuang Mo perused the comments, which predominantly expressed skepticism regarding the efficacy of the paper umbrella. Ironically, several individuals inquired about the details of the iron shield beneath the mature gentleman's comment. Gritting his teeth, Zhuang Mo resolved to remember the name of the 20-year-old mature gentleman. One day, he would use his paper to dismantle the gentleman's shield, demonstrating the true effectiveness of his creation. However, his initial intent was merely to attract attention. Earning points in this post-apocalyptic world was no easy feat. He needed the awakened populace to witness the umbrella's effectiveness before they would be inclined to spend their points. Moreover, his target clientele consisted of impoverished students, who were naturally more cautious with their expenditures. Setting aside the matters of the post, today's outdoor elemental abilities class was somewhat extraordinary. The newcomers of the wood element were led by Han Junfeng to a grove of plum trees, where each received a single seed. Chapter 25, Cultivating the Plum Tree. The bamboo they practiced with had reached a normal mature height, and their ability to harness and cultivate elemental powers had significantly improved, finally culminating in the acquisition of their first seed. This seed was elongated and oval-shaped, a deep brown hue, belonging to the Prunus muum variety. Han Junfeng gazed at the grove with a sense of nostalgia. 20 years ago, I personally planted the very first plum tree here. Since then, every new cohort of the Federal Academy of Elemental Abilities has come to plant their own plum trees in this very spot. Yi Xingqi interrupted, Old Han. What are you talking about? If each person has planted a tree over the past 20 years, there must be over 1,000 by now. Yet there are only a few dozen trees in this grove. Zhuang Mo understood that this area had been designated for the practice of the wood element newcomers. Even in practice, the results should not go to waste. The trees could be felled to create furniture, serving a practical purpose. It seems that the plants cultivated by the wood element practitioners were, in fact, a conceptual mutation. In this post-apocalyptic world, the plum trees had transformed from ornamental to utilitarian. As Zhuang Mo envisioned the vibrant red blossoms and green leaves of winter, he suddenly widened his eyes. Flower buds were emerging on the plum trees. The brown scales of the buds gradually unfurled, and the sepals followed suit, revealing pink blossoms before his eyes. The delicate buds opened one by one, gradually adorning the branches with a veil of pink. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, elusive and dreamlike. Is this the power of an A-level wood element practitioner? Dozens of plum trees bloomed 6 months ahead of schedule, their branches adorned in mere minutes. Zhuang Mo, witnessing this spectacle firsthand, was profoundly moved and filled with yearning. Upon reaching Class A, he found himself idly wishing to witness the blooming of various flowers, such as night-blooming cereus and peonies. Han Junfeng allowed the new students to marvel for a while before he spoke. The seeds you hold are those of the royal pink plum. Now, you must plant this seed and attempt to nurture it into germination. Typically, planting involves transplanting seedlings. But this exercise of starting from seeds was likely intended to hone their nurturing abilities. Zhuang Mo found a quiet corner, patiently buried the seed, and watered it. From the moment the seed was in his hand, he sensed an inexplicable connection, as if fate intertwined their destinies across lifetimes. Ahem, I digress. In any case, he could feel the vibrant life force surging as the seed settled into the soil and absorbed the water. Turning to Han Lingyu, he observed her with closed eyes, hands forming intricate seals, deeply engrossed in her practice. Zhuang Mo pondered, what was this gesture? He had never encountered it before. A glance at the others revealed they too were devoid of such postures. He sensed the tender sprout eagerly striving to break free. In this moment of awakening, Zhuang Mo was overwhelmed with emotion from head to toe. The seed, it was on the verge of sprouting. What a profoundly moving occurrence. Tears nearly welled in his eyes. His daily efforts to absorb energy and enhance his extraordinary abilities since his awakening were not in vain. Zhuang Mo devotedly nurtured the tiny seed, feeling as it gradually developed delicate roots that stretched downward, while tender green shoots pushed upward, striving to break through the thick soil above. I apologize, little sprout. It seems I may have dug a bit too deep. He continued to infuse the sprout with his unique abilities, and the sprout eagerly accepted, growing with vigor. It emerged. On the dark brown earth lay the small, vibrant, tender bud of the peach blossom. Zhuang Mo held his breath, keenly observing this first life he had brought forth. Han Junfeng silently watched the scene unfold, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. It was indeed remarkable that Zhuang Mo, who had just awakened his powers, could stimulate the growth of the fei by bamboo to 1/2 meter, yet he was not the first to coax a sprout into existence. Of course, nurturing a seed from its inception was slightly more challenging than fostering a semi-mature bamboo. Han Junfeng then turned his gaze to Han Lingyu. Noticing that her seed had also broken through the surface, he nodded repeatedly. Although her progress was a tad slower than Zhuang Mo's, it was still commendable. The emergence of these two gifted individuals in the wood element this year was a blessing for humanity as a whole. Zhuang Mo remained wholeheartedly engaged with the young seedling before him, as the sprout above the soil grew taller, while the roots below expanded and thickened. The seedling's trunk became increasingly robust, and its branches began to unfurl, gradually resembling a small tree. Zhuang Mo sensed a significant reduction in the energy within his heart, prompting him to pause and rest. It was only then that he realized almost all his classmates had gathered around him. Upon seeing him finally stop, Han Lingyu's eyes widened in surprise. Have you finally exhausted your abilities? Zhuang Mo finally caught a glimpse of Han Lingyu's seedling, which had grown tall and robust. In contrast, his own seedling resembled a small tree. Initially, Zhuang Mo had intended to bestow all his abilities upon this little tree, as he saw no reason to conceal his agricultural prowess. After all, possessing a high-level innate talent for wood-based cultivation seemed entirely reasonable. However, upon realizing that he had only utilized half of his abilities to nurture this small tree, and observing Han Lingyu's seedling alongside the other classmates' newly sprouted shoots, he reconsidered his approach. Being a genius was sufficient. There was no need to be an exceptionally extraordinary one. The strength of an awakener is determined by 2 factors: the total amount of abilities and combat prowess. For those of the wood affinity, combat prowess is replaced by planting ability, which does not require separate assessment. It is essentially equivalent to the total amount of abilities. Each month, there is a regular examination. While other disciplines engage in combat, the wood affinity undergoes a written test. The monthly assessment bears no connection to rank advancement, serving purely as an evaluation of theoretical knowledge. However, the semi-annual test of total abilities mandates that once the total reaches the E-grade standard, one is essentially compelled to advance. Zhuang Mo was uncertain of his current level of abilities, so in order to avoid a hasty ascension to E-grade, he decided to exercise restraint. Indeed, after declaring that his abilities were entirely depleted, Han Lingyu, though still awestruck by his small tree, did not display an expression of utter astonishment. Meanwhile, the other students of the wood affinity were left in shock. Was there truly such a vast difference between moderate and high-level talents? Why did my seed, nurtured with all my effort, only just begin to sprout? Zhuang Mo was undeniably formidable. What did Zhang Zifei said today? In discussing the prowess of new students, I firmly believe that the totality of extraordinary abilities among newcomers undoubtedly belongs to Zhuang Mo. I am truly honored to be a classmate of such a remarkable individual. Han Junfeng, standing opposite Zhuang Mo, could hardly conceal his excitement. Zhuang Mo, you are undeniably the foremost genius of the wood element. Zhuang Mo humbly replied, you flatter me. Truly. Fortunately, he took a brief respite midway through his cultivation. Otherwise, the attention would have been even more overwhelming. He did not wish to graduate prematurely to the plantation. Yet his combat strength was still regrettably inadequate. It was imperative to solidify his foundation within the academy. Otherwise, during assignments involving the research of mutated plants and the administration of suppressants, even with companions by his side for protection, danger would still loom. The plantation's mortality rate may be low, but it does not imply that no one perishes. Chapter 26, Market Day After Dispersing. Zhuang Mo engaged in conversation with Han Lingyu regarding the peculiar gesture they had just witnessed. Han Lingyu retrieved a book from her backpack, handing it to Zhuang Mo. Upon receiving it, he discovered it was titled A Comprehensive Guide to Wood Element Gestures, appearing to be a hand-copied version. As he flipped through its pages, filled with illustrations and explanations, he noted instructions such as placing both thumbs stacked one atop the other, with the left finger on top and the right below, or bringing both hands together in prayer, then extending the left hand forward at a 90-degree angle. As someone who had grown up immersed in local fantasy tales and light-hearted animations, Zhuang Mo had contemplated the necessity of gestures to unleash extraordinary powers. However, the teachers had failed to instruct him in this regard. As he perused the book, his confusion deepened, given that the wood element's abilities were merely categorized into cultivation and control. Why were there so many elaborate gestures? Noticing his rapid page-turning, Han Lingyu couldn't help but advise, just choose a gesture you like and master it. Zhuang Mo responded, am I free to select at my discretion? He was bewildered, not understanding the gesture. What could it possibly signify? However, deep down, Zhuang Mo had already sensed the answer. Zhuang Mo. As expected, it truly conveys a sense of futility. That evening, Zhuang Mo savored a bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. Since arriving in this world, he had consumed eggs several times, but this was his first encounter with tomatoes. The delightful fusion of flavors from the tomatoes and eggs erupted on his palate, prompting him to involuntarily lick his lips. Regrettably, the soup lacked the fragrance of scallions and cilantro. As a staunch supporter of cilantro, he enjoyed adding it to any soup he consumed. If he could acquire cilantro seeds, he could cultivate his own. Although his current abilities might not allow for a bountiful harvest, surely he could manage enough for himself, couldn't he? While musing on cilantro seeds and various vegetable seeds, he overheard Han Lingyu mention, the E-level is holding a market tonight. Would you like to take a look? A market? Absolutely. Zhuang Mo eagerly agreed. After dinner, the three of them made their way to the playground. Can those of the wood element sell the vegetables they cultivate? Zhuang Mo inquired. He had been preoccupied with enhancing his combat prowess and earning points, thus he was not well versed in the intricacies of the wood element. Han Lingyu clarified. The vegetables grown from seeds provided by the academy must be surrendered entirely, but those cultivated from seeds one retains can indeed be sold. This time, Han Lingyu refrained from reprimanding him, indicating that his statement was not mere boasting. It seemed E-level individuals were capable of growing watermelons. In this apocalyptic world, it was a feat for ordinary people to survive. They would consume anything edible, even if it was spoiled or foul. Awakened beings, due to their greater contributions to the Federation, required sustenance and energy to combat mutated flora and fauna. thus having enough to eat was not a significant issue. However, various delectable fruits are not essential commodities. Most abilities of those awakened with wood-based powers are dedicated to the betterment of humanity, focusing on the cultivation of crops and vegetables, leaving only a modest amount of abilities to grow their favorite fruits and vegetables or to produce harvests that can be exchanged for points. In this light, Yi Xingqi's frequent references to the esteemed wood element, the great wood element, and the noble wood element do not seem overly exaggerated. After all, the wood element indeed sustains all of humanity. Today, Zhuang Mo has just experimented with accelerating the growth of a plum tree. The charming image of that little sapling lingers vividly in his mind, instilling him with confidence in his growth abilities. And his thoughts are filled with visions of fresh vegetables and a continuous influx of points. Even if the paper umbrellas do not sell well, as a practitioner of the wood element, he can still cultivate and sell vegetables, ensuring a livelihood for both himself and Huzi. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the small marketplace on the playground, where the upperclassmen were mostly seated on the ground, displaying an array of vegetables before them. There were almost no crops for sale, as the academy provides an unlimited supply of rice and steamed buns. Thus, grain crops have no market in the academy's marketplace. Fruits were entirely absent, and Zhuang Mo speculated that perhaps these E-rank seniors did not possess any fruit seeds. The variety of vegetables was limited, primarily consisting of those suitable for raw consumption, such as tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, and lettuce. Zhuang Mo paused at a stall selling tomatoes, which looked perfectly ripe, bursting with juice upon being bitten. "How much for the tomatoes?" he inquired, swallowing hard. The vendor was an enthusiastic senior sister, replying, 10 points each. The price remains within an acceptable range. However, Zhuang Mo refrained from making a purchase. His past experiences taught him the wisdom of comparing offerings before committing to a buy. The market was modest, and after a brief stroll of merely a few minutes, he found little variance in pricing, leaving scant room for negotiation. Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi bought nothing, merely indulging in a leisurely perambulation. It is worth considering that Han Lingyu, the daughter of Han Junfeng, had likely savored watermelons and thus would not be in want of cucumbers or tomatoes. As for Yi Xingqi, he appeared to have never strayed more than 3 meters from Han Lingyu since childhood, and judging by his familiarity with Han Junfeng, he must have often partaken in their meals. Zhuang Mo had intentions for the 2 tomatoes. One would be consumed raw, while the other would be transformed into a delightful dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He swallowed hard. The simplicity of tomato egg drop soup could no longer satisfy his cravings. He yearned for the sumptuousness of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yet, he lacked a pan, a flame, and indeed, eggs. Thus, the fate of the 2 tomatoes shifted. One would be eaten fresh, while the other would be reserved for seeds. When he initially purchased the tomatoes, he had contemplated this very act. The senioress tomatoes were impressively large, plump, and a vibrant red, exhibiting a high degree of ripeness, clearly ideal for seed saving. Zhuang Mo gazed at the 2 tomatoes, momentarily torn between the choice of consuming one first or saving it for later, ultimately opting for delayed gratification. He longed to devour the first tomato, but surely, the reward would be even sweeter after completing his task. With that thought, he extracted a sheet of A3 paper and deftly folded it into the shape of a knife, infusing it with his extraordinary abilities. He ensured the blade became harder and thinner. Within mere seconds, the paper knife was ready in his hand, and he proceeded to fashion a spoon as well. It is noteworthy that after his previous encounters with drilling through moles and caterpillars, the paper circular saw had ultimately met its demise. The manipulation of psychic abilities allows for the weaving of plant fibers with exceptional density. Their slight rigidity provides a degree of water resistance, akin to the way cardboard outperforms tissue paper in terms of moisture protection. However, after absorbing the thick, viscous blood of numerous mutated creatures, the material ultimately succumbed to ruin. Holding a paper knife, with the blade directed towards a tomato brimming with juice, Zhuang Mo reminded himself of the necessity to acquire more genetically altered flora. He required waterproof paper. With a swift motion, the knife descended, cleaving the tomato in twain. A brief inspection of the blade confirmed its suitability for further use. He promptly employed a paper spoon to scoop the succulent juice into a glass, sealing it with a sheet of paper as hard as metal. The seeds would require 2 to 3 days of fermentation. This process could not be hastened. Zhuang Mo ensured that no part of the tomato went to waste, consuming it entirely. He then took a bite from the still intact tomato number 1, and with one mouthful, the juice flowed forth. the unique sweet and sour flavor of the tomato bursting forth in a delightful, soft texture. He felt a surge of anticipation for the seeds in the glass, envisioning the day they would bear fruit, picturing a future filled with tomatoes at his disposal. Chapter 27. The Paper Umbrella Sellers Showcase at 8:30 in the evening. Zhuang Mo received a transfer of 295 points from Bian Shisan on his watch. A smile crept across his face. It was evident that Bian Shisan had acquired the circular saw and was thoroughly pleased with its performance. He accepted the points and ventured into the community to check on the status of the post regarding the sale of paper umbrellas. The thread remained vibrant, with an abundance of comments, yet conspicuously lacking in buyers. As he scrolled through, he stumbled upon a comment from an individual named S-Class Hexagonal Warrior. "I will buy one." The sale had commenced. This S-Class Hexagonal Warrior possessed remarkable discernment. S-Class Hexagonal Warrior. Upon first contact, you transferred 50 points to me. Tomorrow evening at 8:30. I will be unavailable, so please leave the umbrella at the new student registration area. Zhuang Mo glanced over and indeed, the individual had transferred 50 points without hesitation. How refreshing. He relished this. His decision to postpone delivery until tomorrow stemmed from the desire to create an impression that the umbrella was effortlessly crafted. However, considerable effort and the expenditure of his unique abilities were essential. Thus, Zhuang Mo dedicated several precious seconds to fashioning a paper umbrella, its canopy both sturdy and thick, complete with a framework. Yet, one order alone would not suffice. He envisioned a strategy of thin margins and high volume. He ran his fingers over the metallic-like hard surface of the paper umbrella and sent a message to Bian Shisan. "What are you up to? Shall we meet at the ability training ground?" 10 minutes later, the two met at the training arena. Zhuang Mo carried the paper umbrella, while Bian Shisan wielded a circular saw. A torch remained at Bian Shisan's feet, its blade glimmering ominously in the darkness. "You've arrived," Bian Shisan remarked. Zhuang Mo, taken aback, sensed that Bian Shisan had misinterpreted his intentions. He had no desire for a confrontation. He unfurled the paper umbrella. "Shisan, do you have a blade?" Bian Shisan, looking perplexed, nodded. "A circular saw is more efficient," he replied. Zhuang Mo countered. "No need for the circular saw. The rotation is too rapid, and the paper umbrella cannot withstand it. Instead, you'll simply use your blade to slice through the umbrella, applying moderate force." Bian Shisan, though confused, complied with Zhuang Mo's instructions. He drew the blade from his waist and approached the paper umbrella, bringing the blade down with a swift motion. A faint scratch appeared on the umbrella's surface. Zhuang Mo recorded the video and reviewed it, thoroughly pleased. "Shisan, pierce the umbrella's surface with the tip of the blade. Applying just half your strength. Do not exert full force," he directed. Bian Shisan drove the tip of the knife into the surface of the umbrella, and the blade penetrated just enough to reveal a small point, failing to breach the fabric. The seller's display was satisfactory. Bian Shisan glanced at the umbrella, then at the knife, and finally at Zhuang Mo. Just as Zhuang Mo anticipated an inquiry about the umbrella's remarkable resilience, Bian Shisan quietly remarked, "My umbrella lacks a frame." Zhuang Mo was suddenly reminded that the umbrella he sold to Bian Shisan was not only frameless, but was also, strictly speaking, a second-hand item. Bian Shisan, usually listless, widened his eyes, though no matter how hard he tried, they would not grow any larger. Observing Bian Shisan's touched demeanor, Zhuang Mo seized the opportunity to say, "However, you must run an errand for me." Bian Shisan nodded in agreement. "All right." Zhuang Mo infused the umbrella with his unique abilities, sealing the small hole made by the knife's point. "Before 8:30 tomorrow evening, deliver this umbrella to the new student registration area." After speaking, Zhuang Mo paused, contemplating that once the seller's display was circulated, the business would likely flourish. He would inevitably need Bian Shisan for deliveries, and it would be prudent to offer him some points to secure his cooperation. He proposed, "I am selling paper umbrellas in the community for 50 points each, targeting students in the academy. If you assist me with deliveries, I can offer you 2 points per trip. How does that sound?" The depth of gratitude in Bian Shisan's eyes intensified. He felt that Zhuang Mo was involving him in earning points. The missions in Ruins Area G might go days without yielding a single task, but with Zhuang Mo's exceptional paper umbrellas, there would surely be many buyers. "Thank you," Bian Shisan expressed, genuinely moved. Zhuang Mo waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to thank? We are friends." The previous post was merely a ploy to generate interest, written in an exceedingly concise manner. To successfully market a product, A detailed page showcasing the seller's offerings and after-sales service is indispensable. As a representative of the thriving e-commerce youth in our nation, Zhuang Mo's commercial acumen is at least 50 years ahead of this world. Today, let us allow those residing in a dystopian reality to witness the prowess of promotional copy from our nation. The protective paper umbrella, akin to that of Huzi's father, effectively shields against level 1 mutated biological attacks. Ordinary umbrellas on the market require over 100 points, constructed from inferior materials that easily invert in the wind. However, Huzi's father's paper umbrella is available for just 50 points, featuring 24 reinforced ribs that double its wind resistance, while regular umbrellas merely shield from rain. Huzi's father's paper umbrella is treated with a special enhancement, fortified through 5 technological processes, effectively safeguarding against level 1 mutated plant attacks, such as dandelions, impervious to knife slashes, and only with considerable force can one puncture it. New customers are entitled to an exceptional discount, 1 umbrella for merely 50 points, a 10 discount for 2, and a 20 discount for 3. Prices will increase after 1 week. This special offer is valid only for this week. A 7-day exchange policy and a 2-month warranty are included. Purchases are limited to the Federal Academy of Abilities. Payment method: a deposit of 15 points is required up front, with delivery to your doorstep. The remaining balance must be settled upon receipt of the paper umbrella. Limited to 100 units. Quantities are scarce, and first come, first served. Accompanied by 6 comprehensive images of the paper umbrella and videos demonstrating its resistance to knife slashes and punctures, the post was released. After which Zhuang Mo withdrew from the community, no longer engaging with messages. Awakening individuals must not become so enraptured by their watches that they neglect to absorb and integrate energy. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Zhuang Mo recited the Tao Te Ching, immersing himself in the energies of heaven and earth. This inspiration was bestowed upon him by Han Lingyu, who says that the formation of seals is entirely futile. Absorbing the energies of the universe is not solely reliant on innate talent, but is also profoundly linked to one's beliefs. To be precise, the success of any endeavor is intrinsically connected to the strength of one's convictions. Otherwise, how could the principles of psychology, such as the law of attraction, exist? As long as you believe, it will manifest its power. As for why he recited the Tao Te Ching, it is primarily because Taoism emphasizes the principle of aligning with nature. The energies of extraordinary abilities are also a part of nature. In this apocalyptic world, the energy upon which all evolution relies can be referred to as either energy or spiritual aura, for there is no distinction. The struggle for existence among living beings is the competition for survival, while natural selection is the process of nature's choosing. He firmly believed that nature had chosen him and that energy flowed towards him from all directions. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. Indeed, that is the only phrase he could recite. Chapter 28. Tiger's father is of the wood element. Good morning, Tiger. A beautiful day begins with greeting Tiger. This was anticipated by Zhuang Mo. Most people are often skeptical of new phenomena, yet a small fraction remains filled with curiosity. Once the first batch of buyers showcases their experiences, his paper umbrella business will surely flourish. Waking early with abundant abilities is the perfect time for crafting paper umbrellas. Unfortunately, there is a scarcity of A3 paper in the dormitory, forcing him to abandon the task. Up to this point, he has already consumed several reams of A3 paper, and that is considering his ability to extend and harden the paper using his powers. However, his abilities are indeed limited. He cannot conjure paper from thin air. This is why he is regarded as a conscientious merchant, as all this paper represents a cost. The Federal Academy of Abilities has a day off every 2 weeks, and there are 3 days remaining until the next break. Zhuang Mo plans to visit the auspicious market on that day to purchase several boxes of paper. As the prices at the school's grocery store are somewhat elevated, he will also need to call upon Bian Shi-san to assist him, for he would find it difficult to carry everything alone. If only Bian Shi-san were of the physical type, the benefits of the gold element would be of little use then. Zhuang Mo observed the tomato seeds that had yet to ferment successfully. At this stage, they remained semi-solid. Once the fermentation liquid exudes a white mycelium, transitioning to a semi-liquid state, it will signify successful fermentation. At that point, all he would need to do is pour in water, allowing the seeds to naturally sink, indicating successful seed extraction. After glancing at the seeds for a moment, Zhuang Mo bid farewell to the tomatoes and huzi, methodically commencing his day's lessons. During the outdoor abilities class, he keenly observed the robust contestants of the physical type, their muscular arms appearing rigid as they effortlessly lifted their classmates. He felt a pang of envy. If only he could conceal the fact that he was Huzi's father, he could hire a strong man from the market to assist him in purchasing paper over the weekend. Yet, upon reflection, this would undermine his original intention of buying paper at a lower cost. If he had to expend points to hire someone, it would be more prudent to procure the paper from the Academy's grocery store instead. Thus, he would have to trouble Bian-Shur-san. Accepting the gold element as it is, after all, the key factor is that it would be free of charge. Each outdoor abilities class is a combined session of Class 1 and Class 2, during which the performances of all F-level freshmen are clearly observable. According to Zhuang Mo's observations, individuals with superior talents indeed progress at a significantly faster pace than those of average abilities. Among the 10 F-class freshmen endowed with exceptional talents, each stands out remarkably, including himself. However, there are also exceptional individuals, often referred to as the kings of competition, who, despite possessing merely average gifts, manage to meet superior standards. Take Xiao Mingran from the physical enhancement category, for instance. Her talent lies in her formidable physique and astonishing speed. Allegedly, she sleeps only 2 hours a day, dedicating the remainder of her time to rigorous training. Her physical prowess has escalated at an impressive rate, nearly rivaling that of Li Chao, a high-caliber talent in the same domain. At this moment, Zhuang Mo observed the intense clash between the two. The collision of their robust forms, one tall and the other short, resulted in neither being toppled. Instead, they both staggered back approximately 5 meters. This was particularly remarkable considering Zhao Mingran's stature and weight are far inferior to the towering Li Chao, who stands at nearly 2 meters tall. Interestingly, Zhao Mingran defies the norm. Typically, individuals who awaken their formidable physiques grow taller and more robust. Yet, she has only gained muscle without any increase in height. With her doll-like face juxtaposed against her muscular body, she presents an oddly dissonant appearance. However, this merely piqued Zhuang Mo's curiosity momentarily, in a world rife with peculiarities. Delving into each one would be utterly exhausting. The wood element group was collectively enhancing their ability to absorb powers. The experience of nurturing a plum tree yesterday made many classmates acutely aware of their own energy deficiencies, leading to a palpable atmosphere of motivation among them today. Zhuang Mo noted several classmates forming seals for absorption, executing their gestures with commendable precision. Yi Xingqi was also engaged in forming seals, his intricate patterns reflecting his flamboyant personality. Zhuang Mo took a deep breath, raising his left hand to give a thumbs up to the heavens and his right hand to the earth. How splendid this gesture was. It praised both the sky and the ground, and he found it quite delightful. The essence of faith lies in the belief that what one perceives as good is indeed good. After forming the seal, Zhuang Mo sensed a gentle flow of energy permeating the world around him. That evening, Zhuang Mo received a message from Bian-Shur-san, informing him that the first customer's paper umbrella had arrived, yet the S-class hexagonal female warrior had not shown up. Instead, it was Elder Gu at the new student registration who accepted the delivery. The mere sight of the name Elder Gu sent a shiver through Zhuang Mo. He would never forget that piercing gaze from the day he enrolled. It felt as if he stood before Elder Gu completely transparent, devoid of clothing, and even of skin. He later inquired about Elder Gu from Song Yulong, who explained that Elder Gu generally remained at the new student registration, even in the absence of new arrivals, possessing the uncanny ability to perceive the talents, ranks, and unique abilities of others at a glance. As for Elder Ji's origins, rank, and abilities, Song Yulong was also in the dark. Though Zhuang Mo was astonished that an S-class hexagonal warrior could have someone like Elder Gu receive an umbrella on her behalf, he did not dwell on it. Such matters, which defied clarity, were not worth his contemplation. Presently, he had 5 paper umbrellas to craft, along with one to deliver to Bian-Shur-san, totaling 6. He hurried to purchase all the white paper before the general store closed, donning a mask as he did so. Bian-Shur-san assisted him in carrying the paper, also wearing a mask. It must be said, Bian-Shur-san had become quite astute, also wearing the newly acquired mask while delivering the paper umbrella to the new student registration. However, neither Zhuang Mo nor Bian-Shur-san anticipated that the mask would be of no benefit to Elder Gu. At the new student registration area, Elder Gu opened one eye, idly toying with a paper umbrella. Jiang Ying knocked 3 times on the door and only entered upon receiving permission. Jiang Ying, a formidable member of the Federal Ability Academy Committee and the Deputy Commander of the Security Zone Army, exhibited an unusually respectful demeanor towards the seemingly frail elder. Elder Gu. Jiang Ying inclined her body in a respectful bow. Elder Gu nodded slightly. Have a seat. Jiang Ying settled into the chair opposite him, accepting the paper umbrella he offered. Before her arrival, she had watched a video from the seller, and now, upon touching it herself, she affirmed, it is indeed made of paper. I never expected Bian Shi-san to possess such a skill. Jiang Ying remarked. The craftsmanship is quite impressive. A slight movement occurred in the eye upon Elder Ji's fleshy tumor, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It is not Bian Shi-san, he stated. Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it had already been confirmed that Bian Shi-san was indeed Tiger's father. After a brief pause, she added, nevertheless, Bian Shi-san himself has never acknowledged it. Could it be that while Bian Shi-san is Tiger's father, the paper umbrella was not crafted by him? You mentioned that Tiger's father killed over 200 burrowing moles with a knife. Elder Ji's voice was aged and hoarse. Back then, how far could Bian Shi-san control the knife? Jiang Ying quickly realized. If Bian Shi-san's abilities displayed in class were genuine, he could only control it within a 2-meter range, making it impossible for him to fend off the subsequent attacks from the burrowing moles in time. Elder Gun nodded slightly. Jiang Ying's face revealed a hint of conflict. Aside from Bian Shi-san, the other freshmen in the gold department could barely manage a meter. According to Huang Lin, both D and F grades had been excluded, and teaching assistants were not an option. Thus, apart from Bian Shi-san, there were no other remarkable newcomers in the gold department, who asserted that individual must belong to the gold department. Jiang Ying was taken aback by Gu Lao's words. The ice department's freshmen were currently unable to conjure ice blades. Could it possibly be an ice user of D or E grade? The burrowing mouse perished from a severed leg, undoubtedly from a sharp blade. Gu Lao slowly closed his eyes. It must be a newcomer from the wood department. Chapter 29. Awakening of Special Abilities. If Tiger's father belongs to the wood department and can slay over 200 second-grade mutated burrowing mice, garnering Gu Lao's special attention, then there exists only one possibility. He possesses a special attribute ability. In the Federal Ability Academy, awakeners are categorized into physical, wind, water, ice, earth, gold, wood, fire, and thunder, which represents the classification of ability attributes made during the early stages of human awakening. However, in reality, human awakeners extend beyond this classification. Mutated creatures are evolving, and so are the awakened, also evolving, beyond the basic evolution of the physical system and the control and command over elements. There have emerged a rare few with special attribute abilities. For instance, healing, invisibility, domains, hypnosis. The uniqueness of these awakeners lies not only in their special attributes, but also in the fact that, thus far, all special attribute awakeners are one of a kind. This implies that only upon the death of the current healer will another healer emerge. Each uniquely gifted awakened individual will undoubtedly be maximally utilized by the higher echelons of the Federation. Among those who have emerged from the Academy, this has proven true without exception. It remains uncertain what particular special attribute has been awakened in the child with wood-based abilities. However, it is now evident that this child possesses a combat-oriented special attribute. While Elder Gu refrains from speaking, she does not dare to inquire. She is even hesitant to ask who the child is. In time, the truth will unveil itself. How she longs to know now, for her curiosity is insatiable. The only individuals she can eliminate from consideration are Zhuang Mo and Han Lingyu. Based on previous experiences, the innate attributes of special abilities typically exhibit moderate talent. For instance, a wood-type healing ability would imply that their agricultural skills are rather ordinary. Among the newly awakened with moderate talent in wood abilities, she can only recall Yi Xingqi, primarily due to his striking appearance. She must observe him more closely in the future. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mo, who is causing Jiang Ying sleepless nights with worry, finds himself in a state of tranquil reverie. After folding 6 paper umbrellas, he sits cross-legged on his bed, focusing his mind, forming seals, and continuing the Tao that can be articulated. The Tao that can be articulated indeed yields results. It is no wonder it was penned by a sage. Thousands of years ago, I foresaw the apocalyptic fate of humanity, grasping the profound and enigmatic natural laws. What is known is but a fraction of the whole. The mysteries of the world are boundless, often beyond verbal expression. It is precisely due to this inability to articulate that they remain mysteries. The energy derived from the essence is a secret that, once absorbed, does not dissipate, remaining formless and unfathomable. Energy swirls around Zhuang Mo, ceaseless and ethereal, barely perceptible. The Tao that can be articulated. Who's he? Do you understand why a sage is deemed a sage? He possesses far greater wisdom than us, yet he does not consider himself a saint. Do you not comprehend? It matters not. In due time, you shall understand. After all, you are but a little pup, and little pups know not. A day later, Han Junfeng once again led the new students of the wood element in nurturing the plum trees. This time, Zhuang Mo, after a brief period of focus, found himself glancing at Han Lingyu's progress. His frequent looks towards her did not go unnoticed, as he felt Yi Xingqi's piercing gaze upon him several times. Let there be no misunderstanding, dear brother. To be precise, his attention was directed at the plum tree, not the young lady. As he observed, Han Lingyu's sapling had grown into a small tree, continuing to reach higher, while Zhuang Mo remained dedicated to his own nurturing. The reputation of being the top student in the F-grade wood element had already spread, and defeat was not an option. Zhuang Mo was wholly absorbed in channeling his abilities into his little tree, while Han Lingyu, glancing at his progress, gritted her teeth and persevered with her plum tree. Recently, she had been inspired by the exemplary case of Zhao Mingran, the king of all contenders, and had thus intensified her efforts. If Zhao Mingran, with only moderate talent, could contend with Li Chao, then how could she, endowed with superior talent alongside Zhuang Mo, allow herself to fall short? Such a loss would be most embarrassing. Unaware of Han Lingyu's inner thoughts, Zhuang Mo would only applaud her endeavors, for they were all destined to cultivate the land together in the future. And cultivating it well would benefit all of humanity. Han Lingyu poured her heart into her work, sensing the robust and healthy growth of the plum tree's roots. And she exhaled in relief. Yet, when she turned her gaze to Zhuang Mo, she noted that his plum tree towered over hers by several centimeters, its branches lush and abundant. A look of disappointment crossed her face, which she quickly masked with a yawn. In order to accumulate enough energy to nurture the plum tree today, she had only slept for 4 hours the previous night. Yet she still found herself significantly lagging behind Zhuang Mo. Could it be that Zhuang Mo also had a restless night? After a full 10 hours of slumber, Zhuang Mo noticed that the psychic ping-pong balls were still plentiful. He paused, gently caressing his robust little plum tree, and a paternal smile spread across his face. Glancing upwards, he observed that Han Lingyu's plum tree was thriving as well. As for Yi Xingqi, where had he gone? Han Lingyu gestured towards the back, prompting Zhuang Mo to turn around. He spotted Yi Xingqi standing before Jiang Ying, his head tilted at a 45-degree angle, seemingly engaged in conversation with her. Zhuang Mo found it perplexing. What could teacher Jiang want with Yi Xingqi? Han Lingyu appeared equally puzzled. Perhaps she had discovered his folly and sought to provide him with some individual guidance. Zhuang Mo sensed something was amiss. Jiang Ying was not one to be trifled with. At that moment, Jiang Ying scrutinized Yi Xingqi from head to toe, her expression tinged with disappointment. Is this truly your level? You can only manage such a minuscule movement of the branches? This is hardly worthy of being called a second-tier mutated burrowing mouse, let alone a regular person. Yi Xingqi tilted his neck nonchalantly. As long as I can cultivate the land well, that is sufficient. Just look at my plum sapling. Isn't it taller than those of others with medium talent? Jiang Ying's temper flared instantly. It was evident that Yi Xingqi was not an awakened individual with special abilities. However, Han Junfeng, was the combat training for your wood-type abilities too lax? Jiang Ying's furious shout reverberated through the area, shaking the ground beneath them. It was only then that Zhuang Mo realized that, aside from her formidable physique, Jiang Ying possessed the power of sonic attacks. As for why Jiang Ying possesses a formidable physique yet appears remarkably slender, it is said that such a powerful individual has complete mastery over her physical form, able to embody either a delicate Barbie or a robust Goliath at will. Clearly, as an S-rank powerhouse, her roar may seem like a thunderous outburst to others. Yet to Jiang Ying, it is merely a slightly elevated tone of conversation. Should she truly unleash her abilities, none of these students would survive. All of you, increase your training. This afternoon, we shall engage in physical combat during the outdoor ability class. Han Junfeng had no authority to refuse, and the wood element students instantly erupted in lamentations. No, a single punch from a physical adept could incapacitate 3 of me. Yi Xingqi, what have you done? You've condemned us to extra training. I only wish to continue attending to my little May. I've already run 50 laps today, and my legs are trembling. Jiang Ying let out a cold laugh. With more than 20 days remaining until the new student trials, those wishing for an early demise need not train. After speaking, Jiang Ying departed, leaving the wood element freshmen enveloped in silence. After a while, someone finally spoke. Let us do our part and leave the rest to fate. Honestly, I've already come to terms with it. Simply being admitted to the Federal Ability Academy is a stroke of luck. If I perish in the ruins, my mother and sister would receive 1,000 points, which isn't too bad. Don't think that way. There are military forces stationed at the ruins' defenses. It's not that perilous. People die every year. This year will be no exception. After a flurry of discussions, Han Lingyu's voice rang out, firm and resolute, cutting through the air of despondency. Chapter 30. You might as well concede. The Academy's purpose in sending us to the ruins is for training, not for demise. They will provide protective gear. The wood element newcomers still struggle to control the mutated plants, and according to the Academy's tradition, we are not assigned missions to hunt these aberrant flora and fauna. Instead, the tasks allocated to the wood element are primarily focused on researching mutated plants or administering inhibitors. It is widely acknowledged that the perception range of these mutated plants is limited. As long as one maintains a safe distance, the danger is significantly mitigated. However, the ruins are rife with unexpected hazards, which is why Professor Jiang insists on additional training for our benefit. From today onwards, we must dedicate our post-class efforts to combat training. Our wood element combat capabilities may be constrained by our environment. Yet we are not entirely incapable of fighting. Why should we be deemed weak? The final statement resonated powerfully, invigorating the members of the wood element, who expressed their commitment to rigorous training. The class cannot function without Han Lingyu. It would fall apart. Her words carry more weight than even Han Juanfeng's. Even Zhuang Mo, after listening to her impassioned speech, felt that Han Lingyu was undoubtedly destined to be the class leader. The wood element members rallied their spirits, and Zhuang Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. His current mindset resembled that of a leader observing subordinates, viewing each member of the wood element as a potential future colleague or subordinate. He considered this perspective entirely reasonable. With his remarkable agricultural talents, he was bound to secure a prominent position in the plantation once he graduated. After spending so many years as a mere cog in the machine, aspiring to be a minor leader in this life did not seem unreasonable. With these thoughts in mind, he cast a discerning glance at Yu Xingqi, pondering whether he could fulfill any missions assigned to him in the ruins. This is the apocalypse. After all, mutated creatures and aberrations do not discriminate based on one's appearance. Strength is the only truth that matters. Professor Jiang has announced that the flesh element will serve as our sparring partners, and she will certainly follow through on her word. In the afternoon, upon arriving at the ability training ground, Zhuang Mo immediately sensed the scrutinizing gazes of the entire flesh system cohort. However, this scrutiny did not exude friendliness. Rather, it bore an air of disdain. It was not outright hostility, but a palpable condescension. TSK, who are they looking down upon? If they possess such prowess, let them refrain from consuming the crops cultivated from the wood system. This sentiment lingered silently in Zhuang Mo's mind. The others were well-fed and diligently training, preparing for their imminent deployment to the front lines, each one a potential soldier. Without these combat-oriented individuals standing against the extraterrestrial entities on the defense line, what purpose would the wood system serve in agriculture? They would have long since become sustenance for the otherworldly beings. Among the awakened in the Federation, the flesh system comprised nearly a third, with most possessing dual abilities. For instance, Zhao Mingran boasted a formidable physique coupled with remarkable speed, while Li Chao exhibited both a robust body and regenerative capabilities. Thus, despite Zhao Mingran's rigorous training, she would ultimately find herself outmatched by Li Chao in practical combat. For Li Chao's growth rendered him exceedingly difficult to defeat. Although Li Chao's regenerative prowess is impressive, one might wonder why Bian Shan is widely regarded as the foremost combatant among F-class newcomers. The answer lies in the fact that Li Chao is still classified as F-class, and his regeneration is rather sluggish. During an outdoor ability class, Bian Shan inadvertently severed a portion of Li Chao's elbow, which took over 10 minutes to regenerate. In summary, Li Chao's regenerative abilities, while potent, are currently ineffective in battle, akin to the wood system's inability to control mutated plants at the F-class level. In truth, everyone is rather inept. No one should disparage another. The wood system at F class can only manage ordinary plants. E class can approximately control level 1 mutated plants. And A class is required to manipulate level 5 mutated plants. Yet, even upon reaching S class, the control over level 6 mutated plants remains elusive. To be precise, the wood elemental powers are utterly incapable of controlling mutated plants of level 6 or above. This is one of the reasons why other combat-oriented awakeners deem wood elementalists unsuitable for battle. Who among the warriors would dare challenge a battleground? There must be plants in the vicinity, and they must be below level 6. Even freshly mutated level 6 plants are ineffective, as they do not heed commands at all. Coupled with the paramount significance of agriculture, over time, combat has become largely unrelated to the wood elementalists, who are fortunate enough to be able to ensure their own safety. Thus, it is no wonder that the physical-type students regard them with a certain disdain. They exist for the purpose of combat, and have little patience for training non-combat awakeners. The sentiments of the physical-type students align closely with those of Zhuang Mo, and as the two groups draw nearer, Zhuang Mo can distinctly hear their murmurs. They are all so frail. A single punch could leave them weeping for their mothers. The wood elementalists are so precious that I wouldn't dare strike them. If I were to seriously injure one, who knows, Teacher Zhang might end up injuring me as well. Why should we serve as their sparring partners? Wouldn't the water and earth elementalists be more fitting? In the vast elemental training ground, the metal, fire, ice, and lightning elementalists have ceased their training, gathering in a circle to witness the wood elementalists' potential embarrassment. The expressions of schadenfreude are unmistakable. Yet it remains unclear whether they take pleasure in the misfortune of the wood elementalists or the physical-type students. To allow the wood elementalists to demonstrate their abilities, Jiang Ying has even summoned everyone to gather beneath a row of towering willow trees, utilizing the readily available willow branches for the wood elementalist commands. Zhuang Mo finds himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel pleased about this arrangement. According to Jiang Ying's arrangement, the gifted individuals were matched against one another. Zhuang Mo's opponent was Li Chao, while Han Lingyu faced another physically gifted contender named Su Fanyuan, who possessed formidable physical strength and the ability of clairvoyance. Su was extraordinary, exhibiting robust physical prowess without any noticeable increase in height or bulk, appearing remarkably ordinary except for her slightly larger eyes. The realm of physical talents harbors many peculiarities, exemplified by Su Fanyuan and Zhao Mingran. In contrast, a towering figure like Li Chao seemed almost typical. Zhuang Mo, perhaps you should concede defeat. Li Chao's voice resonated powerfully, perfectly matching his imposing stature, laced with a heavy dose of derision. Everyone present heard his words, which, despite their mockery, bore an air of undeniable truth. Even Yi Xingqi, who could seldom tolerate disparagement of the wood element, refrained from rebuttal. However, Li Chao's booming voice drew the attention of other wood and physical talents engaged in their own confrontations. The sole exception was Bian Shi-san, positioned within the metal element, who quietly gazed upward. Zhuang Mo twitched his lips. He indeed wished to concede, yet Teacher Jiang forbade it. This was merely a training session, not a competition. Could conceding truly serve the purpose of training? Noticing Zhuang Mo's silence, Li Chao's tone grew increasingly arrogant. Since you refused to surrender, do not blame me for the severity of my strikes. Even if you wood elementals are rendered ineffective, you can still cultivate food, can't you? At this proclamation, the wood element crowd erupted in outrage. You wretched creature! Were it not for the wood element's diligent farming, you would have perished from starvation long ago. In mere minutes, your physical form can regenerate just a small morsel of flesh. It remains uncertain who might prevail in such a contest. Zhuang Mo, where's your paper airplane? Strike him on the head. Amidst the clamorous shouts of the crowd, Jiang Ying keenly registered the mention of the paper airplane. It seemed she had heard whispers of an incident where Zhuang Mo had used a paper airplane to slay a bird while aboard an airship. Paper airplanes, paper umbrellas. Could it be that this individual is Zhuang Mo? Yet, individuals with unique abilities have never exhibited such high-level talents. Chapter 31. I wager you won't even hit me. Jiang Ying found herself perplexed and chose to set aside this question for the moment. The awakeners of special abilities fall under the jurisdiction of Elder Go, and in his absence of permission, she could only silently speculate, refraining from vocal inquiry. Shifting her thoughts, she furrowed her brow and looked at Li Chao. His provocative remarks were excessively audacious. This was not merely a challenge to Zhuang Mo, but a blatant affront to the dignity of all wood-type awakeners. However, with her presence. She would ensure that Zhuang Mo would not suffer severe injury. Otherwise, not only would the academy take action, but the military would also impose sanctions upon her. Zhuang Mo was a remarkable new talent in the wood element, surpassing even high-level gifts, and many high-ranking officials within the Federation were closely monitoring him, including Mr. Ping, the foremost authority in the wood domain, who had inquired about him personally. Yet, Zhu Baobao opposed granting Zhuang Mo any special privileges, meaning he, like other newcomers, was obligated to participate in the freshman trials and subsequently undertake various missions. Even if students from other disciplines were assigned to protect him, it would not preclude the myriad of accidents and dangers within the ruins. The only path to ensure his survival until the day he could cultivate the land for humanity as sustenance was to enhance his own strength. At this moment, the newly initiated members of the wood system were utterly incensed by Li Chao's remarks, leading them to launch indiscriminate attacks, hurling insults at the flesh system, branding them as ugly, monstrous, and repugnant. In retaliation, the flesh system derided the wood system as lacking combat prowess, labeling them as ineffective and calling them parasites of the Federation. Despite the wood system comprising only a single class, the flesh system boasted three, resulting in a surprisingly balanced confrontation. The incessant chatter, though often perceived as futile, had its merits. At the very least, it sustained their morale during the skirmish. On the gold system's side, Bian Shisan regarded Li Chao with an expression akin to that of one gazing upon a corpse. Should Zhuang Mo refrain from intervening today and permit Li Chao to inflict injury upon him, Bian Shisan vowed to cripple Li Chao, ensuring he comprehended the true meaning of disability. Many observers within the gold system noted the deathly glare emanating from Bian Shisan, primarily due to his typically lethargic demeanor, characterized by small, lifeless eyes. Thus, when he directed his gaze at something, the intensity was particularly striking. Li Chao's arrogance was palpable, yet the wood system's inability to match him was lamentable. When it came time for us to confront the flesh system, we must ensure he receives a thorough reprimand. He is merely a defeated foe of our gold system, having failed to withstand even one of Bian Shisan's moves, utterly worthless. Had Bian Shisan stood before Li Chao instead, he would have knocked him to the ground in no time. Alas, it is Zhuang Mo who faces him, and it seems the wood system is destined to endure humiliation alongside him. Zhuang Mo is regarded as a prize gem in the eyes of all the instructors. Li Chao may boast, but should he dare to act with lethal intent, Teacher Jiang would undoubtedly bring him to his knees. Within the training grounds, each faction voiced their opinions, yet aside from Bian Shisan, scarcely anyone believed that Zhuang Mo possessed the capability to best Li Chao. Li Chao is a paragon of physical prowess, towering at 2 meters with muscles that evoke the strength of a mountain. His mere presence instills a sense of trepidation. Jiang Ying scoffed, proclaiming that today the wood system students were destined to face a beating. Han Junfeng understood Jiang Ying's intention. She aimed to instill an awareness of the significance of combat among the new wood system students, and he had no intention of intervening. However, Li Chao's provocations were excessive, drawing the attention of students from other systems, and he feared that Zhuang Mo might suffer humiliation, jeopardizing his role as a role model for the new wood system students. Each held their own perspective, but with Jiang Ying holding a higher status, Han Junfen's suggestions bore no weight. In the center of everyone's gaze, Zhuang Mo sighed. He, too, possessed dignity. If he were to be soundly defeated by Li Chao today, it would tarnish the reputation of Zhuang Mo, the future master of planting in the Federation. He could sense that several students from other systems were preparing to record the encounter. Furthermore, Li Chao's mocking and humiliating demeanor was insufferably provoking. Li Chao, shall we make a wager? Zhuang Mo pondered before speaking. A wager? What could you possibly bet against me? That I won't knock you down? Ha ha. Zhuang Mo appeared self-assured, declaring, I bet you won't even lay a finger on me. Listen to this fool spouting nonsense. Li Chao laughed heartily. Though many from the physical system had long harbored disdain for Li Chao, they found themselves surprisingly united after being collectively insulted by the wood system. Is Zhuang Mo attempting to flee? He could never outrun Li Chao. Even if Li Chao's innate speed isn't extraordinary, Zhuang Mo would still be no match for him. Zhuang Mo listened to the discussions with an unyielding expression and calmly addressed Li Chao. Are you afraid to gamble? Li Chao retorted, Me afraid? What a grand jest. What shall we wager? He regarded Zhuang Mo with disdain, making it clear that he held all new students in contempt, save for Bian Shisan. If you lose, You must apologize to all the new students of the wood department, Zhuang Mo stated earnestly. A cruel smile spread across Li Chao's face as he replied. Then if you lose, I demand that you kneel before me and loudly declare that the wood department is composed entirely of worthless individuals. No sooner had he uttered these words than Bian Shisan drew his curved blade, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. The members of the gold department hurriedly intervened, pulling arms and legs, attempting to disarm him. Shisan, do not act impulsively. He wants Zhuang Mo to kneel, not you. Calm down, Shisan. Wait until they finish before you retaliate, all right? Stop playing with the knife. You might hurt yourself. In the wood department, Han Lingyu clenched her fists. The humiliation was directed at Zhuang Mo, but it was not solely his disgrace. It was an affront to all 68 new students of the wood department. Most awakened beings in the Federation believed that the wood department was a divine blessing, preventing humanity from succumbing to starvation in the apocalypse. Yet, there were those like Li Chao, who, lacking in insight, questioned why the wood department did not confront the otherworldly threats at the front lines. Her father had always advised her to disregard the opinions of others and to pursue what she deemed right. At this moment, Han Lingyu resolved that the right course of action was to diligently hone her combat skills. If Zhuang Mo were to suffer humiliation today, she would ensure that Li Chao paid dearly for it. Zhuang Mo, do not acquiesce to him. Teacher Jiang, we must diligently train our combat capabilities in the future. Please, do not allow Zhuang Mo and Li Chao to continue. Is this the attitude of a training partner in the meat system? This is clearly a provocation. Must we endure this further? It must be said that before the meat system even engaged with the wood system, Jiang Ying had already achieved her objective. Hearing the new students of the wood system express their intentions to enhance their combat training, Jiang Ying, perceiving the situation, contemplated calling for a halt. The primary issue was that Li Chao was simply too infuriating. Even Jiang Ying, who intended to provoke the wood system, found it unbearable and considered dragging Li Chao away to teach him some manners. Just as she was about to step forward, she heard Zhuang Mo's calm voice. Very well. I accept your challenge. Let us begin, classmate Li Chao. As soon as Zhuang Mo's words fell, the formidable figure of Li Chao sprang into action. His strides were immense, and his speed was remarkable. In an instant, his fist was merely a few centimeters away from Zhuang Mo. Chapter 32. Does he not resemble a large insect? Han Lingyu held her breath, her fists tightening with each passing moment, watching helplessly as that rock-hard fist drew ever closer to Zhuang Mo. The humiliation of today. Han Lingyu must. Bang. What sound was that? Oh, it was Li Chao falling. Huh. Li Chao fell? To be precise, he did not merely fall, he stumbled. Zhuang Mo is impressive. The premier of the wood system easily conjured 2 willow branches. Ha ha ha. I have captured Li Chao's dog-eat-dog expression. Amidst the chatter of the wood system, Han Lingyu observed that Li Chao's ankles were ensnared by the willow branches. She let out a sigh of relief. On the very first day of school, Zhuang Mo was capable of controlling and nurturing bamboo, and now he effortlessly commanded willow branches. Just as the new students in the wood element felt at ease, Li Chao's menacing voice pierced the air. Do you think you can trap me with just 2 willow branches? With a resounding crack, the muscles in Li Chao's ankles bulged, causing the 2 willow branches to shatter instantly. He rose to his feet. Han Lingyu's heart raced once more. Have you heard the tale of a single chopstick? Zhuang Mo formed intricate hand seals, his tone imbued with a hint of gravity. Spare me your idle chatter. Li Chao bellowed, charging forward like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Another heavy thud echoed. Following this was Zhuang Mo's languid voice. If 2 willow branches cannot ensnare you, what if I were to produce 10? How would you fare then? Even 100 cannot bind me, Li Chao. He roared, shattering 10 willow branches in an instant. In those fleeting seconds, it seemed as though his muscles had been awakened, growing even more formidable than before. Jiang Ying furrowed her brow, sensing trouble. Having been ensnared by the willow branches twice and subsequently falling, Li Chao was incensed, his energy surging almost to E-level standards. Indeed, the potential of one's abilities flourishes through combat. But she intended for Li Chao to serve as a sparring partner for Zhuang Mo, not to provoke him into a state of heightened power. In such a condition, Li Chao would undoubtedly harm Zhuang Mo. Just as Jiang Ying prepared to intervene and incapacitate Li Chao, it was Han Junfeng who stopped her. Let us observe a while longer. He could clearly discern that Zhuang Mo was effortlessly nurturing and manipulating 10 willow branches. It was not yet time for them to take action. Han Junfeng remained composed, primarily because Zhuang Mo had instilled confidence in him. Moreover, Jiang Ying was focused on Li Chao while he kept his gaze on Zhuang Mo, ensuring that nothing would go awry. Beneath the willow tree, Zhuang Mo indeed did not disappoint him. As Li Chao snapped 10 willow branches in his fury, the willow tree behind him surged with growth, its branches ensnaring his ankles and binding his calves in a relentless embrace, encircling him repeatedly until only his head remained free. With a resounding thud, Li Chao lost his balance and fell once more, a cloud of dust billowing around him. Bound like a caterpillar, he writhed helplessly on the ground, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Zhuang Mo." Zhuang Mo retorted with conviction, "You requested 100 willow branches, and as a fellow student, I merely sought to fulfill your desire." In truth, he had no intention of binding Li Chao in such a manner. He merely aimed to secure his legs. Little did he expect Li Chao's stringent demands. Wishing to challenge himself with 100 branches at once, Zhuang Mo had always been a benevolent individual, eager to assist others in realizing their aspirations within his means. It must be said, however, that manipulating wood-based powers to both nurture and control plants was far more taxing than simply cultivating crops. This bout of practice had left him with only a minuscule amount of his internal energy remaining, especially considering the willows had grown to the ground. Jiang Ying, witnessing Zhuang Mo's impressive display, turned to Han Junfeng and remarked, "With such remarkable talent, it's truly a shame to see it wasted on you." Observing Li Chao's writhing struggle on the ground, the wood elementals could hardly contain their amusement. "Ha ha ha, just look at Li Chao. Doesn't he resemble a large insect?" Zhuang Mo's fine hair remained untouched, yet he boldly proclaimed the prowess of the new students. "What utter nonsense. Accept the wager and admit defeat. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize." Han Lingyu's face broke into a relaxed smile as she joined in the chorus. "Apologize." Yi Xingqi chimed in, "Apologize. You hideous creature, apologize." Even the new students from other departments joined in the ruckus. "If you lose, simply apologize. Is it so difficult to accept defeat?" They had warned against underestimating the wood department beside the plants, and Zhuang Mo had yet to face the consequences of his hubris. Just moments ago, he had mocked the wood department as a bunch of worthless individuals, and now he was rolling on the ground in laughter. The students from the meat department had no face left to argue, primarily because they understood the spirit of gambling. It was pointless to say anything further, especially with Li Chao's disgraceful demeanor. Li Chao belonged to your meat class 1 and had nothing to do with our meat class 2. Indeed, he is not affiliated with our meat class 3 either. Why the delay in apologizing? Truly embarrassing. The meat class 1 students fell silent. Li Chao clenched his teeth, unwilling to speak. Jiang Ying's expression turned stern. Li Chao apologized to the wood department. Only then did Li Chao begrudgingly utter through gritted teeth, "I'm sorry." Zhuang Mo tilted his head and asked the wood department students, "Did you hear what he said?" "We didn't hear." "Li Chao, please turn your head towards the wood department and apologize loudly." Li Chao's face contorted in rage. "How can I turn around with you holding me like this?" Zhuang Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Apologize first, and then I will release you." In jest, should the restraints be released now, Li Chao would likely deliver a punch. Yet the residual power within him is insufficient for a single binding. As for how Li Chao found himself in such a predicament, he was merely facing the wood element practitioners. After all, he had been encased in a chrysalis for quite some time. Who could he blame for that? Li Chao lay motionless on the ground, while the silent Su Fanyuan stepped forward, calling out to the crowd, "Zhao Minggran, come lend a hand." The formidable Zhao Minggran emerged, positioning herself face-to-face with the wide-eyed and endearing Su Fanyuan. With a single lift of a foot and an upward glance, they managed to rotate Li Chao by 90 degrees. Thud! Li Chao was unceremoniously thrown onto the ground. It was evident that the rapport between the two women and Li Chao was far from amicable. At that moment, behind Li Chao stood a group of physically adept individuals, while in front loomed Zhuang Mo and his 68 wood element freshman. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, the individuals behind Li Chao began to disperse. "Why should I stand beside him? I am not acquainted with him. His provocation of Zhuang Mo has nothing to do with us." Indeed, he even boasted about incapacitating Zhuang Mo, yet now finds himself in this predicament. He has only himself to blame. Consequently, Li Chao stood alone, facing the 68 wood element practitioners. "Apologize, we are listening," Zhuang Mo stated. "Make sure your voice is loud enough." "Why yes. I'm sorry. Given the circumstances, Li Chao decided to abandon any semblance of shame and shouted with fervor, "I'm sorry." Sorry for what? Sorry to whom? An apology must be articulated clearly. Indeed, can a mere casual sorry suffice? What were you thinking when you attempted to incapacitate the Wood faction? How do you intend to compensate for the psychological trauma inflicted upon us? The members of the Wood faction murmured in discontent. Han Lingyu's expression hardened. Silence. All of you. Chapter 33. The Insole Catapult. Do you truly believe that it was you who bound Li Chao? Had Li Chao provoked not Zhuang Mo today, but rather me, Yi Xingqi, or any one of you, would the situation remain unchanged? Even the Wood faction cannot remain ensconced within the safety zone indefinitely. Mutated flora requires the Wood faction for research, and inhibitors necessitate injection by them. Once outside the safety zone, we may confront peril at any moment. Starting today, all after-class hours and every ounce of energy must be devoted to enhancing our combat prowess. Is that achievable? At this juncture, the Wood faction had coalesced into a collective inspired by Zhuang Mo as a model and Han Lingyu as a spiritual leader, exuding a spirit of positivity. Zhuang Mo felt a twinge of guilt. He had never honed his combat abilities in the Wood domain. As for why he adeptly manipulated willow branches, it stemmed from a night when the ethereal darkness inspired visions of the little dragon girl entwined with her ropes. In that moment, Zhuang Mo felt invigorated, skillfully intertwining the branches of 2 willow trees into a robust knot. In ancient times, the dragon girl wove ropes. Today, Zhuang Mo intertwined willow branches. However, after a lengthy struggle to find balance upon the willow branches, Zhuang Mo ultimately abandoned the notion of synchronizing with the little dragon girl across the fabric of time. Han Lingyu was urging the members of the Wood Element Group to apologize to their classmates from the Flesh Element Group who had been unjustly insulted, particularly focusing on Yi Xingqi, the most vociferous in his earlier verbal onslaught, whose remarks were laced with personal attacks on appearance. Before long, both factions had redefined the recent altercation as a personal provocation by Li Chao, as if they had not just engaged in a heated exchange. The atmosphere had become so harmonious that a confrontation seemed unlikely. However, Jiang Ying had already accomplished her goal of training, and thus temporarily spared the group of new students from the Wood element. In the ability training field, the newcomers began their individual practices. Standing nearby, Jiang Ying turned her gaze toward Han Junfeng, causing him to feel quite uncomfortable under her scrutiny. She then spoke, "Old Han, while your abilities may not be particularly impressive, you are undeniably fortunate. Han Lingyu surpasses you by a considerable margin." Han Junfeng was left speechless. Jiang Ying then glanced at Zhuang Mo and continued, "Yet, when compared to Zhuang Mo, there remains a gap." Han Junfeng, unaffected by any bias due to Han Lingyu being his daughter, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Zhuang Mo is the most gifted child I have ever mentored." Jiang Ying concurred. Han Junfeng's observation was correct. Zhuang Mo's affinity for the Wood element was strikingly potent. The incessant chatter from the new students of the Wood element had given him a headache, and he was reluctant to engage with them further. Love is love, and eventually, she would come to understand. That evening, Zhuang Mo handed 6 paper umbrellas to Bian Shisan, reciting a verse until 11 o'clock, before stepping into the night to the playground alone. At this hour, the playground was deserted, with Zhuang Mo as its sole occupant. He had come to train. Li Chao's provocation seemed to him rather juvenile, yet it indeed served as a reminder. Recently, he has indeed not devoted much time or effort to combat training. However, those awakened with extraordinary abilities engage in combat practice nearly every day, while the mutated flora and fauna within the ruins continue to evolve. In this merciless apocalypse, survival necessitates relentless diligence. One must hone the art of escape. Indeed, it is escape that holds paramount importance. Is it vital to be able to fight? The ability to flee is what truly matters. Consider Li Chao and his fist, nearly the size of his head. If it were to strike him, would he not spew blood in torrents? Engaging in a direct confrontation? What a farce! Should such a physically formidable opponent truly mature, he, a mere underdog, would be akin to an egg striking a stone. Flee, and flee swiftly. Yet, unlike Zhao Mengran, who possesses an innate speed, achieving such velocity relies on science. He has already conceived an idea. Enter the Shu Insole Catapult. From his backpack, he retrieves a sheet of A3 paper, swiftly transforming it into 2 pairs of height-increasing insoles, and fervently infuses them with energy. His ability to manipulate paper far surpasses that of controlling willow branches. He seems to share an unspoken bond with this seemingly ordinary sheet. Within mere seconds, the energy-saturated insoles are complete. His plan is thus, by placing these energy-laden insoles in his shoes. It would be akin to stepping upon a fully drawn bow. When the moment to leap arises, releasing the bowstring would unleash a tremendous repulsive force, propelling him forward. The conversion of elastic potential energy into kinetic energy would grant him acceleration. A spring of extraordinary abilities, indeed, is most scientifically sound. Contemplating, Zhuang Mo sat down on the ground, removed his shoes, and inserted the launcher into them. 10 seconds later, a cacophony erupted. My shoes. They cost 100 points a pair. With a loud crash, he fell to the ground. He had been careless, entirely unaware of the immense force. The upper part of the shoe soared into the air, while the soles and the launcher remained on the ground. The separation was stark. He tenderly picked up the sole that had been forcibly detached from the upper, feeling a pang of pain. I'm done for, he grimaced, clutching his rear in discomfort. After enduring the consequences of a 2-meter fall and the loss of a pair of shoes, he had at least confirmed the launcher's effectiveness. With a few modifications, it could be perfected, transforming the internal height-increasing insole into an external height-increasing outsole could be the solution. The paper launcher could be designed to fit snugly over the outsole like a phone case. This way, the launcher would propel the outsole, and as his foot pressed down upon it, the launcher would push through the outsole, merely exerting pressure without detaching. With a heavy heart, Zhuang Mo set aside the separated sole and upper, crafted 2 paper foot covers from A3 sheets in his bag, and aligned the launcher with the paper covers. He bent his legs forward, preparing to leap. Launch. The power was sufficient. He soared high and far. Energy was released, inputted, then released again, and input once more. He leapt. He leapt with ease, as though it required no effort at all. Should anyone happen to stroll past the playground at that moment, they would witness a peculiar sight. A slender man, reminiscent of a renowned mutant creature, leaping 2 meters high and bounding 7 or 8 meters with each step. Regrettably, at that moment, there were no spectators. Only Zhuang Mo was traversing the track, leaping round and round. He had become somewhat addicted to jumping, gradually developing his own style. With each leap, whether taking off from a stationary position or with a running start, he would land and immediately jump again, or leap after a couple of quick steps following his landing. He remained unconvinced that Li Chao could possibly reach him while he executed these jumps. Although he had destroyed a pair of shoes he had only recently purchased, the successful creation of a shoe insole catapult filled him with immense joy. Chapter 34. Cashback for positive reviews. Upon returning to his dormitory, he received the final payment for the paper umbrellas. As he gazed at the 1123 bank points, Zhuang Mo couldn't contain his delight. Did his friends who had purchased the paper umbrellas believe the transaction was concluded? Not at all. The exchange continued. Indeed, they were made of paper, complete with a frame. They felt quite sturdy to the touch. Could they truly withstand a knife's blade as shown in the video? There was only one way to find out. One of the buyers picked up a small knife and gently drew a line across the paper umbrella, leaving only a faint mark. Xiao Wang put some more strength into it. Thus, Xiao Wang exerted more force, yet the paper umbrella remained intact, merely bearing a slightly deeper impression. To the side, Zhao Minggran expressed her astonishment. She had not anticipated such impressive durability from the paper umbrella. She understood that, apart from herself, the other 3 individuals in the dormitory were second-generation awakened and did not lack for points. They would not venture into the ruins to undertake point-earning tasks, as they had no need for this paper umbrella. Even if they were to explore the ruins in the future, they had protective gear prepared by their families. Only she required such protective equipment. Recently, the G-Zone has been inundated with first-level mutated dandelions. With this paper umbrella capable of shielding against such mutant flora, she can embark on the task of exterminating dandelions. She is contemplating whether to spend 50 points to purchase one when a delightful voice catches her attention. Bian Shursen just messaged me. Xiao Wang exclaimed. What did he say? Someone beside her inquired. In appreciation of your support for the paper umbrella akin to Huzi's Father S. The community is offering a cashback of 3 points for a review of over 20 words and 5 points for 3 accompanying images. Wow. There is even a cashback on points. I will help you take the pictures. The 3 of them seemed quite intrigued by the cashback offer. Zhao Minggran understood that they were not particularly in need of those 5 points. They simply found the idea amusing. However, the prospect of receiving 5 points back was significantly enticing for her. She calculated that the umbrella originally cost 50 points, and with the 5 points refunded, it would effectively cost her only 45 points. Given that the points earned from eliminating a patch of mutated dandelions could range from 70 to 80 points. Even if she only managed to accept a single task, it would still be a profitable venture. She was decisive in her actions. Without delay, she activated her watch, accessed the community, navigated to the post where Bien Shursan was selling the umbrellas, left a comment to purchase one, and promptly placed a deposit of 15 points. As she focused on her watch, Zhuang Mo noticed that the buyer showcase had not yet gone live, yet she already had a new order. It seemed that the sale of paper umbrellas was indeed thriving. With this realization, she found herself less distressed about the 100 points she had spent that evening. 2 umbrellas would certainly bring in a modest return of points. Shortly thereafter, Zhuang Mo came across the first buyer showcase beneath the post selling the umbrellas. Both the king and the little king possess remarkable strength. The paper umbrella is identical to the one presented in the video, although crafted from paper. Its surface is remarkably sturdy, garnering much admiration from my roommates. Below, 3 images are included. Bien Shursan, you are undoubtedly the unrivaled champion of the new students, and I shall forever support you. Zhuang Mo. In a world seemingly on the brink of collapse, with today but no promise of tomorrow, it is astonishing to witness the persistence of fan culture. Quite splendid indeed. One must learn to find joy regardless of circumstance. Perhaps it is due to the approaching day of rest, for even as midnight approaches, buyers remain awake, and Zhuang Mo comes across another series of buyer showcases. Except for the S-tier hexagonal female warrior, every other buyer has shared their experiences. Zhuang Mo observes that several showcases are filled with effusive praise, with a dozen or so individuals having already paid their deposits. This was entirely within his expectations, as the paper umbrella is truly a product of exceptional value. Compared to the online shopping experience of his previous life, akin to unboxing a mystery box, he considers himself a conscientious merchant. In those days, he rarely purchased clothing. Yet he was captivated by an image of a boyfriend-style windbreaker. In a fit of enthusiasm, he placed an order, daydreaming about transforming into a handsome figure upon its arrival, imagining the glances of admiration from his female colleagues. Finally, the eagerly awaited package arrived, and as he donned his new attire for work, he was unexpectedly halted at the entrance of the office building, which prohibited the entry of food delivery personnel. Before retiring for the night, Zhuang Mo glanced at the glass cup on his desk. The tomato seeds had nearly completed their fermentation. He poured some pre-prepared water into the glass, then stirred it with the paper spoon he had previously crafted. As the seeds settled, he carefully rinsed them several times, successfully separating the tomato seeds from the fermented mixture. Next, the seeds were spread out on paper, awaiting the warmth of the sun to dry them when daylight arrived. Zhuang Mo gazed affectionately at the tomato seeds, drifting into slumber with dreams of the ripe tomatoes to come. The following morning, he donned paper shoes equipped with a cushioning device, slung a bag over his shoulder, and masked his face, meeting Bien Shursan at the entrance of the academy. Bien Shursan also appeared with a mask, presumably due to the psychological impact of being photographed on the bus last time. In truth, the mask offered little protection for Bien Shursan, unlike Zhuang Mo. His looks were merely passably handsome. However, the distinctive weakness in his small eyes made him instantly recognizable to anyone who glanced his way. Nevertheless, Bien Shursan had grown fond of wearing the mask, finding it provided a sense of security, and had even purchased a few more with Zhuang Mo. The market was indeed bustling that day, and by the time they boarded the bus, there were no seats available, forcing them to stand. Just as the doors were about to close, a group of burly men squeezed in, with Li Chao being the last to board. Aside from Li Chao, Zhuang Mo had never encountered these individuals before, but he could ascertain they were not freshmen. However, Zhuang Mo paid little heed, as it mattered not whom Li Chao associated with. Upon arriving at Xiangrui Market, Zhuang Mo hurried to the shoe stall, resolutely spending 150 points to acquire a pair of gently used athletic shoes. Bien Shursan also spent 96 points on a pair that was somewhat worn. Zhuang Mo promptly changed into his new shoes, remembering to attach the cushioning device. It was only then that Bien Shursan noticed the paper insoles beneath the paper shoes. His expression a mixture of confusion and concern. The insoles were meant to be placed inside the shoes. Zhuang Mo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is a cutting-edge shoe insole catapult of my own design, equipped with remarkable technological advancements. I shall demonstrate its effectiveness in a secluded area shortly." He had longed to introduce his magnificent invention to Bien Shursan. Showcasing such an extraordinary escape device without demonstration would be akin to wearing splendid garments in the dark. Unfortunately, this shoe insole catapult was solely under his command. In the hands of another, it would merely be a heap of useless paper, devoid of any utility. Unlike paper umbrellas, which could be mass-produced and sold, this was indeed a lamentable limitation. Observing was one thing, but spending money was out of the question. Zhuang Mo's intentions were crystal clear. He had come solely to purchase paper. A particular stall caught Zhuang Mo's attention, selling the skins of mutated flora and fauna. He paused before this vendor's display. Level 2 mutated sand dogs, Level 3 mutated wild water buffaloes, Level 3 mutated spotted pigs, Level 2 mutated tulips, Level 3 mutated star anise, Level 3 mutated mulberry trees. The mention of Level 3 mutated mulberry trees piqued Zhuang Mo's interest instantly. He had long desired to harvest a few of these trees, as their mutation enabled them to withstand the flames of low-level fire-awakened beings. The principle of fire overcoming did not entirely apply in this post-apocalyptic world of awakened abilities. The process of paper-making was rather straightforward. In essence, it involved softening and refining plant fibers through soaking, steaming, and various methods until they became fine and delicate, which could then be ground into pulp. This pulp, when collected and dried, would yield paper. He surmised that if he could first manipulate the plant fibers to become soft and fine, then intricately weave them together, he might indeed produce paper. Perhaps due to the duration of Zhuang Mo's intense focus on the Level 3 mutated mulberry tree bark, the vendor could no longer contain himself. Urging, "Buddy, have you decided which piece of bark you're interested in? Allow me to introduce you to a fascinating scenario." Zhuang Mo pointed toward the tertiary mutant mulberry bark. "How much does this cost?" he inquired. The stall owner replied, "This piece of bark is a fully dried sheet of tertiary mutant mulberry bark, sufficient to craft an entire set of protective clothing. A single tree's bark costs merely 10 points. Zhuang Mo contemplated the situation. Slaying tertiary mutant flora and fauna earns him 10 points, while purchasing a sheet of tertiary mutant bark also costs 10 points. Indeed, the value of the bark was rather negligible. Those 10 points merely covered the expenses of skinning and transportation. Previously, Han Lingyu had also mentioned that tertiary mutant mulberry bark held little worth, and the hundreds of points required for crafting protective clothing were essentially just labor costs. It appeared he need not venture into the woods to fell any more mulberry trees. It was far more economical to procure them directly from the market without spending excessive points. As a substantial points holder, he currently possessed nearly 1,000 points, a veritable fortune, one he could hardly exhaust. Without hesitation, he purchased an entire sheet of mulberry bark, and the stall owner deftly wrapped it up for him. In that moment, Zhuang Mo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, akin to finding a cheap yet efficient pen just before an examination. However, the mulberry bark was somewhat heavy. Even he and Bien Shursan struggled to lift it. He couldn't help but wish for a burly companion to assist him. After a laborious effort, they finally exited the market with the mulberry bark, only to encounter Li Chao and his entourage ahead. A group of 7 or 8 robust men approached Zhuang Mo and Bien Shursan with purpose. Zhuang Mo quickly urged Bien Shursan to step aside. "It seems they are headed to the market. Let us move aside and not obstruct these gentlemen." They turned a corner, carrying the mutant mulberry bark toward the bus station. Suddenly, Li Chao pointed in their direction and shouted, "Brother, it's him." At that moment, Zhuang Mo felt a shiver run through him. Could it be that Li Chao was so incapable of losing gracefully that he resorted to confronting someone outside the school? A few burly men charged forward, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble. Swiftly closing in on Zhuang Mo, Li Chao gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Brother, he has humiliated me in front of so many people. You must teach him a lesson." The leader among them bore a striking resemblance to Li Chao, clearly suggesting some familial connection. How peculiar, Zhuang Mo thought, as the man did not look his way, but rather at Bien Shursan. Was it possible that his masked appearance rendered him unrecognizable? "You are Bien Shursan?" a gruff voice inquired. Bien Shursan placed the mulberry bark on the ground and drew forth a round knife. "You are Li Wei." Li Wei? Zhuang Mo recalled hearing that name. He was said to possess the ability of degrade physical regeneration. The realization struck him. This was indeed the family that Song Yulong had mentioned, a lineage predominantly composed of awakened individuals, with names and appearances suggesting a clear familial bond. It was evident that Li Wei and Li Chao shared extraordinary talents in physical regeneration. Li Wei let out a laugh, his voice resounding with authority. You took advantage of my brother when he was still at F grade and severed his arm, leaving him unable to hold his head high in the face of physical rebirth. I am here today to teach you a lesson. Such reasoning was utterly nonsensical. Zhuang Mo had initially perceived Li Chao as a foolish brute, but he was taken aback to find that his brother was even less reasonable, defeated in skill, and yet still seeking confrontation. How could they possibly have the audacity to demand retribution? Moreover, considering Li Chao's ability for physical regeneration, losing a small piece of flesh was hardly a catastrophe. It would grow back in due time. Zhuang Mo shivered slightly. While Bian Shisan had merely grazed Li Chao's arm and had already stirred up trouble, he had, in full view of everyone, bound Li Chao into a caterpillar. The videos of Li Chao wriggling on the ground had spread like wildfire throughout the academy. He silently retreated a couple of steps. This was at the entrance of the market, surrounded by passers-by. Even if trouble were to arise, it would likely only result in a beating, not something too severe. Surely not? Li Wei's facial muscles twitched as he clenched his fist, which was as large as Zhuang Mo's head. Zhuang Mo took a few more steps back. At that moment, Li Chao's gaze fell upon Zhuang Mo, and his expression turned agonizing, his brows and eyes knitting together in distress. He pointed a trembling finger at Zhuang Mo, his lips quivering dramatically as if subjected to a shaking effect. Brother, he. The tremors in his lips were so pronounced that his face turned crimson. Zhuang Mo observed for a second, confirming that Li Chao's agitation had rendered him nearly incoherent. Wasn't the caterpillar wriggling video just a fleeting trend? Was such excitement truly warranted? What poor psychological resilience! How could he fight valiantly on the battlefield in the future? Zhuang Mo mused that this cohort of freshmen was lacking. Brother. At this point, Li Chao could only manage to utter that single word. Li Wei's expression grew increasingly impatient, and he landed a punch squarely on Li Chao's face. What brother? Speak quickly. The impact was evidently effective, as Li Chao visibly ceased his convulsions, his finger now steadily pointing at Zhuang Mo. Brother, he. Zhuang Mo's pupils dilated in shock as he swiftly channeled his abilities into the shoe pad launcher. Shisan, scatter and run. Energy erupted in an instant, and Zhuang Mo was propelled skyward. Bian Shisan, with a dazed expression, gazed up into the air. Zhuang Mo landed steadily behind the group of people, bouncing upwards and downwards, advancing 7 or 8 meters with each leap. Brother, he is Zhuang Mo. Li Chao's voice echoed from behind, gripping his round knife tightly. Bian Shisan immediately dashed to the right, running for his life, only to suddenly realize that there was not a single sound behind him. Tentatively, he glanced back as he ran, perplexed to find it utterly deserted. He turned his gaze towards the direction Zhuang Mo had leapt, noticing a throng of people in hot pursuit of him. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mo was joyfully bouncing between the sky and the ground. As he accelerated, Zhuang Mo felt fortunate that none of those pursuing him possessed the extraordinary speed talent. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to outrun someone with D-grade speed. Ahead, a bus had already started moving. Zhuang Mo fixed his eyes on the roof of the bus, bent his legs to gather strength, and leapt onto the top. He looked down at the foolish crowd chasing the bus, once again lamenting that those with physical prowess seemed to lack in intellect. What were they even chasing for? Upon reaching the school gate, there would be guards and teachers. Would they dare to act? They would be swiftly taught a lesson by the guards. 13. Behold how loyal I am, drawing all the fire away for you. Zhuang Mo reclined comfortably on the bus roof and sent a message to Bian Shisan. 13. Don't forget the mulberry bark. Behind the bus, a group of burly men pounded relentlessly in pursuit. Zhuang Mo, get down here. Zhuang Mo, if you have the ability. Come down. Stop. Stop. Inside the bus, passengers were engaged in lively discussions. It seems that something just struck the vehicle, doesn't it? Indeed, the car shook momentarily. Could it be a mutated creature? What are you thinking? How could there be mutated animals in a safe zone? It is likely the result of some shameless person throwing objects from above. It appears that someone is pursuing the bus, and there are quite a number of them. Are they out of their minds? If they missed this bus, can they not wait for the next one? Chapter 36. The birth of the paper exoskeleton. A remarkable scene unfolded on the street, as a bus moved ahead, trailed by a group of flesh-based awakeners running clamorously behind. As the bus gradually disappeared from their sight, the group finally halted, panting heavily. Li Chao not only failed to strike anyone, but also received a punch from his own brother, leaving one side of his face quite swollen. He covered his face and whimpered to Li Wei, "Brother, That Zhuang Mo has made me the laughingstock of everyone. You must avenge me. Li Wei clenched his fist. Not long from now, we will face the ruins for training. Just wait until we leave the academy. You will see how I deal with him. The bus came to a halt at the academy's entrance, and Zhuang Mo leaped down from the vehicle, making sure to purchase a ticket. We are civilized individuals who uphold etiquette. This is indeed a legitimate ride, and a comfortable sleeper ticket at that. How could one evade payment? The crowd disembarking from the bus stared wide-eyed at Zhuang Mo's descent. Was an A-class powerhouse simply exhausted and landing atop the bus? Is there truly such an unreliable teacher at our academy? Once one enters the Federal Ability Academy, what can those flesh-based individuals do, no matter how powerful they may seem? However, the sensation of being pursued is far from pleasant. This group of D-class individuals dares to bully him, a mere F-class novice. Once he masters his unparalleled skills, he shall surely retaliate against this cohort. After a relentless chase, his magnificent invention, the shoe insole catapult, has been reduced to a mere heap of tattered paper. Moreover, the contraption's incessant bouncing has left his feet aching, his legs weary, and his back uncomfortable, akin to having performed numerous sets of high-intensity frog jumps. Exoskeletons represent the eternal romance of man. They provide support and protection for the body, much like delectable and tender creatures such as shrimp and crab. And many heroes in films from the beautiful nation are equipped with exoskeletons. In his previous life in the land of flower cultivation, Zhuang Mo had also watched videos featuring such exoskeletons. Beyond their protective capabilities, they enhance physical prowess, enabling individuals to leap higher, run faster, and cover greater distances. Therefore, to achieve both efficiency and extended leaps, it is only fitting to augment the shoe insole catapult with an exoskeleton. He immediately set about executing his plan. Naturally, the original shoe insole catapult was beyond repair, but crafting a new one required little effort. He then added 2 paper supports for the legs atop the catapult, the first reaching the knee and the second extending from the knee to the thigh. The 2 sheets were connected by a small paper box. Ultimately, he affixed a paper clasp to the second sheet, securing the exoskeleton to his waist. By channeling his abilities, he transformed the exoskeleton into a material as sturdy as metal, all within a span of mere seconds. Zhuang Mo realized that his origami skills were improving at an astonishing rate. He felt that he was nearing a realm where he could manipulate paper with effortless grace and precision. He gazed at the exoskeleton formed from several sheets of paper, which essentially simulated the structure of an entire leg. However, he possessed a unique ability in his heart, rendering the need for any mechanical drive components utterly unnecessary. Instead, he simply infused his power into the insoles and the small paper boxes at his knees. Although it appeared somewhat rudimentary and lacked flamboyance, its functionality was hardly inferior to that of the magnificent contraptions seen in American blockbusters. This exoskeleton, crafted from paper, was almost weightless once donned, and the entire apparatus moved in perfect harmony with his will, allowing him to direct his movements with precision. The limited adoption of such devices was significantly influenced by their weight and responsiveness. In any case, Zhuang Mo was thoroughly pleased with his new equipment. Eager for a test run, with a snap, the powers from the insoles and the paper boxes were unleashed simultaneously, and propelled by this formidable force, Zhuang Mo soared to the ceiling. Bang! Ouch! He winced, gingerly touching the sizable bump that had formed on his head. That had hurt quite a bit, nonetheless. The efficacy of the exoskeleton was undeniably impressive. Had it not been for the ceiling, he mused, he might have soared even higher. He couldn't quite gauge how high he could jump, but he would have to wait for the tranquility of the night to test it on the playground. Filled with pride for his new gear, Zhuang Mo lay back contentedly, checking his watch for a moment of leisure. Upon glancing at the community portal, he discovered a total of 38 new orders for paper umbrellas. Wealth was within reach. With a plethora of points to be earned, Zhuang Mo hastily set aside his rest, swiftly retrieving A3 paper. In mere seconds, he produced one umbrella after another, and before long, his dormitory was brimming with an abundance of paper umbrellas. After folding 38 paper umbrellas, he stroked his chin and began to practice his signature on a blank sheet of paper. With the paper umbrella business finally on track, it was imperative to have a trademark. With a sweeping motion, the character she was inscribed on the umbrella's surface by Huzi's father. After signing, Zhuang Mo patted Huzi's head and said, "Huzi, look at your father. He thinks of you in everything he does. Even when selling paper umbrellas, it must bear your name." Inside, A scene of paternal affection and filial piety unfolded, while outside, a knock resonated along with the voice of Bien Shur-san. Zhuang Mo, it's me. You've worked hard. Come in and sit down, have a glass of water first. Upon entering, Bien Shur-san noticed the large bump on Zhuang Mo's head, and his eyes instantly sparked with concern. Did they hit you? Zhuang Mo touched the bump and replied, Don't misinterpret, it was an accident. If they had really struck me, there would be more than just this one bump. Bien Shur-san's expression darkened. I am too weak to contend with Li Wei. Zhuang Mo thought to himself, this kid really dares to dream. An F-grade thinking of challenging a D-grade big brother. Why not take on Jiangying instead? This boy is rather foolish and requires some guidance. Why engage in a fight with them? They are neither mutated beings nor foreign species. Engaging in such altercations wastes abilities and earns no points. Bien Shur-san was evidently swayed by Zhuang Mo's reasoning. They are a liability for points. Zhuang Mo nodded, pleased that the young one was teachable, believing every word spoken. Bien Shur-san's attention was soon captivated by the pile of paper umbrellas. He disregarded the offered water and eagerly set off to deliver the umbrellas. Zhuang Mo tied the umbrellas together with paper twine, and Bien Shur-san, with the umbrellas on his back, left in a state of bliss. As he watched the exceptional employee Bien Shur-san depart, Zhuang Mo closed the door and took a moment to absorb the surrounding energy. In this world of awakeners, enhancing one's combat prowess does not rely on any particular technique. Rather, it hinges upon two factors: the total amount of supernatural abilities one possesses and their practical combat skills. There are those with a high total of supernatural energy, yet they lack real-world experience and do not know how to wield their power effectively, which is undoubtedly inadequate. Thus, it is not solely through outdoor exercises in manipulating supernatural powers that one improves. Additionally, every year, new students must embark on practical training in the ruins a month after enrollment. In essence, both the Federal Supernatural Academy and the federal government invest their resources and energy in nurturing awakeners, not to sequester them within safe zones, but to prepare them for future confrontations on the front lines. He understood that his true adversaries were not Li Wei or Li Chao, but rather the mutated flora and fauna, and even the aberrant species. Today, while operating the Shu Insel catapult and the exoskeleton origami umbrella, the consumption of supernatural energy was substantial, yet restoring his energy to its original level was relatively straightforward. It was akin to a 500 milliliter glass of water. If one drank 400 milliliters, one merely needed to refill it to return to its full capacity. However, to increase the volume from 500 milliliters to 600 milliliters, one would need to expand the glass's capacity. In comparison to the untroubled flora and fauna, the human mind is often not sufficiently serene, unable to transcend desire. One may become enraged when provoked or feel insulted when mocked. Yet, energy necessitates one to be in an absolute state of tranquility, simple and effortless, merging with nature. The Tao that can be told. Energy swirled like a vortex into Zhuang Mo's heart, causing his aura to surge, as if he had faintly broken through a barrier. Chapter 37. The Birth of Fireproof Paper. Zhuang Mo realized that this must signify an upgrade in his total amount of supernatural energy. Yet, the convergence of energy has not ceased. Gathering, entering, condensing. The supernatural energy within Zhuang Mo's heart solidified again and again. Suddenly, Zhuang Mo's heartbeat accelerated violently, his veins swelling. He felt as though he could not endure anymore. Abruptly, he halted. Zhuang Mo closed his eyes, probing the supernatural energy within his body. It was a staggering threefold of his previous total. The current amount of supernatural energy should lie somewhere between E and D grade. Who would have thought that in fleeing for his life, I could also attain enlightenment? Truly, I am a genius among geniuses. With his supernatural energy surging, Zhuang Mo shifted his gaze towards the pile of mulberry bark. Extending his energy, he delved into the bark, feeling its coarse plant fibers. Gradually, he refined and softened them. The existing fibrous structure of the bark was dismantled and reassembled. Compared to traditional papermaking techniques, using supernatural energy for this purpose was remarkably simpler, as Zhuang Mo could manipulate the fibers into the desired form. Zhuang, the weaver, utilized his energy to weave the fibers densely. Once a former architect, he transformed into a weaver. Surprisingly, though this task was intricate, it allowed his heart to find tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, while he was outputting energy to create paper, the surrounding energy continued to surge into his body. Feeling that he had woven enough, Zhuang Mo opened his eyes. Ahem, No wonder this consumed so much energy. This enormous sheet of paper must be at least 2 centimeters thick. A mistake indeed. I have produced an oversized sheet. However, its thickness is of little consequence now. For instance, when crafting an umbrella, the canopy is merely a thin layer of paper, and injecting energy can render it solid. The thickness holds no significance. However, with this newfound experience, the process of crafting paper became significantly smoother. 1 sheet, 2 sheets, 3 sheets, thinner, even thinner. Before long, half the room was filled with mulberry bark paper. Zhuang Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead, retrieved a match, and carefully brought the flame close to a sheet of paper. The flame danced upon the surface, yet it did not spread. It simply would not ignite. Utterly impervious to fire. A surge of joy filled his heart. His first delight stemmed from the anticipated realization that this paper was indeed fireproof. His second joy arose from the knowledge that he would no longer need to spend exorbitantly on paper. With just a handful of credits, he could produce such an abundance. And he had scarcely depleted the mulberry bark, for he felt fatigued and in need of rest. Exhausted from his exertions, Zhuang Mo succumbed to slumber, drifting from the afternoon into the deepening night. When he awoke, it was already 11 o'clock. Adorning himself with his paper exoskeleton and donning a backpack filled with fireproof paper, he made his way to the playground. Practicing the manipulation of the paper exoskeleton was best undertaken under the cloak of night when no one was around. Zhuang Mo raised one thumb skyward while pointing the other thumb downward, performing the gesture with a sense of ritual. Then, he clenched his right fist and lifted it high. Leaping forward into the air, he soared to a height of nearly 3 meters, propelling himself over 10 meters ahead. Moreover, he landed gracefully, without a tremor. Exhilarating. Once proficient in his control, he extracted 2 sheets of fireproof paper, swiftly crafting them into circular saw blades within moments. While bounding and leaping, he deftly maneuvered the paper saw blades to spin rapidly and dance through the air. As long as they spun fast enough, they were indomitable. Controlling 2 blades was effortless. And Zhuang Mo endeavored to increase the number to 3. The sound of the paper slicing through the air echoed as Zhuang Mo continued to accelerate the paper fragments. Suddenly, under the faint moonlight, an enormous bird darted into view. This was highly unusual. Besides the edible animals in the breeding zone, there were no other creatures to be found in the safe area, not even an ant. Moreover, the city walls towered hundreds of meters high, making it impossible for any birds from outside to enter. How could there be a bird in the safe zone? Zhuang Mo discreetly scanned the strange bird with his watch from a distance, but it yielded no response. He breathed a sigh of relief. The absence of a reading indicated it was not a mutated creature. However, out of caution, he maneuvered the paper circular saw blade to touch the bird, which was nearly a meter long, but it remained unresponsive. It seemed to be lifeless. As Zhuang Mo approached to examine the bird, he was taken aback to discover 6 pairs of wings, and its long, pointed beak was lined with serrated edges. This was indeed a mutated bird. Yet, why did his watch not register it? His immediate instinct was to report to the academy about the emergence of an unidentified mutated creature within the safe zone. But when his gaze fell upon the bird's claws, his face went pale, and a chill ran down his spine. If he was not mistaken, the appendages on the bird's legs were not the slender, sharp talons typical of birds, but rather human hands. The stout legs of the mutated bird were adorned with a pair of hands, delicate and slender, unmistakably those of a woman. Zhuang Mo steadied his nerves, only to realize his palms were drenched in sweat. Horrific possibilities flooded his mind. The evidence lay starkly before him. This was a human experiment. It could very well be a hand severed from a living person. Where there are birds with human hands, there will also be individuals with avian beaks. The subjects of the human experiments, from whence do they originate? Are the instructors at the academy aware of this matter? Does Han Junfeng know? Does Jiang Ying? A heavy feeling settled in Zhuang Mo's heart as he glanced westward, confirming the absence of anyone nearby. He then retrieved a match from his backpack, his hands trembling as he struck it alight. The flame spread across the bird's carcass, and the colossal creature gradually turned to a pile of ashes. Zhuang Mo exhaled in relief. It was good that it could be incinerated. He resolved to pretend that he had seen nothing today. He was merely a humble student. Whether it was a bird with human hands or a human head on a bird's body, it was of no concern to him. Such a bird had no place at the Federal Academy of Abilities, and he should not have witnessed it. To behold human organs on a bird's body was nothing short of revolting. Tiger, this is an apocalyptic world, not a tranquil safe zone in the end times, but a world fraught with hidden dangers. Your father is an ordinary man. Living well is sufficient. The secrets of this world and the future of humanity are matters for the influential to ponder. Zhuang Mo lay back comfortably on his bed, his hands supporting his head. Today, he had done a good deed, giving that deformed bird a cremation. The ashes danced in the wind, perhaps drifting beyond the safe zone, granting the bird its freedom. He hoped the bird would remember this kindness and refrain from visiting him in dreams that night. Indeed, during the night, the bird did not enter his dreams. Instead, he dreamt of being bound to an autopsy table, his hair completely shorn, a knife sliced from left ear to right ear. Be careful, we need to extract his brain, someone remarked nearby. Chapter 38. Humanity's arch-nemesis. Upon awakening the next morning, Zhuang Mo felt a chilling sensation atop his head. The first thing he did was glance at his watch. He discovered that the final payment for the 38 paper umbrellas had been fully received. Among these, 31 individuals had shared their buyer showcases. After deducting the cashback and the wages owed to Bien San, he netted a profit of 1,669 points, bringing his total balance to 2,595 points in the bank. This venture could almost be deemed a no-risk business. However, Zhuang Mo did not intend to stop there. With the acquisition of fireproof paper, he envisioned creating a fire-resistant umbrella, although he understood that product upgrades require time before launching. In recent days, he had no shortage of points to spend, yet he harbored concerns that his encounter with the avian creatures might be uncovered. Consequently, he maintained a low profile throughout the week, refraining from late-night training on the playground to ensure everything remained inconspicuous, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, a total of 118 paper umbrellas had been sold, and orders had begun to dwindle. Zhuang Mo suspected that the market had reached saturation, especially since he had heard that the first-tier mutated plants in District G were on the brink of extinction. Huang Lin even sought out Bien San, affirming his actions as the father of Tiger, commending him for sharing the paper umbrellas at such a low price, and inquired whether the umbrellas contained metal. Bien San chose to remain silent. Naturally reticent, Huang Lin did not press further, fearing that if he pushed too hard, the boy might resort to self-harm with a blade. Now, before we delve into today's discussion, I must pose a question, Huang Lin began, his gaze sweeping across the audience. If any of you have encountered the mutated beings, please raise your hand. Zhuang Mo observed that only a handful of individuals, a mere dozen or so, raised their hands, among whom were Bien San and Zhao Mengran. They shared a commonality. They hailed from the first defense line. In truth, the ruined Zone D, where the original inhabitant resided, also fell within the boundaries of the first defense line. However, the perimeter of ruined Zone D was characterized by a sheer cliff, rendering it accessible to aberrant entities solely via ruined Zones B or C. Yet, the borders of these zones were heavily guarded by military forces, ensuring that Zone D remained relatively secure. Although he had not traversed into the safety zone, he at least had not landed in Zones A, B, or C. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Huang Lin gestured for the few individuals to lower their hands and continued. Humans on Blue Star have all faced threats posed by mutated creatures. However, the vast majority have never encountered these aberrations. Can anyone tell me why that is? Huang Lin nodded. The ruined Zones A, B, C, and D collectively form the first defense line, where high-grade mutated creatures intermingle with aberrations, while humanity's most elite awakened forces stand in opposition. In 13 days, you are to embark on a 7-day training exercise at the second defense line, where the possibility of encountering aberrations cannot be ruled out. The individuals behind Zhuang Mo began to murmur quietly among themselves. Encountering aberrations? What is the point of struggling? It's essentially a death sentence. I've heard they have no appetite for the flesh of the deceased. Is that so? How splendid it would be to have a whole corpse. It's too terrifying to even contemplate. I've already begun saving money to purchase a firearm. A bullet to the head is swift and painless. Zhuang Mo, it was not the first time he had been astounded by the remarks of this group. He must pay close attention in class. Huang Lin can still be considered a rational individual, and his lectures possess a certain level of proficiency. Huang Lin continued, of course, there is no need for excessive panic. The new students' training will be personally led by teacher Jiang Ying, and I, along with the teaching assistants from various departments and exemplary students of D rank, will accompany you. Although the alien species may seem terrifying, once you advance to D rank, you will be capable of dealing with level 1. Today, let us first familiarize ourselves with this sudden emergence of humanity's adversary on Blue Star. Upon hearing the term humanity's adversary, Zhuang Mo felt a tremor in his heart. The feed on human flesh. What else could they be but humanity's nemesis? Until this point, humans had always stood atop the food chain. With the appearance of the, humanity had become mere sustenance. If such a formidable foe had emerged and humanity failed to awaken, we would not merely be facing an apocalypse, but rather the annihilation of our species. Such a terrifying being, its origins remain a mystery. It is no wonder Huang Lin is regarded as an excellent teacher. Just as Zhuang Mo began to ponder this, Huang Lin addressed the origin of the. Initially, humanity was unaware of what they were or whence they came. It was only when someone witnessed them with their own eyes that they discovered they emerged from the depths of the earth. They are indeed a subterranean species. Zhuang Mo felt an unsettling sense of inevitability. If a new life form suddenly appeared en masse on the surface, it could only have either fallen from the sky or emerged from beneath the ground. However, could there truly be more of these creatures lurking below? What if one day they emerge from beneath the safety zone? After decades of conflict and research, humanity has demonstrated that every 10 years, a batch of primary aberrations surfaces from the ground. They tend to emerge from moist soil, particularly in areas with substantial precipitation, near lakes, or along coastlines. Zhuang Mo silently nodded. Indeed, if they could drill up from anywhere, the safety zone would lose all significance. Huang Lin unfurled a topographic photograph of the aberrations. This is what they look like. From the image, you can observe that they stand over 2 meters tall, their skin hairless and remarkably smooth, yet exceedingly tough. Their formidable fangs can effortlessly rend a human into pieces, devouring them with voracious appetite. In the early days of the apocalypse, during the time when no awakened beings had emerged, conventional firearms were utterly ineffective against their hide. Only a handful of undamaged heavy weaponry could contend with them. However, amidst the relentless natural disasters, Blue Star has nearly devolved into a wasteland, and we have lost our industrial and technological capabilities, resulting in an incredibly diminished productivity. Now, humanity confronts the aberrations with the aid of awakened beings and our collective intellect. Zhao Mengran, could you share how, as an ordinary person, you managed to survive in the presence of these aberrations? Zhuang Mo was also intrigued. He had heard tales of ordinary individuals in the ruins of areas A and B who could handle primary aberrations, with some even making a living by hunting them and extracting their crystalline cores. Within his mind, he conceived various strategies to confront the first-tier aberrations, such as the notion that flour in the air could reach a certain concentration and, upon encountering an open flame, might explode. However, this notion is fraught with impracticality, particularly in unexpected encounters with aberrations, as it is highly unlikely that one would carry a substantial amount of combustible dust on their person. Amidst Zhuang Mo's curiosity, Zhao Mingran rose and declared, Chapter 39, Team Trials. Sacrificing one individual to the aberration allows the others to flee. A profound silence enveloped the audience. After hearing this, Huang Lin's expression remained calm. Please take your seat. This is indeed a desperate measure. Bian Shursan, please share your thoughts. Bian Shursan responded, we could encircle it from various directions, bind it, and confine it within an iron cage until it starves. After Bian Shursan sat down, Huang Lin remarked, as Bian Shursan indicated, the strength of an individual is minuscule. Humans, when faced with threats, typically opt for collective action. In your forthcoming trials as new students, you will also be divided into teams, but lacking combat experience akin to Bian Shursan's. It will be arduous to restrain an aberration with just a handful of individuals. Let us examine this diagram. You are all aware that the crystal core is extracted from the back of the aberration's cranium. But do you know where the aberration's most fortified region lies? Indeed, the crystal core is the lifeblood of the aberration, rendering its posterior exceedingly resilient. Yet, aberrations are not devoid of weaknesses. Can you discern where their most vulnerable point resides? The new students from the wood element began to express their remarkable insights once more. Naturally, as aberrations possess no reproductive capability, their most defenseless area is not the egg. I believe it should be the abdomen. Logically, the abdomen would be somewhat softer, wouldn't it? It must be the eyes. Just wait until I thrust a willow branch into its eyes. Zhuang Mo estimates that Bian Shursan likely knows the answer, yet he is not one to be overly talkative. After a brief discussion among Huang Lin and the others, he finally spoke. The most vulnerable areas of an aberrant creature are those not enveloped by skin, such as the eyes and the oral cavity once the mouth is opened. Zhang Zifei exclaimed, if I shoot a fireball into its mouth, wouldn't that burn it to death? Huang Lin chuckled and shook his head. With your current abilities, your fire would only cause it agony, much like a human experiencing an exceedingly spicy chili. The purpose of teaching you the weaknesses of these aberrant creatures is not to encourage you to slay them, but rather to equip you for survival. Even a mere level 1 aberrant possesses unimaginable defensive and offensive capabilities. Once it detects your presence, it will charge at an alarming speed, its razor-sharp claws poised to strike at your neck. Should you retain the ability to react during that fleeting moment before it attacks, aim for its eyes or oral cavity. When it is momentarily dazed and in pain, that will be your opportunity to escape. Huang Lin is a remarkably responsible instructor, as are all the educators at the Federal Ability Academy. Freshmen must grow through combat, but they are not meant to meet their demise. This is also the reason why Awakeners are required to advance to level C to graduate from the Federal Ability Academy. Undoubtedly, after graduation, the vast majority must venture into the battlefield. Blue Star does not sustain these awakened individuals out of benevolence, for they will inevitably fight for the fate of humanity. Now, let us conclude the discussion on the aberrations. I have an important announcement to make. Huang Lin tucked away the photos of the aberrations and continued, in 13 days. The new student training will commence. The teaching assistants will form teams of 5. From today until the day of the new student training, all indoor classes are canceled. Everyone will focus on enhancing their abilities and combat prowess while familiarizing themselves with their teams. As Huang Lin's words echoed, the teaching assistants began to mobilize. The team assignments had long been arranged, and they merely needed to gather the individuals. A slight inconvenience arose from the need to traverse between Class 1 and Class 2. A few minutes later, Zhuang Mo observed Bian Shisan standing beside him, and a sense of inevitability washed over him. As a precious high-tier with elemental talent, it was only natural for him to be paired with the Academy's foremost combatant for protection. Bian Shisan flashed a smile at Zhuang Mo, while Wei Wenhai, the water elemental, regarded Bian Shisan with a peculiar look and murmured, carrying a wood elemental burden, yet still able to smile. Hu He, a wind elemental from Class 2, laughed heartily. Perhaps because we are grouped with Zhuang Mo, we might receive additional protection from the Academy. Zhao Mingran nodded in agreement. The Academy would not allow Zhuang Mo to perish. Zhuang Mo stroked his chin, pondering whether this group intended to utilize him as a talisman. Would Zhao Mingran truly abandon him in the event of an encounter with aberrations? Nonetheless, he found himself rather content with the composition of the group. Although he was not well acquainted with Wei Wenhai and Hu He held great confidence in the combat prowess of Bian Shisan and Zhao Mingran. He hoped these individuals would prove to be reliable and safeguard him, the delicate wood elemental, from harm. However, he certainly would not place his hopes solely in the hands of others. If necessary, he still possessed his external skeletal framework. He was grateful for the pursuit from Li Chao and Li Wei, which had enabled an upgrade to his escape equipment. Just as he thought of Li Chao, Zhuang Mo sensed a gaze filled with malice. Following the direction of that gaze, he saw Li Chao. Could it be? He had assumed that after more than a week without incident, the man had let go of their previous friction, yet it seemed he still harbored a grudge. Upon noticing Zhuang Mo's glance, Li Chao even flashed him a smile, one that carried an air of smugness. Something felt amiss. Zhuang Mo pondered whether Li Chao believed that with the new student trial approaching, he could take action against him. How absurd, in such perilous times as these. He was still fixated on such trivial matters? Standing at 2 meters tall, he was not just physically imposing, but also had a mind sharper than a needle. If Li Chao dared to act outside the Academy, he should not expect any courtesy. Hu He clapped Bian Shisan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Is there even a need for selection? This is the illustrious son of Tiger, capable of handling over 200 second-tier mutated rats." Wei Wenhai nodded in agreement. Not only is he formidable, but he is also quite astute, utilizing a needle for combat when his attack range is insufficient. Zhao Mingran maintained a stoic expression. Bian Shisan is indeed strong. I have no objections. Just as Bian Shisan was about to speak, Zhuang Mo interjected, "Then it is settled. Our captain shall be classmate Bian Shisan." Bian Shisan swallowed his words, feeling that Zhuang Mo should indeed be the captain. However, his opinion held little significance. After all, even if he were to assume the role of captain, it would ultimately be Zhuang Mo who called the shots. Following the conclusion of the group assignments, Zhuang Mo scanned the classroom for familiar faces, and indeed, Han Lingyu was grouped with Su Fanyuan, while Yi Xingqi was paired with Zhang Zifei. The Academy seemed to consciously strive to pair the new students of the wood element with those possessing higher talents or formidable strengths. Yet, it appeared that neither Han Lingyu nor Yi Xingqi truly required protection from others, as both were equipped with extraordinary protective gear. One could only wonder what materials the Academy's protective suits were crafted from. As Zhuang Mo pondered this, he observed Song Yulong leading a contingent of teaching assistants, dragging several enormous boxes into the room. They opened the boxes and extracted stacks of items that resembled clothing. Could it be protective gear? Before long, Song Yulong distributed the protective suits to them, winking at Zhuang Mo as he handed one to him. Chapter 40. Level 4 Mutated Wild Boar Skin Protective Suit. Upon receiving the suit, Zhuang Mo noted a label affixed to it. Level 3 Mutated Castor Tree Bark Protective Suit. Well, perhaps he should not have harbored any expectations. Upon reflection, it was reasonable, given the high value of advanced mutated fauna and flora, as well as exotic species, especially in an academy that demanded points for both basic and extravagant provisions. How could they possibly furnish so many suits at once? Moreover, they were heading to the second defense line, which was not as perilous as the first. Additionally, military forces were stationed there. Castor tree bark would suffice. After all, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. In accordance with Huang Lin's directives, the group engaged in rigorous training for the next half day. After a demanding 5-kilometer run with a 20-kilogram weight, they proceeded to practice in units, with the assistants standing by to correct their usage of abilities and techniques. In Zhuang Mo's group, Wei Wenhai and Hu He were engaged in a sparring match. One wielded water-based powers while the other commanded wind, both demonstrating commendable mastery over their foundational skills. Wei Wenhai's water arrows and Hu He's whirlwind slashes were nearly equal, each boasting an attack range of approximately 5 meters. Meanwhile, Bian Shisanjian was evidently holding back against Zhao Mengran, whose talents lay in her formidable physicality and extraordinary speed. Yet, she found herself perpetually evading Bian Shisanjian's circular blade, unable to land an attack on her opponent. As for Zhuang Mo, he was focused on training against a willow tree. Glancing around, he noticed that nearly all the wood-based practitioners were also honing their skills on the willow. The branches whipped back and forth, causing discomfort to Zhuang Mo's eyes. Indeed, it was no easy task for a willow tree within the academy, constantly being directed by these wood users. Feeling fatigued from the constant supervision, Zhuang Mo chose to rest, sitting beneath the shade of the willow, concentrating on absorbing energy. In times of peril, he could not rely on the willow or poplar for support. He had to depend on his formidable control over paper. Currently, his total ability level lay between E and D grade, and a breakthrough to D grade before the trials would provide greater assurance. However, he sensed that the gap between these half grades might be even more substantial than the abilities he currently possessed, making a breakthrough to D grade seem rather improbable. Seated on the ground like a scholar in a bustling marketplace, he remained unaffected by the surrounding clamor. His protective suit was a deep brown, comparable in thickness to a woolen overcoat. It is somewhat peculiar that this protective suit possesses an inner lining, which feels remarkably smooth, akin to the skin of some animal. Zhuang Mo shook the suit open and tried it on. It was quite loose-fitting, with attached gloves and a neck cover. However, the exposure of his entire face left him with a sense of vulnerability. These individuals clearly had not lived through the era of viruses. He recalled his days as a volunteer, when protective suits enveloped the entire body, from head to toe. Just as Zhuang Mo removed the suit, he received a message from Song Yulong. Zhuang Mo, have you examined the protective suit? Your version is specially crafted by the Academy, lined with the skin of a level 3 mutated wild boar. Though it may seem only one level below, the difference is substantial. As you know, mutated creatures fall into a level 3 category, and slaying one yields merely 10 points, while a level West grants a full 100 points. By the way, to keep this information to yourself, this protective suit is unique to you. Even Han Lingyu does not possess one, not because the Academy refuses to create it for her, but rather because she has an even better suit. Can you believe it? She has a protective suit made from the skin of a level West exotic species. The Han family truly dotes on her. No wonder Song Yulong had winked at him while distributing the suits. He had thought it was merely an involuntary spasm. Zhuang Mo accepted the Academy's special treatment with a sense of righteousness. With this protective suit, his chances of survival had increased to a solid 70 or 80%. Boars, as creatures, are generally amiable. Even if mutated and inedible, their hides can still be utilized for crafting. After securing the protective suit, he proceeded to inspect his remarkably robust tomato seedlings. On a slender stem, 5 delicate branches sprouted, each adorned with a few tender green leaves. Zhuang Mo had only utilized his extraordinary powers to hasten the growth of these tomato seedlings at the moment of planting. Thereafter, he had not invoked his abilities again. The subsequent days were consumed by rigorous training. In pursuit of greater stamina, Zhuang Mo even consumed 2 chicken legs in a single meal. That evening, which marked the final supper before his trials, Zhuang Mo lowered his head, gnawing on the chicken leg, with no inclination to lift his gaze. The reason was simple. He could not bear to look at the face of Yi Xingqi, which was flushed with the marks of slaps. Despite being so battered, he continued to chatter away. Ling Yu, my level 5 mutant protective suit is ready for you to wear. I will make do with the level 3 suit. Zhuang Mo pondered whether such a statement would provoke further punishment. Smack. Another slap echoed. Zhuang Mo paused in his chewing. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Han Lingyu's voice carried a hint of apology before she continued. It's merely a trip to the second defense line. There's no need for such anxiety. Wear whichever suit you prefer. I have no desire for yours. Furthermore, among the accompanying D-level individuals are 2 of my cousins. Zhuang Mo halted his chewing and swallowed the morsel of chicken. Han Lingyu, are both your cousins of the wood element? He inquired. Han Lingyu shook her head. No. One belongs to the flesh element, and the other to the lightning element. Zhuang Mo understood. Song Yulong had mentioned that many awakened individuals hailed from the same family, and he was surprised to discover that the typically reserved Han Lingyu was no exception. Moreover, it was evident that not all members of the same family awakened the same extraordinary abilities. Han Junfeng and Han Lingyu both belong to the wood element, while Li Wei and Li Chao are associated with the flesh element, possibly due to their familial ties. As for Yi Xingqi, it is evident that having known Han Lingyu since childhood signifies his descent from an awakened family. Before he could inquire further, Yi Xingqi elaborated. I have quite a large family. Currently at the academy, there are 5 of us in grade D, 3 in grade E, and 6 in grade F. Zhuang Mo was taken aback. So, among our classmates, 5 are your relatives? He had not noticed any other newcomers as striking as Yi Xingqi. Yi Xingqi nodded. One of them is my younger brother, though we share different mothers, and he is rather unfortunate in appearance. Zhuang Mo was left speechless. He had envisioned the freshman experience as a brutal and intense battle for survival, while others seemed to partake in a familial bonding exercise. Contemplating, he asked, is there a family with the surname Hu? The Hui from their team seems to possess extensive connections. Han Lingyu affirmed. The Hu family has numerous awakened members, and there is an S-level powerhouse who serves as the commander of the B district garrison. Hui from your team is indeed that commander's grandson. Zhuang Mo's jaw dropped. So, Hui had claimed that he was under the academy's protection while in Zhuang Mo's company? Perhaps it was the other way around. With Zhuang Mo benefiting from Hui's protection, Han Lingyu stated earnestly, this is a legitimate trial. Unless one encounters life-threatening situations, families generally refrain from intervening. Furthermore, there are times when assistance is simply not feasible or cannot be rendered. Yi Xingqi shrugged. Both Lingyu and I belong to the wood element, which grants us particularly favorable treatment within our family. To put it plainly, if one awakens to a primary level combat-oriented ability, no one will concern themselves with your fate. This situation mirrors the circumstances of Zhuang Mo's previous life. After failing the college entrance examination in his first attempt, he faced scorn in his village. However, upon successfully repeating the year and gaining admission to a prestigious university, the village celebrated him with a grand feast. In any realm, only those deemed useful receive attention. For instance, he was deemed useful, hence a piece of advanced mutated wild boar skin was sewn into his protective suit. After finishing the chicken leg in his bowl, Zhuang Mo wiped his mouth. Chapter 41. Level 3 Mutated Pitcher Plant. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhuang Mo lay on his bed, contemplating the potential dangers that might arise. Given his current E-level ability, he should have no trouble dealing with level 3 mutated flora and fauna on his own. However, should he encounter higher-level mutated entities, he would need to rely on team collaboration. Fortunately, none of his teammates were particularly hindering his progress, although a few, aside from Bian Shisan, might mistakenly believe he was the one holding them back. Indeed, within the academy, he preferred to conceal his unique combat prowess, distinct from other wood-type abilities. Yet, the freshman training was no trivial affair. Each year, a number of newcomers perished during this rigorous trial. If faced with mutated creatures of level 4 or above, The destructive power would be akin to that of a level 1 aberration. At that point, considerations of hiding his exceptional control abilities would be secondary to the imperative of survival. It is rather peculiar. As you know, your father lacks a spirit of adventure. When your Uncle Li once proposed entering the e-commerce business with him, your father deemed it too risky and declined. The outcome is well known. Your Uncle Li became a millionaire. It seems that my words bear little relevance to the trials of tomorrow. I merely wish to convey that my current state is rather peculiar. How might I describe it? Perhaps it is akin to a feeling of eager anticipation? Speaking of which, I seem to be adapting quite well to this world. His voice gradually diminished, and he soon fell into a deep slumber the following noon, in the ruins of Area E, Zhuang Mo. With a bulging paper backpack slung over his shoulder and a fire-resistant paper umbrella in hand, descended from the airship. Song Yulong had been speaking incessantly, still feeling uneasy as he disembarked. Zhuang Mo. This building is an asset of our academy, and all awakened individuals training in the ruins of Area E reside here, myself included. The E district government is right next door. You can dine there, as the academy covers the meal expenses for your training. Do not hesitate to indulge. Feel free to enjoy a hearty meal. Your squad's first task is to investigate the large, abnormal level 3 mutated nepenthes that have appeared to the west of the ruins in Area E. According to reports, these mutated plants differ from others. Their nectar has an unpleasant odor that does not attract insects, but possesses a much greater allure for humans. One might say it is lethally enticing. Remember, your sole responsibility is research. There are no hunting missions. In the face of danger, you may retreat first. Allowing others to cover your escape, Wei Wenheim muttered under his breath. If they're this delicate, what is the point of training? They might as well stay tucked away in the academy. Song Yulong shot him a glare and then addressed the others. You will be assigned to Zhuang Mo's side, and your primary task is to ensure his protection. The freshman experience points competition need not be a concern. As long as the study of the third-level mutated pitcher plant is conducted thoroughly, even if one does not rank in the competition, the academy shall bestow upon each of you a reward of 300 points. Hui clasped Zhuang Mo's shoulder, smiling as he reassured, Rest easy, teacher Song. Even if I, Hui, were to sacrifice myself in Zone E, I shall ensure that Zhuang Mo remains unharmed. Bian Shisan, cradling a round knife, opted for silence. Zhao Mengran, known for her fierce demeanor and few words, echoed this sentiment. Song Yulong wished to impart further advice. Yet the throngs of hundreds of freshmen awaited his guidance to the temporary dormitories. According to the regulations of the experience, members of a group must reside in the same room to avoid isolation. Beneath the cover of the ruins in Zone E, the seemingly tranquil night concealed countless dangers. The 5 of them entered the temporary dormitory, which was rather rudimentary, featuring only 6 bunk beds. Among them, Zhao Mengran was the sole female. Thus, she occupied a bed to herself, while the others shared the remaining 2. As long as they could complete the task of studying the third-level mutated pitcher plant, each individual would be rewarded with 300 points. Zhuang Mo stroked his chin, intrigued by the freshman points competition, which was based on the total points accrued from hunting mutated creatures. The first place would receive an additional 1,000 points from the academy, the second 800. The third 500, and both the fourth and fifth would garner 300 points, while those ranking from 6th to 10th would receive 200 points. It appears that the study of the third-level mutated pitcher plant holds significant importance, as its rewards align with those for achieving 5th place in the freshman points competition. In a previous life in Hainan, Zhuang Mo encountered the peculiar plant known as the pitcher plant. Its form resembled a wine jug, a pig's cage, or a vase, intriguingly. It possessed a lid, beneath which the rim of the bottle appeared like thick, smooth lips. When insects were lured by the nectar glands within the enclosure and alighted upon the rim, they would easily slip into the depths, becoming sustenance for the pitcher plant. He opened his watch and accessed the guide to mutated flora and fauna, searching for information on the pitcher plant. Mutated pitcher plant, a level 3 mutated flora, reaching heights of up to 1 meter post-mutation. The body of the pitcher is crimson, while the rim is green. The scent of the nectar glands can be detected up to 35 meters away, possessing a lethal allure for various insects, and an exceptionally strong attraction for humans and other animals. It is essential to fortify one's willpower upon encountering it. Otherwise, one may be enticed into the enclosure and ultimately become prey. Big Bear Biscuit. The aroma of this creature is simply enchanting, reminiscent of the sweet, tempting fragrance of cake, though I have never tasted cake myself. Short-legged roue, To contend with the mutated pitcher plant, the foremost strategy is to hold your breath. Trust me, the moment you catch a whiff of the nectar, you will be irresistibly drawn closer. The last time I succumbed, I fell into the trap along with a swarm of flies. It consumed them first, allowing me to escape. Nevertheless, I was left with a profound psychological shadow for life. Do you comprehend the sensation of landing in a fly's nest? I emerged with several flies still in my mouth. Rainy day candy. It is perilous, extremely hazardous. At the first sight, one must steer clear. Curiosity must not take hold. This entity is classified as a level 3 mutation, and the only way to ensure safety is to maintain a safe distance. The comments in the guide to mutant flora and fauna predominantly extol the enchanting fragrance of the mutated pitcher plant. However, as Song Yulong stated, the focus of their research is the gland of the mutated pitcher plant, which emits a foul odor that fails to attract even insects. What then accounts for its lethal allure to humans? To study the mutated pitcher plant, one must approach it and sense its presence, inevitably encountering its enticing stench. Oh, it seems that it may not be essential to perceive the odor directly. If the scent of the mutated pitcher plant possesses a fatal attraction for humans, then isolating a portion of that aroma would naturally diminish its allure. Zhuang Mo glanced at the individuals on the lower bunk, turned his back to them, and retrieved a large sheet of paper from his backpack. In a matter of seconds, he fashioned 5 masks. Leaping off the bed, he raised the mask in his hand, an isolation mask akin to those worn by Tiger's father, priced at 15 points each, available for use now with payment later. Chapter 42. Surprisingly, it is a level 5 mutation. Hui looked at Zhuang Mo, then at Bian Shusan. Are you two in cahoots for business? Everyone knew that Bian Shusan frequently wore that paper mask, and it was unexpected that Zhuang Mo was so familiar with him that he could sell on his behalf. Zhuang Mo offered an awkward smile. Indeed, I am selling on his behalf. This afternoon, we shall confront the mutated pitcher plant, and this mask can effectively block certain odors. You can use it first and pay later. If it proves ineffective, you won't be charged points, he promoted. Since these individuals had never utilized masks before, he needed to let them experience their efficacy to encourage them to willingly part with their points. Indeed, his strategy of allowing usage before payment proved remarkably effective, as they eagerly reached out to accept the masks. Never before had they encountered such a business approach. It was akin to receiving gifts. Hui removed his mask and turned to Bian Shusan, smiling. Captain, what strategy shall we employ this afternoon? Although their small team was not tasked with exterminating a large number of level 3 mutated pitcher plants, they still needed to approach them closely in order to document the plant's appearance and their reactions to prey, as well as to collect samples. Hui's eyes flickered. He had long noticed that Bian Shusan was particularly obedient to Zhuang Mo, which struck him as peculiar. Why would a top-tier newcomer heed the advice of a wood element user? Wei Wenhui, ever the provocateur, couldn't help but comment, "What are you looking at Zhuang Mo for? What does he know about combat?" Zhuang Mo, unfazed by Wei Wenhui's verbal jabs, recognized the truth in his words. After all, what did a wood element user understand about warfare? It was only when Bian Shusan remained silent that he finally spoke. "We'll keep 2 for research. The rest must be eliminated." Hui thought to himself that Bian Shusan was indeed as ruthless as the legend suggested. For an F-grade level, he was ready to take down a whole host of level 3 mutated pitcher plants right off the bat. "Captain, do we have a specific tactic?" Bian Shusan raised his gaze slightly. "The paper mask is useful. If we can get close, we can kill." Zhuang Mo nodded, suspecting that the mask had some merit. The stench in the room had been quite overpowering, but it had improved after he donned the mask. Hui smiled. "Then let us test the efficacy of this paper mask this afternoon." As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the 5-member team prepared for their inaugural exploration of the mutated pitcher plants. In the desolate E-zone, devoid of transportation, they could only jog along the route marked on the map. After about an hour, they finally arrived near the mutated pitcher plants. They halted approximately 100 meters away from their target. In front of them stood 2 individuals. Hui furrowed his brow, discerning that they were undoubtedly from the physical category, certainly not newcomers. Wei Wenhui's eyes sparkled with realization. "I told you the Academy would grant special treatment to Zhuang Mo. They must be here to protect our D-grade physical category." Suddenly, the usually reticent Zhao Mingran spoke quietly. "They are foes, not allies." Zhuang Mo turned to her, surprised by her astuteness. Indeed, they were adversaries. The 2 figures ahead were unmistakably Li Wei and his accomplice. What was Li Wei planning? Was he intending to take advantage of the newcomer's training to exact revenge on him for Li Chao? The Li family was notoriously petty, a trait passed down through generations. With that thought, Zhuang Mo's hand instinctively reached for his backpack, while Bian Shisan silently drew out a round knife, and the two began to retreat. Wei Wenhai, perplexed, questioned, "What does this mean? How can there be enemies? Aren't our foes the mutated pitcher plants?" As they spoke, the group had already retreated behind an abandoned building. Their voices were hushed, yet the booming voice of the burly man was as loud as thunder, allowing them to easily overhear the two men's conversation from their hiding spot. "Just a level 3 mutation. Hold your breath and eliminate all these ugly flowers." Li Wei's voice was slightly garbled. "Smart move, Brother Wei. Let's take out Zhuang Mo's target. Ensuring his mission fails and securing the last place in the points competition for him. Let him experience the taste of humiliation. Ha 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 indeed. Useless Zhuang Mo deserves to be in last place. Once I finish this chicken leg, we shall commence our attack." Behind the building, Wei Wenhai listened to the conversation with an anxious expression. "Zhuang Mo, how did you provoke those in the flesh and blood D class? Hurry and apologize to them, so they will spare the pitcher plants." Hui, having deduced the situation, understood due to his background from a prominent family and his knowledge of certain surnames within the safe zone, that Li Wei was the elder brother of Li Chao, likely incensed by the previous sparring match between Zhuang Mo and Li Chao. Zhao Mingran nodded in agreement, remarking, "Li Chao's cunning is as negligible as a needle's point." Zhuang Mo felt a sense of helplessness. The situation was indeed precarious. To confront Li Wei now would surely result in failure and a beating. Yet, failing to act would mean the mission's complete failure. Bian Shisan, wielding a circular blade, declared, "I will accompany you." After a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Mo nodded. He believed the exoskeleton he wore would enable him to outrun Bian Shisan. Indeed, he intended to use speed to lead Li Wei and his companions in circles. After all, this wasn't the first time he had been pursued by Li Wei. He had experience. Wei Wenhai muttered softly, "What can you negotiate? You might as well prepare for a beating." Despite his words, he did not explicitly oppose the plan, for it was, after all, the only viable method. Zhuang Mo and Bian Shisan stepped out from the shadow of the abandoned building, while Zhao Mingran turned and sprinted away. They hoped Zhuang Mo and Bian Shisan would hold their ground. Approaching Li Wei, Zhuang Mo and his companion stopped approximately 60 meters from the mutated pitcher plants and about 10 meters from Li Wei. Zhuang Mo took a deep breath, noting that even at this distance, he could detect no scent. "Long time no see, senior," Zhuang Mo greeted politely, bracing himself for what was to come. A wicked grin spread across his bovine features. "Zhuang Mo and Bian Shisan, you may as well watch as the task targets are utterly destroyed." "Ha ha." Zhuang Mo stroked his chin, noting that Li Wei seemed to have gained a modicum of wisdom this time, refraining from immediately pursuing them with hostility. Just as he contemplated how to engage Li Wei in a discussion about the stars, the moon, and the ideals of life to buy some time, he observed the imposing figure beside Li Wei spring into action. The formidable man held his breath, launching himself with tremendous force off the ground. Striding towards the carnivorous plant known as the pitcher plant, he halted a mere 10 meters away and unleashed a powerful punch into the air. Subsequently, his fist struck the void in rapid succession, creating a series of thunderous impacts. The force of his blow sliced through the air with an ominous roar, and both Zhuang Mo and Bian Shisan were momentarily taken aback. Was this the prowess of a D-grade physical powerhouse? Such a ferocious punch, if it were to connect with them, would likely shatter their bones instantaneously. The punch's wind swept toward the brightly colored mutated pitcher plants. At that moment, Zhuang Mo's pupils constricted. A multitude of pitcher plants were obliterated by the D-grade powerhouse's blow, reduced to mere fragments. However, one particular pitcher plant remained utterly unscathed. It merely swayed slightly. Zhuang Mo then discerned the true form of this pitcher plant. It raised its head, revealing a massive body that towered a full half above the others. Its mouth, resembling plump and luscious lips, writhed enticingly, while its lid opened and closed rhythmically, exuding a vivid yet eerie allure. Zhuang Mo exchanged glances with Bian Shisan, and they both instinctively retreated, distancing themselves approximately 80 meters from the mutated pitcher plant. Coming to a halt, Zhuang Mo swiftly activated the paper exoskeleton contained within his paper package, preparing himself for a potential escape. This mutated pitcher plant was undoubtedly more than a mere level 3. A level D Awakener's punch is sufficient to inflict harm upon a level X mutated creature. Yet this particular pitcher plant appears to have merely swayed in the breeze. What does this signify? This pitcher plant is unequivocally not a level 3 mutation, nor is it even a level X mutation. From a distance, Hui extended his left hand towards the mutated pitcher plant, glancing at the information on his watch, his voice trembling. Level 5. How can this be? Is not the mutation level of similar organisms predetermined? Chapter 43. This is being devoured. Wei Wenhai tugged at Hui. We must flee. Who knows if a level 5 mutation might attack us unprovoked? Hui's expression was one of profound conflict. He understood that remaining here served no purpose. Should this mutated pitcher plant initiate a long-range assault, they would be utterly defenseless. However, abandoning their comrade without any imminent danger did not align with Hui's principles. Hui gritted his teeth. Let us observe a bit longer. We are quite far from the mutated pitcher plant, and the risk is minimal. Just as Wei Wenhai was about to persuade him further, they heard a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Save me! Li Wei, help me! The two peered out to witness the very man who had slain a patch of pitcher plants, now completely ensnared within the trap. The man, towering at 2 meters, found himself engulfed in the 1.5-meter deep pitcher plant, his form diminishing as he emitted pitiful howls. Wei Wenhai covered his mouth in horror. It was consumed. The lower half of the robust man had vanished entirely. As the moist and rough tongue slithered around the remnants of his body like a venomous serpent, its head weaving ominously above him, the man's eyes were wide with terror, paralyzed by an overwhelming fear that rendered him voiceless. Gradually, his head was being devoured within the gaping maw of the mutated pitcher plant, disintegrating bit by bit until it ultimately dissolved into a pool of crimson liquid. Nourished by flesh and blood, the mutated pitcher plant had transformed into a vivid scarlet hue, and the scent of death began to permeate the surroundings. Something was amiss, Zhuang Mo thought. Why was Li Wei unresponsive? If he desired to save his companion, he could have easily roused the man with a mere punch. Conversely, if he sensed danger and chose not to intervene, he should have retreated as swiftly as the others. At that moment, Li Wei made a move. He stepped forward, inching closer to the mutated pitcher plant that had devoured the man. A chill coursed through Zhuang Mo. The attack range of this mutated plant was 50 meters. Could it extend even further? Li Wei's earlier stillness had clearly indicated a struggle against its influence. If even Li Wei could not resist, suddenly, Zhuang Mo detected a faint, foul odor reminiscent of durian. Yet, oddly enticing, it beckoned him closer. He swiftly grasped Bian Shisan's waist and leaped away. The attack range exceeded 50 meters, perhaps even 80, had it not been for the mask, which filtered out a fraction of the stench. Both he and Bian Shisan might have met the same gruesome fate. They sprinted to the front of an abandoned building, where the noxious scent finally dissipated, prompting Zhuang Mo to halt. As Bian Shisan was lifted into the sky, he was initially bewildered. However, he soon grasped the gravity of the situation. The carnivorous mutated pitcher plant had evolved. Its attack range now extended to 100 meters. They had been standing a mere 60 meters away from the mutated pitcher plant, initially perceiving no odor whatsoever. Yet, as they retreated to 80 meters, a faint, unpleasant smell began to waft towards them. The mutated pitcher plant, now resplendent in a deep crimson hue, had evidently grown to over 2 meters tall. This indicated that after consuming human flesh, the mutated pitcher plant had indeed undergone an upgrade. Or perhaps it was inherently superior to other mutated pitcher plants and had ascended further after devouring a D-class awakened being. Zhuang Mo raised his hand to check his watch. Level 6. Astonishingly, it was level 6. He swallowed hard. If this mutated pitcher plant were to consume Li Wei, could it possibly achieve yet another upgrade? Surely not. The distinction between level 3 and level 7 mutated creatures is monumental. Level 7 is almost regal, boasting not only formidable offensive and defensive capabilities but also a degree of intelligence. Yet, Li Wei was the foremost D-class powerhouse, should the pitcher plant consume him. Even if it did not upgrade, its combat prowess would likely surge exponentially. In that instant, he turned to flee. Could he escape after the pitcher plant had feasted on Li Wei? Zhuang Mo dared not take the risk, for no one knew the limits of a level 6 mutated pitcher plant. He must not allow it to devour Li Wei. The abyssal demon gaped its cavernous maw, awaiting its prey to leap willingly into its grasp. Behind the abandoned building, Wei Wenhai trembled, his lips quivering. It had upgraded. Level 6. It was indeed a level 6 mutation. Zhuang Mo, run. Keep running. He shouted towards Zhuang Mo, and then turned to flee. his mind too consumed with the instinct to survive to ponder the strange object on Zhuang Mo's leg that enabled him to leap so high. As he observed that Zhuang Mo remained still, he leaned out from the building, rushed forward, and urged Zhuang Mo, "Run. You must escape first. This carnivorous plant has enhanced its power after consuming and awakened. We cannot ascertain the extent of its attack range after it devoured Li Wei." In the midst of his words, Zhuang Mo had already sprung into action. He swiftly extracted a piece of paper from his bag, folding it into a paper airplane in an instant, launching it with great speed. "Li Wei, if you wish to live, retreat," Zhuang Mo roared, his voice echoing with fury. This exclamation merely caused Li Wei to hesitate momentarily, but it was only a fleeting pause. Zhuang Mo's paper airplane could currently be controlled only up to 70 meters, and Li Wei stood at a similar distance. Yet, Li Wei's momentary halt was brief. He continued to advance, his strides long and deliberate. The paper airplane could advance no further. Zhuang Mo gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With a sudden surge of strength, the paper airplane broke through its limits, darting forward several meters, aimed directly at Li Wei's leg. He had to incapacitate Li Wei. Even the fifth-level mutated carnivorous plant could merely lure individuals into its trap. Bian Shisan watched in bewilderment. Was this truly Zhuang Mo's genuine strength? This so-called first combat power of the new generation could only control a circular blade within a mere 10 meters. He stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Isn't the wood element limited to controlling plants? In combat, those who wield the wood element appear utterly ineffective. Yet, Zhuang Mo unleashed an astonishing display of combat prowess. However, he ultimately failed. The paper airplane did not make contact with Li Wei's leg. Bewitched by the nectar glands of the pitcher plant, Li Wei managed to instinctively evade. Zhuang Mo extracted another sheet of paper from his bag, deftly transforming it into a paper airplane with a flick of his wrist. He summoned the wind. At this command, he instinctively began to manipulate the air currents, exerting himself to the utmost, causing the dust on the ground to swirl. With the assistance of the wind, Zhuang Mo's paper airplane was propelled from his hand like an arrow released from a bow. The speed of the paper airplane was remarkable. Zhuang Mo directed the first one towards Li Wei's left leg, and as Li Wei attempted to dodge, another paper airplane surged towards his right leg. He felt his heart race, overwhelmed by the formidable force and precision of the assault. Would it succeed? The paper airplane, imbued with a torrent of energy, hurtled towards Li Wei's right leg. Remarkably, it pierced through. Zhuang Mo exhaled in relief, but then he tensed up instantly. Chapter 44, Letting You Offer Your Head. Severing your leg. In a state of unconsciousness, Li Wei instinctively began to regenerate. Is this the ability of a D-class high-tier physical talent? The gaping wound in his right leg gradually healed, as if he had never been injured at all. The ability to regenerate is indeed terrifying. Zhuang Mo cursed, lamenting his misfortune for inadvertently feeding the pitcher plant. Is durian that enticing? As Li Wei prepared to rise, Zhuang Mo's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Li Wei possesses the ability of physical regeneration. One wonders if he might sprout anew with each morsel consumed. If that were the case, would this mutated Nepenthes ever be satiated? In such dire circumstances, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but admire his own innate sense of humor. It was evident that a D-class individual like Li Wei would face limitations in his regenerative capabilities. A wound the size of a ping-pong ball could heal swiftly. But what if it were a severed leg? Zhuang Mo's palm shifted. Go, let the wind return. Immediately, a flurry of paper saw blades whirled forth, aimed at Li Wei's right leg. The seemingly delicate paper slices wielded a cutting power surpassing that of steel. With a single stroke, the blades severed Li Wei's right leg. As he gazed at the clean cut, Gu finally comprehended the reality. Tiger's father, you are the one who slayed the mutated rat. Zhuang Mo. Blood gushed from the neatly severed wound on Li Wei's leg, the agony of losing a limb jolting him back to lucidity. He stared in horror at the mutated Nepenthes, momentarily disregarding his regenerative abilities, instead crawling backward on the ground. His right leg left a trail of crimson, the pain and blood serving as his lifeline. He realized he must not allow the wound to heal and regenerate, lest he succumb to the irresistible stench that beckoned him. On the ground, he lay, his gaze betraying a chilling malevolence. Zhuang Mo, this was all Zhuang Mo's doing. Were it not for Zhuang Mo's interference in his mission, he would never have found himself in such a predicament. Cursed fate. Dragging his leg along the ground, he cast his eyes toward Zhuang Mo and his companions, who remained unscathed, his expression growing ever more sinister. Today, these individuals witnessed his disheveled appearance, and that air of superiority likely provoked their ridicule. Once he reaches a secure location, he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate all three of them. Zhuang Mo noticed the glint in his eyes, a silent mockery brewing within him. He had encountered such individuals numerous times, those who, after being assaulted, bore no grudge against the petty thugs who attacked them, but rather harbored resentment towards passers-by who happened to witness the event. Had it been only him and Bian Shursen present today, he would have certainly taken swift action against Li Wei, subsequently disguising the act as a fatal encounter with the mutated pitcher plant. Unfortunately, aside from the presence of others nearby, there was a significant chance of being monitored by the distant gaze of Qianlian. Pondering this, his attention shifted to the 6th-level mutated pitcher plant. Thus far, it had not exhibited any proactive aggression. It relied solely on olfactory lures. This indicated that while its range of attack had expanded to nearly 100 meters post-mutation, its scent was exceedingly alluring, so much so that even a D-rank powerhouse like Li Wei could not resist. Or perhaps, the allure was so potent that resistance was futile before one could even attempt to struggle. This level of temptation was a risk he could not afford to take. The mask he fashioned was rudimentary, devoid of activated carbon or any filtration devices, providing merely basic protection. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Earlier, while fleeing and leaping into the air, he distinctly did not catch a whiff of that scent. This suggested that he could indeed breathe freely while airborne and hold his breath upon descent. Logically, if the scent could reach the ground from 100 meters, it should similarly permeate the airspace. Yet, once he ascended to a certain height, the aroma dissipated, implying that the prey targeted by this mutated pitcher plant did not include those flying above. Unlike other mutated pitcher plants, this one seemed to primarily entice humans. Was there still a need for the toxic gas of Shimi? Even a robust individual of considerable stature barely exceeds 2 meters. The notion of mutation has been overly scrupulous. Zhuang Mo turned to Bian Shursen and inquired, "Did you catch that peculiar scent while we were in the air?" Bian Shursen, with a vacant expression in his eyes, pondered briefly before replying, "It seems I did not." Zhuang Mo nodded affirmatively. "I shall ascertain the difficulty of vanquishing a level 6 mutation. Such opportunities are rare. Other level 6 mutated flora and fauna would not patiently await their demise. Indeed, the toxic gas emitted by the mutated Nepenthes is exceedingly potent, without prior precautions. Merely passing by such a plant would likely culminate in fatality. Yet, the current scenario presents an opportune moment for practice." As he leapt into action, he noticed Li Wei turning back towards the mutated Nepenthes, laboriously crawling closer while unconsciously allowing his right leg to extend slowly. One would have to endure an overwhelming stench akin to that of multiple durians to press on despite having a severed limb. Zhuang Mo's vigilance regarding the durian-like toxins surged to its zenith. He inhaled deeply in midair and held his breath as he descended. Despite the considerable distance and the faint odor, which he could barely withstand based on his earlier escape, he dared not let his guard down. As he launched himself forward, he swallowed hard, incredulously murmuring, "Flying. Only an A grade could achieve that, right?" Observing Zhuang Mo and Bian Shursen's calm demeanor, he began to perceive the level 6 mutation as less intimidating. Zhuang Mo bounded to Li Wei's side, lifted him, and leaped backward, discarding him near Bian Shursen's feet. With a resounding thud, Li Wei, in free fall, struck the ground and created a shallow crater. Bian Shursen took several steps back, drawing a piece of iron wire from his waist, swiftly binding Li Wei within moments. At this point, Li Wei had fully regained consciousness and, gritting his teeth, shouted furiously at Bian Shursen, "Once my legs heal, I will surely kill you." This left he in a state of bewilderment. "Are you out of your mind? We saved you." Li Wei spat contemptuously upon the ground. "Saved me? You are merely here to revel in my misfortune." He retreated a few steps, deciding it prudent to distance himself from this lunatic to avoid catching his madness. Zhuang Mo, meanwhile, manipulated the paper circular saw blade to sever a portion of Li Wei's right leg, then casually proceeded to do the same to his left. He then addressed Bian Shursen. "He is currently under the influence of the toxic gas, his strength diminished. We must not allow him to recover. We should continue to sever him until we reach Teacher Song." Bian Shursen nodded, the circular blade glinting ominously in his hand. He retreated further, feeling overwhelmed by the brutality of these two individuals. Just as Zhuang Mo finished speaking, he charged once more towards the mutated pitcher plant. This time, as he hovered in the air, The paper circular saw blade in his hand spun like lightning towards the 6th-level mutated pitcher plant. He landed, holding his breath. Chapter 45. The sealing technique of paper boxes. The paper circular saw blade whirled, creating an afterimage as it sliced through the air with ease. Yet it inflicted no damage whatsoever on the 6th-level mutated pitcher plant. This outcome was anticipated, for even when the plant was at the 5th level, it had withstood the relentless blows of D-rank warriors without a scratch. The defensive power of this creature was formidable, rendering it impossible for Zhuang Mo to eliminate it immediately. However, he had no intention of doing so, for it was his target, valuable in terms of points. Landing on the ground, he held his breath once more. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, a stack of paper hovering and swirling, transforming into a colossal rectangular prism. Hui stared blankly. What is he doing? Bian Shisan's eyes were filled with confusion, and he remained on high alert, fixated on Zhuang Mo, prepared to hold his breath and intervene should Zhuang Mo succumb to the toxic gas. Zhuang Mo skillfully directed the massive rectangular prism to descend from above, the paper enveloping and tightly encasing the entire level 6 mutated Nepenthes. The opening at the bottom of the prism rapidly constricted, sealing the creature securely. With a deep breath, Zhuang Mo mused, I have treated this paper. Its density is considerable, which should effectively block a significant portion of the odor. Hui suddenly understood. Brilliant, truly brilliant. By trapping the toxic gas within, how could it possibly lure anyone anymore? After today's events, Hui had developed a perspective on Zhuang Mo that was entirely different from before. Far from being a burden, he was indeed the most formidable combatant within the team. Or rather, the combat prowess he displayed now was sufficient to position him as the strongest among the newcomers. It was evident that he held the dominant position over Bian Shisan. A wood-based ability, possessing such extraordinary combat capabilities, could only indicate one thing. He was an individual with a special attribute ability. Yet, it was apparent that Zhuang Mo seemed reluctant to reveal this. Perhaps he had made some sort of agreement with the academy. Today, Zhuang Mo delivered an overwhelming shock to Hui. Beyond his unique ability to manipulate paper, he demonstrated remarkable judgment and wisdom. This individual is truly extraordinary. As several of them conversed, Zhuang Mo noticed that Li Wei's legs were about to elongate once more, akin to an incessant loach. He gazed at Li Wei with a benign smile. Li Wei, I believe you have rested sufficiently. Li Wei, with a wary expression, retorted fiercely. What do you intend to do? Zhuang Mo's smile radiated brightly. You deliberately sought to sabotage my task target, leaving me with but a solitary subject. However, unlike you, I am exceedingly magnanimous and willing to grant you an opportunity for redemption. How about this? You shall test the efficacy of the toxic gas isolation for us. Bian Shisan nodded emphatically. That is only appropriate. Just as Hui contemplated interjecting, advocating for mercy, he witnessed Zhuang Mo seize Li Wei and leap forward, subsequently tossing him aside. Bang! The sound echoed, followed by a shallow pit and a cloud of dust. Zhuang Mo, you wretched scoundrel from the ruins. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Li Wei's furious roar resonated from ahead. Hui furrowed his brow. He recognized that certain awakened families within the safety zones considered their lineage to be noble, often looking down upon those from the ruins who lacked prestigious backgrounds. Such notions are utterly absurd. Regardless of their origins, all awakened individuals must strive for humanity's survival. Does being born into an illustrious family grant one the privilege to slay more high-level mutants? He resolved to remind his family to sever ties with the Li family henceforth. Li Wei was indeed quite heavy, causing my arm to ache. Zhuang Mo shook his arm. Bian Shisan nodded in agreement, remarking that Li Wei was much heavier than him. Li Wei, no longer daring to curse, held his breath as his legs rapidly regenerated. Within a minute, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards the safe zone. Zhuang Mo noted, it seems this paper cage has some utility. That curse he uttered must have been due to inhaling the toxic gas. However, the gas was limited and did not affect him significantly. Bian Shisan concurred, that makes sense. As Li Wei charged forward, Hui felt a surge of anxiety. Judging by Li Wei's demeanor, he had likely regained his strength, and the three of them combined would still be no match for him. Hui glanced at Zhuang Mo, who appeared remarkably composed. Time was running short, Zhuang Mo observed, checking his watch. Turning his gaze back, he indeed spotted three figures approaching from a distance. Long Ge. Help me, Zhuang Mo cried out. Someone is trying to kill this fragile wood element. Song Yulong, hearing the call for help from a distance, immediately quickened his pace. Rushing towards them, Li Wei, how dare you brazenly bully a powerless high-level wood elemental and even attempt to take his life? Let us see how you handle this. Zhuang Mo shouted, simultaneously pulling Bian Shusan and tugging Hu He as they leaped backwards. Song Yulong, unable to contemplate how Zhuang Mo managed to jump, sensed the fierce wind from Li Wei's punch approaching. How audacious of Li Wei to actually strike. Song Yulong exclaimed as he abruptly looked up. A piece of metal flew from his waist, transforming into a flowing liquid resembling silver as it swirled before the onlookers, ensnaring Li Wei like a silvery serpent. Li Wei seemed to be exceptionally wary of the liquid, as if even the slightest contact could lead to dire consequences. He shrank within the space entwined by the liquid, rendered immobile, and only then did he calm down to notice that Song Yulong had arrived. He let out a furious roar towards the sky. Zhuang Mo, you wretched commoner. If you have the capability, confront me openly in battle. Hui had heard Wei Wenhai mention before that the wood element was frail and incapable of combat. At this moment, the corners of his mouth twitched with anticipation for Wei Wenhai to discover that Zhuang Mo was, in fact, the father of the first-year powerhouse, Tiger. As he spoke, his gaze shifted forward, where amidst the chaos lay a massive cardboard box. I'm fine. My agility stems from my passion for origami, Zhuang Mo remarked, pointing to the paper exoskeleton on his leg. This is my latest invention, a paper exoskeleton. Moreover, the Academy's assistant with the 1,000-mile, I was closely observing the new student's training. Perhaps he had caught sight of Zhuang Mo suddenly. Song Yulong leaped up. Why aren't you focusing on farming? Why spend your days on inventions? It's a waste of talent. Brother, you possess a high-level wood affinity. Your future, he stammered. Chapter 46. This is definitely a special ability. At this point, Song Yulong felt that something was amiss. He incredulously lowered his gaze to examine the remarkably simple structure of the paper exoskeleton. How could a few pieces of paper possibly possess such immense power? Previously, on the airship, Zhuang Mo had used a paper airplane to kill birds, clearly utilizing an extraordinary ability. Song Yulong's expression shifted rapidly, first confusion, then enlightenment, ultimately breaking into a proud, radiant smile. Zhuang Mo was perplexed. Had this loquacious individual truly lost his mind? What is wrong with you, Longo? Song Yulong danced about in place. A unique ability. This is undoubtedly a unique ability, he exclaimed. When I first met you, I sensed your exceptional talent, but I never imagined that it would not only be extraordinary talent, but a unique ability as well. This is the second time I have encountered someone with a unique ability. The first time was with someone who could manipulate paper. Now, Zhuang Mo was utterly bewildered, gazing at the frenzied Song Yulong, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What do you mean, a unique ability? Isn't this merely a distorted wood-based power? He had thought his own wood-based abilities were somewhat abnormal. Glancing at the others present, he noted Hu He's expression of knowing certainty, while the other three appeared even more confused than Zhuang Mo. He twitched his lips and asked, Longo, what exactly is a unique ability? It was only then that Song Yulong realized he had spoken too much in his excitement. However, this was not a secret. These individuals would inevitably learn it sooner or later. He endeavored to calm himself and explained, the attributes of a unique ability awakener differ from those of others, and their power is unimaginably formidable. Among the awakener candidates each year, there might be one or two with unique attributes, but that is merely a possibility. Previously, a classmate of mine had a spatial ability. He possessed a personal space where anything could be stored. Oh, and by the way, unique ability awakeners are exceedingly rare. There can only be one of each type of unique ability in the world. Thus, if this spatial ability were to be lost, only then could another of its kind emerge. Zhuang Mo finally realized that such a remarkable existence as spatial abilities truly existed in this world. In comparison, his unique attribute seemed rather trivial. Fortunately, he excelled in the art of gestation, rendering this seemingly inconsequential ability inconsequential, as it did not diminish his superior talent in the wood element. Song Yulong did not intend to elaborate further with these newcomers, although he was genuinely eager to continue marveling at his keen insight that allowed him to perceive Zhuang Mo's extraordinary and unparalleled gift at a glance. He restrained his desire to speak, as there was still a critical matter at hand. Where was a living person? The towering D-class brute? What about the man beside Li Wei? Song Yulong inquired. Zhuang Mo calmly gestured towards the mutated pitcher plant. Shrouded in paper, it was consumed by the level 5 mutated pitcher plant, first turned into water and then devoured. Song Yulong nodded. Eaten, what a pity. After consumption, the level 5 mutation has transformed into a level 6 mutation, Zhuang Mo continued. Hiss. Song Yulong gasped. Could you repeat that? What level of mutation now? It is now level 6, came the reply from Bian Shisan and Hu He, who nodded in agreement. Song Yulong raised his hand and reached for his waist. Level 6 mutation, worth a staggering 1,000 points. Step aside. Once I earn those points, I shall treat you all to drinks. I must tell you, there is a wood element adept in brewing, the likes of which you have surely never tasted. Zhuang Mo hurriedly interjected. Brother Long, wait. This is our training mission. In the distance, the level 6 mutated pitcher plant struggled desperately beneath its paper confinement. The lid opening and closing repeatedly. The stench was unbearable, overwhelming it entirely. Its lid flapped incessantly, unable to control the noxious exhalations from its nectar glands. The foul stench, unable to escape, accumulated within the confines of the paper cage. The odor intensified, and while the nepenthes, undeterred by its own venom, found its every pore obstructed by the pungent miasma, it could scarcely breathe. Lacking intelligence, it instinctively perceived the overwhelming stench, too putrid to endure. Why, despite its repugnant aroma? Do humans still find it appealing? A marvel. The preceding tasks had been accomplished, leaving only the final step. With Song Yulong's arrival, this last phase was poised for completion. Zhuang Mo had arranged with Song Yulong to assist in the sampling of the nectar glands. Upon completion of this phase, the plant would be under Song Yulong's purview. The mutated nepenthes had isolated a portion of its toxic emissions, allowing leeway to converse comfortably from a distance of 20 meters. As a sea-level expert, Song Yulong would face no such difficulties. After confirming their plan, Zhuang Mo handed a mask to Song Yulong, gesturing for him to wear it. He then wrapped his arms around Song Yulong's waist, leaping effortlessly to the mutated nepenthes. Holding his breath, he threaded a piece of paper string through the cage. And as the lid of the nepenthes opened, he seized the nectar gland with a vigorous tug. The vibrant red orb was yanked free, pulsating as if it were a heart, still alive even after extraction. Zhuang Mo held the nectar gland aloft and called to Song Yulong, Brother Long, please assist in wrapping it up. Barely had the words left his lips when Song Yulong enveloped the nectar gland in a silvery liquid, encasing it like a filling. The overwhelming stench coalesced into a thick fog, saturating the air with a yellow haze. In that fleeting moment, Zhuang Mo seized Song Yulong and leaped suddenly. Alas, there was still a foul odor emanating from the vicinity of the shimi. As they landed, Song Yulong intended to lift Zhuang Mo but began to retreat. The toxic gas had no effect on him, likely due to his steadfast will as a C-grade powerhouse. At that instant, he noticed that Zhuang Mo appeared remarkably clear-headed as well. Had the poison lost its potency? The noxious fumes of the Western Zhou enveloped them as Zhuang Mo took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Oh my, what an enchanting aroma!" Akin to a 100-fold intensification of durian scent. Yet, his mental state remained unaffected. Zhuang Mo moved aside the torn paper cage, finally revealing the inside of the pitcher plant. To his astonishment, the once vibrant red pitcher plant had transformed into a reddish-brown hue, resembling a withered specimen. It seemed that its demise followed the extraction of its nectar glands, as Song Yulong remarked. Zhuang Mo pondered. Did the mutated pitcher plant perish immediately upon the removal of its nectar glands? The thought eluded him. Regardless, the sample had been successfully obtained. And if it had perished, so be it. He turned to Song Yulong, saying, Brother Long, as per our agreement, the points are yours. Song Yulong waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying? You extracted the nectar glands, and the watch will automatically assign the points to you. Zhuang Mo did not insist further. He raised his left hand to glance at the readout. Detected one level 6 mutated pitcher plant, 1,000 points. Though the level 6 mutated pitcher plant was deceased, Zhuang Mo felt an odd sense of unease. He had previously tested the defensive capabilities of a level 6 mutation. The paper circular saw blade had been ineffective against its exterior. Yet, his initial intention in extracting the nectar glands had been merely to experiment. If unsuccessful, he would have allowed Song Yulong to take over. To his surprise, the endeavor had proceeded with unexpected ease. Could it be that this mutated pitcher plant perished before he could extract its nectar glands? Unable to comprehend, Zhuang Mo chose to abandon the thought. Mutated pitcher plant. You might not believe it, but I was first overwhelmed by the stench. Meanwhile, Wei Wenhai stared wide-eyed, lost in thought as he gripped Hu He's arm tightly. Did I see that correctly? It was Zhuang Mo who just extracted the nectar glands, not Teacher Song, right? Chapter 47. Unleashed. The pendant transforms into a thigh who he scrutinized him for a moment. Didn't teacher Song just mention that it was a special attribute ability? Wei Wenhai, bewildered, replied, but the paper is so thin and light. How could it possess such formidable strength? Moments ago, he had been musing internally about the peculiar attribute ability, dismissing it as mere paper manipulation, devoid of any real utility. Better to cultivate the land instead. Yet, in the next instant, Zhuang Mo's resilient paper cord materialized before him, effortlessly extracting the nectar glands. At that moment, he was so astonished that he forgot to breathe. Could it be that those paper umbrellas and this paper mask were all crafted by Zhuang Mo? Bian Shursen nodded, not out of reluctance to keep a friend's secret, but because the friend had revealed it himself. Wei Wenhai exclaimed in disbelief, "So, you mean to say that it wasn't you who slaughtered over 200 second-level mutated burrowing moles, but rather Tiger's father?" Bian Shursen continued to nod. He had repeatedly stated that he was not Tiger's father, and finally, his innocence was vindicated. Wei Wenhai spun around in place. Realizing that he had mistakenly believed Zhuang Mo to be the one in need of protection, only to discover that he was quite the ruthless character, slaughtering rodents, exterminating pests, and extracting nectar glands with a single hand. The 6th-level mutated Nepenthes could perish at his hands. What a terrifying power it embodies. At this moment, the government of District E was engulfed in disbelief. What? An F-level freshman has slain a 6th-level mutant? Even if one were to surpass their rank. Such a feat seemed utterly absurd. Zhuang Mo was the Academy's prize talent, and from the moment they set out, Teacher Jiang had instructed them to keep a vigilant watch over him, ready to render assistance at the first sign of danger. As he relayed the battle scenes to Jiang Ying, he felt the absurdity reach its peak. An F-level freshman, alongside Song Yulong, was leaping with a speed rivaling their own astonishing physical capabilities. When they confronted the mutated Nepenthes, he swiftly drew a stack of paper from his backpack, which immediately transformed into a binding cord, and with a single strike, he extracted the core of the 6th-level mutation. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Even having seen it, the incredulity lingered. Beside him, Jiang Ying remained expressionless. Although she had harbored doubts about Zhuang Mo due to his extraordinary wood element talent, she had been hesitant to reach a conclusion. To her astonishment, it truly was Zhuang Mo. This peculiar ability appeared somewhat unusual. It seemed undoubtedly combat-oriented, yet could paper possess such formidable combat prowess? Moreover, throughout the years, she had never encountered a special ability that wielded paper. Impatient by nature, she resolved to inquire about this revelation from Elder Gu, now that Zhuang Mo's abilities were exposed. Surely, Elder Gu would enlighten her without reprimanding her for her curiosity. The government district was equipped with signal reception. Jiang Ying clenched her teeth and mustered the courage to dial Elder G's number. Elder Gu, I would like to report that Zhuang Mo has revealed his special attributes during the freshman trials. Amirham responded from the watch. Elder G's tone carried a hint of astonishment. So it is. Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications. Even the SS-grade clairvoyant Elder Gu had initially failed to discern Zhuang Mo's unique attribute. Yet, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising, as this attribute had never before manifested. She continued, he has just eliminated a 6th-level mutated plant, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. At this point, she paused, awaiting a response from the other end of the line. A few seconds later, Elder G's voice resonated. You may consider it a form of creation. Some rely on their abilities in battle, while others depend on their intellect. With that, the call ended. Jiang Ying stood in a daze for several moments. Finally realizing that the last remark might have been a veiled insinuation directed at her, was she being implied to lack intelligence? However, if she could comprehend such an implication, it would hardly suggest a complete absence of wit. According to the regulations for the new students' training, the duration of the exercise spans 7 days, during which the wood element group was required to complete 2 research tasks. Now, Zhuang Mo's team had managed to accomplish the first task on merely the first day, even eliciting a smile from Bian Shursan, who typically wore an expression of bewilderment. Wei Wenhai had entirely transformed his demeanor, shedding the previous mockery and disdain he had displayed towards Zhuang Mo. It is truly a stroke of fortune to be teamed up with you. Who would have imagined that Zhuang Mo, with his superior talent in the wood element, would possess such formidable combat capability? Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have never believed it. Initially, he had felt somewhat constrained being grouped with the wood element as a combat-oriented individual, tasked with the responsibility of protecting others during the inaugural training. Who wouldn't feel stifled in such a position? Yet, unexpectedly, the dynamics of protection were not so easily defined. Meanwhile, the rankings of the new student points competition underwent a significant transformation. The team led by Li Chao, which had firmly held the first position with a total of 246 points, has now been surpassed, and it was done with a remarkable margin. The Bian Shursan team ascended to the top with an astonishing 1,000 points. At this moment, Han Lingyu wore a smile and turned to a fellow teammate from the Gold faction, saying, "Bian Shursan is indeed formidable." The Gold faction teammate nodded vigorously, affirming, 13 is the strongest among the new students. He was convinced that the champion of this new student training competition would undoubtedly be claimed by their team. In his view, the only threat posed by Bian Shursan lay in the necessity of protecting the worthless Zhuang Mo. Their training revolved around the extermination of mutated creatures. The one who slaughters the most wins. With Bian Shursan no longer a concern, he had already envisioned the championship as his own. At that moment, a girl from the Wind faction timidly raised her hand. "Captain, the rankings have changed. What happened? Did that group still stuck at 0 points make any moves?" Li Chao dismissed it nonchalantly. "No, it's Bian Shursan." Upon hearing the name Bian Shursan, Li Chao felt a surge of resentment. He had always loathed Zhuang Mo the most, followed closely by the insufferable Bian Shursan, who had overshadowed him. To make matters worse, Bian Shursan was grouped with the detestable Zhuang Mo. Wasn't Bian Shursan's group essentially Zhuang Mo's group? Li Chao raised his left hand to take a look. What? How is this possible? His pupils trembled in shock. 1,000 points? A second-level mutation only grants 2 points. Had they truly slain 500 of them? How could they be so fortunate as to encounter 500 second-level mutations? Or perhaps even 1,000 first-level mutations? Upon recalling how Bian Shursan had once again bested him, Li Chao could not suppress his indignation. He roared in fury, "Bian Shursan." Then, his thoughts drifted to the fact that within Bian Shursan's ranks resided Zhao Mingran, the third person he loathed most in life. It was undeniable that she was responsible for the demise of those 1,000 first-level mutants, and thus his resentment towards her intensified. Zhao Mingran. As for Zhuang Mo, he held no regard for Zhuang Mo's combat prowess. The previous incident with the willow branches had been a mere oversight on his part. Someone like Zhuang Mo, he could easily defeat 10 with a single punch. In Area E, Bian Shursan sneezed thrice in rapid succession. Bian Shursan wore an expression of profound emotion. He twitched his lips. These days of camaraderie had imparted a lesson upon him. Indeed, those of the Gold Affinity were remarkably naive. He then turned his gaze towards Zhao Mingran, who was dragging a sizable corpse of a mutated pitcher plant. Yes, and those of the Flesh Affinity seemed equally devoid of intellect. Zhuang Mo had offered her 15 points to haul the pitcher plant's carcass, which coincidentally matched the points for that paper mask. He had witnessed how Zhuang Mo produced the mask in mere seconds and presented it to Song Yulong, effectively allowing the Flesh Affinity to toil without spending a single point. It was ironic how Zhao Mingran appeared to relish in what she believed was a significant bargain. He cast a disapproving glance at Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo stroked his chin, initially feeling a twinge of guilt. Here they were, a group of men, assigning a girl to do manual labor. Such an act would have surely drawn ire in the past. Yet this girl was no ordinary female. She dragged the 2-meter-tall corpse of the mutated pitcher plant with the ease of hauling a plastic bag. Moreover, when Zhuang Mo had proposed the 15 points, Zhao Mingran's eyes had sparkled with enthusiasm as she turned around and hoisted the pitcher plant onto her shoulder. Zhuang Mo reminded her that it was cumbersome to carry something too large. Dragging it would suffice. Only then did she change her approach to dragging it along. Zhuang Mo mused inwardly about the advantages of physical abilities. Chapter 48. The second task. It must be said that the treatment during the new students' training was superior to that in school. Meals were provided without the need for points. Zhuang Mo held a steaming chicken leg in one hand, savoring it with greasy delight. Among a nearby group, there was a crew-cut man, presumably also adept in the water element. With a mouthful of chicken, he nudged Wei Wenhai's shoulder and exclaimed, "Xiao Wei, I took down several second-level mutations today." The thrill of battle was exhilarating. "Alas, you and Zhuang Mo were paired together, so I suppose you won't gain any experience." Merely circling around a stationary mutated plant for research, Wei Wenhai offered an awkward smile, for it was widely believed that element practitioners lacked combat prowess. Who would have imagined that Zhuang Mo had eliminated a 6th-level mutation on his very first day of training? Had he not witnessed it personally, he would have dismissed such claims as mere fantasy. However, Zhuang Mo remained silent, unable to disclose the extraordinary abilities of others, and thus continued to engage in light-hearted banter. The crew-cut man continued to boast, in my opinion, being paired with wood element practitioners during new student training is sheer misfortune. In the face of any danger, one cannot rely on them for protection, they merely become a burden. Before Wei Wenhai could retort, Bian Shusan lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. The crew-cut man, deterred by that gaze, fell silent and resumed eating. In his heart, he scoffed, "Tch, a burden is a burden. Can't even allow others to speak the truth." However, he dared not utter another word, surprised by how fiercely Bian Shusan defended his teammates. Zhuang Mo chose to disregard the veiled mockery, recognizing that there was little to gain from engaging with such individuals. His prowess had already been revealed, leaving no need for pretense. Yet, he could not parade about proclaiming, "Behold, I am formidable," for that would render him a fool. His ancestors had imparted wisdom. One must allow events to unfold naturally. Although they had successfully extracted the nectar glands, completing their task, the enigma of why the mutated Nepenthes released a noxious, human-attracting gas awaited expert investigation. Strangely, it was known that the classification of mutated flora and fauna in this world was predetermined. For instance, all mutated dandelions were categorized as level 1 mutations, while all assassin roses fell into level 2. Their evolution manifested in enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities, yet rarely did they exhibit the strength to transcend their levels. The mutated Nepenthes encountered today not only belonged to a different classification, but also demonstrated an ability to perform a live upgrade after consuming an awakener. Zhuang Mo paused his writing, formulating a hypothesis. If mutated organisms could enhance their strength by feeding on the flesh of awakeners, consuming those of D rank or higher might even allow for an upgrade. He halted, realizing the terrifying implications of such a notion. Should this speculation prove true, numerous mutated organisms might become aggressively inclined to attack awakeners. Previously, certain mutated species exhibited minimal aggression towards humans. Zhuang Mo closed his notebook and turned his attention to the second task. The fresh recruits' training spans a total of 7 days, encompassing 2 research tasks. Their second endeavor involves the eradication of the tertiary mutated aquatic plants in the Ningshui River. The Ningshui River serves as the lifeblood of the human inhabitants in Zone E, providing not only freshwater resources, but also a plethora of unmutated fish, which constitute the primary source of sustenance for these individuals. Naturally, there are also numerous mutated aquatic organisms present, necessitating the intervention of the awakened individuals to undertake the cleansing task. Recent reports indicate a significant proliferation of tertiary mutated aquatic plants in the Ningshui River, exhibiting aggressive behavior towards those attempting to fish. Zhuang Mo opened the guide to mutated flora and fauna. Xiao Shui remarked, "It hides beneath the water, and astonishingly, it can also move. How are we supposed to combat that? Once ensnared, being dragged underwater would surely result in a fatal strangulation. I can end the battle with a single freezing spell. It poses no challenge whatsoever. Stated I want to eat 3 bowls of rice. I can't help but envy its lush, thick foliage, even if it is green. Muse my head is full of water. The tertiary mutated aquatic plants are peculiar. They don't consume humans, but simply enjoy entangling them. They ensnare anyone who passes by, more diligent than a water ghost," protested opposing high-intensity work. The others in the dormitory were meticulously examining the relevant information regarding the tertiary mutated aquatic plants. Hui stood up and addressed Zhuang Mo. "There are no abnormal phenomena associated with this patch of mutated aquatic plants. Hence, our task this time is to eliminate them." Zhuang Mo rose from his bed. "If all goes well, it should be manageable, but it will require considerable effort from Lao Wei." Wei Wenhai leaned out from the upper bunk of Hui. "Rest assured. Just leave it to me. The aquatic realm is my domain, and controlling water is far simpler than solidifying it. Do not be deceived by his seemingly diminutive F-grade ability, which can merely condense water blades. However, if faced with a river, conjuring a small curtain of water or a slender stream is quite within reach." Wei Wenhai pondered for a moment and then articulated, "At that time, I shall use the water curtain to obstruct them, rendering their movements impossible while you may proceed with your slaughter at will." The group cast a glance at Zhuang Mo and, upon noticing his silence, began to express their opinions. "Yes, we shall proceed in that manner." "Very well, I shall take care of it. Unless something unforeseen occurs, it should be swiftly concluded." Zhuang Mo could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What is this nonsense? Unable to endure any longer, he interjected, Old Wei. How adept are you at controlling the water stream? Zhuang Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, you could entirely extract the aquatic plants from the water and toss them onto the shore, correct? Wei Wenhai replied, Ah, yes, indeed. How had he overlooked that? The water stream is indeed far easier to control than the water curtain. Ultimately, he was astounded by Zhuang Mo's prowess in battle and inadvertently relegated himself to a supportive role. Even though the water domain was his forte, he had not considered engaging in independent combat. Hu Shuang let out a hearty laugh. Then we shall await Old Wei to lead us to victory tomorrow. The others unanimously endorsed Zhuang Mo's suggestion, with astute individuals like Hu Shuang even pausing to gauge Zhuang Mo's reaction before continuing with their discourse. Bian Shisan showed no inclination to fulfill his responsibilities as captain, yet this went unnoticed by all. Zhuang Mo flipped through the comments regarding the third-level mutated aquatic plants, hopped down from the upper bunk, and gestured for Wei Wenhai to join him. The five of them gathered closely together. What I proposed earlier was under the most ideal circumstances. Zhuang Mo remarked that dealing with the mutated aquatic plants was not particularly challenging. Based on the feedback, this third-tier mutated water grass exhibited behaviors entirely akin to those of ordinary third-tier mutated plants, showing no anomalies and possessing a minimal likelihood of upgrading. The other Westerners nodded in agreement, acknowledging that encountering sixth-tier mutations was exceedingly rare. Their misfortune could hardly extend to facing high-level mutations in consecutive missions. I surmised that our primary concern would not be the third-tier mutated water grass, but rather the potential emergence of other mutated aquatic creatures within the Ningshui River. Zhuang Mo continued, Chapter 49. It is merely a matter of uprooting water grass. It should not pose significant danger. Bian Shisan lifted his hazy gaze, stating, Aquatic creatures can be quite perilous. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Mingran declared, I am swift and strong. I shall venture forth first to test the waters. Zhuang Mo cast a glance her way, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Zhao Mingran's performance had been commendable. She did not seem the type to sacrifice her companions to appease the aberrant. He nodded, Then you shall be the one to probe. If we encounter mutations of third tier or lower, we shall adapt accordingly. However, should we face anything above third tier, our primary strategy will be to retreat. When we flee, I will take Shisan and Hu He, while you will escort Lao Wei. Zhao Mingran nodded affirmatively. No problem. Wei Wenhai, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Zhuang Mo. You are already so formidable. Why do you always think of retreating? Zhuang Mo replied, his demeanor resolute. Today, there was only one upgraded variant of the mutated pitcher plant. Yet, the underwater threats are numerous. Are we to wait and become prey? Wei Wenhai merely shrugged, choosing silence over further protest. Early the next morning, after a meal at the government quarters, several individuals found the fishermen arranged by Area E waiting at the entrance. Given the extensive length of the Ningshui River and the difficulty in locating the third-level mutated aquatic vegetation, it was deemed necessary to have the fisherman guide them. The fisherman, appearing to be in his 50s, was of short stature and lean build. Upon seeing the group emerge, a sycophantic smile spread across his face. You may call me Old Three, he said, before leading the five towards a narrow alley. We shall take a shortcut. The patch of aquatic plants is not far, merely half an hour's walk. Trailing behind them was Song Yulong. Initially, a D-level student had been assigned to discreetly protect Zhuang Mo. But Li Wei, that foolish braggart, had prematurely incapacitated the individual. Li Wei had not been gentle, leaving the poor soul somewhat dazed even now. Additionally, the sudden appearance of a sixth-level mutation yesterday had been quite startling, prompting Teacher Jiang to insist on accompanying them today to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As they approached the riverbank, Old Three halted, rubbing his hands together. Well, esteemed warriors, I am but an ordinary person and truly dare not proceed further. That patch of aquatic vegetation can grow up to 7 or 8 meters. Zhuang Mo smiled graciously. Thank you for your efforts. Old Three nodded and squatted down. Zhuang Mo gazed ahead, estimating that they were still about 50 meters from the bank. He continued forward, pausing only when he was approximately 20 meters from the patch of aquatic plants. Some tender green vegetation poked above the surface of the river, and everything appeared deceptively tranquil. Yet, this was merely an illusion. Danger lurked beneath the water's surface. Zhuang Mo first cast a paper airplane onto the river's surface, watching it soar and circle above the water, but when it elicited no response, he turned to Zhao Mingran and said, Proceed. Zhao Mingran slowly approached within 10 meters of the water, then began to run with remarkable speed, swaying left and right. Soon, movement stirred beneath the surface. The water was disrupted as a multitude of slender aquatic plants emerged, their numbers impossible to quantify. Their supple forms rapidly extended, reaching heights of 7 or 8 meters above the water, densely clustering to obscure the entire river. In an instant, the mutated water plants surged towards Zhao Mengran, twisting and writhing like serpents in the water, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. "It seems to be only this patch of vegetation," she remarked, standing at a safe distance of 10 meters, well out of their reach. Wei Wenhai observed the frenzied aquatic plants, eager to drag him beneath the surface, and felt a twinge of trepidation. "I fear I cannot manage so many," he confessed. "No worries, we can tackle it bit by bit. We still have 6 days to complete the task," Zhuang Mo reassured him, patting his shoulder. Wei Wenhai inhaled deeply. "Indeed, this aquatic realm is my domain." With that, the group advanced to a position approximately 10 meters from the river's edge, while the others prepared a defensive stance. Wei Wenhai's expression grew serious as he faced the water, palms directed towards the surface. A small vortex began to form on the river. The whirlpool intensified, spinning faster and faster until it coalesced into a singular strand of water. With a subtle motion of his palm, the water rope burst forth from the surface, its end revealing a single water plant. He flung it ashore and exhaled in relief. Zhuang Mo regarded him with approval, saying, "Well done, Lao Wei." In the distance, the third member of their group crouched in a corner, grinning broadly and revealing a set of yellowed teeth. As the inhabitants of Zone E rely on fishing for their livelihood, the stability of the Ningshui River is their very lifeline. Observing the mutant aquatic plants being effortlessly uprooted, Lao Sam began to hum a tune with ease. Concealed behind him, Song Yulong also exhaled in relief, sensing that the second task had proceeded relatively smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen complications. In his view, after all, within the confines of the second defensive line of the E-Zone ruins, the military routinely eliminated mutations, and the awakened ones were perpetually on duty to eradicate threats. How could there be so many surprises? Wei Wenhui continued diligently uprooting the water plants, while Zhuang Mo remained vigilant, attentive to the movements on the water's surface. Something felt amiss. Zhuang Mo glanced at Bian Shisan. Even if there were no other mutated creatures lurking beneath the surface, the considerable commotion caused by Lao Wei would surely startle some fish or shrimp, wouldn't it? The water's surface was unnaturally tranquil. An excess of calmness bred unease. An unsettling sensation that gradually enveloped Zhuang Mo suddenly. His pupils constricted. It seemed as though something was surfacing from the depths. The dense aquatic foliage obscured his view, but an instinctive sense of danger seized him. A profound peril. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, and every hair on his body stood on end. He had never before experienced such a visceral fear. Time itself seemed to stand still, and the surroundings were eerily silent. He turned to Bian Shisan and saw an unprecedented vigilance etched on the latter's face. The others mirrored this sentiment, with Wei Wenhui halting his actions, his legs trembling slightly. Zhuang Mo realized that this reaction was far beyond what one would expect upon encountering mutated beings. High-level mutants were indeed terrifying. Yet humans did not succumb to such involuntary, primal fear. This terror was inscribed in their very genes, uncontrollable and primal. This can only signify that the creature lurking in the water is a formidable adversary. At the first level, it attacks. At the second, it retreats. Zhuang Mo issued a decisive command. No sooner had he spoken than the creature emerged from the aquatic vegetation. It was a colossal and terrifying figure. Cloaked in shades of gray and black, its head swiveling with a chilling crackling sound, its icy crimson gaze fixated intently on the humans before it. It stood resolutely amidst the swaying water plants, its form nearly obscured, yet in Zhuang Mo's eyes, it was the sole focus. Bian Shisan whispered a warning, Level 1. Zhuang Mo nodded, suppressing the fear that churned within him. Zhao Mengran, Wei Wenhai lead. Before he could finish, the first-level aberration leaped from the water's surface, darting forth with the swiftness of a cheetah. Contain it. Shisan, attack. As Zhuang Mo shouted, Bian Shisan hurled his circular blade with remarkable precision toward the aberration. If only the speed were sufficient, the blade could inflict damage. The aberration's hide was incredibly resilient, even with Bian Shisan's powerful cutting force derived from high rotation. It merely left a shallow wound upon the creature's skin. Hui's wind blade, too, was dispersed before it could even get close. Torn apart by a single swipe of the aberration's claw. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Mengran charged forward, bending low as he rushed toward the creature. Just as the aberration's lightning-fast strides were about to reach the riverbank, Zhao Mingran abruptly altered his course, darting sideways with a speed that left only an afterimage. Wei Wenhai grasped the situation. "You little pest, witness my water curtain." The massive foot of the aberration, aimed at the riverbank, was abruptly obstructed by a sudden rising curtain of water, yet it broke through with seemingly little effort. Its figure was completely exposed before the crowd, with sharp, pointed claws on its limbs and fangs extending to its chin, emanating a foul and terrifying aura. Suddenly, it lunged forward, pouncing on the wavering silhouette of food. Hiss. Food. Exquisite food. Hiss. Where's the food? Chapter 50. Slay one, bring forth many. The mindless humanoid let out a furious roar, its sharp claws instantly tearing apart the paper that Zhuang Mo had affixed to its face. Upon seeing this, Zhuang Mo revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. To deal with such a brainless creature, I need only one tactic. With a flurry, several sheets of white paper soared through the air. Zhuang Mo's brand of white paper, dedicated to face masking. Hiss. The aberration seemed to be incensed, its claws shredding the paper with astonishing speed, even inflicting deep gashes upon its own face. Now is the moment. Paper, come forth. Zhuang Mo pointed decisively, and two sharply pointed, narrow-winged paper airplanes shot out rapidly, aimed directly at the aberration's eyes, piercing through the torn paper to strike its eyeballs. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The aberration roared skyward, falling into an uncontrollable frenzy. Hiss, seizing the opportunity to end its life. A paper circular saw whirled rapidly in the air. Not fast enough. Zhuang Mo intensified the flow of his powers. The paper saw spun faster and faster, emitting a hum that seemed to tear through space. Go. With a terrifying momentum, the paper saw sliced toward the aberration's neck. Remarkably, the skin of this creature, impervious even to bullets, was severed by a mere sheet of paper. Or rather, it was cleaved. The Westerners stared wide-eyed as they watched the white paper become saturated with a thick green hue. The alien creature fell heavily to the ground, rolling to the shore. Its massive body crashed down with a thunderous thud. Cut it? Hui stammered, but he quickly reconsidered. Their fear of the alien was instinctual. However, a level 1 alien was merely the combat equivalent of a low-level mutated creature. Zhuang Mo had already extracted the nectar glands from a level 6 mutated carnivorous plant. Surely he could dispatch a mere level 1 alien without difficulty. It would be strange if he couldn't. Hui felt as if he was floating, surprisingly finding that a level 1 alien was not particularly challenging. Was this the joy of soaring alongside a formidable leader? Bian Shishan gazed at his knife, a sense of desolation creeping into his eyes. As Zhuang Mo's teammate and friend, he felt nearly useless. He resisted the urge to harm himself with the blade, and instead used it to chop at the aquatic plants. Zhuang Mo had taught him that in moments of unhappiness, one should not inflict pain upon oneself, but rather learn to harm others. Wei Wenhai, recovering from his shock, murmured in disbelief, "Did we just kill an alien?" That was an alien. It was no wonder he was so agitated. Mutated creatures and aliens were notoriously difficult adversaries. Yet humans only experienced a primal fear when confronted by aliens. This pressure-like sensation would diminish with each alien they vanquished, but they were still fledgling awakened beings. Even with the psychological training they had received in school regarding aliens, the terror remained ingrained within them, leaving them in a state of lingering fear. Particularly for Wei Wenhai, who was of a timid disposition, witnessing the demise of his nemesis filled him with immeasurable exhilaration. Zhao Mingran also allowed a small smile to grace her lips. The thrill of defeating an alien without sacrifice was truly delightful. Zhuang Mo was acutely aware that his total power had long approached the D-rank threshold, making the act of severing the head of a mutant creature far from a mere fantasy. However, this single strike nearly depleted half of his overall abilities, even with the creature's defenses significantly weakened due to its injured eyes. Hui hastily declined, saying, "What business is it of ours? You were the one who took its head." Zhuang Mo waved his hand, replying, "This is not akin to that mutated Nepenthes. It is truly the result of our collective efforts. Had it not been for everyone's assistance in restraining it, the outcome could have been entirely different." Upon hearing this, Hui felt even more admiration for Zhuang Mo, and the group ceased their objections, particularly Wei Wenhai, whose triumph over the mutant invigorated him. "You all rest here while I, Old Wei, pull out these aquatic plants. What a wretched river to harbor such mutants. How on earth does Zhuang Mo's new experience involve such high stakes? Let us see what level it is. If it's level 1, they can handle it themselves." For level 2, I'll step in, and level 3. I might just manage that. Anything higher. And we will have to wait for Teacher Jiang to roar from the government. Song Yulong was fixated on the water's surface. The mutant emerged. Ah, level 1, well, that's manageable. He could continue squatting. His legs grew numb, so he shifted his position but remained in a squatting stance. Zhuang Mo was truly impressive. That trick of using paper to obscure the creature's vision was brilliant. Look at that poor mutant, scratching its own face in distress. Another paper airplane appeared. This time, there were two. Quite effective, as they had pierced its eyes. Victory was undoubtedly assured. Wait, Song Yulong rubbed his eyes. Could it be that he was not mistaken? How did it come to this point of severing heads? More specifically, how was the head removed? Goodness, the piece of paper wielded by Zhuang Mo is indeed terrifying. Capable of severing even the heads of first-level aberrations. Remarkable indeed. It is no wonder that Song Yulong had recognized him as a promising individual from the very beginning. He always said that Zhuang Mo was extraordinary since childhood, although, to be fair, we have not witnessed his early years. It was apparent from the moment he entered school that he was exceptional. At that time, he discerned the potential in that young man. Within the district government, the clairvoyants were taken aback. Teacher Jiang, Zhuang Mo has covered the aberration's face with paper. He blinded the aberration's eyes with a paper airplane. He has severed the aberration's head with paper. Jiang Ying, who had been relatively composed, rose to her feet in excitement upon hearing that Zhuang Mo had decapitated the aberration. Creating what? This is clearly an outstanding candidate for combat. The training plans began to form in her mind, and she envisioned personally training Zhuang Mo as his sparring partner. While she contemplated how to cultivate Zhuang Mo into an invincible warrior, the clairvoyant closed his eyes to rest for a moment. Suddenly, she heard the trembling voice of the clairvoyant. Jiang. Teacher Jiang. What is it? Speak quickly. Jiang Ying had little patience for hesitation. Aberrations. So many aberrations. By the banks of the Ningshui River, Wei Wenhai was busy pulling up aquatic grasses. He yanked them free and tossed them onto the shore. Old Wei, catch a few fish later. Let us roast them and enjoy a meal, who he suggested with a smile. Wei Wenhai continued his task without pause. Watch me catch a few fat ones. Zhuang Mo's eyes brightened at the thought of roasted fish, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. Nothing brings greater joy than completing a task and indulging in delicious food. Just as a few individuals reveled in a moment of light-hearted joy, an unexpected calamity struck. The river's surface began to churn, and even the entire riverbank trembled ever so slightly. A chilling aura descended upon them, evoking a profound sense of dread. Heads of grotesque creatures emerged one after another from beneath the water's surface. Run! Zhuang Mo had scarcely a moment to think before he seized Bianshi Sand and Hu-He, propelling them backward with all his might. Zhao Mingren hoisted Wei Wenhai onto his shoulder and sprinted away. In a sudden surge, Song Yulong charged forth, bellowing. I will hold them off. You all flee. He positioned himself as a bulwark before his companions, unsheathing a metallic blade from his waist, which instantly transformed into a colossal sword measuring 2 meters in length. Without a trace of hesitation, he swung the blade toward the multitude of grotesque beings that had inexplicably surfaced from the seemingly tranquil waters. The roars of the creatures were thunderous, rolling forth like a tempest. It appeared that today would mark my downfall. Thus, before I succumb, let me take down as many of these loathsome beasts as I can. With a powerful leap, he struck fiercely at the mass of enormous forms. Die. Chapter 51. I need only this move. In the instant Song Yulong surged forth, Zhuang Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Having exerted half of his energy to fell a single level 1 creature, he knew that even Song Yulong, classified as a C-grade, would struggle against a swarm of level 1 creatures. Zhuang Mo descended from the air, halting his flight. Where could he possibly run? He did not consider himself a virtuous man, yet he possessed a sense of honor. To let others stand in his stead while he fled? Apologies, but that was beyond his capability. Friends, always fleeing, it seems rather demeaning. Zhuang Mo chuckled lightly, remarking that lingering too long could indeed reduce one to a mere dog. Abominations, they deserve to perish. Bianshi Sand drew his long knife from his waist and charged into the horde of aberrations. Hu-He laughed heartily towards the sky, declaring, In the Hu family, there are no cowards. With that, he surged forward, unleashing blades of wind from his hands. Zhao Mingran abandoned Wei Wenhai and darted out at an alarming speed. After landing, Wei Wenhai gritted his teeth and followed suit, asserting, I, Wei Wenhai, am no coward. Zhuang Mo was left behind, suddenly ignited? However, everyone, it seems unnecessary. Isn't it time for close combat? As Zhao Mingran was about to plunge into the fray, Zhuang Mo urgently called out. Zhao Mingran swiftly veered to the right, seizing an aberration injured by long good strike at its eyes. Bien Sure San and Hui moved in to deliver the finishing blows. Old Wei, halt. His words were rapid, and upon hearing the command, the others complied without hesitation. Song Yulong severed the heads of several aberrations. However, his remaining energy was dwindling, and his blade could scarcely cleave through their defenses, inflicting only superficial wounds. Weren't you told to flee? Get out of here. Run. He bellowed hoarsely. Run. As the words left his lips, he exerted himself fully, sweeping his blade to fell a multitude of aberrations. Listen well. This is your first lesson from the new instructor. Song Yulong, do not make pointless sacrifices. Let us depart. I can still hold my ground. Do not worry. Teacher Jiang will soon realize everything is fine. At that moment, amidst flashes of lightning, Zhuang Mo produced a stack of paper, commanding them all to take flight. Old Wei, each piece of paper should absorb 5 drops of water. Wei Wenhai was entirely at a loss as to what actions to take. However, the remnants of his rationality compelled him to unconditionally obey Zhuang Mo's commands. He stifled the urge to charge forward, beads of sweat forming in his palms. A flurry of dampened paper soared through the air, adhering to the faces of the aberrations with a resounding whoosh. I have stated before, to deal with such mindless creatures, this single tactic suffices. Zhuang Mo breathed heavily. 13. Aim for the eyes. Hui, step back and blow the wind towards the aberrations' faces. Brother Long, sever their heads. His words flowed with remarkable speed, as he deftly maneuvered a second batch of paper to take flight. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Mingran sprang into action, drawing a dagger from her waist and plunging it into the eye of one aberration ensconced in paper. She swiftly retreated, but despite her utmost speed, the claws of the creature raked fiercely across her shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh. It was only then that Song Yulong noticed that even Zhuang Mo had not fled, and he grew frantic. What are you doing here? You can run faster, so hurry. He uttered these words while relentlessly striking with his blade. The aberration he had felled was already rising once more. He realized he could not kill it now. Only hold it at bay. The paper-covered faces of the aberrations were effective against a single one, but with so many, the situation was dire. Song Yulong halted, quickly retreating. He had slain a few, yet a dozen more were rising, while the others were still clawing at their faces. The creatures were grappling with their visages, but to no avail. Their claws were laden with shredded paper. Song Yulong suddenly grasped the reality. Once the paper became wet and adhered to their faces, it was utterly impossible to tear it off in one piece. What they were able to rip away was merely in tatters. He made a swift decision, retreating rapidly as tin steel needles shot from his hand, each aimed at the 5 monstrous beings. Bien Sure San simultaneously fell back, his own embroidered needle piercing the left eye of one of the creatures. In an instant, the monsters ceased their frenzied tearing of paper, unleashing a cacophony of furious roars. The piercing cries echoed like a tempestuous wave amidst a raging storm. Zhuang Mo continued his relentless task, observing which monster had nearly shredded the wet paper on its face, promptly replacing it with another. For those blinded, he ensured they received an additional sheet, compelling them to claw at their own faces. Wei Wenhai stood numbly beside him, tasked with wetting the paper, while Hui solely focused on fanning the chaos. The paper adhered to their faces not only restrained the movements of the monsters, but also incited their frustration, stripping them of the capacity to evade danger. Bien Sure San retreated while launching needles, one after another, almost effortlessly. In mere moments, dozens of monstrous eyes were struck. Song Yulong's powers were nearly depleted, and Zhao Mingran seized the opportunity to claim the task of decapitation. Though unable to sever heads, her speed and strength allowed her to deliver a powerful blow to one creature's skull. The blinded monsters could still detect their prey through scent, and their excruciating pain only heightened their frenzy, making their movements as swift as lightning. Each swipe of their claws was devastating. Should they make contact, the consequences would be dire. Yet, with needles embedded in their eyes, blood mingling with tears stained the paper on their faces green, rendering them wildly aggressive and almost devoid of the ability to discern their quarry. Even so, Zhao Mingran, who had been knocked unconscious by a creature, was already captured by her assailants, her body battered and bloodied. Yet, a frenzied, bloodthirsty smile graced her face. Zhuang Mo had previously expended half of his abilities to decapitate a creature and was now simultaneously manipulating numerous sheets of paper, leaving him with no strength to assist Zhao Mingran. Although the creatures had all been struck in the eyes, their minions remained unharmed and still posed a significant threat. How could Zhao Mingran dare to charge into the swarm of creatures unarmed? Their safest course of action was to delay these creatures while awaiting rescue. Upon hearing Zhuang Mo's command, Zhao Mingran momentarily froze, the crimson hue in her eyes gradually fading as she swiftly retreated from the throng of creatures. Zhuang Mo's singular technique of manipulating wet paper was becoming increasingly taxing as he struggled to maintain control over so many sheets. Surely they could escape now? Zhuang Mo called for a retreat, urging his companions to seize the opportunity to withdraw. At that moment, in District D's government office, Jiang Ying furiously reprimanded Qianlian. Where are the creatures? How many are there? Speak clearly. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Ying then confirmed the precise location of the mission on her watch, and in a flash, she appeared at the government entrance. Tensing her body, she pushed off with her legs, her form shooting forth like a bolt of lightning. Her immense physical strength transformed her into a soaring cheetah, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the air. The moment Qianlian rose, he immediately covered his ears. Teacher Zhang's S-rank lion's roar could strike with pinpoint accuracy. Yet any bystanders caught in the blast would feel the reverberations acutely. Indeed, it was but a matter of seconds. Roar, 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 roar. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of a lion's fierce growl, emanated from the Yi district government, reverberating like thunder across half of the area. Chapter 52. The lion's roar by the banks of the Ningshui River. Zhuang Mo and his companions held their breath as they sprinted towards a narrow alley. Suddenly, a swift figure streaked through the air from the distance, landing gracefully atop the buildings in the alley. The moment Song Yulong discerned the identity of the figure, tears of joy welled in his eyes. Teacher Jiang, you have finally arrived. Song Yulong's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, cover your ears. Instinctively, Zhuang Mo complied, pressing his palms tightly against his ears. In the next instant, an utterly primal and powerful roar erupted from the rooftop. The sound waves surged through the air, coalescing into tangible sonic waves that expanded in layers, akin to a sudden tempest, scattering dust and debris. Even the colossal stones by the riverside were not spared, shattering under the onslaught. Though the ferocious sound waves were directed at the otherworldly creatures, Zhuang Mo felt as though his very heart and lungs might shatter from the intensity. He summoned his energy to shield his vital organs, enduring the agony inflicted by the waves, and turned to observe the horde of aberrations. Under the impact of the sonic barrage, the creatures displayed no resistance, akin to bowling pins toppled by a strike, sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground in silence. Zhuang Mo lowered his hands from his ears, gazing upon the scattered corpses of the otherworldly beings. Dozens of grotesque entities lay in disarray, their faces contorted in fearsome expressions. Their eyes, ears, mouths, and nostrils oozed thick, green blood. Such was the might of an S-class power. No wonder Teacher Huang had remarked that Jiang Ying alone could withstand an army of thousands. With this single lion's roar, half of the Yi district trembled. Zhuang Mo reflected to himself, I must enhance my strength. Jiang Ying gracefully leaped down, her short hair fluttering in the wind. A total of 41 creatures, 6 individuals, each accumulating 683 points. None dared to refuse Jiang Ying, primarily because her word was law. Any objections would be futile. They all adopted a compliant demeanor, expressing their gratitude to the teacher. Zhuang Mo nodded, understood, Teacher Jiang. In an instant, Jiang Ying vanished from sight. It was only in that fleeting moment that the others truly relaxed. Song Yulong finally loosened his tense posture, exclaiming, I knew it, Teacher Jiang would definitely come. These few creatures are hardly a match for her commanding presence. However, Zhuang Mo, how on earth did you concoct such peculiar ideas? The image of a wet paper adhering to the creatures' faces is quite amusing in retrospect. Zhuang Mo gestured to his head, dramatically proclaiming, Please refer to me as the strongest brain. Bian Shursan wholeheartedly agreed. The strongest brain indeed. Wei Wenhai had already collapsed onto the ground. You scared me to death. I can't get up now. Could someone lend me a hand? Hui laughed heartily. Old Wei, you can't give in now. Do you see that patch of aquatic plants? We haven't finished harvesting them yet. Hui, are you even human? Quickly help me up. After sharing a few light-hearted exchanges, Hui turned serious. On a genuine note, Zhuang Mo, had you not been here, we would have been at the mercy of those creatures. Wei Wenhai now fervently praised Zhuang Mo. Truly remarkable. I couldn't even comprehend the purpose of the paper clinging to those creatures' faces. Bian Shisan was thoroughly amused. Zhuang Mo gestured dismissively, giving a thumbs up to Song Yulong. When it comes to prowess, it must be my brother Long. He single-handedly confronts the mutant hordes. How incredibly impressive. Bian Shisan nodded in agreement. He expressed his gratitude to Song Yulong. Thank goodness Teacher Song is here. If it were a mere de rank, how could they possibly withstand such a multitude of mutants? Listen closely. This is the first lesson from our freshman counselor, Song Yulong. Zhuang Mo mimicked his tone. Song Yulong leapt up and playfully smacked him. Oh, Zhuang Mo. Are you mocking me? Not at all. I am utterly in awe of you. In the district E office, a roar akin to that of a lion resonated. Wu Jie immediately sprang to his feet. Jiang Ying has made a move. Could it be that a student has encountered a high-level mutation? Bang, bang, bang. 3 knocks echoed. Enter. The newcomer appeared visibly flustered, speaking in haste. District Director Wu. Dozens of level 1 mutants have appeared by the Ningshui River. What? Wu Jie exclaimed urgently. Have there been any casualties among the freshmen? The visitor took a breath. No, not a single one. The Academy's surveillance reported that before Teacher Jiang set out, all those mutants had their eyes blinded. Wu Jie was astounded. A group of freshmen? They blinded dozens of mutants, and not one of them is dead. The visitor nodded. Even he found it hard to believe, yet the facts were as stated. Wu Jie inquired further, what is the name of the leader of this freshman team? I believe they are called Bian Shij. Wu Jie suddenly realized. The foremost combatant among the new students is Bian Shisan. He truly is formidable, Wu Jie remarked. The group was resting in the cafeteria. Li Chao arrogantly declared. Bian Shisan and his team simply had good fortune, encountering a horde of low-level mutants, resulting in 1,000 points. In less than 2 days, we shall surely catch up. They are burdened with that useless Zhuang Mo. It is impossible for them to maintain consistent combat. The wind element girl spoke softly. Captain. Li Chao, growing impatient, retorted. What now? Bian Shisan's team's points. Have they been caught cheating? Ha. The girl hurriedly interrupted his laughter. No, their total points have reached 416. What did you say? Impossible. Li Chao raised his left hand, staring at the top of the leaderboard, which displayed 316. 666. How can this be? They must have cheated. Li Chao's thunderous voice echoed throughout the cafeteria, drawing the attention of everyone present. The wind element girl timidly suggested. Cheating seems unlikely. If caught, they would be blacklisted. Who would dare take such a risk? Li Chao, furious to the point of nearly exploding, immediately called his brother Li Wei and Zone Yi. Initially, Li Wei had promised to teach Zhuang Mo and Bian Shisan a harsh lesson, even claiming he would sabotage their mission. Yet, it was already the next day, and there was still no news. Beep, beep, beep. To his dismay, no one answered. Li Chao was infuriated, calling out in frustration that his brother was ignoring his calls. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Li Wei's watch had long been confiscated, and he was sentenced by Jiang Ying to clean the government restrooms. His initiation into the new life was drawing to a close. Li Wei, pinching his nose, wielded a shovel as he scooped up the foul excrement from a pit teeming with flies and maggots, when he overheard a discussion outside. Chapter 53, Legends of the Fisherman's Realm. Hey, I heard that just now. Teacher Zhang's fierce roar was to rescue Zhuang Mo. Tsk. The wood element is truly extraordinary. What could have happened to warrant such personal intervention from Teacher Jiang? My sister is the secretary to the district chief of Area E. I'm the only one among the newcomers who knows this. You mustn't tell anyone. Do you not believe me? I would never disclose this to others. They encountered a variety of exotic creatures. But before Teacher Jiang arrived, Bian Shisan and the others had already pierced the eyes of all those dozens of creatures. Your sister must be joking. If it were 1 or 2, I might believe it, but dozens? That's absurd. Even if Bian Shisan couldn't manage it. Neither could Teacher Song. While digging through the filth, Li Wei chuckled derisively, thinking, these foolish individuals who rely on hearsay, piercing the eyes of dozens of exotic creatures? They must be dreaming. It would be more plausible for Zhuang Mo, with his pathetic paper-manipulating ability, to be torn to shreds by the creatures. As he unearthed a generous scoop of excrement, Li Wei imagined Zhuang Mo being devoured by the horde of creatures, leaving only bones behind, and erupted into an indescribable fit of laughter. By the banks of the Ningshui River, government officials arrived at the site of a significant exotic creature carcass. A team, clad in uniforms reminiscent of security personnel, descended from a large truck that had approached along the main road. Upon seeing them, Song Yulong stepped forward to negotiate. The leader appeared to be quite familiar with Song Yulong. He gazed at the corpses of the aberrations with admiration, exclaiming, "They truly have been blinded. Brother Long, this new batch is impressive." Song Yulong responded with pride. "This is undoubtedly the most remarkable group of newcomers I have ever guided. Let me tell you, these kids." "Enough, Brother Long. You just became a counselor this year, and you have only this one group of students to mentor," the other interjected. "Hey, what's wrong with one group? It's still better than some who, despite being appointed as counselors, have yet to guide even a single group," he retorted. "And don't forget, Brother Long, I am now the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Eat District Government Patrol, officially employed. You haven't even completed your probationary period, have you? You are unaware, then. I was promoted early due to my keen eye for talent, with Teacher Huang personally advocating for me. I tell you, that pearl of wisdom is right behind me." Song Yulong continued, his words flowing effortlessly. The captain, maintaining his familiar, verbose demeanor, led the group in transporting the aberration corpses. Zhuang Mo glanced at the corpses being removed and pondered briefly before stating, "Every decade, there is a significant emergence of aberrations. We are not yet at the point where they flood forth in large numbers. Moreover, although this is a water area, there has never been a case of aberrations emerging en masse from within the 2nd defense line." Song Yulong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this group must have infiltrated from the 1st defense line. I fear there may be more than just this one group. A thorough cleanup in the E District is undoubtedly imminent. In any case, this area has now become a focal point of concern, with 2 guards stationed here. Once they finish resting, it will be quite safe to return tomorrow to continue removing aquatic vegetation." A few individuals strolled towards the government office when suddenly, Zhuang Mo paused and said to Song Yulong, "Let us take the main road. A government vehicle just passed along it, and it is far safer now." Song Yulong had no objections, and the group turned around. Just then, the squad leader poked his head out from the driver's cabin and inquired, "What are you dawdling about?" "Get in. I'll take you along." Thus, the 5 of them settled atop a pile of alien corpses, braving the wind. Zhuang Mo ran his hand over the alien skin, remarking, "I must say, it is indeed smooth. Touching it makes one feel uneasy. I prefer something furry." Bien Shursen shook his head. "Furry ones are perilous too." Zhuang Mo's eyes brightened. "My dog, Tiger, is furry." Who, he interjected, "is there truly a dog named Tiger?" Zhuang Mo finally had the opportunity to speak of his beloved son, nodding emphatically. "Tiger is a rural dog, yellow and covered in fur. Oh, how delightful it is to pet him." Song Yulong, intrigued, asked, "What about your canine son? He hasn't T-mutated, has he?" Zhuang Mo shook his head. "Not at all. He was fortunate and passed away peacefully. Since he was 7 or 8, Tiger had been my companion. And he departed for the realm of dogs when I was around 27 or 28. Since then, I've taken to folding paper dogs, crafting one after another." Song Yulong marveled. What a fortunate dog indeed. Sitting atop the alien corpses, Zhuang Mo gazed into the distance, reflecting, yes, Tiger was quite fortunate. Suddenly, he recalled how his paper folding skills had once been inadequate, producing a tiger devoid of any fur. But now, things were different. His hands moved with intention, and folding a furry one was certainly within his grasp. "I shall do it upon returning to the dormitory. Tiger must have his fur." In a neglected corner, the 3rd brother peeked out from behind a narrow alley. His legs still trembled, yet his face radiated the joy of rebirth. Just moments ago, a multitude of aberrations had been vanquished. When he first laid eyes on those monstrosities, the instinct to flee surged within him, but his legs, paralyzed by fear, rendered him immobile. He could only cower in the shadows, praying that the aberrations would satiate their hunger after feasting on the awakened ones, and thus refrain from further hunting. Yet, he was acutely aware that the awakened were few, while the aberrations were numerous. He had to flee, he had to escape. But upon first encountering the aberrations, particularly a throng of them, he found himself utterly powerless. As soon as he managed to rise, he collapsed once more onto the ground. Tears and snot stained his face, and he lamented his misfortune of merely wanting to lead the way to earn some points. He curled up, bracing for the agony of being torn apart. To his astonishment, the newly awakened ones blinded all the aberrations with their arrows. Then, a thunderous roar from a beast nearly shattered his heart. In short, he was saved. This new squad of awakened ones was truly formidable. What was the name of that commanding figure? It seemed to be something like the 13th Squad. Those called 13 were indeed impressive. He had never had a proper name. With siblings aplenty at home, he was simply known as the third brother. Now, the little old man resolved to adopt the name 13. 13 was remarkable. Not only could he mask the faces of aberrations with paper, but he could also lead other awakened ones. Henceforth, in the ruins of Zoni, there emerged a fisherman known as Old 13, whose legend spread throughout the fishing community. It is said that this fisherman had once nonchalantly escaped from dozens of aberrations, earning the admiration of many fishermen in Zoni. Chapter 54. Guess for yourself. Zhuang Mo cast a glance, noting that the wounds on her body had been merely stitched and bandaged. One must admit, Zhao Mengran, this young girl, was indeed formidable. Even when a piece of flesh was torn away by the aberration, she didn't so much as flinch. Zhuang Mo felt a pang of pain just watching her. Are you feeling better? He inquired with concern. Zhao Mengran offered a small smile. Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Despite her body being covered in stitches and bandages, she referred to it as a minor injury. Then make sure to drink plenty of warm water, Zhuang Mo remarked, uttering a phrase of little consequence before diverting his gaze from her. After expressing his concern, all five of them, including Zhao Mengran, entered a state of intimate communion with energy. Zhuang Mo lay flat on the bed, his eyes tightly shut. The battle with the aberration today, coupled with the simultaneous manipulation of so much paper, had nearly depleted all his supernatural powers. For someone with the power to control paper, the totality of his supernatural energy was almost directly proportional to his combat effectiveness. Had his reservoir of supernatural energy been more abundant, he would not have been so passive today. He formed seals with his hands on his chest, one thumb pointing skyward, the other downward. Aware of his origins as a traveler from another realm, he considered the possibility that there existed a deity of travelers in this world, thus offering respect to the heavens with one hand. Recognizing that the aberrations emerged from the depths of the earth, suggesting the existence of many unknown entities below, which also served as the source of crystal core energy, he offered respect to the earth with the other hand. Tao that can be spoken of is energy. Name that can be named is energy in abundance. In the Yi district government, Jiang Ying strode into the district chief's office, followed closely by Song Yulong. The commander of the station troops, Su Jingsun, was already present in the office. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Ying gestured for Song Yulong to recount in detail the sequence of events surrounding the emergence of the aberrations. Song Yulong began. I was trailing behind them from a distance when I suddenly spotted a mutated creature emerging from the river's surface. Initially, there was only one, which I perceived as a level 1 mutant. They should be able to. Jiang Ying interrupted with a frown. No need for such intricate details. Song Yulong lowered his head in silence. At first, there was just one, but then dozens appeared, all classified as level 1 mutants. Under Zhuang Mo's command, our vision was obscured. Wu Jie directed his gaze toward Jiang Ying. Commander Jiang, what is your perspective on this matter? Jiang Ying's role extended beyond merely being the instructor for the new recruits. She also served as the deputy commander of the garrison stationed in the safe zone. The emergence of numerous mutants in the Ji district ruins meant that her accountability here represented more than just the Federal Ability Academy. With a faint smile, she remarked, how else should I perceive this? Are the troops stationed in Zoni under my command? Su Jingsun took a sip of tea. We conduct large-scale cleanups weekly, and a comprehensive survey was just completed prior to the new recruits training. The number that slipped through the first line of defense this time is indeed higher, but it remains within a manageable limit. My personnel have already commenced thorough cleansing operations. Jiang Ying's fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Manageable limit? Are you aware of who was among the new recruits by the Nangshui River today? If anything goes awry, we will all be held accountable. Su Jingsun set down his cup. Isn't that just the grandson of the Hu family's primary lineage? Surely, old Hu would leave behind some means of protection. Dressed in high-grade mutant skin armor, do you think a level 1 mutant could pose any threat to him? Jiang Ying shot him a sidelong glance, crossing her legs. Zhuang Mo possesses exceptional talent in the wood element. Wu Jia widened his eyes in astonishment. In this new cohort, apart from Han Juanfeng's daughter, there is also a gifted individual with extraordinary wood affinity? This is remarkable. Such talent is akin to a treasure for the Federation. Thankfully, no incident has occurred. Otherwise, several layers of leadership would surely come to reprimand him. He was too engrossed in his official duties and neglected the new recruits training. Had he known, he should have dispatched a team for their close protection. Su Jingsun paused briefly before responding. Given the high-level wood affinity, Commander Zhang will undoubtedly oversee the matter personally. Su Jingsun added, "It is my duty to oversee the new recruits, but is it also my responsibility to clear the anomalies in Area E?" Su Jingsun did not refute this, but smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, this is an unforeseen circumstance. I assure Commander Jiang that by midnight, there will not be a single anomaly remaining in the new recruits training zone." Jiang Ying did not press him further. She understood that the first line of defense was exceedingly challenging, and it was inevitable that some anomalies would breach the second line, ensuring that the entire ruins area E. The second line of defense remained free from anomalies was nearly an impossible task. However, Zhuang Mo was indeed unique. After a moment of contemplation, she reminded him, "You will soon receive news." Besides her exceptional wood affinity, Zhuang Mo is also an awakened individual with special abilities. Wu Jie was taken aback. "What?" He then felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that no incident had transpired. Otherwise, Elder Ge might have taken his heart for a toast. Each awakened individual with special abilities would eventually become a pillar for the Federation government. Even more crucially, such individuals are rare, with each ability represented by only one person, making them cherished by the upper echelons. "My goodness," Wu Jie lamented, pondering whether it was an extraordinary ability, an innate attribute, or a superior talent. Su Jingsun, having lost interest in tea, inquired, "What is this extraordinary ability?" Recently, there had been no reports of any awakeners sacrificing themselves, which suggested that this was a newly manifested power. Jiang Ying's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she replied, "Guess for yourself." With that, she led Song Yulong out of the office. Her aim was to emphasize the importance of new students training in Area E. While regarding the peculiar ability of Zhuang Mo with indifference, she had no desire to explain it to them, primarily because she genuinely could not. Who could elucidate the existence of such an odd ability as paper manipulation? Furthermore, its combat prowess was astonishing. Song Yulong assumed her words were directed at him. Secretly messaging his esteemed teacher, Huang Lin of the Metal Department. "Teacher, Jiang is vying for your student, claiming she wishes to personally mentor Zhuang Mo." After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to relay this message, as he dared not provoke teacher Jiang. However, it seemed his teacher was still unaware of Zhuang Mo's unique attributes. To be honest, he felt a tinge of satisfaction knowing something his teacher did not. In the temporary dormitory, Zhuang Mo extracted a piece of fire-resistant paper tinged with yellow and commanded it to transform into a tiger. He meticulously guided each fiber to extend and stand upright, one after another. Soon, the tiger was entirely covered in fur. Zhuang Mo, pleased with his handiwork, stroked it affectionately. "Tiger, I apologize for having left you bare before. By the way, today marks your father's first kill of an aberration. That creature was quite repulsive. Its blood was green, certainly not to your liking. Today, your father experienced a profound and soul-stirring fear for the first time. Even the near-fatal encounter with a Tibetan Mastiff in his youth did not evoke such a feeling. But guess what? He executed a counterattack, skillfully maneuvering dozens of aberrations, each behaving like clumsy bears. In truth, I am not particularly fond of violence. My desire lies in cultivating the land at a plantation. I hope the coming days will be tranquil, allowing me to gather aquatic plants and fish leisurely. What could be more delightful than such a simple life?" Chapter 55. What paper could possibly be water-resistant? Early the next morning, Zhao Mingran insisted on accompanying them to gather aquatic plants. As Zhang Mo was about to offer a word of caution, he noticed her preparing to demonstrate a mummified figure crushing stones, so he decided to let her be. Even in this state, she still wished to work, truly deserving of the title of the first volume's champion. Zhang Mo silently admired her. They took the main road to the banks of the Ningshui River and soon spotted 2 sentinels stationed there. Wei Wenhai let out a slow breath of relief. "I had a dream last night that we came here to gather aquatic plants, and suddenly, hundreds of aberrations emerged from the riverbed. Hundreds. I can still recall the terror from that dream." Zhang Mo assessed the situation and reassured him, "Do not worry. Did not Brother Long just say that the troops in Area E conducted a thorough sweep last night? It should be safe now." Wei Wenhai muttered skeptically, "Humph. They just completed their sweep before we arrived. Yet there are still dozens of aberrations hiding in the riverbed, aren't there?" Zhang Mo, feeling helpless, contemplated how to entice Wei Wenhai with a taste of success. Firstly, the individual in question has been thoroughly intimidated and requires some encouragement. To put it plainly, the task of harvesting aquatic plants relies entirely on him. The disparity in control over different elemental abilities is indeed substantial. Wei Wenhai can effortlessly conjure water curtains and ropes whenever he is near a body of water. In contrast, controlling metal proves to be far more challenging. Even if he were to provide Bian Shursen with a sizable piece of iron, he would be unable to forge a chain. However, it must be noted that the offensive capability of F-grade water abilities is rather feeble, while that of metal is significantly superior. As for himself, employing a paper rope in water would be akin to a clay idol attempting to cross a river, an act of sheer folly. Wei Wenhai was taken aback, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? Since when is there paper that isn't flammable?" Zhuang Mo replied with a mysterious smile, "At the very least, it can withstand ordinary F-grade fire." Wei Wenhai felt a surge of curiosity. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. Not only does it offer fire resistance, but it is also an unreleased version, which signifies that he would be the first in the academy to utilize this paper umbrella. Yet, he felt somewhat hesitant to ask for it, as harvesting aquatic plants was also part of his responsibilities. At that moment, Zhuang Mo added, "By the way, Lao Wei, don't forget to catch a few fish later, preferably the plump ones." Wei Wenhai smirked, bemused by Zhuang Mo's audacity. He had no reason to feel shy about requesting the paper umbrella. "No problem," he replied. After saying this, Wei Wenhai positioned himself behind the two patrolling guards, skillfully manipulating the water flow to ensnare 7 or 8 large, plump fish, which he tossed onto the shore before diligently resuming his task of harvesting aquatic plants. Bian Shursan approached the flopping fish on the bank, examined them closely, and scanned them with his wristwatch, then informed Zhuang Mo, "No mutations, they are edible." With that, he unsheathed his knife, ready to gut the fish. Hu He and Zhao Mingran also stepped forward to assist. Zhuang Mo lay contentedly on the newly crafted paper lounge chair, swaying gently on the verdant grass while reveling in this rare moment of leisure. Indeed, the otherworldly beings possess a remarkable knack for selecting their locales. Just look at the banks of the Ningshui River, where the waters are crystalline, the grass is lush, and the air is refreshingly pure, a splendid sight, indeed. Before him, Wei Wenhai had piled the aquatic vegetation he had gathered into a mound. Zhuang Mo gazed at that vibrant heap of greenery and suddenly recalled that he had yet to engage in a thorough discourse with the third-tier mutated water plants. In their aquatic habitat, these plants were wild and tempestuous, resistant to communication, yet the moment they were removed from the water, they withered under the sun's unforgiving rays, a subject worthy of deeper understanding. With that thought, he extended his energy towards the fibers of the third-tier mutated water plants, discovering them to be soft, slender, and surprisingly elastic, reminiscent of silken threads. A realization dawned upon him. No wonder their extensibility was so commendable. It appeared that these plant fibers had mutated in a manner akin to protein fibers. Upon this revelation, Zhuang Mo's expression grew conflicted. If that were the case, then the fibers of these water plants, when transformed into paper, might indeed resemble silk. That would make him a weaver of sorts with time on his hands. Why not experiment with weaving? Let us proceed. Water plants. The superior fibers require no reprocessing. They can simply be woven. As a craftsman, efficiency and quality are paramount. The weaving must be tight, impenetrable, to achieve the fabric-like consistency he envisioned. During his time in the Flower Kingdom, he had never donned silk garments. If he succeeded in creating this fabric, he would certainly arrange for a fine outfit for himself, and of course, for Hu Zi as well. Hu Zi, alongside his father, ought to indulge in the luxury of wearing satin clothing. Meanwhile, Hu He, who was tending to the fire to roast fish, looked utterly bewildered. What on earth is Zhuang Mo doing? He wondered, observing Zhuang Mo with his eyes closed, hands gesticulating in the air. Bian Shursan, maintaining a serene demeanor, replied, "He is crafting paper." Hu He, huh? Zhuang Mo was immersed in the joy of weaving fibers, the repetitive motions soothing his mind like a tranquil lake. And unbeknownst to him, the surrounding energy began to surge gently. Completed, he opened his eyes. Upon a heap of aquatic plant debris lay a delicate sheet of pale green paper. Zhuang Mo, it's still paper that I've woven. The dream of silk has shattered. However, although it appears to be paper, its density is indeed substantial, and it is woven from mutated aquatic plant fibers. Logically speaking, this paper should be waterproof, right? Beside him, Hu He exclaimed in admiration, "This ability is truly marvelous. It can indeed create paper." He then raised his voice a notch. But why did he throw the paper into the water? Wouldn't he that render the painstakingly crafted paper useless? Bian Shursan and Zhao Mingran, upon hearing this, abandoned their fish on the stick and directed their gazes toward the river. Zhuang Mo held the paper aloft, droplets of water glistening on its surface, cascading down one by one. Waterproof, like a lotus leaf, impressive. Lao Wei, I'm here to assist you, Zhuang Mo called out. Wei Wenhai, what assistance can this provide him? To merely move the aquatic plants farther away? Wei Wenhai mused internally, when suddenly a slender green paper rope shot from Zhuang Mo's hand, plunging into the water. Zhuang Mo, what are you doing? Isn't that paper ruined now? Wei Wenhai shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed the paper rope firmly binding a water plant and, with a swift motion, tossing it onto the shore. Wei Wenhai stood frozen, a look of utter bewilderment upon his face. What kind of paper is this that is unafraid of water? I, who have seen much. Yet these past few days have truly expanded my understanding. The fact that paper can indeed withstand water has led me to believe in the existence of fireproof paper umbrellas. When Zhuang Mo first mentioned it, he seemed somewhat skeptical, primarily because it is a well-known fact that paper cannot contain fire. However, now that even paper ropes can be submerged in water to bind aquatic plants, the notion of a fireproof umbrella no longer seems extraordinary. Zhao Mingran turned to Bian Shan and inquired, how many points for a fireproof umbrella? While the waterproof aspect is indeed wondrous, it lacks practical utility. The fireproof umbrella, on the other hand, serves a different purpose, as certain mutated creatures can breathe fire. Although her level 3 bark armor provides fire resistance, she has a particular fondness for umbrellas. Bian Shan appeared bewildered and raised his small eyes, replying, I don't know. Zhao Mingran stated, I will wait for the sale to check the price. Having received over 600 points from Jiang in the previous day, she no longer found herself in dire need of points and estimated she could afford it. With that thought, she twirled the 2 skewers of grilled fish in her hands and smiled gently, saying, the fish is ready. It is time to eat. Chapter 56. Bad news from the southern base. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air as he called Zhuang Mo and Wei Wenhai over to partake in the feast, while he himself took 2 fish to deliver to the 2 guards on duty. The guards initially declined several times, but eventually accepted, having inhaled the delightful scent of grilled fish for quite a while. One of the guards took a bite of the fish and leaned closer to Hu He, asking, hey, what is the deal with that guy from your team who was just lounging in the chair? He seems to have quite a few gadgets. Given their identities, they could not conceive of any special abilities, assuming instead that Zhuang Mo was utilizing a weapon with familial traits. Hu He chuckled mysteriously. You will find out in due time. Upon hearing his words, the sentinel was further convinced that Zhuang Mo hailed from an illustrious family and thus ceased his inquiries. Zhuang Mo took a bite of the plump fish and, surprisingly, despite the absence of any seasoning, the sweetness of the fresh fish melded beautifully with the aroma of the fire, creating a delightful flavor. After the group finished their meal, Zhuang Mo and Wei Wenhai engaged in gathering aquatic grass for a while. However, while Wei Wenhai stood attentively at the water's edge, Zhuang Mo reclined lazily on a deck chair, crossing his legs and chewing on a piece of grass, swaying it back and forth. As they nearly finished gathering the water plants, a light rain suddenly began to fall under the clear sky. A paper string unraveled in the air, dividing into 7 thin sheets that hovered above their heads. Wherever they moved, the paper followed. The members of the Western Expedition team were unfazed, having grown accustomed to such phenomena. The 2 sentinels, however, were taken aback, wandering along the shore with the paper hovering above them. Wow, this paper really follows me. Is it waterproof? Is this even science? As Zhuang Mo gradually distanced himself, the paper sheets began to drift down, ultimately landing on the ground. The rain suddenly intensified. Zhuang Mo, dragging a large bundle of aquatic grass, seemed to have forgotten something. What was it? Oh, he had overlooked the paper sheets on the heads of the 2 sentinels. Now too far away to control them, he wasted 2 sheets. As they made their way along the path with the gathered grass, Song Yulong and 2 other sentinels, dressed similarly, unexpectedly appeared. Song Yulong sported a thin metallic sheet atop his head, while the 2 sentinels had ice sheets on theirs. Song Yulong eagerly exclaimed, Zhuang Mo, that paper looks quite stylish. Can I have a piece too? Do you have any in different colors? I find the green cap atop my head to be rather inauspicious. Zhuang Mo shrugged, stating that it was merely a color. Song Yulong appeared somewhat conflicted. Well then, I shall forego it. This iron piece I possess is quite satisfactory as well. Listen to it, drip drop, drip drop. In our central base, we can still experience a year of both sunny and rainy days. Whereas the northern base lies frozen for miles, with only snow falling, where could one possibly witness raindrops? And the western base suffers under relentless high temperatures and arid conditions. Struggling to secure sufficient drinking water, many of our water system personnel have been dispatched to provide support. What of the southern base? Zhuang Mo inquired. Song Yulong's expression darkened. The first line of defense at the southern base has fallen. What use is there in sunshine and rain now? Zhuang Mo's heart sank. The aberrations feed upon human flesh and blood, and the breach of the first line of defense indicated that those stationed there had all been consumed. Moreover, the aberrations would evolve and grow stronger by feasting on more human flesh. He wore a grave expression. Teacher Song, when did you receive this news? Wei Wenhui murmured. The students from the Southern Academy of Abilities have all gone to the battlefield. The earlier light-heartedness dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented atmosphere of gravity. Zhuang Mo's mind was a tumult of emotions. The fall of the first line of defense at the southern base signified a disruption in the delicate balance maintained between humanity and the aberrations, suggesting that the upper hand held by human awakeners over the years had vanished. Song Yulong chuckled. Let us not be so heavy-hearted. Our central base's combat strength is unparalleled, and our first line of defense is like a fortress. As for the southern base, Commander Su Jingxin of District G has personally led troops to provide support. Are you familiar with Su Jingxin? She is renowned alongside our esteemed teacher Jiang as the twin goddesses of the central base, an S-class powerhouse. He let out a sigh of relief. With Commander Su leading the forces, the southern base is saved. However, Zhuang Mo was a bit perplexed. Does the southern base not have any S-class powerhouses? Song Yulong shook his head, the metal piece atop his head swaying in response. Not at all. Each base has at least 10 S-class powerhouses. However, Commander Su is exceptional. Her strength has surged dramatically over the past year, and she is now on the verge of SS class. There are very few of that caliber throughout the entire Federation. Zhao Mingran inquired. Is she stronger than Teacher Jiang? Song Yulong replied. A year ago, they were evenly matched, but now, he trailed off, closing his mouth. Who knows if the watchful eye is still upon them? At the E District government, a cautious informant relayed Song Yulong's words to Jiang Ying. Now, as for our teacher Jiang, he concluded, stealing a furtive glance at Jiang Ying, who wore a mocking smile. Su's strength, huh? The news of the southern base's first line of defense being breached momentarily dampened the spirits of several newcomers. Yet, in just a short while, Zhuang Mo resumed his jovial demeanor. Since Commander Su is so formidable, what do we have to fear? They would surely shatter the aberrant creatures at the southern base into disarray. Song Yulong wholeheartedly agreed, remarking that the reinforcements from several other bases had also set off. The southern base would undoubtedly hold its ground. Zhuang Mo exhaled softly, switching hands to grasp the water plants. Such monumental matters concerning the rise and fall of humanity should be entrusted to those of greater stature. Individuals like themselves, mere fledglings, ought to focus on nourishing their bodies and ensuring restful slumber. As they rounded a corner, a scene of chaos unfolded before them a mere 100 meters ahead. The air was filled with screams and roars as panicked crowds scattered, fleeing from a massive creature. Zhuang Mo was nearly paralyzed with fear. What on earth was that? A colossal monstrosity towering 5 or 6 meters high. It possessed a physique akin to that of a normal human, with muscles bulging as if they might burst. Yet, its limbs were adorned with elongated toes reminiscent of a frog. Above its neck, the head was entirely that of a frog, its yellowish-gray skin covered in a rough, bumpy texture. The bulging eyes, separated on either side, glimmered with a dark sheen, while its wide mouth gaped open, revealing a long, slippery, and moist tongue. Chapter 57. The Great Battle Against the Frogman. Upon discerning the situation, Song Yulong immediately drew his blade and surged forward, closely followed by 2 guards. Zhuang Mo gestured for those beside him to remain still. The moment he laid eyes on that frog-like head, he was reminded of the enormous bird with women's hands he had encountered on the playground. He swallowed hard, steadying his mind as his brain swiftly assessed the unfolding battle. The fleeing individuals were merely ordinary citizens, while the 3rd Patrol Squad, which he had seen yesterday, was engaged in combat with the Frogman. If even Song Yulong and the 3rd Patrol Squad were unable to subdue this repulsive creature, their intervention would only serve to complicate matters further. He furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "What manner of creature is this? Even the watch cannot detect it." Wei Wenhai plopped onto the ground, his voice trembling violently. "We must flee at once." lest we be devoured by this frog. Zhuang Mo shook his head, insisting, remain still. This frogman evidently possesses the traits of a frog. Nearly blind to stationary prey, yet acutely aware of those in motion. As he spoke, the frogman's remarkably powerful legs propelled it several meters into the air, its tongue extending at an astonishing speed to twice its body length. The flat surface of its tongue was covered in a myriad of sticky hairs, ensnaring a fleeing, ordinary person in an instant. The captain of the third patrol, with a column of flame, launched an attack towards the tongue. But the retraction was so swift that the flames met only empty air. Almost simultaneously, Song Yulong swung his long knife towards the tongue. The blade struck true. Yet, rather than severing the frogman's tongue, it merely left a deep gash. With a piercing howl, the frogman released the ordinary person, who plummeted to the ground. The rain fell heavier, and through the curtain of water, Zhuang Mo once again beheld Song Yulong's unstoppable momentum. With his long knife slicing through the air, he executed another strike towards the frog's tongue, the blade shimmering with a cold light. This blow even felled a nearby tree and sent bystanders flying. Yet, it merely left yet another wound upon the frog's tongue. Enraged by the repeated assaults, the frogman let out a roar that astonishingly resembled human speech. With its legs propelling it forward, its gaping maw wide open, the long tongue shot forth towards Song Yulong. Its speed was astonishing. Song Yulong evaded rapidly. Yet the frogman's gaze tracked him with remarkable precision. Just as the creature's tongue was about to make contact with Song Yulong's body, an icy pillar from the frost guard instantaneously froze the frogman's elongated tongue. Yet, this was but a fleeting moment, as the ice soon cracked apart. This cannot continue, Zhuang Mo declared, or both Brother Long and the guards will exhaust their energy. Bian Shisan drew his circular blade, poised for action. Do not move. He certainly did not expect the paper airplanes to strike the frogman's eyes. He merely needed the creature to perceive the paper planes as prey. With a flick of its tongue, the frogman ensnared one of the paper airplanes. Guards, Brother Long, remain stationary and attack. Zhuang Mo shouted. Laughter erupted from the guard squad. Did you hear that? The new students are instructing us on combat. However, the captain's expression turned serious. Flames swirling in his hands. Follow his orders. Attack from your positions. He had also discerned that this monster was far more intrigued by swiftly moving humans than by those who were paralyzed with fear. Yet, the squad needed to maneuver to capture its attention, otherwise, it would target the fleeing civilians. The rapid movement of those paper airplanes bought them precious time. There was no need to evade while attacking. The creature's speed was truly terrifying, almost unbelievable. Just as the captain focused on the moment when the frogman's tongue lunged for another paper airplane, ready to unleash flames upon it, he heard the new students shout, Brother Long, the flying knife. The monster's mouth was forced open, unable to close. At this moment, the creature's eyes seemed ready to burst forth, as it raised its hand in an attempt to tear away the octopus clinging to its face. However, the blades had already penetrated deep. Song Yulong skillfully maneuvered a shard to cut forcefully at the root of its tongue, while another blade delved deeper into its innards. The monster emitted a piercing cry, reaching out in a desperate attempt to extract the source of its excruciating agony. At that moment, the captain commanded, restrict its left limb. Instantly, the team snapped back from their astonishment, employing their icy grips to restrain the creature. The root of its tongue, being somewhat softer than the tongue itself, led Song Yulong to momentarily breathe a sigh of relief, only to feel the blade forcibly swallowed by the monster. He had no choice but to manipulate the blade to thrash about within its viscera, yet he could not restrain its tongue. Zhuang Mo watched as the creature's frog-like face contorted in agony, its eyes bloodshot, letting out impotent roars of fury. With a swift motion, Zhuang Mo directed two paper airplanes to dance erratically before its eyes. The frogman, fixated on the rapidly moving paper, could not resist extending its tongue once more. In a similar maneuver, the paper airplane transformed into an octopus, forcing the creature to once again struggle to keep its mouth closed. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yulong sent two blades slicing in, speaking rapidly. Zhuang Mo, severing this tongue requires considerable effort, and the thickness of its innards is quite formidable. I can only inflict pain. It's a stomach ache, you understand? The kind that is particularly agonizing, with every organ feeling the torment. However, to bring about its demise will take some time. Hearing this, Zhuang Mo continuously amplified his abilities to make the octopus even sturdier. Captain, fireballs, direct them into its innards. The captain of the patrol, reacting instinctively, unleashed a barrage of fireballs into the gaping maw of the creature. A fireball scorched the paper octopus, plunging into the gaping maw of the creature, penetrating its very entrails. The C-class fireball blazed within its innards, causing the Toadman's eyes to blaze crimson. Its massive form broke free from the restraints of the team and leapt into the air. Several paper airplanes danced wildly in the sky, while the Toadman, engulfed in excruciating agony, was consumed by an insatiable urge to hunt, to devour all these moving prey. Why? Why did these quarry bring it such torment? Zhuang Mo stood frozen in place, as the paper airplanes were drawn into the creature's belly, transforming into whirling blades of paper, slicing at incredible speed. Yet, one must keep a safe distance from the area engulfed in flames, lest they be reduced to ashes. In that moment, within the monster's abdomen, the paper blades spun furiously, cutting and tearing, while the fireball blazed without respite. The Toadman's wails were harrowing and horrific. The torment of its innards rendered it incapable of leaping to hunt. It roared in anguish, its voice growing weaker, until its massive body, measuring 5 to 6 meters, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 58. Toadman's side chat on eating frogs. Zhuang Mo guided a paper airplane to pierce the Toadman's eyeball, yet the creature showed no reaction. Zhuang Mo released a breath of relief. Bien Shursen finally loosened his grip on the circular blade. Wei Wenhai's legs still trembled. He had encountered various hybrid species before, but this abomination, neither fully toad nor human, was a first for him. The unknown is always more terrifying. He steadied his voice and inquired, "Is it dead?" Zhuang Mo nodded. It should be dead. His cautious probing with the paper airplane was justified, after such a chaotic and fiery assault. The internal organs of the Toadman lay in disarray, making its survival utterly improbable. Wei Wenhai finally emerged from behind exclaiming, "What is this new species of mutated frog? It can't even be detected by the watch. It must be at least level 5, no, 6. Zhuang Mo's expression turned grave as he suspected that this was not merely a mutated frog, yet he refrained from voicing his conjecture. He stepped forward, intending to observe the frogman closely. The captain of the patrol squad nodded towards Song Yulong, signaling confirmation of its demise. As the patrol team noticed their approach, they greeted them enthusiastically. "Hey, those paper airplanes were incredible just now." One exclaimed, "Dude, how did that paper airplane transform into an octopus? Could you show me that trick again?" Another chimed in, "Is this a new weapon emerging from the safe zone? How many points does it cost?" Yet, it was not Zhuang Mo who found himself at the center of their fervent inquiries, but rather Bien Shursan. It was no wonder they mistook him for the leader. During the battle, they had only heard voices and had no idea who was speaking. Now, seeing the captain's insignia on Bien Shursan's attire, they naturally assumed he was the commander. Only the captain of the 3rd Patrol Squad extended his hand towards Zhuang Mo, smiling as he introduced himself. Captain of the 3rd Patrol Squad in Ruins Zone E, Fire Element Sea Level, Qin Xiangyang. Though another person bore the captain's insignia, it was evident that this group of newcomers had encircled the bronzed youth. Moreover, Zhuang Mo noticed that Song Yulong's gaze was consistently fixed upon him. Zhuang Mo extended his right hand for a handshake, stating, "New student of the Federal Academy of Abilities, what element?" Zhuang Mo. The squad members exchanged curious glances, wondering if their captain had mistaken his identification. However, they were not foolish enough to question the captain in front of outsiders. Song Yulong embraced Zhuang Mo, adopting a tone of earnest counsel. "You are merely at F rank. In the face of danger, do not always think of charging forward. What if that creature turns its attention towards you? If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Teacher Huang, Teacher Han, Teacher Jiang, and Principal Zhu?" Zhuang Mo. He did not charge forward. He merely exerted remote control. He chose not to argue with Song Yulong, primarily because the latter had a penchant for endless discourse. "All right, I understand," Zhuang Mo replied, acquiescing. Only then did Song Yulong express satisfaction. The members of the patrol squad exchanged glances. Which year of new students doesn't he lose a few? Who is this Zhuang Mo? Wouldn't he reflect poorly if something were to happen? I haven't heard of any prominent family with the surname Zhuang. Besides, he didn't charge forward. He clearly strolled over only after the creature had perished. Upon hearing Song Yulong's words, Qin Xiangyang was further convinced of his suspicions. This individual named Zhuang Mo was likely a special awakened with unique abilities. Although his powers appeared somewhat peculiar, any form of special ability was undeniably precious. Zhuang Mo stood beside Song Yulong, observing the creature known as the frogman. Aside from its head and limbs, it was unmistakably composed of human organs. The frogman bore no clothing, exposing the half-meter-long appendage typical of a human male to the open air. One could only wonder if the frogman felt a chill beneath its loins while leaping about. Previously, upon encountering the bird-like human, he had merely harbored such conjectures. Yet, after witnessing the frogman today, he felt his suspicions solidified. In this world, there exist individuals or organizations conducting experiments on human beings. Zhuang Mo contemplated the notion that if they were not deceiving, these experiments were being carried out in secrecy from the majority of the awakened ones. At that moment, a tall woman from the patrol team remarked, "Perhaps someone has consumed a mutated frog." It is widely known that consuming mutated organisms can lead to one becoming a mindless monstrosity. Qin Xiangyang nodded in agreement, stating, "It is highly probable. This matter must be publicized to alert the masses once again. Mutated animals must never be ingested." Song Yulong clutched his chest, declaring, "I would rather be devoured by a mutated frog than consume one myself. After all, it is a frog, slimy and repulsive. How could one possibly eat it?" Zhuang Mo interjected, "The bullfrog, a relative of frogs, is quite delectable." Upon hearing this, Song Yulong's eyes filled with pity. That poor child, coming from the ruins of Zone D, has suffered from hunger since childhood, even daring to eat frogs. Qin Xiangyang inquired curiously, "What kind of frog is a bullfrog?" Zhuang Mo hesitated, realizing that the bullfrog is a foreign species, and perhaps the people of this world have never had the opportunity to taste it before the apocalypse struck. Who, then, is truly pitiable? He himself had savored the delights of spicy bullfrog hot pot. In the E-Zone government, the informant was relaying the information. What is a bullfrog? Jiang Ying thought. How could this group converse about eating frogs besides such an exceedingly hideous frog monster? Especially Zhuang Mo, who even claimed that frogs are delicious. For frogs, he might be considered delectable. Fortunately, the creature they encountered today was non-toxic. Otherwise, they would not have awaited her rescue. As for why she did not attend, it was because she assessed that the frog was non-toxic, and that Song Yulong and Qin Xiangyang would be capable of handling it. What she did not anticipate was that they succeeded, relying on Zhuang Mo's peculiar paper octopus. She was genuinely curious to delve into Zhuang Mo's mind to uncover how he could conceive such an array of bizarre inventions. Beside her, Qianlian noticed that Jiang Ying appeared somewhat more at ease and tentatively inquired, "Teacher Jiang, is it true that the frog creature actually consumed a person?" Jiang Ying's expression immediately darkened. "If you are so curious, why not try eating a frog yourself?" Qianlian promptly silenced himself, realizing he should not have asked. Yet, he felt a disquieting sensation, for he had witnessed humans transformed after consuming mutated animals. This occurred during his time in the ruins when a group, having finally slain a first-level mutated lamb, was driven mad with hunger. Someone suggested roasting and consuming the lamb. Chapter 59. The Su family is composed of madmen. Even if it meant transforming into a monster, it was better than starving. Moreover, who could say for certain that consuming it would indeed lead to monstrous transformation? It could very well be a ruse. Indeed, even if I were to perish, I must at least savor a morsel of flesh. The first-level mutated lamb was swiftly skinned and roasted, exuding an enticing aroma. However, when the time came for it to be fully cooked, those individuals hesitated to partake. "I do not wish to become a monster. I would rather die in human form, lest my mother fail to recognize me." The government incessantly propagates the notion that transformation into a monster must hold some truth, right? "You all can eat. I will abstain." They were reluctant to let the fragrant roasted lamb go to waste, engaging in heated debate. Ultimately, an elderly man succumbed to temptation, lunging forward to gnaw on a leg of lamb. It was delectable, utterly irresistible. The man devoured the meat with abandon, entirely oblivious to the fact that numerous horns had sprouted from his head, and a grotesque growth resembling a lamb's head was emerging from his neck. Strangely, he appeared insensate, continuing to feast on the lamb beside him. The transformation was unnaturally symmetrical, akin to a frog's head affixed to a human body, starkly contrasting with the monstrous figures he had previously encountered. At that moment, Zhuang Mo also raised this concern. He cautiously inquired, "Is it typical for one to morph so normally after consuming a mutated creature?" According to the information available on his watch, transformations following the ingestion of mutated animals were generally grotesque and terrifying, though their actual combat capabilities were often limited. Unlike this frog-like creature, which exhibited astonishing strength and precision in its attacks, Song Yulong paused briefly, addressing Qin Xiangyang. This matter must not be publicized. If ordinary people discover that such transformations are so commonplace after consuming mutated creatures, and that they can gain formidable powers, it would lead to chaos. Qin Xiangyang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. I shall articulate this perspective to our superiors. Clearly, their thoughts diverged from those of Zhuang Mo. However, Zhuang Mo became increasingly convinced that at least Song Yulong and Qin Xiangyang were genuinely unaware of the human experimentation. Casting a glance towards the west, Zhuang Mo noted that the ordinary bystanders had long since vanished. The patrol team was struggling to load the monstrous corpse onto their vehicle, and along with Qin Xiangyang, only 6 individuals were able to lift the enormous body. On the freight truck, Zhuang Mo placed the water grass in a corner and sat down on the belly of the toad man, beckoning everyone, "Come, take a seat." Bian Shursen settled beside him, while Wei Wenhai huddled in the corner of the truck. "This thing gives me the creeps. You all sit. I'll just squat here," he remarked. Hui chuckled. "You've sat on an aberration before. Why fear this?" Wei Wenhai retorted. "Is that even comparable? You're wearing protective gear made from a 5th-level aberration skin. Would you willingly don a hood made from the hide of this monster?" Hui could only remain silent. At the district government, another 1,000-mile, I stood up. Jiang Ying cast a glance at him. "What's wrong?" The second 1,000-mile, I promptly reported, "Teacher Jiang. Team Zhang and is under attack by 5th-level mutated spiders." Who was following them? 2 from D-level. Jiang Ying commanded her B-level assistant beside her, "Go for immediate rescue." Then she turned to another B-level assistant, instructing, "You coordinate here. I will be in the government office. Report any issues immediately." "Understood, Teacher Jiang." After speaking, Jiang Ying headed to Wu Jie's office on the 3rd floor. She did not knock, but simply pushed the door open. "Wu Jie, I see that the head of E-District is not you, but Su Jingxin." Wu Jie, with a sheepish smile, poured her a cup of tea. "What do you mean by that, Commander Jiang?" Jiang Ying, uninterested in the tea, coldly replied, "Don't play dumb with me. Su Jingxin's human experiments have escaped onto the streets." "What, didn't you know?" Wu Jie abruptly stood up, alarmed. "When did this happen? I truly had no idea." At that moment, the secretary rushed in, flustered. "Director Wu." Upon seeing Jiang Ying seated there, she abruptly swallowed the rest of her words, her expression betraying great anxiety. Wu Jie cautiously glanced at Jiang Ying and admonished the secretary, "Speak freely. Commander Jiang is not an outsider." The secretary quickly assessed the situation. Realizing that with Commander Jiang accompanied by 3 keen-eyed aides, the matter could not be concealed from her. Gritting her teeth, she reported, "The 3rd Patrol Squad has encountered a 6-meter-tall creature with the head of a frog and the body of a man." Wu Jie sprang to his feet. "What is the situation now? Have there been significant casualties?" He exhaled deeply, signaling for the secretary to exit. Then, rubbing his hands together, he turned to Jiang Ying and apologized. "Commander Jiang, you are aware that I truly cannot oversee the experiments. However, rest assured, I will have a serious discussion with Commander Su. The security in the experimental zone must be reinforced. We cannot allow such a creature to be released." Jiang Ying scoffed lightly, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. "Is losing an experimental subject in the experimental zone not worth pursuing? Or is it that Su Jingxin intentionally released it for me to see?" Wu Jie sighed heavily. "Commander Jiang, when it comes to Su's affairs, who am I to voice any objections? Especially now that Commander Su Jingxin is leading troops to support the southern base. We rely on the Su family in many aspects. It is all for the Federation, you see." Jiang Ying stood up, fury blazing in her eyes. "For the Federation? Is it justifiable to treat lower-tier awakened ones as mere fodder in the name of the Federation? Can such inhumane acts be excused for the sake of the Federation?" Wu Jie's expression shifted repeatedly. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "I understand that you are a staunch conservative, and I am not an advocate for reform. But this is a situation we cannot avoid." Jiang Ying suppressed her anger, pinching the bridge of her nose, and replied, "I must inform you that today's subject is devoid of rationality and possesses remarkable combat capabilities. We were fortunate to encounter the assistant from the academy. Otherwise, your patrol squad would have been utterly incapable of containment." Jiang Ying deliberately refrained from mentioning Zhuang Mo, believing it best not to involve her new student in such matters. Qin Xiangyang had always been astute during his studies. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of squad leader before even reaching B rank. He is unlikely to share credit with others, but rather would frame this incident as his own achievement. Wu Jie trembled slightly as he held his cup, his brow furrowing. I will negotiate thoroughly with Commander Su. The experiment is for the Federation. Does that mean unleashing such a weapon to harm others is also for the Federation? Just to showcase the experimental results to a conservative like Jiang Ying? Su Jing's son is a madman. No, it's more accurate to say that the Su family are all mad. Chapter 60. A heartbreaking loss of 10,000 points upon entering the temporary dormitory. Zhuang Mo first greeted Huzi, who he observed Zhuang Mo conversing with a paper dog and couldn't help but lament. Huzi must have shared a strong bond with Zhuang Mo while he was alive. Dogs are known as humanity's most loyal companions, but in the face of an impending apocalypse, any animal could mutate at any moment. No one would choose to keep a friend with such potential for mutation close at hand. Yet, Zhuang Mo not only kept one, but had done so for over a decade, still reminiscing about Huzi after his passing, finding solace in a paper representation of his dear companion. It is evident from this point that Zhuang Mo is an individual deeply attuned to his emotions. He felt fortunate to be grouped with Zhuang Mo. He initially believed he was befriending a future master of cultivation, only to discover he had allied himself with a formidable, wise, and emotionally intelligent individual possessing extraordinary abilities. With this realization, Hui became even more determined to cultivate a good relationship with Zhuang Mo. After exchanging pleasantries with Huzi, Zhuang Mo turned his attention to the water plants strewn across the ground, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Drawing from his experience with fireproof and waterproof materials, he was largely convinced that certain mutated plants had undergone fiber alterations, bestowing upon them unique functionalities. This indicated a significant potential for exploration. He pondered whether there might be any with elasticity, as he found himself yearning for a juice extractor. Naturally, his primary objective was to enhance his combat prowess. Having completed their new student training task in less than 3 days, they now had the remainder of their time to allocate freely, presenting a splendid opportunity to thoroughly explore Zone E. After all, it was a rare occasion to have several teammates accompanying them, along with the protection of a C-class expert. If there was ever a time to engage in innovation and invention, it was now. A fortuitous opportunity indeed. However, he would need to persuade a few teammates about this plan. He inquired, "What are your intentions for the upcoming time in Zone E?" He contemplated for a moment before responding. "Our task has been completed, but the training is meant to enhance our combat abilities. I believe we should head to the government in Zone E to accept lower-level hunting missions." Zhao Mingran concurred. "I share that sentiment." Wei Wenhai mumbled, "You're already so well prepared, and yet you still wish to hunt mutated creatures? I find the E district rather peculiar, filled with strange creatures and amphibious monstrosities. Perhaps we should practice our skills within the confines of our dormitory." Bian Shisan remained silent, following Zhuang Mo's lead regardless of the course of action. As you have observed, the paper crafted from aquatic plants possesses waterproof qualities. I wish to explore the abandoned botanical garden to see if I can uncover other unique mutated flora. A faint smile graced Zhuang Mo's face, as encountering other mutated beings would serve as an excellent opportunity for practice. Bian Shisan lifted his gaze and declared, "I shall accompany you." He appeared contemplative, musing that accepting missions would be safer, particularly those marked on the map for hunting lower-level mutated creatures. Such tasks predominantly occur within residential areas, where the patrol teams frequently conduct cleanups, thus minimizing the likelihood of encountering higher-tier or anomalous threats, making them considerably safer. The abandoned botanical garden is also marked on the map, with military and patrol teams conducting regular sweeps. However, areas densely populated with plants undoubtedly present a far greater danger than residential zones. Yet, he was reluctant to split the group, for only by remaining together could they fully benefit from the Academy's timely protection. After a moment's reflection, he smiled and said, "I shall join you as well. Since we have ventured out to hone our skills, staying confined to the residential area holds little meaning." Zhao Mingran nodded, appearing somewhat exhilarated. Wei Wenhai frowned. "If you all go, I cannot possibly remain behind, can I? Teacher Song will accompany us, right? And what of the patrol team? Yesterday, Teacher Song only brought along 2 patrol members, which seems rather inadequate." Zhuang Mo replied with a smile, "We must certainly report to Teacher Jiang before proceeding. Our movements should be communicated to the vigilant observers." Wei Wenhai let out a sigh of relief. "Indeed, Teacher Jiang will certainly keep a close watch on you. Tomorrow, I shall present each of you with a fireproof umbrella," Zhuang Mo said to the Westerners, noting that it not only protects against ordinary flames, but also defends against the attacks of first-level mutated plants. Observing a slight change in Wei Wenhai's facial expression, Zhuang Mo continued. Old Wei has made the greatest contributions in gathering aquatic plants, and as a bonus, I shall add an additional waterproof layer, protection that is both fireproof and waterproof, offering double security. Bian Shisan's eyes brimmed with heartfelt emotion, prompting Zhuang Mo to reflect that when it comes to being easily swayed, oh no, when it comes to being a good friend, Bian Shisan truly excels. He, however, was reluctant. Your ordinary protective umbrellas are priced at 45 points. How could we accept the fireproof ones for free? Zhao Mingran nodded in agreement. Zhuang Mo waved his hand dismissively. When the time comes, please help me promote this fireproof umbrella. If you find this book, to be commendable, a 5-star review would be appreciated, and do remember to include some pictures. It pained him. He intended to price the fireproof umbrella at 88 points each, thus giving away a total of 352 points, which was quite a financial strain. He hoped he would cease his refusals. If he persisted, Zhuang Mo might reconsider his generosity. The pain was palpable. After all, he was merely a pauper with only 7,698 points in his bank. How could he afford to be so lavish? Zhao Mingran, who had initially considered spending points to purchase one, felt a surge of joy at the prospect of receiving a fireproof umbrella for free. Although our protective suits can also withstand fire, I truly admire the umbrellas you create. Zhuang Mo was rendered speechless. What had Zhao Mingran just said? The protective suits can withstand fire? Indeed, they were clad in level 3 mutated bark protective suits, which could indeed resist flames. He felt as though he were clad in protective gear made from the skin of a mutated wild boar, oblivious to the fact that the exterior was actually comprised of the bark of a mulberry tree. What does this signify? It signifies that every newcomer has acquired fireproof equipment. But how could he possibly sell his fireproof umbrellas now? They simply wouldn't sell, not at all. What he has lost is not merely 352 points, but rather at least 100 potential buyers for the fireproof umbrellas, amounting to a staggering loss of at least 8,800 points. In essence, he has forfeited an entire 10,000 points. Zhuang Mo fell silent, watching as the 10,000 points drifted away before his eyes. At that moment, the pain he felt was at its zenith. He had envisioned spending his days in the dormitory, counting points, adorned in endless new clothes, shoes, and undergarments, while indulging in 3 chicken legs at every meal. Yet, what was the reality? It was all a deception. The cruelty of this apocalyptic world. Consumed by grief and rage, Zhuang Mo transformed into a paper-weaving machine, furiously crafting 342 sheets of paper, the pale green stacks covering his entire bed. He quietly remarked to Bian Shisan. Zhuang Mo doesn't seem to be in a stable mental state. Bian Shisan nodded with a knowing look. He is exerting himself. He gazed at the figure above him, wildly gesticulating and occasionally roaring with fury, pondering, is this what it means for a genius to become immersed in their craft? Chapter 61. Spicy instant noodles. That evening, Zhuang Mo accessed his bank account, discovering a balance of 7,698 points, still a considerable distance from his goal of accumulating 30,000 points. The hardness of the mutated wild boar skin he wore was comparable to that of a first-level exotic skin, should he be bitten by a first-level exotic creature. It would not only be effortless, but could easily result in him being torn to shreds in a matter of moments. Moreover, the first-tier aberrations are merely the most rudimentary of their kind, easily vanquished even by untrained students. When confronted with mid to high-tier aberrations, his current protective suit offers virtually no defense. A mere exertion of force from the teeth of such a creature could swiftly usher him into oblivion. The combat prowess of these aberrations surpasses imagination. Even Western-tier aberrations can contend with certain 7th-level mutated beings, which are already regarded as kings and possess a degree of intelligence. Song Yulong is clad in a protective suit fashioned from the bark of a 7th-level mutated sea pine, yet with his strength, slaying a king-level mutated plant is beyond his capability. Such feats are reserved for Class A awakened individuals. The more Zhuang Mo contemplated, the more he perceived humanity as diminutive and fragile. Aberrations and mutated beings, alongside awakened humans, reveal that the combat capacity, physiological structure, and organ strength of awakened individuals are dreadfully inadequate. Ordinary humans fare even worse, appearing no more than livestock in the eyes of aberrations and high-tier mutated creatures. Nevertheless, humanity once reigned as the masters of the world, not due to sheer power, but because we are beings of intellect. What of our mortal forms? We can strip the skin from our enemies to fashion ourselves garments. Thus, why does the Academy distribute fire-resistant protective suits? His fireproof umbrellas failed to sell. When will he accumulate sufficient points to procure a protective suit made from Western-tier aberration skin? Surviving in this apocalyptic world necessitates not only the enhancement of one's strength, but also the acquisition of formidable equipment. Just look at who he, unperturbed and composed. Why? Because he dons a protective suit crafted from 5th-tier aberration skin. Zhuang Mo glanced at his points once more, falling into silence. With no points to earn for the time being, he decided to immerse himself in energy absorption. Just as he was about to lie down, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Quick, open the door. I have something good." It was the voice of Song Yulong. As he opened the door, Song Yulong swiftly darted inside and promptly shut the door behind him. Zhuang Mo jumped down from the upper bunk and saw Song Yulong holding an iron kettle in one hand and a mysterious black bag in the other. "This is from Teacher Jiang, a reward for how you dealt with the frog monster today." As he spoke, Song Yulong opened the bag. "You've definitely never had this before. To be honest, it's my first time seeing it too." Teacher Jiang said it needs to be soaked in boiling water and seasoned. Zhuang Mo leaned down to look, discovering 2 packets of instant noodles nestled within the black bag. They were the old-fashioned kind, emblazoned with the bold characters, "Spicy instant noodles." Song Yulong grinned widely. "Teacher Jiang gave us 2 packets, one for you and one for me. I figured you would share with your teammates, so I brought my packet along. We'll all enjoy it together." He added, "I've even boiled the water. It's C-grade water heated with D-grade fire." Zhuang Mo replied, "Thank you, but I never intended to share it." Instant noodles, even the old-fashioned kind without vegetable packets, were still instant noodles. They were the soul-soothing comfort for the weary worker in the dead of night. If only he could add a sausage. It would be a divine feast. However, he couldn't help but wonder how long these noodles had been sitting around. Surely they were past their expiration date. Upon closer inspection, he noted the production date was over 10 years and 3 months ago. A few months past expiration might be tolerable, but this was a decade overdue. Was Jiang Ying truly rewarding him with this? This is a farewell for him. Yet, Song Yulong wore a cheerful expression, and the other residents of the dormitory appeared equally excited. He swallowed hard and waved his hand, saying, "Teacher Song, you can enjoy it with Zhuang Mo. We haven't contributed much, so we cannot possibly share such precious food." Zhuang Mo, observing his reaction, realized that this fellow had indeed tasted it. Could it be that what he had consumed was expired? Having eaten it, he was still alive. Zhuang Mo swallowed again. Expired? What of it? This is instant noodles. Spicy and aromatic instant noodles. He reached out, cradling a packet, and gently tore it open. Oh, the aroma was surprisingly intact. It had not spoiled. Zhuang Mo immediately recalled that Song Yulong had mentioned a remarkable individual in his cohort who possessed spatial abilities. Perhaps this instant noodle was preserved by spatial means. With the delicacy before him, Zhuang Mo dismissed any further thoughts. His attention was entirely captured by the noodles steeping in the pot. As the seasoning was added, the golden, crispy noodle cake gradually unfurled, soaking in the bubbling broth, the spicy yet sweet aroma wafting through the air. Just inhaling this fragrance nearly brought tears to Zhuang Mo's eyes. After countless late nights spent growing weary of instant noodles, this moment, enveloped in misty steam, felt like an unparalleled treasure. Even the last bowl of pickled vegetable noodles from before his transmigration, which lingered in his memory, no longer held any foul scent, leaving only a delightful sour fragrance. 5 minutes later, 6 individuals gathered around a large iron bowl, each wielding a pair of iron chopsticks. The noodles, saturated with broth, possessed a soft yet elastic texture. 2 packets of noodles vanished with just 2 bites from each person. The act of eating was marked by profound tranquility, as everyone savored the exquisite taste of the instant noodles. Even the usually vacant-eyed Bien Shursan, after consuming instant noodles, exhibited a noticeable brightness in his gaze. Ultimately, even the broth was consumed in mere moments by each person. It was evident that Teacher Jiang could effortlessly produce 2 packets of instant noodles as a reward, which suggested that she must possess an abundant supply of them. As for the S-class, could one indulge in instant noodles daily? Zhuang Mo pondered these 2 questions, which Hugo understood all too well, for his grandfather was an S-class master. Such sustenance, sold officially, is exceedingly expensive. However, individuals of S-class within the Federation enjoy a prestigious status, earning a salary of several 100,000 points. It is not merely instant noodles. They can procure nearly anything they desire, including many delicacies that you have likely never laid eyes upon. Wei Wenhai scoffed. Is there anything more delectable than instant noodles? I find that hard to believe. Zhao Mengran's mouth watered at the thought. Is that true? The voices of the group faded into the background for Zhuang Mo as he sat on the floor, leaning against the bed frame, an inexplicable emptiness washing over him. He had tasted far superior instant noodles and had once indulged in cola every single summer day. Then, considering it mundane, rising to his feet, he affectionately patted the head of his dog, Huzi. Huzi, your father shall become an S-class farmer, and then both of us will possess an inexhaustible supply of points. You, my little pup, shall also enjoy the freedom to eat whatever your heart desires. Chapter 62. Everything for humanity. That night, Zhuang Mo lay on his bed, fervently penning his thoughts. He began by updating his diary of battle experiences, detailing the encounters he had faced since the initiation of his training. The level 6 mutated pitcher plant, the level 3 mutated aquatic plants, and the level 1 aberration, the frogman, each possessing its own unique characteristics. The accumulation of combat experience cannot solely rely on intellect. It also necessitates the humble tools of paper and pen. Through numerous battles, Zhuang Mo has gleaned vital insights, concluding that when possible, one should engage from a distance rather than in close quarters. His control over paper allows him to strike from nearly 80 meters away, a range unmatched even by the C-grade Song Yulong. Moreover, he has nearly perfected the art of manipulating paper with precision, able to form paper airplanes within a mere second and simultaneously control up to 8 sheets. The lightweight nature of paper has thus become his greatest advantage in combat. However, his vulnerabilities are conspicuous. Firstly, if he finds himself ensnared in close combat, his advantages dissipate entirely. Secondly, there are limitations pertaining to the paper itself. Currently, his fire-resistant paper can withstand only ordinary flames, and its efficacy against the fire of higher-tier mutated creatures remains untested. As for the water-resistant paper, its resistance to saturation is due to its significant density, resembling fabric more than traditional paper. When confronted with powerful water currents, the weight of the soaked paper increases, severely diminishing its offensive capabilities. This underscores the urgency for him to develop more specialized papers. The advent of fire-resistant and water-resistant paper demonstrates that the fibers of mutated plants can indeed retain certain characteristics after being transformed into paper. This implies that while he commands paper, he can harness the attributes of mutated flora to enhance his combat prowess. Naturally, certain variants, like the 6th-level mutated Nepenthes, prove entirely ineffectual. The nectar, once extracted, rapidly decays and loses its potency, rendering the fibers useless for his purposes. He eagerly anticipates tomorrow's expedition to the botanical garden, hopeful that the specialized paper may prove beneficial in battle and potentially earn him valuable points. Although I just mentioned to Huzi today that I aspire to achieve S rank, it still seems like a distant prospect. If I wish to lead a comfortable life now, I must embark on some small business ventures. Otherwise, lacking even a set of S-class protective gear, I may not even survive long enough to attain that S rank. As I close my diary, Zhuang Mo was about to ponder further when his watch pinged with a message from a newly added friend, Qin Xiangyang. Zhuang Mo, I heard that you are heading to the botanical garden tomorrow. I happen to be passing by and can give you a ride. However, Qin Xiangyang seemed intent on continuing the conversation. When I reported the battle against the frogman to my superiors today, I refrained from mentioning your involvement, fearing it might cause you trouble. Zhuang Mo felt a bit perplexed. Why was he explaining this to him? The reports from Area E were of no concern to him. After all, defeating that frogman did not yield any points. Yet, Qin Xiangyang continued to send messages. That frogman was exceptionally strong. Had we not fortuitously encountered you, our team would not have made it out unscathed. During the day, Qin Xiangyang had displayed a commendable sense of propriety, so why the sudden surge of enthusiasm? Zhuang Mo replied briefly to conclude their chat. He was not quite comfortable with such unwarranted warmth, which was distinct from Song Yulong's demeanor as their advisor. It was his duty to care for the newcomers. Moreover, according to Song Yulong, all the captains of the 12 patrol teams in the ruins of Area E were B rank, with only Qin Xiangyang being C rank. In a world where strength reigns supreme, someone who has managed to ascend to a high position with relatively modest capabilities is undoubtedly a person of significance. It would be wise to limit interactions with him. If contact were necessary, it should be in the company of Song Yulong. In the dead of night, Qin Xiangyang stood before Su Jingsen, slightly bowing as he spoke. The special ability user is named Zhuang Mo, whose power lies in the manipulation of paper, with a control range of approximately 70 to 80 meters. Beyond his unique abilities, he possesses remarkable acuity and formidable decision-making skills. Su Jingsun sipped his tea, remarking, "You seem to hold him in high regard." After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiangyang nodded. "He has demonstrated such immense combat prowess at merely F rank. I believe his potential is boundless. However, Jiang Ying is keeping a close watch, employing her clairvoyance and acute hearing." Su Jingsun sighed, his gaze shrouded in darkness. "From this point onward, we must cultivate a favorable relationship with him. This individual must not fall into the hands of the conservatives." Qin Xiangyang responded, "Understood, Commander." Su Jingsun set his teacup down and inquired, "How has your health been recently?" Almost instantaneously, Qin Xiangyang let out a harrowing scream, his arms creaking as they transformed. Coarse, dark gray fur sprouted from his yellowed skin, and claws resembling steel hooks erupted from his palms. His handsome features contorted in agony, as if enduring the most excruciating pain imaginable. Amidst the tragic howls, the arms of a level 7 mutated Arctic gray wolf vanished, replaced by normal human arms. Su Jingsun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, "All for humanity." Qin Xiangyang's gaze was resolute. "Everything for humanity." After his departure, a shadow emerged. Qin Xiangyang shared a common trait with the other successful subjects, a powerful will. Su Jingsun smiled softly. "Indeed, much like my sister. No one possesses a stronger will than hers. Thus, she stands as the most triumphant specimen." The visitor furrowed his brow. "Your sister is not a specimen." Su Jingsun replied with a chuckle, a slip of the tongue. "A successful specimen should be referred to as a transformer." The visitor's tone grew steady. "Currently, the probability of successful experiments remains too low. You must expedite the process." Su Jingsun rose to his feet, gazing at the individual. "I was just about to discuss this matter with you. The current test subjects exhibit insufficient aptitude. I require a few individuals." "Names?" the visitor inquired. "D-Class Lei Wanhang, Ding Guangrui, and F-Class Zhao Mengran," he replied. After a moment's contemplation, the visitor immediately acquiesced, agreed. After a brief pause, he continued, "Zhuang Mo is someone we can cultivate, but he must not be brought in for experimentation. Should you interfere with him, it would be difficult to explain to Go Lao and Ping Lao." Su Jingsun assured him, "Rest assured, I hold geniuses in high regard. It is essential to wait until the experimental techniques are refined before engaging him in conversation. Furthermore, assign more tasks to Jiang Ying. Excessive involvement is not beneficial for her." Su Jingsun narrowed his eyes. "What? Do you wish to advise me as well?" The visitor let out a barely audible laugh. "All members of the Su family are mad. Who could possibly counsel them?" He then lifted his gaze towards the figures encased in transparent glass above, perhaps no longer deserving to be called figures at all. Most of them possessed a certain degree of regularity in their appearance, retaining some semblance of human characteristics, such as a human head atop 8 spider legs, or a grotesque wolf's head atop a scaly human body. Approximately 1/3 of the creatures were entirely unrecognizable, their forms an amalgamation of pitch-black, iron-like flesh, 3 heads huddled together, and an enormous mass of translucent, decaying matter. Their bodies were riddled with a multitude of animalistic eyes, while a thin, transparent membrane clung to their ribcages, beneath which only a pulsating heart could be discerned. Some of them were capable of vocalizing, their mouths agape in a desperate plea, retching in agony. The glass enclosure offered no soundproofing, and their wails reverberated throughout the air, filling the ears of all who heard them. The sounds were filled with despair, akin to the cries of wild beasts, leaving anyone who encountered such a cacophony trembling and dizzy. Su Jingsun, caressing his teacup, rose to his feet. In Jiang Ying's eyes, I was likely a demon. To ensure the continuation of the human genome, one must first acclimatize to such brutalities. Everything was for humanity. Chapter 63. Level 3 Mutation Mandala. The following morning, Zhuang Mo awoke brimming with vigor. "Tiger, your father delved once more into the guide to mutated flora and fauna yesterday, noting various highly toxic, luminescent plants with exceptionally sturdy skins. I recorded quite a bit. Today's expedition to the botanical gardens will undoubtedly yield the plants that will bring me fortune, those capable of enhancing combat capabilities." As Zhuang Mo arrived at the government building's entrance that morning, he spotted Song Yulong waiting there. Zhuang Mo felt it unnecessary for him to trail behind at a distance after sending a message the previous night. They could just walk together openly. Song Yulong pondered for a moment and indeed agreed with this reasoning. Should any danger arise, he would simply refrain from intervening. The primary issue lies in the fact that he simply cannot connect with these two guards, whereas being with Zhuang Mo is infinitely more enjoyable. Teacher Zhang mentioned that she would be heading to the military district today and would not be at the government office, as the military district lacks signal reception. However, she has assigned 2 B-level teaching assistants to keep a close watch on you. These B-level assistants are not to be underestimated. One of them is also a fierce presence. And should anything arise, a mere shout would alert Teacher Jiang. What do they call that? Sound travels 10 miles. Zhuang Mo began to reminisce about the omnipresent signals of the flower-growing nation. It was not merely 10 miles of communication, but rather, messages could traverse countless miles. Unlike this limited signal from the crystal core, the federal government does not possess an abundance of crystal cores. This watch, when separated from the government amidst the ruins, merely serves to take photographs and perform scans. After their meal, the group once again hitched a ride with Qin Xiangyang. Although Zhuang Mo found Qin Xiangyang's sudden enthusiasm yesterday rather peculiar, one cannot turn down a free ride. This time, he was spared the discomfort of sitting on some haphazard contraption. Zhuang Mo pulled out a paper stool and inquired if anyone wished to purchase one for 10 points. Except for Bian Shisan, no one opted to buy his paper stool. They all chose to sit on the vehicle instead. Zhuang Mo sighed inwardly, lamenting the hardships of business. It was one thing for the others to decline, but who he, with all his wealth, was unwilling to part with 10 points for a sturdy and affordable paper stool. He shouldn't have sheltered them from the rain yesterday. No, he should have charged them a fee for the cover. Upon disembarking from Qin Xiangyang's vehicle, the group meandered for another 10 minutes before finally arriving at the botanical garden. In front of the garden, Song Yulong earnestly advised them. As you all know, if the plants have not yet mutated, they must not be cut down, for human survival relies on vegetation. I inquired with Qin Xiangyang, who informed me that this area is under close scrutiny. The mutated flora has been eradicated countless times. Just 3 days prior, the 1st and 2nd patrol teams conducted inspections here, primarily encountering minor mutated organisms, which they chose not to eliminate, leaving them for low-level awakened individuals to engage with in tasks. However, one must remain vigilant, unless faced with mutated beings of Class X or higher. I shall refrain from intervening. Of course, even when encountering such formidable entities, my assistance is not guaranteed, as it largely depends on the circumstances at that moment. Zhuang Mo listened attentively to his words, lifting his gaze towards the abandoned botanical garden. Despite its desolation, the garden's former grandeur was still discernible. Perhaps it once thrived with visitors, filled with laughter and joy. A stone tablet inscribed with the 5 characters Ningshui Botanical Garden stood resolutely. While the entrance had long succumbed to decay, the area, once known as Ningshui, was situated by the banks of the Ningshui River, and now it was reduced to a cold, impersonal alphanumeric designation. From the entrance, a glimpse into the garden revealed sparse vegetation, lacking the majestic presence of towering century-old trees. Bian Shisan, wielding his newly acquired umbrella, led the way, with Zhuang Mo closely following, also carrying a fireproof umbrella. Although the fire-resistant properties clashed with his protective gear, the umbrella still afforded some level of defense, at the very least shielding his handsome visage. Zhuang Mo's spirits lifted. This is an upgraded version, fireproof, for 88 points. Given our close relationship, I can offer you a friendly price of just 80 points. Song Yulong, never mind. My protective suit is made from the bark of a level 7 mutated sea pine, which boasts exceptional fire resistance. Zhuang Mo, you have truly wounded my heart. It seems today is not a suitable day for business. He relinquishes his attempts at promotion, continually reminding himself that he will eventually earn his points. His primary task now is to engage in profound communication with the delightful mutated plants, striving to create more beneficial specialty paper for the advancement of humanity as a whole. Offering his modest contribution to the battle between humans and alien species, as well as between humans and mutated organisms. As he continues along the narrow path, each step is taken with the utmost caution. Although the mutated plants in this botanical garden are not densely packed, their variety is vast. So it is wise to remain vigilant. Upon encountering a towering tree ahead, he abruptly halts. The tree stands 5 to 6 meters tall, its deep green, oval leaves cradling large, trumpet-shaped blossoms that dangle alluringly, both beautiful and perilous. In the distance, a small bird with a fluffy yellow chest flutters its wings, ascending towards the tree, only to plummet to the ground like a kite severed from its string in the next moment. A level 3 mutated mandrake. Zhuang Mo feels a surge of excitement. Even unmutated mandrakes are entirely toxic. Ingestion can lead to confusion, dizziness, or even shock. The mutated variety possesses even greater toxicity, with the fragrance of its flowers capable of inducing gradual unconsciousness from within a 10-meter radius. Zhuang Mo recalls a comment from a netizen in yesterday's Guide to Mutated Flora and Fauna. A beautiful woman may not be able to daze me, but a mandrake can. However, prior to bearing fruit, the mandrake poses little threat, as its floral tongue's offensive capability is quite ordinary. Yet, should one encounter a fruit-bearing mandrake, it is advisable to flee without hesitation. The toxicity of the seeds is at its peak. When the fruit bursts open, the seeds are projected outward, and those struck by them face an eternal slumber. Today, fortune favors me as I encounter a datura that has yet to bear fruit. They are still a considerable distance away, and the fragrance of the blossoms has not yet reached my senses. I promptly fashion a waterproof paper mask. Turning to address my companions, a protective paper mask, available for 20 points each, pay after use. Wei Wenhai, eyes wide with surprise, exclaims, "Wasn't it 15 points before? Why has the price increased?" As the alluring scent of the flowers draws nearer, I enthusiastically promote my masks to the group. Yet, to my astonishment, only Bian Shursan purchases one. The others remain unyielding. I shall pass. We can simply circumvent this level 3 mutated datura. Friends are friends, yet transactions must remain distinct. This plant harbors potent toxins, and I have no desire to approach it. By maintaining distance, I can ensure my safety. I refuse to be a fool. I can make do with the mask I carried from last time. I always keep it on hand. As a child from the ruins, I must be prudent with my points. After receiving rejection from the group, I let out a few dry chuckles. Very well, it appears today is not suitable for business. Turning away, I release my fixation and concentrate on experiencing this legendary flower. Chapter 64. Anesthetic paper. As I gather the materials for papermaking, the rest of the team disperses throughout the botanical garden, each seeking mutated flora and fauna for training. They are grouped with the wood element, ostensibly to protect me. Yet in truth, after being elevated by my presence these past few days, it is time for them to enhance their combat prowess. After a moment of hesitation, Bian Shursan finally stepped away from Zhuang Mo's side. He could not remain so feeble, unable to assist his friend. As the group dispersed, Zhuang Mo fixed his intense gaze upon the third-level mutated mandala. 2 paper saw blades soared forth, aimed to sever the petals. The mandala sensed the impending danger, its petals unfurling like a whirling wheel, while its flower tongue emerged from the vibrant bloom, a striking crimson. The edges of this tongue were lined with serrated, scythe-like teeth, and the tip split into 3 clusters, curling towards the paper saw blades. With a dismissive scoff, Zhuang Mo remarked, "I shall pluck a few of your leaves and see how that stirs your anxiety." The mandala, clearly oblivious to his words, remained unaware of Zhuang Mo's distance. Standing far enough that it could not sense him, it merely reacted passively, attempting to shield its bodily organs from harm. Ironically, its efforts were futile. The leaves were cut, and in the process, it lost flowers as well. After successfully severing 6 flower tongues, Zhuang Mo acquired 6 mandalas along with a plethora of leaves scattered about. Song Yulong could not help but reiterate his warning. Do refrain from approaching those petals. Even detached from their essence, they still emit a potent fragrance. Zhuang Mo nodded. Rest assured, I will operate from a distance. Why must you resort to using this toxic substance for paper? It is perilous. Look over there at that grand tree. And the third-level mutated resin flower that Bian Shursan is currently engaging with seems quite promising as well. Song Yulong continued to voice his concerns. With his left ear absorbing Song Yulong's incessant chatter, Zhuang Mo focused intently, probing the leaves with great care. The fibers within the leaves resembled a vast spider's web, with delicate red nodules clinging to them. The extraordinary ability extended into the petals, where the fibers were even more fragile, yet the red nodules were significantly denser, almost as if they had sprouted tendrils. Zhuang Mo raised an eyebrow. These red nodules must be the source of the toxin. If this were to be transformed into paper, it would likely yield anesthetic paper. After a brief contemplation, Zhuang Mo endeavored to weave paper from the third-level mutated mandala leaves and petals. The fibers of the petals were exceedingly fine, breaking at the slightest tug, making the process quite laborious. However, due to the meticulous nature of this task, Zhuang Mo's previously restless heart, agitated by repeated failures, finally found tranquility. Such remarkable talent should not be squandered. He resolved to produce paper daily, crafting both in the morning and evening, thus hastening his ascension to E-level. Song Yulong was exceptionally thrilled. Sensing that Zhuang Mo was on the verge of breaking records as the fastest student to attain E-level. Under his fervent gaze, Zhuang Mo gradually rose, stretching languidly. The leaves and flowers of the third-level mutated mandala had long been stripped away, leaving only the bare trunk. Ahead, a large box brimmed with neatly cut square sheets, adorned in a gradient of orange and green. As the paper sheets drew nearer, Zhuang Mo caught a faint, elusive fragrance that evoked a sense of drowsiness akin to that felt after a satisfying meal. The petals emitted a fragrance, while the leaves did not. Thus, the scent diminished once transformed into paper. Coupled with the distance, it merely induced a mild fatigue. Contemplating this, Zhuang Mo maneuvered the box backward and deftly summoned a single sheet of anesthetic paper to his side. The scent of the paper was faint, barely detectable unless one leaned in closely. If the aroma were potent, it would certainly pose a dilemma. Before engaging in any battle, one might succumb to its intoxicating allure. With a sigh of relief, Zhuang Mo began to increase the quantity. Once he had gathered 30 sheets of the anesthetic paper, a subtle fragrance began to waft through the air, prompting him to halt his actions. Song Yulong, observing the sheets in Zhuang Mo's hands, marveled. The paper made from mandrake is quite exquisite, and the scent is not overpowering. Can it truly possess any anesthetic properties? Zhuang Mo surmised that it must have some effect, as he was cautious not to take too many at once, fearing the scent might overwhelm him and render him unconscious on the spot. As for the precise efficacy, that required experimentation. The abandoned botanical garden was home to various creatures, including a passing swarm of ants. Zhuang Mo placed a sheet of anesthetic paper atop one of the ants, and gradually, the creature ceased its movements. The ant lay beneath the paper, sleeping soundly. Even when he lifted the paper, it remained undisturbed. Such was the inadequacy of its unmutated resistance. With dozens of small anesthetic sheets in hand, Zhuang Mo alternated his gaze between the sky and the ground. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from a distance, a level 3 mutated red-billed pheasant. I can't handle it alone. It's coming after me. The voice grew increasingly nearer, as Wei Wenhai fled, as if propelled by the wind. Hot on his heels was a stout, jet-black bird. Towering at about 1 meter, its tail feathers fanned out like those of a turkey, resplendent in hues of purple and black. A truly magnificent sight. This plump bird, though its legs were slender, boasted a corpulent body that hindered its avian agility. With a few flaps of its wings, it clumsily landed. Yet it strutted with an air of grandeur, resembling a penguin in its waddling run. Its beak measures approximately 10 centimeters in length, semicircular, and a deep crimson hue, continuously spewing flames towards Wei Wenhai. Teacher Song, Zhuang Mo, come and save me, Wei Wenhai shouted, his hands frantically swinging water blades behind him. The chicken ran with an alluring grace, prompting Zhuang Mo to stifle a laugh. Song Yulong remarked, an F-grade awakener generally finds dealing with second-level mutations relatively manageable. Yet facing third-level ones poses considerable challenges. Of course, I refer to the typical F-grade newcomers. You are not like them. Zhuang Mo's face twitched as he earnestly replied, indeed. He had the advantage when confronting the third-level mutated aquatic plants. Song Yulong sighed. Over the past few days, they have accompanied you, even tackling exotic species. Yet their individual combat prowess has not significantly improved, especially Wei Wenhai, whose cowardice is quite pronounced. He continually seeks assistance from others. This approach is untenable. Once on the battlefield, no one will come to his aid. Are you aware of what a battlefield entails? Oh, you are not aware. The battlefield. The two engaged in an animated discussion, entirely devoid of any intention to assist Wei Wenhai. Just then, a water arrow struck the plump chicken in its abdomen. Song Yulong expressed his approval, stating, Wei Wenhai's aim with that water arrow was commendable, yet he should have targeted the chicken's neck rather than its abdomen, as the fat there is too thick. As Zhuang Mo was about to concur, he suddenly heard the plump chicken emit a loud clucking sound, and several red-billed chickens soared in from the distant sky. It became evident that this chicken could fly, while the one pursuing Wei Wenhai was merely too overweight to take flight. Zhuang Mo gazed at the approaching plump chickens, swiftly rolling several sheets of anesthetic paper into needle-like forms and launching them into the air. Chapter 65. Painless Death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 6 of the level 3 mutated red-billed chickens plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Wei Wenhai shouted, "There's still one left. Zhuang Mo, quickly shoot that one," he cried out in terror, as the fireball emitted by the red-billed chicken was about to engulf him. Zhuang Mo and Teacher Song merely stood by, showing no intention of assisting him. Were they really going to watch him burn? Burn, or not? Wei Wenhai slapped his forehead, realizing in the midst of the peril that he had forgotten to don his protective suit. The level 3 mutated bark armor significantly mitigated the flames of the chicken. With this thought, he halted his retreat and charged towards the creature. In that moment, the tides of battle turned, with Wei Wenhai now pursuing the red-billed chicken. To his surprise, the anesthetics effect was quite potent. A single injection was sufficient to render a level 3 mutated red-billed chicken unconscious. You must seize this opportunity to eliminate them all. They are all incapacitated now. Their heads should be easy to sever. We'll deal with that shortly, Zhuang Mo replied. Let's see how long they remain anesthetized. 2 minutes had already elapsed. Wei Wenhai was now engaged in a fierce struggle with the chicken, feathers flying in all directions. Another 3 minutes passed. At last, Wei Wenhai's water arrow pierced the chicken's neck, resulting in the demise of the level 3 mutated red-billed chicken. At this moment, one of the 6 that had been anesthetized stirred its wings. 3 minutes later, all 12 wings of the 6 red-billed chickens began to flap, and one of them struggled to rise. 8 minutes in, Zhuang Mo concluded, "This is the anesthetic effect on level 3 mutations. It lasts slightly longer than anticipated." However, confronting a level 3 mutated creature is a formidable challenge. The disparity in defensive and offensive capabilities between level West mutations and level 3 mutations is immense. If this tranquilizer needle were to confront a level West mutation, it would be fortunate to endure 2 minutes. Song Yulong, with an expression of exhilaration, remarked, "Forget about 2 minutes. Even a few seconds of unconsciousness would suffice. This anesthetic needle is an excellent tool, but regrettably, there is only a single level 3 mutated mandrake here. Otherwise, we could craft a few more needles. However, with several days remaining until the trial concludes, we might encounter a few more. I will ask Qin Xiangyang to keep an eye out during his patrol." Zhuang Mo responded with a smile. And then 2 circular saw blades flew out, causing 6 heads of the red-billed pine chicken to roll onto the ground one after another. He stroked his chin and said, "These red-billed pine chickens are quite fortunate to encounter me. They even received a tranquilizer needle, essentially ensuring a painless demise." Song Yulong. Zhuang Mo still had hundreds of small tranquilizer paper pieces in the box, and figuring out how to transport them all was a dilemma. If he were to take them all at once, he might end up incapacitating himself. After contemplating, Zhuang Mo fashioned several exceptionally sturdy airtight boxes out of waterproof paper, dividing the anesthetic papers into portions and sealing them completely. Bian Shursen remarked, "Here, Zhuang Mo, we can't drag the entire tree." Zhuang Mo, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Please put it down. This paper mulberry still needs to be stripped and dried. Buying a sheet at the market only costs 10 points. It is far more efficient than cutting it down yourself." Bian Shursan's gaze gradually dimmed. "I am useless." Zhuang Mo gently encouraged him, saying, "How can you possibly be useless? Look, you, as an F level, can fell a level 3 mutated paper mulberry. In the future, you will surely be capable of vanquishing many otherworldly beings." Bian Shursan appeared quite dejected, resembling a wilting flower, murmuring, "I cannot be of assistance to you." Zhuang Mo was taken aback, pondering how this child's self-worth could hinge upon his ability to aid Zhuang Mo. As he contemplated, Zhuang Mo surveyed his surroundings and, upon spotting a swarm of first-level mutated ants, breathed a sigh of relief. 13. Save me. I fear the ants," he exclaimed. In an instant, Bian Shursan's eyes sharpened with intensity, drawing his blade with swift precision. Zhuang Mo's face illuminated with a satisfied smile. Even if his values were askew, tailored guidance could yield remarkable results. Song Yulong merely observed, while Wei Wenhai, slumped on the ground, muttered, "Zhuang Mo is full of mischief. Only Bian Shursan trusts him." Though Zhuang Mo was clever and good-natured, he chose not to engage with Wei Wenhai's grumbling. Bian Shursan, however, radiated a fierce determination, unwilling to provoke him. Wei Wenhai chimed in, "Zhao Minggran is utterly insane, covered in wounds yet still yearning for battle. If it were me, I would surely rest in the dormitory, taking advantage of my injuries. Feeling inexplicably proud of his performance, having even slain a third-level mutated red-billed chicken, Wei Wahai wondered why he was being reprimanded. Just as he was about to retort, Zhao Mengran's cries for help pierced the air. Teacher song. The group immediately dashed towards the sound, including 2 patrolling guards who quickly joined the fray. Zhuang Mo, utilizing his paper exoskeleton, propelled himself forward with Song Yulong in tow, covering great distances in mere moments. Zhao Mengran was not one to seek help in the face of danger. Her terrified exclamation could only signify that she was confronted with an extraordinary peril. Zhuang Mo leaped into the air, his gaze falling upon a terrifying scene across the grassy expanse. 8 slender legs glided across the ground, each adorned with coarse, short hairs that glimmered ominously under the blazing sun. Yet, connected to those deep violet spider legs was the body of a woman. She wore a sly smile, her eyes radiating delight, the thrill of impending capture. There was no urgency in her pursuit. Rather, she appeared remarkably at ease. Zhao Mengran was still ensnared by strands of silk, clearly having broken free and desperately fleeing. The meadow opposite was vast and open, though it was broad daylight with the sun blazing overhead. Zhuang Mo felt an icy chill envelop him, sending shivers down his spine. Never had he experienced such profound silence. As if even the chirping of insects and the songs of birds had vanished. Chapter 66. The woman on 8 spider legs. Zhuang Mo was certain that the woman atop the 8 spider legs retained the intellect of humanity. Her features, her expressions, mirrored those of an ordinary human. Her face was strikingly beautiful, her lips seemingly adorned with rouge. This might seem unalarming in films and literature, where Spider-Men and arachnid-soul beasts abound. Yet, when she truly manifested before him, Zhuang Mo momentarily found his mind blank. Was she human or spider? He halted his movement, landing on the grass alongside Song Yulong. The instant Song Yulong touched the ground, he positioned himself protectively in front of Zhuang Mo, slowly drawing his blade. District is utterly bizarre. What manner of creatures are these? They stood a mere 50 meters from the enigmatic figure of the Spider-Woman, yet they refrained from advancing. The creature appeared oddly captivating, seemingly devoid of any intent to attack Zhao Mengran. Instead, she amused herself by toying with her prey, a chilling smile gracing her countenance, her gaze dark and foreboding. In that fleeting moment when their eyes met, Zhuang Mo felt an icy shiver as if a spider leg had brushed against the nape of his neck. Clutching dozens of tranquilizer darts, his heart raced like a drumbeat. The Spider-Woman stood at a height comparable to Zhao Mengran, seemingly less fearsome than the frogman he had encountered the previous day, yet, instinctively, Zhuang Mo sensed that she was far more terrifying. He could not ascertain whether the tranquilizers would affect her, or even if he could strike her with them. The atmosphere was palpably tense. None dared to make the first move. The Spider-Woman seemed indifferent to their presence, fixated solely on teasing Zhao Mengran. Suddenly, her 8 legs propelled her forward with astonishing speed, ensnaring Zhao Mengran effortlessly. Almost simultaneously, Song Yulong lunged forward with a blade, his strike slicing through the air with deadly precision, aimed directly at the Spider-Woman. She released Zhao Mengran and elegantly retreated a few steps, evading the lethal blow. Zhuang Mo's heart raced even faster. If Song Yulong's strike could not be dodged by the frogman, how had she evaded it so effortlessly? Not only had she sidestepped his blade, but she also eluded a tranquilizer dart he had launched concurrently. Yet she merely evaded, offering no retaliation against Song Yulong's onslaught. The 2 guards followed closely, launching successive attacks, while Song Yulong unleashed a flurry of strikes, the wind from his blade snapping trees in the western Zhou. Nevertheless, the spider-like figure remained unscathed. "Stop," she suddenly interjected. "Did I not manage to avoid injuring Zhao Mengran?" Her voice was melodious, with a playful rise at the end. Awakened ones are truly unreasonable, resorting to violence upon first meeting. What if I were a benevolent soul? Song Yulong halted his blade midair, shielding Zhao Mengran as he retreated. "Who are you? What do you intend?" he inquired, his gaze steeped in suspicion. "Hand over Zhao Mengran, and you may depart unscathed. I assure you, no harm shall come to you. Dream on if you think you can take my student from me. I will go with you." The 2 voices echoed simultaneously. Zhao Mengran clenched her fists. "Teacher Song, we cannot contend with her." The spider-like figure nodded, a smile gracing her features. "That is indeed accurate. The 2 of you together cannot defeat me." Behind Zhuang Mo, Wei Wahai trembled in place, his voice quaking with fear. "Perhaps we should flee?" That creature assured us she would not harm us. No, she is not a mere creature. She is a demon, and she can speak. Did you hear that? She can speak. Let us flee quickly. In the end, Zhao Mingran will surely be captured. Hui remained surprisingly silent, pressing his lips together. His usually cheerful visage now laden with gravity. Bian Shursan's eyes were cold and piercing as he drew his curved blade. Zhuang Mo first restrained Bian Shursan's movement before stepping forward himself. Observing the agile evasion of Spider-Man, it was evident that collectively, they could not overpower her. However, for reasons unknown, Spider-Man exhibited a degree of friendliness, refraining from inflicting harm and even expressing a willingness to engage in conversation. Yet, it was clear that Song Yulong lacked the aptitude for dialogue. If their exchange continued, it was likely that Spider-Man would soon initiate an attack. Zhuang Mo, suppressing his inner trepidation, approached Song Yulong and gently knocked his weapon away, wearing a forced smile. May I inquire, esteemed lady, to what family do you belong? Song Yulong's expression soured considerably. Zhuang Mo, what are you talking about? Spider-Man scrutinized Zhuang Mo from head to toe, then chuckled. Do I truly appear that amiable? Zhuang Mo nodded vigorously. Not only do you appear so, but you possess a heart of gold. These individuals, overestimating their own abilities, dared to strike at you. Yet you chose not to retaliate. Song Yulong's face turned an ashen hue. Zhuang Mo, have you lost your senses? Yet, Spider-Man seemed to ponder this. Very well. I shall heed your words. I have proclaimed myself a good person, she said, her voice laced with playful reproach. As she approached Song Yulong, a viscous substance adhered to his face, and then, turning away from them, she swiftly moved. The sticky fluid rapidly extended from her appendage, instantly solidifying into resilient webbing upon contact with the air. Now was the moment. Zhuang Mo's expression hardened as he seized the opportunity in a fleeting second. 8 tranquilizer darts soared towards Spider-Man. Perceiving the impending peril, Spider-Man evaded with remarkable agility, yet one dart struck true, causing her movements to visibly falter for 2 crucial seconds. In the span of 2 seconds, Zhuang Mo exhibited no hesitation as he swiftly hurled 8 tranquilizer needles, each one embedding itself into the upper half of the humanoid spider. When quality is insufficient, one must rely on quantity. The creature was rendered completely motionless. However, Zhuang Mo did not cease his actions, launching another 8 needles before urgently instructing Song Yulong. Hurry, we cannot ascertain how long the sedative will last. Swiftly sever her head. Song Yulong hesitated, expressing, she seems to genuinely be a good person. She neither attacked us nor resisted when I asked her to spin silk. She is rather understanding. Zhuang Mo, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, drew forth a paper saw blade and deftly aimed for the woman's head. Chapter 67. Are you going to stop me? Her cranium resembled that of an ordinary human, utterly defenseless in her unconscious state, and the paper saw blade effortlessly descended to the ground. The separation of head and body starkly illustrated that Zhuang Mo had not slain a monster, but rather an ordinary woman. Fresh blood gushed from her soft neck. Yet her head bore the visage of a smiling woman. Song Yulong was taken aback by Zhuang Mo's resolute actions. Yet he soon realized that Zhuang Mo had sedated the creature. If they spared her life, they would likely become the next victims once the effects of the anesthesia wore off. He observed as Zhuang Mo approached the severed head, gently closing her eyes. Song Yulong mused. Should I commend this fellow for his ruthlessness or his compassion? Brother Long, Zhuang Mo's voice resonated with a somber tone. Song Yulong presumed Zhuang Mo felt guilt for slaying what appeared to be a benevolent monster and was about to offer words of comfort when Zhuang Mo stated, this time, I used 20 Western tranquilizer needles. Precisely 20. I have only crafted a few hundred, using 20 needles at once, and my heart aches profoundly. The typically loquacious Song Yulong stammered. Why yes, having used so many needles, it is indeed heart-wrenching. Zhao Mingran softly expressed her gratitude to Zhuang Mo, saying, Thank you, Zhuang Mo. I shall repay your kindness. Zhuang Mo nodded. Do not forget to repay me. Zhao Mingran replied. Wei Wenhai trembled as he pointed towards the woman's head. Is she dead? Song Yulong shot him a disdainful glance. Her head has been severed, of course. She is dead. Even if one possessed the miraculous ability of physical regeneration, losing one's head would still lead to demise. If you are uncertain, you may approach and check if she still breathes. Wei Wenhai chuckled awkwardly, offering no response. 2 guards, one dragging the woman's head and the other pulling the spider-like body, followed closely behind them. In District E, The B-class lion roar emitted a deafening roar into the void the moment it became aware of the appearance of the Spider-Man, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Qianlian took several sips of cool water to steady his nerves. Compared to the obviously non-human mutated creatures and aliens, this half-human, half-beast entity instilled a deeper sense of terror, especially the combination of a human head on a beast's body, capable of uttering human speech, left one uncertain whether to categorize her as human or beast, friend or foe. In that moment, Qianlian suddenly felt as if his own neck had transformed into a spider's body with spider legs, scraping and clawing against the ground. At the moment the lion's roar echoed, Jiang Ying was surveying the district military alongside Su Jingxin. The roar caused Jiang Ying to pause momentarily. The B-rank lion's roar was arranged by her to keep watch over Zhuang Mo. This transmission undoubtedly indicated that Zhuang Mo's team was in trouble, and a problem beyond the scope of B-rank solutions. This new student trial was unexpectedly tumultuous. She paused momentarily, her left foot striking the ground with force, preparing to leap into the air. In that instant, a fissure appeared in the sky, and arcs of electricity surged from Su Jingxin's palm, radiating a golden light. Su Jingxin remarked, "Since Commander Jiang has arrived, why not allow the soldiers of Zone E to witness the prowess of the war god?" Beneath the heavens, a deep purple thunderbolt, as thick as a bowl, surged toward Jiang Ying. Observing this, Jiang Ying let out a cold laugh. She stomped her left foot and soared into the air, colliding with the thunderbolt and shattering it with a single punch. A gasp arose from the ranks. Is this the power of absolute strength? A single punch can extinguish the might of lightning. Truly, she is the goddess of war of our time. Our commander is A rank, yet he dares to challenge Commander Jiang. It must be to allow us to behold the unparalleled power of the war god. Amidst the murmurs, Su Jingxin's figure flickered, and dozens of bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, filling the air with a deafening roar. Undeterred by the menacing electric force, Jiang Ying unleashed her right fist, cutting through the air with explosive fury, aimed directly at Su Jingxin. This punch, fierce and unyielding, resembled not merely a fist but a colossal lion's head, wielding the power to annihilate legions. Upon striking Su Jingxin's chest, a resounding crash echoed as he was sent hurtling 10 meters away, akin to a mere sandbag. At this moment, Jiang Ying's figure was enveloped in the brilliance of lightning, and a terrifying sound of sonic booms echoed continuously. Waves of energy surged forth, and as half the sky's radiance dissipated, her slender silhouette remained steadfast, seemingly unscathed. Su Jingxin trembled as he rose, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Forcing a faint smile, "Thank you, Commander Jiang, for your mercy." However, Jiang Ying did not respond. A tremendous surge of power emanated from her palm, and with a fierce punch, she unleashed a tempest that sent sand and stones flying, shattering grass and rock alike. Though her strike appeared casual, it was dreadfully powerful. Akin to a dragon rising from the earth, capable of shattering the void and inundating all like an unstoppable tide. Su Jingxin fell to his knees, spitting blood. "Thank you, Commander Jiang, for your mercy." Jiang Ying glared. "Are you intentionally provoking me?" No sooner had her words left her lips than she swiftly realized the futility of further entanglement with Su Jingxin. The air around her surged as she sliced through the atmosphere, moving with an incredible swiftness. After she departed, Su Jingxin stood, wiping the blood from his lips. "Jiang Ying, you cannot hinder me." In the air, before Jiang Ying reached the botanical garden, she spotted the figures of Zhuang Mo and his group jogging ahead, with none missing. A sigh of relief escaped her. She landed gracefully, her powerful descent causing the ground to tremble. Her gaze then shifted to the woman behind with a spider-like form, and her expression hardened. It was evident that Su Jingxin was behind this. Though she could not fathom his intentions, one thing was certain: he harbored no goodwill. Song Yulong succinctly recounted the entire ordeal to her. Jiang Ying's chest heaved violently as she managed to squeeze out a few words between her teeth. "Are you saying that Spider-Man is trying to capture Zhao Mingran?" Song Yulong nodded. "For reasons unknown, she only wishes to take Zhao Mingran." "Su Jingxin." Jiang Ying's eyes burned crimson, and the energy surrounding her surged, causing the ground beneath her to crack under the strain. Zhuang Mo instinctively stepped back, his heart reverberating like a thunderclap. What astonished teacher Jiang was not the existence of Spider-Man, but rather the fact that this entity sought to abduct Zhao Mingran. Even upon witnessing the severed head of Spider-Man, she exhibited no extraordinary reaction. This indicated she was aware. She knew that there were individuals conducting human experiments, By calling out the name of the commander of the Eat District garrison, Su Jingson, it implied that he too was in the know. Or perhaps, Su Jingson was the very person intent on capturing Zhao Mingran. What did he intend to do with her? Transform her into a creature with spider legs or a frog's head? A buzzing echoed in Zhuang Mo's ears. They were brazenly snatching her away, completely unbothered by the notion of concealing their actions from anyone. Moreover, the frog creature from last time and the Spider-Man of today had both appeared so openly. Human experimentation was evidently not a secret at all. Chapter 68. Kill me in the car. Zhuang Mo cast a few glances at Hu He, who had shed his usual exuberance and remained silent. From the frog creature to the Spider-Man, Hu He's reactions had been rather peculiar. Considering his background, Zhuang Mo suspected he might be privy to the truth. However, he refrained from inquiring further. There was nothing more to ask. The facts were glaringly evident. There existed an organization that was capturing awakened individuals for human experimentation. Furthermore, the federal government and the upper echelons of the military were complicit in this knowledge. It could be said that certain individuals among the upper echelons are the orchestrators of human experimentation. What purpose does this knowledge serve? Can he, with his meager E-level abilities, obliterate the experimental facility? Or can he sway the decisions of those in power? His awareness of this situation is akin to that of a small shrimp hearing of impending pollution in the ocean. Suggesting that the shrimp should attempt to save the sea is futile. As soon as it sets out, it is promptly devoured by a larger fish. Perhaps it is wiser for the shrimp to remain a humble shrimp, for that may afford it a bit more time to live. Upon returning to the dormitory, as soon as Zhao Mingran stepped inside, she whispered, "She knows my name." Wei Wenhai immediately exclaimed, "How did you manage to provoke such a creature? If it weren't for Zhuang Mo fortuitously preparing anesthetic paper today, you would undoubtedly have been seized for a grand feast." Zhuang Mo shook his head and replied, "That Spider-Woman. When she captured Zhao Mingran, she inscribed 3 words on the ground with her 8 legs. The others were astounded when they heard the astonishing words, 'Kill me.'" Wei Wenhai appeared incredulous. Does that monster not possess the means to end her own life? Why would she require someone else to do it? Furthermore, she can speak. How could she possibly write with her legs? I am uncertain, Zhuang Mo admitted, but I genuinely witnessed it. He too found it perplexing. If that Spider-Woman wished to die, she could easily evade the knife of Song Yulong and his anesthetic needle. Yet, she clearly sought to avoid harm. A profound silence enveloped the group. This was distinctly different from the mutated creatures and otherworldly beings they had previously encountered. She resembled a human more than anything else, capable of speech, sensitive to pain, and even possessing a remarkably amiable disposition. Zhuang Mo suddenly entertained a conjecture. She pondered that a person, when confronted with the desire for death, might not harbor such unwavering resolve, especially a woman who is prone to being affectionate and fears pain. She might grapple with her emotions, evade confrontation, and struggle within herself. When she converses with them, is she not also caught in hesitation? Zhuang Mo sighed inwardly, considering that if she had known in advance that her demise would not be painful, perhaps she would find joy in it. After a brief pause, Hui suddenly stated, "She is a transformer." Upon hearing those 3 words, Zhuang Mo felt no surprise. Zhao Mingran murmured, "Transformer? A frog monster?" Bian Shursen inquired. Hui shook his head. "That is an experimental subject. Those who have not retained human wisdom are deemed failures. They are all experimental subjects. Only those who succeed are referred to as transformers." Wei Wenhai's expression transcended mere horror. His eyes widened, rendering him utterly speechless. Zhao Mingran remained relatively composed. She lifted her gaze to Hu He. "So, they captured me for experimental purposes?" Hu He hesitated before nodding. "I suspect so. But I am unaware of why they specifically targeted you." Zhuang Mo rose, retrieving Hu He from the bedside and cradling it in her arms. Feeling a sense of security before asking Hu He, "Where do past experimental subjects originate? Are they ordinary people or awakened ones?" "There are both ordinary individuals and awakened ones. The latter are generally of low-tier abilities from the ruins." Zhuang Mo fell silent for a moment, her voice low. Were those individuals all captured? Having spoken out, Hui decided to elucidate the matter. The reformists publicly claimed that those individuals had volunteered and would receive a substantial amount of credits. Many test subjects believed they had struck luck, yet in reality, the probability of a successful experiment was less than 1%. The majority of the subjects transformed into monstrosities. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Bian Shursan's eyes, and even Wei Wenhai's expression gradually tightened. "Is this permitted?" Zhuang Mo inquired. Subsequently, he observed Hu He nodding and shaking his head simultaneously. The current federal government is divided into conservatives, reformists, and neutrals. Most individuals maintain a stance of neither opposition nor support. The commanders of Zone G, Su Jingxin, and Zone E, Su Jingxin, siblings who are the principal spokespersons for the reformists. The commander of the safe zone, Yuan Jiaru, and the deputy commander, Jiang Ying, along with the commander of Zone A, Xiong Yanlin, are all staunch conservatives. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, Zhuang Mo struggled to speak. The front lines. Hu He gazed at him and slowly replied, the front lines are not as optimistic as everyone imagines. It can be said that, aside from the central base, the military strength of the other three bases has suffered significant losses. With 8 years remaining until the next emergence of aberrations, the reformists believe that when this new wave arises, the overall combat power of the awakened will further lag behind that of the aberrations. Wei Wenhai appeared bewildered. 8 years is enough for 2 or 3 batches of awakened individuals to graduate. How can we possibly be unable to compete with the aberrations? Hu He's face was etched with gravity. Yet every decade, a large batch of aberrations will surge forth from the depths, and aberrations can never be completely eradicated. The growth rate of the awakened ones is far from sufficient. Moreover, the emergence of a level 9 aberrant king, which even the SS level cannot contend with, poses a significant challenge. Rather than stating that Su Jingxin leads a team to support the southern base, it would be more accurate to say she is convening with the only SS-level powerhouse there to jointly confront the level 9 aberrant king. Su Jingxin herself is the most successful among the modified individuals. At this moment, Zhuang Mo's emotions have become utterly placid. There is no discernible distinction in this matter. If one were to inquire about his stance, he could only recall the smile adorning the head of the spider. Hu He paused momentarily before continuing. Conservatives believe that the special awakened individuals hold the key to humanity's future. Among the newly emerged special abilities, some are combat-oriented and exhibit exceptional ferocity. It is rumored that one A-level individual can challenge an S-level without faltering. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Zhuang Mo. He clutched Tiger tightly, saying, "Why are you all looking at me? Don't look at me. Although I possess a slight peculiarity, I am a high-level talent in the wood element. I am destined for agriculture in the plantation." Wei Wenhai's gaze was tinged with a hint of melancholy. By then, the land will be claimed by aberrants. What crops will you grow? You might as well become sustenance for them. Zhuang Mo sighed deeply. At least I can still cultivate for another 7 or 8 years. You have all seen that my special ability is rather feeble. Look at this insubstantial scrap of paper, weak and helpless, utterly ineffective. For the first time, Bian Shusan disagreed with him. You can do it. Zhuang Mo shot him a glare, inwardly thinking, am I not aware of my own capabilities? When the most perilous moment arrives, I must make it work, even if I cannot. However, at present, his own strength is indeed feeble. Preserving oneself is of utmost importance. Otherwise, with such limited power, what purpose would there be in advancing to the front lines only to be mere fodder for the aberrations? Chapter 69, Ms. Zhang. While the situation remains relatively secure, enhancing one's capabilities is paramount. This is the conclusion Zhuang Mo has drawn after much contemplation. What else can a newcomer do? Indeed, he must also procure more equipment for himself, such as high-grade aberration-resistant suits and various specialized papers, all of which must be prepared in advance. The perilous trials faced by newcomers are already abundant, and one can only anticipate that the future will hold even greater dangers. As he pondered, Zhuang Mo glanced at Zhao Minggran, who was currently in a precarious situation, on the verge of being captured for experimentation. He could not fathom why they were specifically targeting Zhao Minggran. He turned to the foreigner and said, D-Class Lei Wanhang and Ding Guangrui have been seized by the augmenters. Among the newcomers they were protecting, one was killed on the spot for uttering a few harsh words against the augmenter. A B-Class teaching assistant attempted to intervene but was gravely injured. Zhao Mingran's complexion turned ashen. Could it be that even a B-Class could not withstand that augmenter? She was fortunate to have encountered a benevolent augmenter. They were capturing individuals with a specific purpose. Hu He appeared somewhat despondent. Lei Wanhang, Ding Guangrui, and Zhao Minggran share a commonality. They all hail from the ruins. Zhuang Mo was puzzled. Many people come from the ruins, both Bian Shusan and I originate from there. Hu He's expression was exceedingly grim. They share another trait. They all possess formidable willpower. As you have seen, Zhao Mingran remains undaunted in the face of aberrations, enduring injuries, yet resolutely continuing her trials. Although this statement praises Zhao Mingran, its utterance at this moment does not evoke a sense of ease in anyone. Strikingly, this description is equally applicable to Bian Shisan. Zhuang Mo sensed that the reasoning extended beyond this alone. Hui's expression appeared somewhat awkward. Perhaps another reason lay in the fact that they all possessed moderate talents. While the Su family was notoriously eccentric, they were not entirely devoid of sensibility in their actions. Bian Shisan was perplexed, yet everyone else grasped the meaning. Within the factional strife, individuals were categorized into those who could be sacrificed and those who could not. A sense of melancholy enveloped Zhuang Mo as he sighed quietly. He then affectionately patted the head of the tiger and remarked with a smile, "All right. We should indeed find joy in this. After all, Zhao Mingran is still here. Isn't she?" Bian Shisan nodded in agreement. "Let us burn more." The inexplicable emotions in Zhao Mingran's eyes gradually dissipated as she nodded affirmatively. Moreover, should they change their minds and act erratically, it would indeed pose a problem. Zhuang Mo had initially intended to take advantage of the upcoming days to thoroughly investigate the characteristics of mutated plants and produce more paper. However, today's events extinguished that thought. The preservation of life took precedence over papermaking. Though he implied that those who had undergone transformation would likely not target him due to his high talent, one could never be too cautious. Wei Wenhui immediately interjected. "I share your sentiments. Zone E is far too perilous for us. It would be prudent to refrain from venturing out." After some contemplation, Hui decided to follow the consensus, feeling himself to be absolutely secure, yet opting to accompany his teammates. The group unified in their opinions, and Zhuang Mo lowered his gaze to read the message sent by Song Yulong. The temporary dormitory is situated beside the government building, where only a faint signal can be detected. It appears that Song Yulong's recent messages should have been sent consecutively with the previous one, yet he only just received them. Astonishingly, today's Spider-Man turned out to be a transformer. Are you familiar with what a transformer is? I too have only recently learned about it. Qianlian informed me that Su Jingxin, or rather the Su family, is engaged in human experimentation, attempting through various methods to enable humanity to coexist with mutated beings, thereby enhancing combat capabilities. This is utterly terrifying. Previously, they procured individuals from the ruins, but for reasons unknown, they have now set their sights on the Academy's personnel. Qianlian mentioned that Teacher Jiang is currently in the military district, vehemently assaulting Su Jingxin, using him as a punching bag. However, even on the verge of death, Su Jingxin refuses to surrender Lei Wanhang and Ding Guangrui. Qianlian remarked that Teacher Jiang cannot truly kill him. After all, Su Jingxin is the commander of Zone E and the younger brother of Su Jingxin. Commander Su is presently leading troops to support the southern base. And if Teacher Jiang were to actually kill Su Jingxin, it would spell trouble. District Chief was already intervened. Just moments ago, he even endured a few punches himself. After reading the news, Zhuang Mo found it largely aligned with his expectations. Su Jingxin's audacity in brazenly abducting individuals indicates a complete lack of fear towards Jiang or the Academy. It seems that among the reformists and conservatives, the reformists hold the upper hand. The crucial figure in this scenario is undoubtedly the one often mentioned alongside Jiang as the dual goddess of war, Su Jingxin, the most successful transformer in Hui's eyes, a formidable expert nearing SS-level strength. With a successful case in hand, who would care about the lives lost in the past? Moreover, the deceased were merely inconsequential individuals. Zhuang Mo retrieved his diary of combat experiences and inscribed the word Spider-Man. Why did Ms. Zhang wish to end her life? Zhuang Mo found himself perplexed. She had already become a successful reformer. Why, having the gift of life, would she desire death? Tucking away his notebook, Zhuang Mo affectionately patted the head of Huzi. Can one who has taken the life of the virtuous still be deemed virtuous? Although your father has never considered himself a good man, the dichotomy of good and evil, right and wrong, black and white, such philosophical quandaries seem ill-suited for a naive little dog like you to ponder. Just remember that I am your father. In the military district, within the recuperation room, Su Jingxin reclined against the bed, observing Qin Xiangyang standing before him. Chapter 70. The Remarkable Bian Shisan. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingxin remarked, "This individual is astute and quick-witted, possessing extraordinary abilities. No wonder Jiang keeps such a close watch on him. However, His reliance on anesthetic paper in combat is not a matter of strength, but of intellect, which, in our case, proves rather ineffectual. Xiangyang, do you have any idea how much time and energy it takes to cultivate a reformer? That Zhuang Mo killed one of my reformers, who should have perished on the battlefield. As for Zhao Minggran, let us set that aside for now. A day later, during dinner, Zhuang Mo and his 4 companions were dining at the Eat District Government Office. The meal was particularly delightful, featuring Zhuang Mo's favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Despite the scarcity of egg pieces, nevertheless, mixing the scrambled eggs with rice allowed them to enjoy a couple of extra bowls. Nearby, the crew-cut man from the water faction had just taken his seat. Old Wei, what has your team accomplished in recent days? Your total score has astonishingly reached 528 points, placing you at the pinnacle. Our team has vanquished countless second-level mutations, yet we have only amassed 481 points. With you trailing behind Zhuang Mo, that inept. That would elemental, shouldn't he be diligently studying the mutated flora daily? The crew-cut fellow noticed Bian Shursen's menacing gaze, lowering his head to eat in silence. Why such protectiveness over your teammates? Old Wei's combat prowess in their class is merely average, yet he fortuitously finds himself teamed with Bian Shursen, being effortlessly carried along. It seems they are destined to secure the top position in the points competition, earning each member a reward of 1,000 points. How enviable. At that moment, a wood elemental circled around Zhuang Mo, seeing him in fine form. He began messaging classmates far away in District F. Rest assured, Zhuang Mo is perfectly fine. He has already consumed 2 bowls of rice and appears poised for more. How is it on your end? How is the class leader? Is he unscathed? After sending the message, he brought his watch close to Zhuang Mo and said, "We received news from District F. Lu Xian from our class has perished." The wood elemental's tone bore no trace of sorrow as he spoke. He was killed by a 6th-level mutated rattlesnake's venom, suffering little. Zhuang Mo nodded. Well, that is somewhat fortunate. In truth, he was already aware of this news, having maintained contact with Han Lingyu over the past few days. It is inevitable that there will be casualties during the freshman trials. Upon receiving this news, his heart stirred not at all. The wood element student exchanged a few words with Zhuang Mo before heading off to get a meal. At that moment, another wood element student in Area F turned to Han Lingyu and remarked, "The wood element students over in Area E are currently all safe." Han Lingyu responded with a slight acknowledgement. Although she had been checking in with Zhuang Mo daily to ensure their well-being, he was not well informed about the status of other wood element classmates. It was quite common for casualties to occur during the new student trials. Their team leader, Su Fanyuan, had sustained a severe injury to his left arm while trying to protect his teammates and was currently undergoing treatment. However, she found solace in the fact that Zhuang Mo had emerged unscathed and, under the leadership of Bian Shursen, was leading the score rankings with an impressive 4,528 points. Bian Shursen truly excelled. Across from her, 2 metal element students had gathered together. Our Shursen is remarkable. He has held the top position since day 1. And it has been 5 days now, one remarked. I inquired among the students in Area E, and they said Shursen appears to be in good condition, likely uninjured. Though he spends a lot of time with Zhuang Mo from the wood element, seemingly inseparable. Shursen must be trying to protect Zhuang Mo, given the latter's lack of combat prowess. Yi Xingqi leaned in closer and asked, Lingyu, what are you thinking about? Han Lingyu pressed his head down playfully and retorted, I was contemplating how I won't hold back if I catch you arguing with Zhang Zifei again. Yi Xingqi's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you going to help me beat him up? Han Lingyu gave his head a playful smack. No, I'll be helping him beat you. At that moment, Li Chao and his group entered the cafeteria. As soon as he sat down, he occupied 2 places by himself. Who just claimed that Bian Shursen was impressive? The day had passed, yet their score remained stagnant. In my view, they had merely enjoyed a stroke of luck a few days prior, perhaps encountering several thousand first-level mutated ants. Just wait and see. The top spot will undoubtedly belong to our team. Li Chao was in high spirits, indulging in 5 extra bowls of rice that day. The Bien 13 team had lost a key combatant. How could they still compete for the top position? He turned to his teammates and confidently inquired, What is our current score? The wind element girl replied in a hushed voice, 1643. Li Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that all? Didn't we just eliminate a large swarm of first-level mutated ants? There were over 600 in total. The wind element girl weakly responded. Deep down, she harbored no illusions about their team's ability to catch up with the Bien 13 team. They couldn't even surpass the earth element Pan Yi's team. This meant their current score placed them third. Yet, the captain seemed to be in a trance, persistently viewing the Bien 13 team as a hypothetical adversary. After all, Bien 13 was the progeny of the formidable tiger, the strongest newcomer. What could the captain possibly compare? Although the Bien 13 team was dragging along a wood element member, Zhuang Mo's gentle and affable nature would certainly prevent any trouble for Bien 13. On the contrary, their captain, with nothing better to do, had foolishly provoked a nest of third-level mutated wasps. Had it not been for two D-level seniors coming to the rescue, everyone but her would have fallen victim to the wasp's venom. The wind element girl sighed deeply, sending a message to her classmate please thank 13 for me. Thankfully, I brought his protective umbrella. Otherwise, I would have been stung by the third-level mutated wasps today. Chapter 71. Drinking the umbrella was crafted by Zhuang Mo. The wind element girl gazed at this message, her mind struggling to comprehend it. Furthermore, when Bien Shan delivered the umbrella, he wore a mask that was no different from not wearing one. Anyone could easily recognize him as Bien Shan. However, he was a remarkably reliable individual who seldom indulged in jest or deception. The girl furrowed her brow, pondering whether Zhuang Mo had perhaps covered the umbrella with a layer of paper over the metal. In the ruins of Area E, he was engaged in conversation with Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo wiped his mouth. He had previously wished to keep his ability to manipulate paper a secret, as it was a power that did not belong to the wood element. In any environment, being a singular individual could be perilous, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. It was akin to being the only one with a tail when everyone else did not. His first instinct would surely be to conceal that tail meticulously. Yet now he understood that his abilities were not a mere aberration of the wood element, but rather a unique supernatural power. This indicated that his capabilities were classified in this world, and there were many others with even more extraordinary abilities. This realization suggested that having a tail, while unusual, was not an entirely unprecedented phenomenon. Moreover, he had already engaged in several skirmishes in Area E while dragging his prominent tail. At this point, attempting to hide it would be futile. In fact, this brought him a quiet sense of relief. After all, who would wish to conceal a tail when they could stride boldly with it on display? As the sun set like a blazing fire, a gentle evening breeze swept through. Following his awakening, Zhuang Mo felt his body adapting and enhancing through continued combat. After several days of rigorous training, he sensed an improvement in his reflexes and targeting abilities. Conversely, the total amount of abilities, after subtly surpassing level E within the academy, has experienced a deceleration in its enhancement. However, this is quite normal, even with progress. There must be fluctuations along the curve. One should remain calm and gradually absorb it. That night, Zhuang Mo lay on his temporary dormitory bed, contemplating indulging in some leisurely browsing of the community when a message from Song Yulong arrived. Come quickly, meet us downstairs. Qin Xianyang is inviting us for drinks. Have you ever tasted liquor? It is a precious commodity, brewed from grains. Zhuang Mo pondered for a moment before rising and leaving the dormitory. Qin Xianyang had previously mentioned treating him and Song Yulong to drinks as a token of gratitude for their assistance against the frogmen. However, they had also ridden with Qin Xianyang several times, making it difficult to ascertain who owed whom. The camaraderie between Qin Xianyang and Song Yulong was evident. Otherwise, they would not frequently share the same route. It seemed that Qin Xianyang was primarily inviting Song Yulong, with Zhuang Mo merely included as an afterthought. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhuang Mo spotted Qin Xianyang and Song Yulong at the base of the dormitory. The two were seated side by side on the steps, a bag of peanuts, 3 small cups, and a bottle of white liquor laid out beside them. Song Yulong gestured for Zhuang Mo to join them, while Qin Xianyang poured drinks for the trio. Song Yulong remarked to Zhuang Mo, "Did you know? Grain is precious and should not be used for brewing. However, as an elder once said, as long as humanity endures, there must be wine, especially for those who have awakened. Sometimes, this is what alleviates their pain." In his past life, Zhuang Mo would occasionally treat himself, spending a few dozen yuan on some pig's head meat, preparing a side dish, and purchasing a bottle of erguo too, which could bring him joy for an entire evening. During a company gathering, suffering from an alcohol allergy, I prepared a few small dishes for myself. As drinks passed by, abstaining felt like an affront. 3 individuals raised their glasses, and Zhuang Mo took a delicate sip, the aroma rich and lingering sweetness gracing his palate. This was not a concocted spirit. Such flavor could only arise from pure grain fermentation. Humanity has an inherent need for meat and wine. Though lacking the former, peanuts were present. After 2 glasses, a sense of clarity enveloped him. Song Yulong was recounting his relationship with Qin Xiangyang. In truth, I believed that dying in battle was preferable to being captured for experimentation. That ordeal was gruesome, requiring immense endurance. It was nothing short of torture. At that moment, Zhuang Mo recalled Zhao Mengran's words. She had asked if he feared pain, confessing her own dread of it. A sigh escaped his heart. However, Qin Xiangyang held a contrasting viewpoint. From another perspective, the ultimate aim of the reformist faction was to train enhancers to battle and eliminate aberrations. These enhancers possessed extraordinary combat prowess. The birth of one represented the potential to save countless lives. Song Yulong's tone was laced with indignation. Are you a reformist? Do you comprehend the fate of those experimental subjects? After witnessing it, Qianlian was sickened. They can hardly be deemed human. They are merely masses of flesh and blood. How can you advocate for the reformists? Qin Xiangyang hastily clarified. What claim can I make at my level? It's merely a spontaneous expression of sentiment. You are aware that Commander Su is currently leading troops to support the southern base. Zhuang Mo cast him a glance and casually inquired. Do you possess a profound understanding of the enhancers? This matter is not a secret, yet those in the know prefer not to speak of it, leaving the majority in the dark. I am the captain of the patrol team, and after our recent encounter with the frogmen, the higher-ups informed me of this situation. Qin Xiangyang appeared remarkably composed. Song Yulong, his chest heaving, was still incensed by Qin Xiangyang's words. For the sake of experimentation, countless lives have been lost. And yet they claim it is to protect humanity. More lives have been taken than saved. Qin Xiangyang, observing his agitation, refrained from rebuttal and instead turned to Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo, what is your perspective? Zhuang Mo downed a glass of liquor, his gaze traversing Song Yulong before settling on Qin Xiangyang. Is there anyone in this world who holds great significance for you? Qin Xiangyang, uncertain of the intent behind the question, replied. I have a younger sister who depends on me. She is an ordinary person. Zhuang Mo fixed his eyes on him. What if the modifiers sought to capture your sister for experimentation? In an instant, Qin Xiangyang's entire being stiffened, his lips quivering. Rendered speechless. Drink, drink, he murmured. Chapter 72, Zhuang Mo. You deceiver. Before departing, Zhuang Mo received a gift from Qin Xiangyang, an old-world postage stamp, adorned with a red background and an ink drawing of an endearing little monkey. Qin Xiangyang remarked that sharing a drink made them brothers, hoping for continued communication. He waved farewell as he exited Area E, thinking to himself that it would be best never to connect again. Their paths diverged, and even a brief conversation left him feeling uneasy. When he arrived, the airship had carried a total of 403 individuals. Now, only 398 remained. 2 individuals were apprehended, and 3 sacrificed their lives, one of whom was a robust man devoured by the 6th-level mutated pitcher plant. In Zone F, 3 new lives were lost, one of whom was affiliated with the wood element. Why does Li Wei emit such a foul odor? How long has it been since he last bathed? It is rumored that he was punished by Teacher Jiang for a transgression, compelled to clean the government latrines for 7 days. The toilets in Zone E are all pit latrines, requiring the excrement to be excavated and transported away. Digging through feces is not akin to falling into a pit. So why the overwhelming stench? Those seated in the back row comprised teaching assistants and D-level students, unperturbed by the possibility of Li Wei overhearing their discussions. Their voices growing progressively louder. Li Wei, with a scowl, raised his arm to take a whiff. He had indeed bathed twice. So how could he possibly smell as foul as they claimed? He lowered his arm and shot a menacing glare at Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo smirked inwardly, realizing that such individuals perpetually refuse to acknowledge their faults. Even when penalized, they attribute blame to others. Li Wei's anger intensified. It was all Zhuang Mo's fault. Had it not been for Zhuang Mo, he would not have faced Teacher Zhang's punishment, nor would he have slipped and fallen into the cesspit. He was determined to make Zhuang Mo pay. He had long contemplated this moment. Today, he would unveil Zhuang Mo's true nature before the students of Shibai. His expression darkened further, and he suddenly shouted, Zhuang Mo, you deceiver. Upon the utterance of those words, several individuals nearest to him rose and stepped into the corridor. Good heavens, how foul is his mouth! Ugh, the stench of excrement is overwhelming. Li Wei, have you been consuming feces? Li Wei's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he replied sullenly, that is of no consequence. Today, I wish to share with you all that the so-called advanced wood-type talent, Zhuang Mo, is in fact a unique ability awakener. He possesses the power to manipulate paper in combat, displaying formidable strength. I have witnessed him slay a level 6 mutated carnivorous plant with my own eyes. Zhuang Mo was left utterly bewildered by this statement. Was Li Wei praising him? It felt rather off to him. As he pondered, he heard Li Wei, with righteous indignation, declare, "He is clearly a powerful warrior. Yet he hides behind his teammates for protection. The tasks during the new student training were merely research-oriented. Is this not deceitful? Not only is it deceitful, but it also reveals cowardice." Bian Shursen's eyes suddenly gleamed with murderous intent, and Zhuang Mo noticed him reaching for his blade. He gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to refrain from violence. Li Wei is a fool, indeed a fool in dire need of reprimand, but it is not appropriate to strike him aboard the airship. Nevertheless, Li Wei's accusation was quite peculiar and entirely unexpected. Song Yulong stood up, his tone exceedingly stern. "Li Wei, you are attempting to undermine Zhuang Mo's research subject, leading to a D-grade flesh type being consumed by the mutated carnivorous plant. If it were not for Zhuang Mo's kindness in rescuing you, you would have long since become prey to that level 6 beast. Do you still have the audacity to blame others?" As for Zhuang Mo, he emerged from the ruins and has only just begun to comprehend the nature of special abilities during this new student training. Prior to this, he believed himself to be merely an ordinary wood type. During the freshman trials, he not only accomplished his research tasks but also hunted high-level mutated creatures in first tier, proactively protecting his teammates with wit and bravery, demonstrating exceptional performance. The Academy's keen observers were well aware of his deeds, and to suggest that he merely cowered behind his companions is nothing short of slander. The keen observer nodded, remarking, "Truth be told, I have yet to witness such a formidable freshman." The attentive listener concurred, adding, "He can effectively command and maintain control of the situation, embodying both wisdom and valor." Zhuang Mo felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing such praise. He was lauded with such lengthy accolades, yet did he feel pride? Not at all. Instead, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. He turned to Bian Shursen and inquired, "Are they speaking of me?" Bian Shursen nodded emphatically, affirming, "Indeed, strong, brave, clever, and kind." Zhuang Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems they are not entirely mistaken. Li Wei's nostrils flared in anger, as if he were about to emit smoke. He was clearly deceiving others while claiming to be a meek wood elemental. At that moment, a fellow wood elemental, as if just realizing something, exclaimed, "Oh my, Zhuang Mo. Was it true when you mentioned in the class group the other day that you could control paper in battle?" Behind him, another wood elemental stood with his mouth agape. "You took down dozens of? We all thought you were joking." Zhuang Mo felt quite helpless. Just the previous night, someone had tagged him in the class group, inquiring how their team had accumulated such high points. Zhuang Mo had simply stated the truth, explaining that their primary source of points came from those. He had vividly described his valiant combat experience, expecting to astonish his classmates collectively. Astonishing. Zhuang Mo is truly remarkable. Unbelievable. After sending out the message, he secretly awaited everyone's astonishment, relishing in the moment. Even Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi were skeptical, forming a smiley yellow-faced formation. At this juncture, Zhuang Mo finally validated himself, albeit in a rather absurd manner. He raised his hands in exasperation. "I told you, yet you refused to believe me." The water element head-shaved man gasped, his eyes brimming with incredulity. "Lao Wei, what did you tell me? That these past few days, we owe our success to Zhuang Mo? I never imagined you were speaking the truth." Wei Wenhai chuckled awkwardly. He had previously voiced his doubts about Zhuang Mo being a liability, but after the first day of the new students' training, his perspective had undergone a dramatic shift. If there was indeed a burden within their team, it appeared to be himself. In an instant, discussions erupted among the crowd, as astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. "What did you say before? That team Bian Shursen had blinded dozens of aberrations?" "I was skeptical, but it turns out to be true," one person remarked. "My sister mentioned they had covered the aberrations' faces with wet paper, and I was puzzled about how they managed that. It was Zhuang Mo all along. What is this peculiar special ability? Can someone elucidate?" Another queried. "Controlling paper? Does that imply my protective umbrella is?" Chapter 73. The first force of the new students, Zhuang Mo. Bian Shursen has finally cleared his name, and no longer needs to guard any secrets about Zhuang Mo. His voice was not loud, yet many heard him. The protective umbrella was crafted by Zhuang Mo. The father of Huzi spoke with a smile, effortlessly delivering 3 statements in quick succession. Hui marveled, so you can articulate so many words at once. Just a few days prior, he had been astonished to discover Zhuang Mo's extraordinary abilities, prompting him to send a message to his esteemed father. The elder, keenly interested in these special skills, had inquired further about Zhuang Mo's combat performance. As days passed, they encountered unforeseen dangers during their training sessions, with Zhuang Mo employing a different strategy each time. He reported these developments to his father daily. The elder's exact words were, "All are F-grade." Yet he can simultaneously manipulate 7 or 8 paper pieces at a distance of 70 to 80 meters, while others can only fling a single wind blade, with an attack range of less than 10 meters. Now, after so many days, the initial shock had long faded, replaced by a glimmer of pride as he observed those around him discussing Zhuang Mo with admiration. He had always carried himself with a mature demeanor, exuding an air of confidence akin to that of a leader, rarely experiencing such subtle emotions. Initially, when he was assigned to the same group as Zhuang Mo for their training, some had advised him to leverage his connections to switch groups, suggesting that being alongside someone with a high-level wood affinity would only hinder him. He cast a knowing glance at the individual who had offered that advice, prompting an awkward smile in return. Special abilities? It was rare to find even 1 or 2 in a generation. Who could have anticipated this? His earlier counsel to who he had indeed stemmed from goodwill. Meanwhile, Bian Shisan, who had just moments ago rejoiced in the praise bestowed upon Zhuang Mo, now found himself feeling quite the opposite. This was due to the throng of admirers now encircling Zhuang Mo. Why are these individuals not properly seated in the airship, but instead gathered here, chattering incessantly? Their incessant prattle is truly irksome. The majority of those encircling are from the wood element, familiar with Zhuang Mo's gentle and affable nature. Zhuang Mo, please share once more how you vanquished the level 6 mutated pitcher plant. And those over 200 level 2 mutated moles, were they also your doing? You were already formidable back then. I recall how you used paper airplanes to dispatch birds on the airship during orientation. Who would have thought our wood element would produce such a powerhouse? From now on, whenever someone claims that the wood element lacks combat prowess, we shall present Zhuang Mo as evidence. Those in Area F are still unaware. I eagerly anticipate their astonished expressions. A throng encircled Zhuang Mo, animatedly conversing. Li Wei's countenance turned ashen, his eyes wide with fury. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Shouldn't these individuals harbor resentment towards Zhuang Mo for concealing his abilities? The people nearby instinctively distanced themselves from him. The foul air he exhaled suggested a rancid disposition. Should he claim he had not dined on excrement, they would not believe him. The desire for vengeance surged through Li Wei's veins, contorting his features into a grimace. He shouted vehemently, "Zhuang Mo even severed my leg. He carves a little off at a time. How utterly malicious." The crowd turned to him, the atmosphere stalling for a moment. A wood element classmate placed their hands on their hips and retorted, "How could Zhuang Mo, such a kind soul, have arbitrarily harmed your leg? Even Teacher Song stated it was you who first aimed to destroy Zhuang Mo's mission target. Furthermore, with your tough skin and regenerative capabilities, what has the harm in him severing your leg? Is it not in perfect condition now? Are you incapacitated? Lame, perhaps? It seems it is we, Zhuang Mo, who have exerted ourselves to incapacitate your legs." Li Wei's face flushed crimson. He was not the one exhausted. It was Bian Shisan who had done the leg work. A fellow student from the Wood faction scoffed and remarked, "What a farce, claiming to be the strongest of D rank, yet your words are laced with deceit. First you say it was Zhuang Mo who harmed you, and then you shift the blame to Bian Shisan, as if we are unaware of the pettiness that plagues your Li family. Are you not merely harboring resentment because Zhuang Mo turned Li Chao into a mere caterpillar? Your brother is inept, and so are you. A D rank being bested by an F rank. I would be too embarrassed to utter a word if I were in your position." It was only then that Li Wei realized he had inadvertently revealed his most closely guarded secret. He had no desire for others to know of his repeated humiliations at the hands of Zhuang Mo. His face burned with anger, but he found himself unable to counter the incessant chatter of the Wood faction, observing the unwavering solidarity of the F-rank students. His frustration surged, and he shouted at a few D-rank members of the Meat faction, "Why do you not stand up for me?" One of them shot him a derisive glance and retorted, "Who would dare come to your aid? Isn't your dear ally, Old Pan, dead because of you?" Li Wei sputtered in indignation. He was devoured by a mutant pitcher plant. What does that have to do with me? Seeing him in such a state of indignation, the group chose to disregard him. Li Wei was known for his small-mindedness. Though they typically avoided crossing him to evade trouble, they were not truly intimidated. After all, they were all of D rank. Could Li Wei truly overpower them all? Even those who usually admired his strength and followed in his wake now hesitated to engage with him. Old Pan was a man of integrity. It was truly disheartening that he met his demise not on the battlefield but in this manner. Meanwhile, several individuals from the F-class meat system huddled together, whispering discreetly. Li Chao and Li Wei shared a similar disposition, cautioning each other to be wary and avoid falling victim to misfortune. On that fateful day, Zhuang Mo had merely bound Li Chao with a willow branch, sparing his legs, which undoubtedly reflected his benevolent nature. Ran, is Zhuang Mo truly as formidable as Teacher Song claims? Zhao Mingran affirmed with conviction, stating he is even more remarkable than what Teacher Song described. He has saved my life. The members of the F-class meat system were astonished. Indeed, the Wood faction did not deceive. Zhuang Mo was both powerful and kind-hearted. A tinge of envy washed over them as they admired Ran for being in the company of such a formidable ally. Ran, do share with us how you managed to slay dozens of them? Zhao Mingran felt that those were not as terrifying as the frog and spider monsters. Yet it seemed her classmates were unaware of such creatures, so she refrained from mentioning them. On another front, an individual from the metal faction whispered, I was obstructed and couldn't see 13. How does he appear? Did he injure his own arm? The questioner gradually exhaled in relief, noting that 13's tone had been quite cheerful when he introduced Zhuang Mo, suggesting he was not opposed to the notion of a change in the primary combatant. They were inseparable, with 13 frequently delivering Zhuang Mo's paper protective umbrellas. Their bond must be strong, and he likely harbored no objections. With that reassurance, the questioner expressed genuine admiration, concluding that Zhuang Mo was indeed formidable, having even captivated a powerhouse like 13. 13 is innocent, yet not foolish. It is evident that Zhuang Mo possesses not only formidable strength, but also admirable qualities, which is why 13 chose to befriend him. Chapter 74. Collective Spontaneity. As midday approached, the airship finally arrived in the safe zone. This marked Zhuang Mo's second descent from the airship into the sanctuary. The new students who had trained in District F followed closely behind, and Huang Lin approached Jiang Ying for a brief conversation. The new recruits this year are commendable. I've only lost 5 from my side. I heard there were some issues on your end. Zhuang Mo reminisced about his own arrival as a newcomer, recalling how Huang Lin and Jiang Ying had conversed outside the academy gates. However, while Jiang Ying had once spoken with a light-hearted tone, her demeanor now radiated an icy chill. Were those 2 D-grade seniors still salvageable? Zhuang Mo held a rather pessimistic view on the matter. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhuang Mo placed the tiger figurine on the table. This time, he was too lazy to craft another one, mainly because this particular tiger was adorned with fur, showcasing a high degree of realism, and creating another would be quite the hassle. Tiger, we are home. What? Tomatoes? Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I must check on how the tomatoes are faring. The tomatoes had been placed beneath the rear window, and a week had passed. The seedlings had grown significantly taller, their stems adorned with fine, dense hairs and numerous feathery leaves. While a human would succumb to thirst after 7 days without water, these plants thrived remarkably well without irrigation for the same duration. These tomato seedlings could easily survive with water once every 10 days. Perhaps it would be best to let them grow naturally, consuming artificially ripened grains and vegetables daily. One could only wonder what the true flavor of naturally ripened produce in this world might be. Logically, naturally ripened tomatoes should taste better than those hastily matured, shouldn't they? Zhuang Mo reminisced about the tomatoes his family cultivated during his childhood. Their colors a delightful blend of green and red, yet their flavor was extraordinarily exquisite. A sprinkle of sugar mixed in, and the sweet tart, juicy delight was beyond compare. He swallowed hard, resolving to let these few tomatoes flourish in their own time. In about 100 days, he would savor the fruits of their natural growth. Such indulgence, truly extravagant. Who in this world has ever tasted a naturally ripened tomato? Zhuang Mo lay down on his bed, finally able to drift into a peaceful slumber. In the ruins of Area E, even a quintet gathered in a single room dared not enter a deep sleep. They took turns keeping vigil each night. He had even skipped lunch, yearning only for a profound rest. While he succumbed to sleep, Yi Xingqi sat before Han Lingyu, blinking in bewilderment. Are you saying that Zhuang Mo's claim of valiantly battling dozens of aberrations is true? Han Lingyu nodded. Haven't you checked the class group? Teacher Song mentioned it personally. Yu Xingqi's handsome visage fell from its 45-degree tilt. I rack my brain but can't fathom it. He possesses high-level wood affinity, which is one thing. But is it a unique ability as well? Meanwhile, I, with my striking appearance, am merely of moderate wood affinity. Is that reasonable? Han Lingyu rubbed her forehead. Yu Xingqi's focus was perpetually divergent from others. After all these years, she still struggled to comprehend his thought processes. Regarding Zhuang Mo's unique ability, Han Lingyu remained relatively calm. Honestly, I believed it the moment Zhuang Mo shared it in the group. He is a cautious individual who would never jest about such matters. Yu Xingqi remarked, Is that so? At the time, I believed he was merely telling a story to lighten the mood. Han Lingyu shook her wristwatch and said, Currently, everyone has established a class group without Zhuang Mo, where discussions are underway regarding how to safeguard the precious special ability awakeners among humanity. Moreover, Zhuang Mo has compelled Li Chao to apologize to all members of the Wood Element class as part of their wager, which has inadvertently strengthened the cohesion within our class. Undoubtedly, the goodwill from my classmates towards Zhuang Mo is partly due to my deliberate guidance as the class monitor of the F-grade Wood Element. I feel it is my duty to protect the gifted individuals emerging from the ruins. Now, this individual is not merely a genius of the Wood Element. He is also a precious special ability of humanity, deserving of proper care. Li Wei's animosity towards Zhuang Mo stems from Li Chao, and I propose we collectively confront Li Chao to demonstrate that our Wood Element class is not to be trifled with. Agreed. But can we truly overpower him? I have already rallied the class one of physical strength. They have long held a grudge against Li Chao. Yu Xingqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Lingyu, instigating internal strife within the academy is not characteristic of you. Han Lingyu asserted firmly. I have verified that Li Wei's repeated targeting of Zhuang Mo is indeed due to Li Chao's influence. Even more egregiously, Li Chao has posted in the community, claiming that Zhuang Mo is responsible for Li Wei's confinement, which is unforgivable. He has vowed to confront Zhuang Mo whenever he sees him, both within and beyond the academy. Yu Xingqi was taken aback. Did he possess the strength to confront the aberrants? What was the point of competing with Zhuang Mo? Moreover, how could he dare to utter such words without fear of being reprimanded by teacher Jiang? The Li brothers were not particularly bright. Li Chao was somewhat more capable than Li Wei. Han Lingyu's brows furrowed in seriousness. Had Li Wei not been confined immediately after disembarking the airship, he would likely have sought trouble with Zhuang Mo long ago. Such provocative actions had already surpassed the bounds of what could be tolerated. In response to this transgression, we could not simply endure the blows without retaliating. Zhuang Mo, emerging from the ruins, possessed no connections. I must make the Li family aware that he was not to be trifled with. This endeavor served two purposes: to bolster Zhuang Mo's position and to incite Li Chao's enmity towards others, diverting his focus from solely targeting Zhuang Mo. Yu Xingqi found this reasoning sound, yet he remained somewhat apprehensive. However, the academy will impose penalties upon us. On this matter, Han Lingyu had already contemplated thoroughly. Her expression remained calm. Laws do not punish the masses. Among those participating in this endeavor were Su Fengyuan, Zhao Mingran, Bian Shisan, Pan Yi, and Zhang Zifei, including myself. There are 5 individuals of advanced talent, along with our class and the physical education class, encompassing several prominent families. Even if the academy were to impose penalties, they would not be severe. Yu Xingqi immediately objected. Why is that Zhang Zifei involved? Han Lingyu appeared most righteous. Such matters of punishment cannot exclude him, can they? Yu Xingqi tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, grinning foolishly. Lingyu, you are truly kind to me. Han Lingyu cast him a disdainful glance. Yu Xingqi, unfazed, inquired with a foolish grin, how is it that within just over a month of enrollment, Li Chao has offended so many people? Zhang Zifei and Pan Yi had merely engaged in a trivial dispute, not to the extent of inciting enmity. However, given the multitude of participants, joining in the fray would not be detrimental. Suddenly, Yu Xingqi's expression shifted to one of urgency. Though it is said that the many shall not bear the fault of the few, surely the organizers will face severe punishment. Right? Lingyu, when the penalties are imposed, just say it was my initiative. Han Lingyu chuckled softly. There is no need for you to take the blame. This event was not orchestrated by me. Oh? Then who is responsible for it? Yu Xingqi asked, bewildered. Han Lingyu maintained her composure. This is a spontaneous collective action, devoid of any leader or organization. Chapter 75. Just watch the commotion and do not engage. Had Zhuang Mo overheard Han Lingyu's remarks, he would surely have been astonished. Not only was she naturally suited to be a class leader, but she was, in essence, a born politician. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware, enjoying a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found that night had already fallen. With a refreshing vigor, he affectionately patted the head of his pet tiger. Habitually, he glanced at his watch, and upon doing so, the corners of his mouth nearly ascended to the heavens. The 1,000 point reward for leading the freshman training squad and the 300-point reward for the wood-type task had both been credited. A windfall indeed. His total points now amounted to 8,998. Without purchasing protective gear, it was practically impossible to exhaust his balance. Noticing the time, Zhuang Mo sprang up in a burst of energy, awakened by hunger. The cafeteria would soon close, and he needed to hurry. 10 minutes later, he purchased 2 servings of mashed potatoes with egg sauce, and as he ate, he found it peculiar that everyone seemed to be watching him. Could it be that the revelation of his extraordinary abilities had caused such a significant stir? Had it escalated to the point of becoming the focus of the entire institution? Furthermore, the gazes directed at him were bizarre, a mixture of curiosity, trepidation, and a hint of anticipation. Another strange occurrence caught his attention. Today's bank notifications were utterly devoid of new information. The usual chatterboxes in the class group had fallen mysteriously silent, opting for a collective retreat into the shadows. This was abnormal. Those who had been honing their skills in Zone F should have been well aware of his heroic deeds by now. Why was there no reaction at all? In any case, after a brief nap, he awoke to an atmosphere thick with oddity. Upon finishing his meal and exiting the cafeteria, the sense of strangeness intensified. Several individuals hurried past him, making their way toward the athletic field. They appeared to be first-year students of the physical disciplines. While it was entirely reasonable for them to head to the field for practice, why did they feel the need to call out to him as they passed? Zhuang Mo, why are you still here? It's about to begin. We're heading off. Hurry up. Before Zhuang Mo could inquire further, the group dashed away in a flash. Why the urgency? His questions hung in the air, unanswered. Was there a first-year commendation ceremony? Yet, no one had informed him of it. Zhuang Mo mused to himself as he made his way toward the athletic field. As he approached, the throng of people ahead grew denser, and the sound of laughter wafted towards him, deepening his confusion. What event could possibly elicit such mirth? And why was only one person laughing? Where was everyone else? Was it truly that unamusing? In the past, one could simply observe to understand. Zhuang Mo stepped forward, and the crowd willingly parted to create a path for him, as though he were a leader on an inspection tour. You've arrived, Zhuang Mo, they called out. Yes, I have, he replied. I thought you might not come. Oh, yes. Zhuang Mo greeted the crowd and finally reached the front. The scene before him was overwhelmingly striking, and he stood momentarily stunned, a crack appearing beneath his calm facade. Before him, Li Chao was tightly bound to a tree trunk with numerous willow branches and metal chains, his shoes and socks stripped away, his enormous feet enduring the unbearable pain inflicted by the willow branches brushing against his soles. Ha! Ignoring Li Chao's contorted expression, he still sounded quite amused, his laughter ringing out incessantly. Standing before him were several individuals. Zhang Zifei, gently yet forcefully scratching Li Chao's soles with a willow branch, Pan Yi with a gentle smile, Su Fangyuan and Zhao Mengran leaning against one another, Bian Shisan wielding a round knife, and Yi Xingqi fanning Han Lingyu, who was basking in the gentle breeze. Zhuang Mo's lips moved as he extended a finger. You all. Bian Shisan, feeling guilty, lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. Zhuang Mo was a kind-hearted person and surely disapproved of their actions. How could you engage in such antics without informing me? Zhuang Mo said, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stepped closer to the large feet, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Han Lingyu reached out to stop him, saying, just enjoy the spectacle, don't intervene. As for why it was Zhang Zifei who was brushing Li Chao's soles, it was entirely due to his own voluntary request. Alas, unable to intervene directly, Zhuang Mo felt an insatiable itch. Gazing at the wildly flailing foot, it was as if it called out to him. Wait, why isn't he uttered an insult? After listening to the laughter for a while, Zhuang Mo sensed something amiss. Han Lingyu pointed at Li Chao's nearly bald head, remarking, with each insult, a tuft of hair gets shaved off. He has nearly learned his lesson. Hair is not flesh, it cannot regenerate. Zhuang Mo sighed at the foolishness. Why not insult him a bit more? And have you removed those 2 patches by his ears as well? What purpose do they serve? A keepsake? Many in the crowd were recording the spectacle. Zhuang Mo glanced around, perplexed, and asked, What has he done to provoke such a crowd? Yi Xingqi leaned in. You're not aware? He proclaimed that every time he sees you, he'll strike you. Half of these people are here to avenge you. Zhuang Mo was utterly bewildered. This campus violence arose because of me? Did he not merely take a nap? How did he become so influential upon waking? Han Lingyu appeared remarkably composed. Do not bear any psychological burden. Ultimately, this situation stems from Li Chao's provocations towards too many individuals. He mocked Zhang Zifei, likening him to a chick, claimed Panny South's second place in the points competition was surely due to cheating, ridiculed Su Fengyuan SIs, comparing them to a toad, and even said Yi Xingqi resembled a woman. Yi Xingqi protested. When did he say that? I was unaware. That foul-footed, ugly creature with squinty eyes and a pig's nose. Zhuang Mo reflected. Fortunately, Yi Xingqi is handsome. Society tends to be more forgiving towards those who are pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, it could very well have been Yi Xingqi being surrounded and subjected to such ridicule today. What are you all doing? A voice resonated with authority. Zhang Zifei's actions momentarily stalled, yet he hurriedly continued to scratch a few more times. Ha ha ha. Huang Lin stepped into the center of the crowd, and everyone huddled together in trepidation. Upon discerning the scene before him, Huang Lin furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping the area, his expression growing increasingly frigid. He demanded, who instigated this? No one replied. Li Chao struggled to shout. It was Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo did it. Zhuang Mo took a deep breath, restraining the impulse to pummel Li Chao. He had arrived the latest, having missed the spectacle of the head shaving. How could this possibly be attributed to him? Nonsense. Slander. This school bullying was executed rather poorly. Why had Li Chao's mouth not been silenced? There was no need for him to counter, as voices in the crowd already defended him. What utter nonsense. We all saw it. Zhuang Mo arrived merely 5 minutes before Teacher Huang. Do not falsely accuse him. Indeed. Does he not realize how many people he has offended? Perhaps Li Chao is swayed by these voices, his bravado diminishing, only to then exclaim loudly. It must be Zhang Zifei. No, it was Panny. Panny cheated in the points competition, and I exposed him, so he bears a grudge. Huang Lin observed the chaotic accusations and understood that so many had been wrong that they could not even identify a true culprit. The individuals named wore expressions of calmness. Appearing guiltless, Huang Lin's demeanor hardened. After a week of training, have you all learned only to turn against your own? Chapter 76. This year's F class is truly remarkable, your classmates, some of whom remain forever lost among the ruins, leaving behind not even a complete corpse. The front lines are strained, as mutated creatures and aberrations continuously evolve. Countless ordinary people have become mere prey, while innumerable awakened individuals fight valiantly in blood-soaked battles. The sanctuary in which you reside was forged from the blood and lives of countless predecessors. You tread upon the bones of those who came before you to gain the opportunity to grow slowly within the safety of the Academy. But what are you doing now? Are you worthy of the Academy, the Federation, and all of humanity? Will you, when you eventually face the front lines, turn your blades upon your own compatriots over trivial disputes? As his disappointment deepened, the crowd gradually lowered their heads. Even Li Chao appeared to be filled with regret. Everyone, run 200 laps around the playground. Zhuang Mo thought to himself, having only observed the commotion for a few minutes. Can we not have this 200 laps? No, it should be reduced by 1/5. Of course, he could not voice this thought to Huang Lin, so he could only follow the crowd in silent resignation. Though his physique post-awakening may not resemble that of a muscular athlete, it was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the intense physical training they had undergone since enrollment, running 200 laps was within reach. Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi ran alongside him, and Yi Xingqi appeared somewhat exhilarated. To his surprise, the turnout was far greater than anticipated. Perhaps half of the F class was present. With so many participants, the punishment felt lighter than expected. Zhuang Mo was astonished. It seemed these two had made their own estimations and were aware of the impending punishment. This indicates the presence of the organizer. It is evident that Yi Xingqi is merely a bystander in this scenario. Upon a brief reflection, he comprehended that Han Lingyu and Li Chao harbored no actual conflict. This farce was likely orchestrated for his benefit. A warm surge coursed through his heart, evoking a profound camaraderie reminiscent of cherished school days. Expressing gratitude seemed futile. Henceforth, he would cultivate the land alongside them with diligence. Zhuang Mo observed that most individuals remained silent, their expressions tinged with a hint of guilt, likely influenced by Huang Lin's remarks. It remained uncertain whether Li Chao, the fool, grasped the meaning behind it all. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Huang Lin stepped forward, releasing Li Chao with an authoritative command. You shall run 100 laps. Li Chao's pupils dilated in disbelief. On what grounds? I am the victim. This is unjust. Huang Lin regarded him with a weary gaze. You are not confined because Li Wei has shouldered all the blame. However, tell me, regarding Li Wei's intent to destroy Zhuang Mo's research subjects, were you truly unaware? You possess a remarkable aptitude for the physical arts and are destined to become a valiant warrior. Do not disappoint the academy or your family. Li Chao's complexion fluctuated from pale to crimson in response to these statements, and he ceased his protests, donning his shoes and blending into the crowd. As all the new students gradually departed, Huang Lin's icy and stern demeanor evaporated, nearly giving way to a laugh. He contemplated how to elevate the significance of this experience when this group of newcomers presented themselves. He was not particularly vexed by the uproar, partly because Li Chao was indeed in need of a lesson, and partly because this batch of new students exhibited restraint, their method of imparting discipline being merely a playful tickle. These children, when they eventually step onto the battlefield, shall undoubtedly embody harmony and love, united in their blood-soaked struggle against the enemy. This year's F grade is truly remarkable. His previously melancholic mood, dampened by the school committee meeting, has lightened somewhat as he sits beneath the grand willow tree, observing the new students, primarily focusing on Zhuang Mo. It is astonishing to discover that Zhuang Mo possesses an extraordinarily high innate talent in the wood element, coupled with a unique special ability. Such a phenomenon has occurred only once in many years. Historically, those who awakened special abilities typically had moderate innate talents. The situation has solidified. Huang Lin can only hope they can be successfully transformed into enhancers rather than mere test subjects, for at the very least, this would allow them to be considered as living beings. The second matter of discussion revolves around Zhuang Mo's personal development. Jiang Ying firmly believes that Zhuang Mo is a rare warrior, destined to ascend to the front lines in the future. Han Junfeng, who is generally not one to engage in disputes, has unexpectedly taken a stand this time, asserting that there are multiple combat geniuses. Yet Zhuang Mo's exceptional wood elemental talent is unparalleled. He must diligently learn the art of cultivation. The committee is embroiled in heated debate, yet it primarily revolves around seizing the rights to Zhuang Mo's education prior to his graduation. His future, post-graduation, is likely to be orchestrated by Elder Gu and the higher echelons of the federal government. As Huang Lin gazes at Zhuang Mo, his eyes radiate with fervor. The previous student, who specialized in spatial abilities, bore little relevance to combat and had little to impart. However, Zhuang Mo is different. Despite Elder Ji's assertion of his creative abilities, the accounts of the battle relayed by those with keen insight clearly indicate his prowess in combat. Jiang Ying is correct. Zhuang Mo stands out as the finest warrior candidate among this new cohort. While pondering how to nurture such exceptional talent without hindrance, he received a message from Jiang Ying. Today, I shall revise the curriculum to accommodate 12 gifted students for specialized classes, which I will personally conduct. Excluding Han Lingyu, that leaves us with 11. However, I shall include the promising Zhao Mingran from the flesh system, bringing the total back to 12. Huang Lin hesitated, expressing concern about potentially stunting their growth. Yet, as he observed the children joyfully running about, he sighed and acquiesced. Indeed, 12 gifted individuals, with a significant portion currently frolicking in the crowd. The roster includes Wood System Zhuang Mo, Wood System Han Lingyu, Metal System Bian Shisan, Flesh System Su Fanyuan, Flesh System Li Chao, Fire System Zhang Zifei, Earth System Pan Yi, and now, Flesh System Zhao Mingran. Additionally, absent from this gathering are Water System by Xiaoyu, Ice System Lin Yanjing, Wind System Han Lehui, Wind System Qiao Jia, and Thunder System Chen Wu. Huang Lin privately hesitated to include Zhao Mingran, not due to any deficiency in her capabilities, but because training alongside those of superior talent could impose undue pressure on a student of average aptitude. The child is already working exceedingly hard. What if the pressure deprived her of sleep? He contemplated discussing this with Jiang Ying. Raising his gaze, he noted Zhao Mingran's remarkable speed, which had nearly reached the E-level standard, as she darted past like a gust of wind. Huang Lin thought to himself, diligence can compensate for inadequacy. Zhao Mingran is bound to achieve great things. Chapter 77. The sealed training room. Han Lingyu nodded in agreement. Yes, 12 gifted individuals. Removing myself and adding Zhao Mingran still gives us 12. Due to several participants sustaining injuries during the freshman trials, training will commence next week. It is not particularly strange to remove Han Lingyu, as it is evident that Jiang Ying's small class is primarily focused on combat training, which has little to do with Han Lingyu. Zhuang Mo briefly reflected on his 11 new classmates. Aside from Bian Shisan and Zhao Mingran, he was unfamiliar with the rest. He was somewhat acquainted with Li Chao. Zhuang Mo stroked his chin, feeling a sense of anticipation for this training session. Under Jiang Ying's guidance, it would undoubtedly be demanding, yet the improvement would be rapid. He was aware of his considerable shortcomings in practical combat. His stamina and agility were far inferior to those of Bian Shisan and others, while his approach to combat was indeed quite distinct. One cannot solely excel in solving advanced mathematics without mastering the basics of multiplication. He was reluctant to endure the hardships of this intensive training, attributing it to the inadequacies of his physical condition. Sigh. Zhuang Mo, do you still hold on to your aspiration of working in a plantation? Han Lingyu inquired. Zhuang Mo nodded decisively. Of course, if given the choice. Becoming a noble farmer was his heartfelt desire. However, if otherworldly beings were to invade, where would there be land to cultivate? Han Lingyu understood his sentiments and cautioned, do not neglect the wood system courses. The future remains uncertain. Although the destination of those with special abilities after graduation is determined by the federal government, it must also consider maximizing individual value. Both she and Comrade Lao Han believed that Zhuang Mo's value in cultivation far surpassed his combat potential. Currently, the situation on the front lines was critical, and military supplies were scarce, with ordinary humans hardly ever having a full meal. Zhuang Mo possessed extraordinary growth abilities, which could allow him, in the future, to sustain thousands with his own efforts. Should Zhuang Mo later solidify his intentions, perhaps he could devise a means to solicit old Ping's assistance. By the way, your observation reports on the level 6 mutated pitcher plant and the level 3 mutated aquatic plant have yet to be submitted. The deadline is at 9 o'clock tonight, leaving you with merely 3 hours. After finishing her meal, Han Lingyu remarked calmly, Zhuang Mo, even in this post-apocalyptic world, we are still expected to complete assignments. Zhuang Mo was utterly unaware that such a vast expanse existed within the academy, one even larger than the ability training grounds. The West Zhou area was entirely sealed off, resembling a smaller, fortified sanctuary. Upon entering through a small door, it closed tightly behind them. To be precise, this was a completely enclosed, colossal metal box. The top of the metal box was illuminated by harsh, pale lights that cast beams extending down to the dark floor, amplifying the profound emptiness and silence within. No sign of Jiang Ying could be seen inside the box. For some inexplicable reason, ever since they had entered this confining metal enclosure, Zhuang Mo felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of perilous tranquility pervading the training ground. Bian Shisan and Zhao Mingran, both of whom had fought their way out of ruins, possessed a heightened sensitivity to danger, and they gradually moved closer to Zhuang Mo, adopting defensive postures. Zhuang Mo edged toward the door, wishing to open it for some fresh air. Yet, when he attempted to push it outward, it refused to budge, leaving only the chilling sensation at his fingertips. His movements were subtle, failing to attract the attention of the others. Su Fengyuan lifted his gaze, his expression impassive, his voice devoid of emotion. Someone is watching us. Pan Yi gestured for Lin Yin to stay behind him, frowning as he cautioned, be careful. Among the 12 individuals, Zhang Zifei boldly strode towards the center of the arena. Beckoning to the others, there is nothing here. What danger could there be? It appeared that teacher Jiang was delayed, so why not engage in some practice first? Bai Xiaoyu crossed her arms and scoffed coldly. With 12 of us here, who do you think you can defeat? Just as it seemed the two were about to bicker once more, a commotion erupted in the training ground. The walls shifted, and the clattering of metal filled the air. The jarring friction akin to claws scraping against a blackboard, sending shivers down one's spine and elevating their heart rate uncomfortably. The cacophony intensified, and sensing the anomaly, Zhang Zifei quickly retreated to Bai Xiaoyu's side. At that moment, a barrage of steel beads, each the size of a fingernail, erupted from one of the walls, hurtling towards the 12. The speed of the steel beads was astonishing. Zhang Mo's pupils constricted as he shouted to the group, scatter. Almost simultaneously, Pan Yi's urgent voice rang out, everyone, disperse. The two commands overlapped, and as they dodged the incoming projectiles, Zhang Mo and Pan Yi exchanged a brief glance before swiftly averting their eyes. The beads seemed to possess a mind of their own, targeting the crowd with lethal precision. The force with which they struck was akin to bullets, and being hit would undoubtedly result in injury, potentially fatal. Standing together, they were mere targets. The relentless onslaught of steel beads surged through the air without mercy. Moreover, clustering together severely restricted their ability to evade. The 12 individuals quickly scattered. And in the fleeting moments that followed, the steel beads recalibrated their aim, granting the group a brief respite. While dodging and leaping, Zhang Zifei exclaimed, "No way. Is this training? This is clearly a life-or-death situation." No one paid heed to his frantic cries. Jiang Ying and Huang Lin, seated before the monitor, were leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. They were merely at F rank, lacking both speed and combat prowess, and injuries were inevitable. Huang Lin's tone carried a hint of sympathy. Yet those steel balls were entirely under the control of the assistant he had brought along. Jiang Ying's voice, however, conveyed a sense of indifference. "Why did you hold back when striking by Xiaoyu? The aberrations on the battlefield will show them no mercy." Within the confines of a sealed iron box, Zhuang Mo seized a fleeting opportunity amidst the chaos to swiftly unfurl the paper protective umbrella. Almost instantaneously, several steel balls pierced through the umbrella with a hissing sound. One narrowly grazed his upper left arm, causing no immediate pain. Yet he soon felt a searing heat and the seepage of blood. As the umbrella expanded, the paper exoskeleton adhered tightly to his legs. Ignoring the wound on his arm, Zhuang Mo propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. The pursuing steel balls swiftly altered their trajectory, zipping upwards with alarming speed. These projectiles exhibited remarkable velocity and tracking ability, rendering the protective umbrella utterly ineffective, and even leaping into the air provided no refuge. The elemental attacks from others were equally impotent against the onslaught of steel balls. It appeared that this was a test of our reflexes. In an instant, Zhuang Mo sharpened his focus, utilizing the rebound power of the paper exoskeleton to evade within the arena, his position shifting unpredictably. While he lacked the innate swiftness of a physical body, the enhancement from the paper exoskeleton allowed him to move with such speed and agility that it outpaced Zhao Mingran. To evade these steel balls, mere speed is insufficient. One must also exhibit rapid cognitive responses, with the brain's commands and the body's evasive maneuvers nearly synchronized. This demands complete concentration, utter calmness, and meticulous precision. For a fleeting moment, his vision was consumed solely by the barrage of swiftly approaching steel balls. Chapter 78. Is this merely the beginning? Before the monitor, Huang Lin remarked, "Zhang Zifei's seemingly graceful dodging is, in fact, riddled with flaws. He would have sustained the most injuries in a real confrontation. If this were actual combat, he would have been reduced to a mere target." Among all present, only Bian Shan could establish a semblance of defense using the swiftly rotating circular blade. His mastery of energy manipulation is formidable, and he wields the circular blade with remarkable finesse. Zhao Mingran is quick to react and possesses a strong adaptability. Achieving this level with an average talent undoubtedly required immense effort. As for Zhuang Mo, it was my first time witnessing his combat prowess utilizing his unique abilities. Remarkably, with just a few sheets of paper, his speed and evasion capabilities rivaled that of Zhao Mingran, which is truly astonishing. Jiang Ying lifted her gaze and spat out a sunflower seed shell. Zhuang Mo's foundation is the weakest, unless he enhances his basic capabilities. His physical attributes will inevitably lag behind his energy advancements. The others are not faring much better. Their evasion, endurance, and overall energy capacity are all lacking. They still have a long way to go. Jiang Ying cast a sidelong glance. The decision to increase the training intensity for all students was a collective resolution by the school committee, not just for these 12 individuals. Don't be confused, Lao Huang. Huang Lin furrowed his brow and sighed once more. I will take responsibility for the other students. These 12 are entrusted to you. The ball-bearing assault had persisted for approximately half an hour. Inside the metallic enclosure, the 12 individuals bore numerous abrasions, their thin garments saturated with blood. The rapid evasion had gradually drained their stamina. Huang Lin gestured for his assistant to cease the attack. Only then did Zhuang Mo take a moment to catch his breath, glancing down to discover his body riddled with varying degrees of scrapes. Zhuang Mo realized that this training session was far more arduous than he had anticipated. With a grimace, Zhuang Mo remarked on the severity of their opponent's strikes. They exhibited no mercy whatsoever. The inner thigh bore a deep abrasion, narrowly avoiding a more grievous injury. Bian Shan approached, his small eyes reflecting a hint of dejection. You're injured. Zhuang Mo cast a glance at him. noting that Bien Shursan's wounds were considerably more severe than his own. Yet he still expressed concern for others. However, upon reflection, Bien Shursan was a person capable of inflicting wounds upon himself without hesitation. Thus, these injuries might be trivial in his eyes. Zhuang Mo then directed his gaze toward Zhao Mengran, who appeared relatively unscathed and seemed almost to crave further challenge. As if she had yet to fully engage in the practice, Zhuang Mo mused that her mental and physical state could not be gauged by ordinary standards. Had she not possessed some extraordinary quality, she would not be present among them. It was worth noting that, aside from Zhao Mengran, all others in attendance were of exceptional talent. Zhuang Mo surveyed the group. Among the 12, his injuries were among the mildest. The 3 individuals with robust physiques seemed to be in markedly better condition than the rest. Even without Zhao Mengran's extraordinary speed, their resilience was evident. They were, in plain terms, tough. Among the remaining individuals, aside from Bien Shursan and Pan Yi, who appeared relatively better off, the others shared a similar plight. Their bodies marred with abrasions and multiple sites of bleeding. Zhang Zifei fell to the ground, wailing, "Oh, it hurts terribly. What kind of training is this? Are we merely being toyed with?" As his words faded, a sound emerged from the small door. Everyone turned to see Jiang Ying, clad in military attire. "Push the door open. Do you have any objections?" Her voice was sharp and frigid. "Relying on others for rescue, are you? Do you think someone will come to save you on the battlefield? Will the alien invaders extend their hand to assist you? This is just the beginning. You will have many more days of suffering ahead. From today onward, the training officially commences, and I will lead the team personally. All courses aside from the specialized ones will be canceled, as we aim to comprehensively enhance your reaction time, endurance, strength, and willpower." After delivering her directives, Jiang Ying paid no heed to their reactions and briskly exited the metallic chamber. Pan Yi addressed the group. "Let us go." Teacher Zhang's words are not up for discussion. They are an edict. Recently, the intensity of courses for all students at the academy had significantly escalated. Prior to the training, their class dismissal time had been pushed to 9 in the evening, and even the water supply was rescheduled to 9:30. Under such rigorous conditions, the 12 of them had been placed into smaller, specialized groups, indicating an even greater level of intensity. Zhuang Mo felt a searing pain in the back of his thigh and pondered that perhaps not only was the training intensity high, but injuries had also become a common occurrence. He wondered what Han Lingyu and the others were doing at that moment, perhaps nurturing adorable little plum trees. A sharp gasp escaped him as he inadvertently touched the deepest wound on his arm. "In this lifetime and the last, I have never endured such pain, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it." Upon realizing this thought, Zhuang Mo felt a jolt throughout his body. "Why should I become accustomed to suffering? Is it not possible for me to remain unscathed?" Zhao Mengran observed his peculiar gait and, with genuine concern, approached him, effortlessly hoisting him onto her shoulder. Zhuang Mo flailed his legs, exclaiming, "Ran, what are you doing? Put me down." To his astonishment, he had been lifted by a girl. His face flushed crimson as he shouted from her shoulder, "I can walk by myself. Please, set me down. You are injured too. This will only exacerbate your condition." Yet, Zhao Mengran moved with remarkable swiftness. No sooner had Zhuang Mo uttered these words than they arrived at the infirmary. She halted, gently placing him down, and then revealed a bashful smile, proclaiming, "You're down now." Zhuang Mo thought to himself, "This metallic structure is quite close to the infirmary. It seems the builders were quite considerate during its construction." However, Zhao Mengran appeared to have gained considerable speed. Though referred to as an infirmary, it was actually divided into 2 levels, with a layout reminiscent of the community hospitals from my previous life. The medical staff donned white coats, all ordinary individuals devoid of any special abilities, and upon entering, Zhuang Mo felt a momentary sense of disorientation. A nurse, brisk in her movements and gentle in her tone, inquired, "You sustained this injury during closed training, did you not? Typically, only those of D rank train in such environments, yet you are merely F rank. What brought you to such a place?" As she spoke, the nurse gestured for Zhuang Mo to remove his trousers, so she could attend to the wound on the inner side of his thigh. The others present seemed somewhat shy, but Zhuang Mo, unfazed, removed his trousers within 2 seconds. In the presence of medical personnel, gender holds no significance. I recall the time he lay in the preparation room of the proctology department, a beam of light illuminating him as several female nurses observed closely. What did the elder nurse say? Spread the folds, and simply smooth it out before shaving. From an initial state of frantic avoidance to a later adjustment in both speed and physical movements, he indeed experienced a notable improvement within a mere half hour. Intense and merciless training can indeed facilitate rapid growth. This is merely the beginning. Zhuang Mo is acutely aware that he is a time traveler, having transitioned from an era of peace to a post-apocalyptic world, akin to a greenhouse flower cast into a frigid wilderness. Despite his inherent mental resilience and a degree of intelligence that has earned him the title of the first in combat prowess through paper control and some fundamental physics knowledge, he lacks in battle experience, combat skills, and physical endurance, placing him at the bottom among the 12. However, being at the bottom bears no consequence, as there exists no competitive rivalry among the 12, only a shared objective. What matters is that he recognizes his shortcomings. This rigorous concentrated training is crucial for him. Otherwise, if this continues, he may eventually become prey for the mutated creatures, leaving Huzi as a forsaken dog without a father. He cannot bear to leave Huzi alone in this desolate world, barking in loneliness. While he contemplates this rationally, his body reacts with sharp pain. The wound at the base of his thigh is particularly excruciating, causing Zhuang Mo to grimace. Is this truly just the beginning? Chapter 79, The 10 Rings. Come on. I can endure a bit more pain. After all, it's not as if I could actually be killed. Upon re-entering the enclosed training arena, Zhuang Mo proceeded with heightened caution. He first procured a reinforced paper umbrella. Though it might not withstand steel pellets, it could at least mitigate the impact. As he unfurled the umbrella, he intended to engage in a discourse with the vendor beside him, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a cluster of spears by the wall. Were they to engage in sparring? Although Jiang Ying was absent, her voice resonated in his ear. Shooting training, melee combat using spears, the others may decide for themselves. With the sound of metal clashing and grinding, 12 metallic targets ascended from the ground, each inscribed with a name. Zhuang Mo exhaled in relief. Target practice was preferable, as it spared him from injury. A silver metallic line suddenly appeared on the ground, and Jiang Ying's voice echoed once more. Step before the metal line and commence 10-meter target practice. Her words were somewhat indistinct, prompting Zhuang Mo to twitch his lips. Was she speaking while eating? Zhang Zifei was the first to approach the target corresponding to his name. Grinning at the crowd, I'm quite accurate. I can hit the bullseye every time. As he spoke, flames coalesced in his palm, transforming into an arrow, which vanished as it struck the bullseye. With a sense of pride, he taunted, Bai Xiaoyu, can you match this? Bai Xiaoyu let out a scoff, and a water arrow shot forth from her palm, also hitting the bullseye. Aside from the 3 in melee combat, the rest opted to condense their energy into arrows, resulting in a flurry of various forms of arrows soaring through the air, nearly all striking the bullseye. Zhuang Mo understood. These individuals had undoubtedly undergone extensive training, even before their awakening. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Zhao Mengran. In the early stages of awakening, coupled with weaponry, the advantages of the physical body were exceptionally pronounced, as their stamina and sensory perception surpassed those of other awakened individuals. Zhao Mengran, with his muscular and robust arms, picked up a spear and approached his designated target. He hurled it with great force, striking a perfect 10 on the first attempt. The essence of throwing a spear in the physical realm lies in its sheer power and impact. The target was even jolted backward by the force of Zhao Mengran's throw, nearly toppling over before it steadied itself once more. Indeed, it was the metallic system at play, allowing the target to regain its balance effortlessly. Zhuang Mo shifted his gaze to Bian Shisan, who was effortlessly hitting the bullseye with each needle throw, undoubtedly scoring a perfect 10 as well. Among the 12 participants, only Zhuang Mo had yet to make his move, and momentarily, all eyes turned to him. Zhang Zifei, peering over the heads of 11 others, called out, Zhuang Mo, I hear even Bian Shisan cannot surpass you. You are now the top combatant among the freshmen. Let us witness your prowess. Amidst the crowd, Li Chao scoffed audibly, yet refrained from further taunting. Zhuang Mo scratched his head, and as if responding to his thoughts, the paper bag on his back opened automatically. A sheet of paper fluttered out, gracefully landing in Zhuang Mo's palm before seamlessly transforming into a pointed, narrow-winged paper airplane. With a swift motion of his hand, the paper airplane shot forth, scoring a perfect 10 on its first attempt. This posed no challenge for him. He had already reached an E level in his total supernatural abilities, with his sensory perception and combat prowess significantly enhanced compared to his previous F level. Moreover, His control over paper extended nearly 80 meters. And this was merely a distance of 10 meters. He shot a perfect 10, which appeared quite ordinary to others. For it was said that Zhuang Mo could tear apart a 6th-level mutant with his bare hands. It would indeed be odd for him not to hit a perfect 10 on a stationary target. Only Zhang Zifei's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you see that? The paper truly transformed into a paper airplane. Amidst his exclamations, the 12 targets suddenly began to shift back and forth, followed by a seamless glide. The names of the 12 individuals became blurred and disorienting as they intermingled. Shoot your own target, came Jiang Ying's icy voice. Zhuang Mo thought to himself, as expected. It could not simply be a matter of a stationary 10-meter target. Just as he was about to aim and shoot, he felt a disturbance beneath his feet. Looking down, he noticed a metallic platform beneath him. He was standing atop this metal block, perplexed as to why there was a stepping aid. His height was adequate. He then observed the metal block beneath Zhang Zifei on the far left beginning to slide at a constant speed. Zhang Zifei nearly lost his balance on the block, struggling to regain his footing, appearing rather dazed. Those who fail to hit a 10 will go hungry tonight, Jiang Ying's voice echoed. And this time Zhuang Mo distinctly heard the sound of sunflower seeds being cracked. The speed of the metal block under Zhang Zifei differed entirely from that of the moving metal target, yet it followed a discernible pattern every 5 seconds. Zhang Zifei had a fleeting opportunity to face the target, but it lasted merely a second before slipping away. After 30 seconds had elapsed, let alone hitting a perfect 10, Zhang Zifei had not even managed to strike his own target. As the individuals moved, so too did the targets, significantly diminishing shooting accuracy. However, this is precisely the scenario one might encounter on the battlefield, where exotic and mutated creatures stand still, awaiting their fate, while the awakened must deftly evade attacks while seeking opportunities to strike. At times, the ground beneath them lacks stable metallic structures, and as they sprint, roll, and leap, their accuracy diminishes significantly. At this moment, the metallic platform beneath Zhang Zifei had ceased its movement, followed closely by the wind-adept Qiao Jia, who managed to hit a 9-ring target, albeit striking Lin Yinjing's target instead. Each participant had 30 seconds. Yet the time to face the target directly was limited to merely 1 second. Zhuang Mo calculated the velocities of both the target and the metallic platform, hypothesizing that firing 1 second in advance would yield a chance to hit the target. Pan Yi evidently grasped this principle, successfully striking his own target with a 6-ring score. The subsequent competitors nearly all adopted the same strategy, firing 1 second ahead at the front, resulting in Bian Shisan achieving a score of 13 and a shot landing on an 8-ring. Bian Shisan indeed demonstrated remarkable skill. It seemed likely he would reach a 10-ring score in the next round. Pan Yi's gaze reflected admiration. Beside him, Lin Yinjing remarked, "I am eagerly anticipating Zhuang Mo, as he is the only one among us with a unique ability." Pan Yi's attention shifted to Zhuang Mo, just as the metallic platform beneath him began to move. Hitting the target within 1 second was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in attaining a 10-ring score. The target was approaching. In that fleeting second, Zhuang Mo launched 5 paper airplanes simultaneously, their metallic-like tips colliding with the metallic target, creating a series of resonating sounds as the paper airplanes cascaded to the ground. In that fleeting moment, everyone beheld 5 paper airplanes striking the target belonging to Zhuang Mo, with one hitting the bullseye, 10 rings. While precision may have faltered, quantity sufficed. A perfect 10-ring, assuredly, meant a meal that evening. Bian Shisan and Zhao Mingran regarded Zhuang Mo's prowess with a sense of inevitability. Yet Zhang Zifei's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could he simultaneously control so many paper airplanes? "I can only manage 2 fireballs at once." Pan Yi was momentarily taken aback, remarking, "It must be due to his extraordinary ability. He doesn't need to solidify fireballs or earth shields himself. And the lightweight paper is likely easier to manipulate." All 5 paper airplanes struck the target, predominantly within the 7-ring range, with one achieving a perfect 10. His strength indeed surpasses ours by a considerable margin. Chapter 80. What an absurd training. Lin Yinjing shared a similar sentiment, albeit with reservations regarding Zhuang Mo's future prospects. While he currently outshines us, the potential for growth in his attributes seems limited. I believe he possesses greater talent and cultivation. When it was Pan Yi's turn to shoot, he achieved an 8-ring score. As the metallic object came to a halt, Pan Yi remarked to Lin Yinjing, "I hope to fight alongside him in the future." After several rounds, All 12 participants had achieved a perfect 10-ring score and were about to breathe a sigh of relief when, suddenly, the speed of the target's movement increased dramatically, shifting from a lateral glide to erratic, chaotic motions in every direction. According to Zhuang Mo's observations, there were even 2 targets still marked with pentagrams. The metallic blocks beneath their feet had vanished, and Jiang Ying instructed them to shoot at the moving targets themselves, one by one, with each person allotted 30 seconds. Zhang Zifei repeatedly missed the targets. What kind of absurd training is this? Within 30 seconds, it was nearly impossible to locate one's target. Zhang Zifei's expression darkened. He was already considered exceptional in marksmanship. Bai Xiaoyu mockingly retorted, "Where exactly are you exceptional? In kindergarten?" Zhuang Mo listened to their banter merely as a form of relaxation. However, the 12 targets swayed before him, leaving him utterly bewildered. He could not pinpoint a target. Unlike the previous exercise where 5 paper airplanes aimed at a single target, now he found it impossible to identify the target at all. Even if more paper airplanes were launched, it would amount to aimless assault, rendering their efforts futile. After a round, none of the 12 succeeded in hitting the target correctly. Zhuang Mo's paper airplane inadvertently struck the target of Bian Shisan, achieving a score of 10 rings. It took a full hour for all 12 participants to finally hit the 10 rings, and Zhuang Mo was not significantly faster than the others, hitting the 10 rings approximately 10 minutes later. By then, he was already panting, having exerted himself under the alternating shooting conditions. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his clothes were drenched. The paper airplane in his hand had become battered from repeated impacts, its nose now frayed. Next to Jiang Ying, an assistant commented, "Zhuang Mo lives up to his reputation. He indeed takes less time than the other newcomers." Jiang Ying's critique was succinct. "Your stamina is lacking." After everyone had hit the bullseye, Zhuang Mo took a 20-minute respite, allowing his stamina to recover somewhat. He had anticipated that the lesson would conclude here, offering at least a brief intermission. To his surprise, however, the 12 targets vanished, transforming into a colossal spinning wheel adorned with 12 sections, each marked with names in various colors. Zhuang Mo discerned that the segment bearing his name was green. Realizing that he was to shoot the colored sections, he felt a flicker of relief. Green was a good choice, bright and easily visible. As the pointer landed on the section, the command from Jiang Ying echoed in the air, "Shoot the pointer." No sooner had her words left her lips than the gigantic wheel began to spin at an astonishing speed, to the point where the colors blurred into a single hue. The objective was not merely to strike the section itself, but rather the pointer, which measured a mere centimeter in width. The wheel spun with such velocity that even the sections became indistinct, let alone the pointer. Initially, Zhuang Mo shot haphazardly, but as he continued, the sections gradually came into sharper focus, and the pointer appeared to widen considerably. It became evident that the abilities of an awakened were indeed honed through the crucible of combat. A paper airplane soared forth, striking the pointer with precision. Exhausted, Zhuang Mo collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The intense concentration of his mental faculties had led to an abrupt release, leaving him nearly drained. Although his total abilities, rated above E-class, could endure such rigorous training, it was his mental fortitude that faltered first. Yet, the other 11 individuals afforded him only a brief moment to catch his breath before consecutively hitting the pointer. Why did this group of prodigies have to improve so rapidly? Couldn't they allow him a little more time to rest? Zhuang Mo's heart was filled with despair as he watched the large spinning wheel transform into a diminutive disc, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. The vibrant colors and the pointer shrank instantly, yet the speed of rotation intensified, and the wheel began to dart about the arena with wild abandon. Zhuang Mo felt tears welling up. Not again. He turned to glance at the other 11 participants. Except for Zhao Mengran, who wore an exuberant expression, the others appeared equally bewildered. This provided him with a modicum of solace, realizing he was not alone in his exhaustion. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, Zhuang Mo's paper airplane struck the pointer. Just then, he stumbled and collapsed to the ground. An ominous premonition washed over him. He sensed he would soon have to rise again. After a collective 10-minute respite, Jiang Ying's voice cut through the silence following Zhang Zifei's successful strike on the pointer. Zhuang Mo sighed in relief. Zhang Zifei lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a lifeless creature, far removed from his previous boisterous demeanor. Even Zhao Mengran's eyes no longer sparkled with eagerness. Instead, they reflected a deep confusion. The enclosed training ground was eerily quiet, Not a single word was spoken, for even uttering a sound consumed precious energy. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the spinning wheel had vanished, replaced by a flurry of colorful metallic shards soaring from the opposite wall. These shards moved at breakneck speed, not attacking them, but dancing chaotically in the air. "Strike your own color blocks," Zhuang Mo commanded. "Anyone who hits another's color will face 50 frog jumps. Those who fail to hit any of their own color blocks within 5 minutes will incur a penalty of 100 frog jumps." The 12 hues of metallic fragments mingled in a chaotic swirl, sending Zhuang Mo's mind into a frenzy. "Green, tell me, how on earth can I avoid hitting someone else's color block?" He raked his fingers through his hair, resolutely launching into the training exercise. Others around him were likely as frenzied, but they had no choice but to submit to Jiang Ying's commands. In that moment, approximately 12 individuals dashed back and forth, creating utter chaos in the training ground, shooting, frog jumps, shooting again. The colorful metallic shards sped up, their trajectories becoming increasingly erratic. Frog jumps, shooting, frog jumps. After about 2 hours, all 12 of them collapsed onto the ground. Compared to the exhaustion brought on by their earlier tension, they were now utterly drained, both mentally and physically. Aside from the rhythm of their labored breathing, not a single other sound could be heard. Zhuang Mo belatedly realized that he was oblivious to the pain from the multiple wounds on his body. In contrast, the intensity of that afternoon's training was far more terrifying than any physical agony. He felt as though his spirit, stamina, and energy had been thoroughly ravaged. "Get up, continue." Jiang Ying's voice resonated with chilling ruthlessness in the enclosed space. No sooner had she spoken than hundreds of steel beads hurtled toward the 12 individuals on the ground, with the 12 targets frantically maneuvering from a distance of 15 meters. Zhuang Mo swiftly rolled on the ground and then sprang into action. What was happening? He had to evade attacks while shooting at targets? The crux of the matter was that he was utterly drained. Chapter 81. Jiang Ying misled me. 2 hours later, Zhuang Mo, sprawled on the ground, was barely clinging to consciousness, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Blood seeped from multiple wounds on his body, his limbs felt weak, and his mind was a blank slate. Beside him lay 11 others, equally incapacitated. Now, even if Zhuang Mo wished for Zhao Mengran to carry him to the infirmary, Zhao Mengran was equally exhausted and powerless. Bian Shursen no longer bore the appearance of someone on the brink of despair. Instead, it seemed he had genuinely reached a point of hopelessness. Before the monitor, Jiang Ying savored the 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish brought by the teaching assistant and turned to Huang Lin, who had just arrived, saying, "Pan Yi's temperament is even gentler than his sister's. He is overly honest, lacking a certain ruthlessness, but there is still room for growth." Li Chao's physical rebirth had finally reached a preliminary stage, with minor injuries healing almost instantaneously. However, he possessed the inherent flaws of a physical system. His strength was too brute, lacking agility. Had Zhuang Mo not awakened a special ability, Bian Shursan would undoubtedly be the strongest of this cohort, as precise and sharp as a finely honed blade. "What about Zhuang Mo?" Huang Lin inquired. A smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ying's mouth. "Zhuang Mo appears to have reached E-level." Huang Lin was taken aback. "What? How is that possible?" Even if freshmen progress at varying speeds, reaching E-level typically requires at least 6 months, and Zhuang Mo has been enrolled for less than 2 months. How could he possibly have attained such a standard? Jiang Ying bit into a meatball and replied, "The reaction speed and control over his abilities displayed in combat are unmistakable. Initially, when shooting at moving targets, his reactions were no different from those of others. Yet, he struck the target a full third quicker than the rest. Later, while aiming at the rotating pointer, he achieved a level of absolute concentration, even exhausting himself in the process. While others may have relied on instinct in combat to hit the pointer, he must have discerned something subtly to succeed." Huang Lin was profoundly astonished. Previously, special abilities were characterized by unique attributes, and their cultivation speed was not significantly faster than that of others, right? Jiang Ying nodded, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I have said it before, he will be the mightiest warrior." Huang Lin swallowed the words he had intended to voice. Prior to arriving, he had been intercepted by Han Junfeng, who insisted on reclaiming Zhuang Mo, so he could focus on agricultural studies. He had initially intended to bring this matter up with Jiang Ying, but now the words eluded him. Zhuang Mo's rapid ascension to E rank, was he not a warrior? Did Han Junfeng not have enough students specializing in wood magic? Moreover, he had Han Lingyu to consider. Unbeknownst to Zhuang Mo, His rank had already been discerned. Even if he were aware, it mattered little now. Having entered such rigorous training, what purpose would there be in concealing his rank? Not to mention, even if he exerted every ounce of his strength, he would still be battered and bruised by the steel balls, crying out in distress. In a haze of confusion, Zhuang Mo sensed several individuals entering the confined training room, and before he knew it, he was lifted off the ground. Soon after, he found himself in the infirmary. The nurse was the same as before, her brow furrowed and her tone laced with concern. "How did you end up so injured again? Is training at F rank truly this brutal?" As she spoke, she began to sprinkle a fine, ginger-yellow powder onto his wounds. "Teacher Zhang instructed that you should receive the best treatment. This is military-grade medicine. With these injuries, a single night should suffice for healing." Zhuang Mo remained in a daze, simply overwhelmed by fatigue. The nurse's gentle hands helped him remove his trousers to tend to the abrasions on his backside. She advised, "You should refrain from bathing tonight." As a chill swept over his left hip, Zhuang Mo gradually regained his composure and nodded in response. He glanced at his watch. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The academy had commenced water supply at 8 for a mere 15 minutes, and now, even if he wished to take a shower, it was no longer feasible. Moreover, at this hour, the cafeteria had long ceased serving food. Jiang Ying had misled him. Zhuang Mo lamented inwardly. It was promised that hitting the bullseye would guarantee a meal, yet he still missed the dining opportunity. It appeared that he would need to enlist Hanling U.S. assistants to procure meals in advance from now on. Zhang Zifei suddenly sprang upright from his bed. "The mealtime has passed." Bai Xiaoyu, unusually devoid of retort, nodded in agreement. "I am so hungry." Li Chao, the largest among them, had a stomach that growled thunderously, drawing the attention of everyone present. His face flushed with embarrassment as he exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" "I didn't fart." After enduring extreme physical and mental strain coupled with the exertion of their abilities, they were indeed in dire need of sustenance. Their yearning for food surpassed even the physical pain and fatigue they felt. At that moment, Jiang Ying's voice echoed within the infirmary. "In 10 minutes. Assemble at the closed training ground." A collective groan arose in response. "Seriously? More training? My entire body aches, and I can hardly move. Even if we must train, can we at least have some food first?" Zhuang Mo, having just regained his composure, was once again in a daze. Jiang Ying and Luo Cha too. 10 minutes later, 12 individuals leaned on one another, making their way to the closed training ground. At this juncture, the benefits of physical regeneration became apparent. Li Chao didn't even require the nurse's assistance, as his injuries were nearly imperceptible. He even supported the wind element users, Han Lehui and Xiao Jia. Much like a hen guiding her chicks, Zhao Mingran's physique resembled that of a diamond, and this brief respite had replenished her strength, placing her in a far superior state compared to the others. Yan Shisan, perhaps accustomed to injury, remarked, "The wound does not ache. It is merely exhaustion." As he stepped through the small door, his thoughts lingered on his beloved classmates from the wood element. How had they fared today? Had the plum tree grown a tad taller? Behind the monitor, Jiang Ying observed them as they supported one another into the room, unable to suppress a chuckle. Zhuang Mo looked up at the sky, wondering if he had indeed heard Jiang Ying's laughter. Surely, he could not be mistaken, judging by the reactions of those around him. He was indeed correct. Outrageous. Such an excess. A shrimp and pig heart. Could there be a teacher like this? Perhaps they appeared too pitiful. As he heard Jiang Ying say, "Please take your seats. We will not be training anymore. I will show you some video materials." Zhuang Mo immediately produced 3 recliners, offering one to Bian Shisan and pushing another towards Zhao Mingran. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and retrieved 9 more. With injuries aplenty and fatigue weighing heavily upon them, surely they would purchase these recliners even if they cost 100 points each? Yet, the current atmosphere was hardly conducive to commerce. Even someone like Li Chao could voluntarily assist his companions. Could Zhuang Mo truly exploit his classmates' misfortunes for profit? Ahem, of course. It was far more paramount for him to engage in long-term business, prioritizing his personal reputation. If he took advantage of their injuries to sell recliners, he would be perceived as a mercenary, jeopardizing future transactions. This group clearly possessed ample points. Zhuang Mo instructed Zhao Mingran to distribute the recliners, receiving a cascade of gratitude in return. Even Li Chao received an oversized reclining chair. Li Chao's face flushed, and he stammered, "Thank you." Chapter 82. This is not a movie. Zhuang Mo reclined in the chair, feeling a semblance of strength returning. The metallic wall opposite him underwent a transformation as a colossal screen materialized. Initially, the screen was entirely black, filled only with disjointed sounds. I am Zhao Aijia, and I am on the brink of death. I am freezing to death here, yet I hope I die from the cold. For I have heard that the aberrants do not fancy consuming the flesh of the deceased. That night, many flowers withered. My rose sprouted fresh green leaves. But it had mutated, and my body was now riddled with rose thorns. I thought to myself, this is quite a romantic way to perish. Aberrants. The aberrants have come. A horde of aberrants. A multitude. Even if I must die, I will drag one aberrant down with me. Following these voices, the screen displayed a black and white image. The quality murky and the camera shaky. My beloved wife and son were devoured by the aberrants. I can no longer endure this life. The aberrants have arrived. I can smell their repugnant stench. The speaker was an elderly man, his hair white and his countenance gaunt, holding a rusty iron rod, his eyes hollow, yet his tone eerily calm. In the next scene, he struck an aberrant on the head with the corroded rod, only for his body to be shredded and consumed, blood splattering across the lens. The screen went dark for a moment. When it returned, it revealed a weeping mother cradling her child. She is merely 1 year old, unable to speak. Who will come to save me? Who will come to save me? Her voice dwindled, trembling as she concealed the child within the wardrobe, bracing for the frenzied assaults on the door. The camera failed to capture her fate, only the chilling wails and sounds of gnashing, alongside the clear cries of the child. An aberrant creature invaded the frame, extracting the terrified infant from the wardrobe, seizing its legs and tearing her apart. This was not a film, but a record of humanity's final moments. Zhuang Mo cradled a small tiger in his arms. Moments later, an elder, tears glistening in his eyes, proclaimed, "The first awakened being of humanity has emerged. We have not reached the end. Hope can transcend all." He awakened the ability to wield flames, a fire that symbolizes humanity's hope. A figure appeared on the screen, unkempt yet with a bright gaze. We discovered that the white crystal within the creature's skull could be harnessed as a source of energy, and retrogressive technology would achieve advancement in unprecedented ways. We named it the Crystal Core, believing that human civilization would enter a new epoch. I am convinced that technological progress will transform our lives, and humanity shall endure. A woman in military attire with deep brown short hair appeared on the screen, exuding a unique ironclad aura, her voice cold and resolute. Central Federal Base, First Defense Line. Unyielding. Beside her emerged another short-haired female officer, whom Zhuang Mo instantly recognized as the young Jiang Ying. She embraced the stoic officer, smiling. With Jiang Ying and Su Jingxin guarding this place, you can rest assured. Zhuang Mo's heart raced. This was the modifier, Su Jingxin. Beside them, a slightly younger man recited poetry. The blue early spring flowers could not withstand the frigid winter night, yet they would not perish. I shall hold them tightly. Hold them tightly. Jiang Ying's voice resonated. Su Jingxin, cease your sentimental verses. They give me a headache. Her voice, brimming with vitality, compelled Zhuang Mo to embrace Huzi even more fiercely. Once comrades who fought side by side, laughed, and frolicked, they now embarked on utterly divergent paths. Jiang Ying, Su Jingxin, Su Jingxin. Zhuang Mo shook his head and gazed at the screen. After a brief blackout, a pallid-skinned, middle-aged man appeared, his voice filled with sorrow yet resolute. The first defensive line of the southern base has encountered a 9th-level mutant king. All station troops at the first line stand united with the line. The screen darkened once more, never to illuminate again. Zhuang Mo lowered his head, realizing he had unknowingly squeezed Huzi into a misshapen mass. The poor creature had become a crumpled ball in his palm. "Huzi, your father is truly sorry," he murmured, a sense of despondency enveloping his heart. Following the conclusion of the video, the expansive, enclosed training room was steeped in only the sounds of weeping and silence. Zhuang Mo glanced sideways to find Zhao Mingran's face streaked with tears, her lips pressed tightly together to suppress any sound of sorrow. He offered her a soft tissue. "Damn those mutants," murmured Bian Shursan, his voice buzzing. Zhuang Mo glanced at his bloodied arm, sighed, and handed him a tissue as well. In his previous life, Zhuang Mo was quite discerning when it came to films. If an actor's performance faltered even slightly, he could not bear to continue watching. He had witnessed many exquisite performances. Yet at that moment, he suddenly realized that no matter how skilled the acting, it could never truly convey the depths of human despair or the radiant light of hope when it is finally glimpsed. "Huzi, Being a little dog is quite pleasant. It spares one from experiencing such intricate emotions. The metallic clang reverberated as Jiang Ying entered the enclosed training room. She no longer bore the youthful innocence depicted in the videos. Instead, she radiated sharpness and brilliance. Upon seeing Jiang Ying's arrival, Zhuang Mo sluggishly shifted from a semi-reclined position to an upright one, while the other 11 had already risen in respect. Zhuang Mo remarked, "Everyone's movements are remarkably swift. Do their legs not ache? Does their back not strain? Is their heart unscathed?" As he struggled to rise, Jiang Ying had already gestured for everyone to sit down. Excellent. It saved him the effort of standing. Zhuang Mo anticipated that Jiang Ying would impart some motivational words, perhaps urging them to train diligently for the survival of humanity. To his surprise, Jiang Ying appeared somewhat awkward as she said, "I arranged for the cafeteria to prepare 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes as nutritious meals for you. I forgot to tell you to go eat." "How could you forget that?" Zhuang Mo's inner fury erupted as he shouted, "You forgot to provide us with meals? How could you not forget to snack on sunflower seeds?" The next moment, Jiang Ying added, "By the way, the costs of the nutritious meals during the training will be entirely covered by the academy." Zhuang Mo felt a slight sense of calm. At least they would be provided for during the training, indicating that Jiang Ying's conscience had not entirely withered. Soon after, he heard Jiang Ying declare, "Each day, I will set corresponding standards. Those who fail to meet them will continue to train on an empty stomach." Today the standards have indeed been met. Everyone has hit the bullseye, yet it seems there is no feast to be had, thought Zhuang Mo in his heart. Jiang Ying's gaze swept over each individual as she smiled and said, "Today's training session concludes here. Let us proceed to the dining hall, where a meal awaits you." No sooner had her words left her lips than Li Chao dashed out like the wind, leaving Zhuang Mo momentarily stunned. One's robust physique certainly does not suffer from hunger. Li Chao appeared as though he could devour an entire cow. In truth, Zhuang Mo felt somewhat famished, yet Zhao Minggran clearly held a different opinion, effortlessly hoisting him up and making a beeline for the dining hall. Their pace was so swift that they easily overtook the thunderous strides of Li Chao. Zhuang Mo pondered, "Is Zhao Minggran a monster? Do her legs not ache? Do her wounds not throb?" Chapter 83. Why can't I understand this lesson? The nurse spoke wisely. Indeed, the medication proved effective, and the wounds on his body had already scabbed over after a night's rest. Jiang Ying had not deceived them. The dining hall had prepared 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and he even savored the delightful taste of fresh shrimp. However, the training was exceedingly arduous, beyond measure. Under Jiang Ying's supervision, they practiced relentlessly from 10 in the morning until 9 at night. Previously, while reading various supernatural and cultivation novels, witnessing the protagonist's silent training and continuous leveling up had brought immense satisfaction. Now that it was his turn, Zhuang Mo wished only to remain in the wood system classroom, never to emerge again. He belonged to the wood system, the gentle and fragile wood system. Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi entered the classroom one after the other, settling beside Zhuang Mo. As he received the small box, tears nearly welled up in his eyes at that very moment. Yi Xingqi, that insufferable lad, possesses little beyond his handsome appearance to match the kind-hearted and benevolent Han Lingyu, who is truly a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Han Lingyu is a beacon of light in this apocalyptic world, illuminating his heart. Zhuang Mo, moved beyond words, contemplated that Yi Xingqi, despite his flaws, is not devoid of merit. After expressing gratitude to the two, Zhuang Mo began to lament, stating that the training was exceedingly arduous indeed. He merely sought to vent his frustrations, well aware that the training was yielding rapid improvements, and he had no intention of withdrawing. He considered himself not a superhero aspiring to save the world single-handedly, but merely an ordinary individual wishing to live a fulfilling life. It is human nature to seek pleasure and avoid pain, occasionally venting about the tribulations encountered in life and work. Yet, similarly, the desire to become formidable and possess sufficient self-defense capabilities is also innate to humanity. Although the training is grueling, Zhuang Mo remains resilient. A passerby from the wood element patted him on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Zhuang Mo, how goes it? Have you shown them the prowess of our wood element in training?" Despite Zhuang Mo being diagnosed with a special ability, in the eyes of the wood element F level, he is merely one of them, at most regarded as a wood element adept at manipulating paper, yet he is an indispensable member of the class. Zhuang Mo replied with unwavering confidence, "Absolutely. Even among those geniuses, I stand out remarkably. Several individuals gathered around, showering him with accolades. Zhuang Mo is undoubtedly the top combatant among the new students, as acknowledged by Bian Shi-san. What is training to him? How could it possibly intimidate Zhuang Mo? Indeed, if it came to sparring, Zhuang Mo could take on two opponents single-handedly, with a powerful punch to Li Chao and a swift kick to Qiao Jia. There is absolutely no issue. Zhuang Mo affirmed, indeed, well said. He had adeptly mastered the art of conversing with this group of garrulous classmates by simply echoing their sentiments. This was akin to engaging in dialogue with Song Yulong. Zhuang Mo thought to himself, these incessant chatterboxes, just wait until I ascend to a position of leadership in the plantation. I shall ensure you experience the overwhelming burden of work that leaves no room for idle chatter. As Han Junfeng entered the classroom, the crowd dispersed. The primary focus of this lesson was the cultivation of rice. Tasks such as land preparation, seedling nurturing, transplanting, and irrigation were to be performed by ordinary individuals. However, it was essential for the wood element students to possess a fundamental understanding of these processes. The materials had already been shared in the class group. You are to review them after class. Different plants exhibit distinct temperaments. Previously, regardless of what you were nurturing, you applied the same force. Now, as your mastery over energy has evolved, you have begun to perceive the variations in energy when fostering different plants. Rice thrives in warmth and moisture. You must adjust the energy to align with its growth habits in order to expedite and enhance the nurturing process. The balance is something you must gradually discern through practical experience. The surrounding students nodded vigorously, while Zhuang Mo sat there, utterly bewildered. What warmth and moisture? What does it mean to align with growth habits? Isn't nurturing simply about infusing energy? After half a day of intensive training, he felt as though he had suddenly tuned into a different channel, reminiscent of attending a college-level calculus class. Although he was aware that his primary sensitivity lay in plant fibers, he could also perceive the viscous green and red nodules within them. Why then? Did he not sense any change in energy? Was it true that his talent surpassed even the highest levels? Could it be that such exceptional talent rendered ordinary perception unnecessary? This was not beyond the realm of possibility, as the principle of simplicity often holds profound truths. After class, Zhuang Mo intended to engage in a deeper discussion about this matter with Han Lingyu. However, Bian Shisange had already appeared at the classroom door, drooping his eyelids. Zhuang Mo had no choice but to suppress his bewilderment and accompany Bian Shisange to the enclosed training room. Today's training mirrored that of the previous day, starting off with a barrage of steel balls. As Zhuang Mo dodged, he inwardly raged against his circumstances. Which assistant coach is fixated on me? Why do they always target my groin? The speed and quantity of the steel ball attacks were slightly intensified compared to yesterday, and the targets and rotating platforms moved at an increased pace. The high-intensity training continued into the afternoon, persisting until 9 o'clock in the evening. However, with the alteration of the students' class schedules, the academy's water supply time was also adjusted to 9:30. Exhausted, Zhuang Mo lay on the cold metallic floor of the enclosed training room, fantasizing about the comfort of lying in bed after such toil. Suddenly, a burly man hoisted him like a sack and tossed him into the infirmary. A gentle nurse attentively disinfected Zhuang Mo's wounds before presenting him with a jar of ginger-colored medicinal powder. You must refrain from bathing after applying this, she cautioned. When would he be free from injuries? In the wake of a dispiriting dream, Zhuang Mo's heart brimmed with unshed tears, his eyes devoid of spirit, reminiscent of Bian Shi-san. Amidst the tumult of sorrow and anger, he heard the voice of Pan Yi. Teacher Zhang announced that tomorrow at 10 o'clock, there would be a gathering on the playground. Zhuang Mo's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The playground. No more enduring the relentless steel pellets in the confined training grounds. Among all the courses at the academy, Zhuang Mo despised physical training the most, yet the mere mention of the playground ignited a yearning within him. The playground is splendid. Physical training is invigorating. He would rather bear the burden of 50 pounds and run 100 laps than remain confined in that stifling training room. Chapter 84. On the top of the stump 10 o'clock, the playground. Behind Jiang Ying stood a line of assistants. The once expansive playground now bore a puddle, a heap of iron sand, a mound of earth, a block of ice, a crackling electric net, 2 swirling tornadoes, a blazing fireball, 3 large sandbags, and a thick wooden stump the size of a waist. Something felt amiss. A second glance confirmed that these corresponded to each individual's attributes. Water corresponded to Bai Xiaoyu. iron sand to bien sure sand, and the 3 large sandbags were presumably for the melee-type individuals. But what about his? Wasn't there supposed to be a pile of paper? Although he was unclear about Jiang Ying's intentions, the sight of that wooden stump instinctively foreboded trouble. An assistant brought a chair for Jiang Ying, who settled into it with composure. Zhuang Mo's lips twitched. Wasn't that the paper lounge chair he had crafted 2 days prior? They had been so eager to grab a meal after watching the video that they forgot to retrieve the chair. And upon returning to the confined training grounds the next day, not a single chair remained. At that moment, the crowd was filled with disappointment, expressing their fondness for the paper recliner. The recliner, now devoid of emotion, had been stealthily taken by Jiang Ying. What kind of teacher would steal a student's chair? Zhuang Mo felt a surge of indignation, yet he dared not voice it, averting his gaze. Jiang Ying reclined leisurely on the chair, addressing the 12 individuals. With your current levels of energy, you are unable to condense these elements. However, being incapable of condensation does not equate to being unable to exert control. Today, we shall train our ability to manage our extraordinary powers. Each of you must elevate the corresponding element above your heads, maintaining its current form while running 10 laps around the playground. The physical types will run with sandbags on their backs. Pan E, you shall demonstrate first. Pan E stepped forward, extending his hands toward the mound of earth, which gradually lifted to rest above his head. He appeared somewhat strained as he remarked, Teacher Jiang, I fear I won't be able to manage 10 laps. Without lifting her eyelids, Jiang Ying responded, Can't manage? Then perhaps you should bury yourself. Pan E, upon hearing this, wasted not a second and sprinted toward the track. Zhuang Mo mused to himself that being buried in dirt was preferable. What would happen if the lightning net or fireball descended? Could Chen Wu and Zhang Zifei survive such an onslaught? As he observed others one by one managing to lift their elements and run, Zhang Zifei struggled with a fireball. In a moment of distraction, it began to descend, releasing the acrid scent of burning protein. Oh, my hair! He exclaimed, hastily elevating the fireball once more before dashing away. Jiang Ying, suppressing a smile, pointed accusingly at the last wooden post, saying, Aren't you of the wood element? Carry the wooden post as you run. Remember, it must remain suspended. Do not bear it like the physical types. Zhuang Mo still wished to plead his case, but I am controlling paper during my battles. Jiang Ying dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. Controlling wood is akin to controlling paper. Both can hone one's mastery without detriment. Go on. Zhuang Mo's expression darkened, cursing Jiang Ying inwardly 100 times. Yet he ultimately strained to stabilize the massive wooden log, which wobbled precariously above his head. The log cast a vast shadow over him, mirroring the weight of anxiety in his heart, causing his entire being to tense as he ran. Who wouldn't feel fear with such a large log perched atop their head? Just moments ago, he was fretting over someone else's fireball. Yet now he realized he ought to be more concerned for himself. Cursed be Jiang Ying. Zhuang Mo, with the log still precariously balanced, dashed over to Bien Shusan's side. He noticed the heap of iron sand above Bien Shusan was on the verge of losing its form, with iron debris beginning to fall. This sparked a subtle equilibrium within him. The formations above Bien Shusan and his companions were crafted by their assistant instructors, requiring them not only to maintain levitation, but also to preserve their shapes. In contrast, his wooden log was undeniably solid wood, free from such concerns. But wait, how could he think like that? Bien Shusan was his friend, a precious, genuine friend. He watched in awe as his friend grit his teeth and reassembled the fallen iron debris. 13. You are truly remarkable, he thought, affirming his initial choice of teammate. After 5 laps, Zhuang Mo was gasping for breath, feeling more exhausted than after 100 laps in his usual routine. The inexplicable soreness and tension that lingered in his forehead and heart had yet to dissipate when he heard Jiang Ying's voice again. Another 5 laps. Upon hearing her words, Zhuang Mo felt as though he were in a daze. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the wooden stumps he had placed on the ground had transformed into 2 stacked pieces. Zhuang Mo clenched his teeth in silent fury, endlessly cursing Jiang Ying in his mind, while his energy obediently manifested, causing the 2 wooden stumps to levitate. With a resounding thud, the stumps crashed back down to the ground. Zhuang Mo lamented, Teacher Jiang, these pieces are too heavy. I cannot control them. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow and clapped her hands. A 3rd piece was added atop the stumps in front of Zhuang Mo. He stared wide-eyed, Teacher Jiang, what does this mean? Jiang Ying clapped her hands again, and the physical assistant brought yet another piece over. Zhuang Mo fell silent, hoisting the 2 wooden stumps and making his escape. He realized he had erred, truly mistaken. He had long heard that Jiang Ying's commands were to be executed without question or rebuttal. Why did he foolishly attempt to resist? For every word he spoke, another piece was added, and those stumps had been preordained. If he managed to lift 2, would he not eventually have to lift 3? After 3, perhaps 4? He had never witnessed such an exponential accumulation atop anyone else's head. As Zhuang Mo passed by Bian Shisan once more, he noticed the pile of iron sand atop Bian Shisan's head was now perfectly balanced, showing no signs of instability, and he could even spare a moment to converse. Zhuang Mo, good luck, Bian Shisan said earnestly, tilting his head. Zhuang Mo forced a smile. Good luck to you as well. In the brief span of that exchange, the wooden stumps atop his head plummeted. The instant they struck, Zhuang Mo hastily controlled them to float once more. Thankfully, he had avoided a hairstyle disaster. With a sigh of relief, after 5 laps, just as he was nearing the starting point, he stumbled sideways, and the 2 wooden stumps fell with a crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. As Jiang Ying was showered with dust, Zhuang Mo slumped to the ground and weakly murmured, "I apologize, Teacher Jiang. It was not my intention. I simply could not endure it any longer." Jiang Ying let out a cold laugh and replied, 3 blocks, 5 laps. During lunch, Zhuang Mo was eating fried eggs, chicken, and boiled shrimp while venting his frustrations to Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi. 3 blocks. I had to run with wooden stumps as thick as my waist. Aside from Shisan and Ran, everyone else kept their distance, fearing they'd be struck by my wooden obstacles. Can you fathom what I am feeling right now? As if depleting my powers isn't enough, I am also unable to relax mentally. It feels as though a thread is pulling at my brow, leaving me in a state of extreme tension. At that moment, several teaching assistants were also enjoying their lunch. 3 wooden stumps, weighing dozens of pounds altogether. He is only at F rank. This must have shattered the record for F rank control, right? Not to mention, the record for E rank is only 26 pounds. Although he doesn't need to maintain elemental form, this is simply outrageous. Chapter 85. Not yet at the limit. The lunchtime break passed swiftly. In the afternoon, when Zhuang Mo arrived at the playground, he was utterly stunned. Who could explain to him how the once pristine playground had transformed into a muddy quagmire in just one afternoon? The mounds of dirt, fireballs, and wooden stumps remained. While Jiang Ying still lounged in her chair, Zhuang Mo felt a surge of anger at the sight of her relaxed demeanor. Wishing he could manipulate the paper lounge chair to collapse dramatically, sending Jiang Ying tumbling into the mud pit. The thought of her landing in the muck brought him a moment of satisfaction. Fantasy remains but a fantasy, while reality is. 5 minutes later, he was struggling through the mire, balancing 3 wooden stakes atop his head. At Jiang Ying's insistence, he was required to maneuver these stakes while completing 5 laps in the quagmire. To be precise, it was essential to finish 5 laps first. The mud was both deep and viscous, nearly submerging his legs to the knees with each step. It was not merely running that posed a challenge. Even shifting his weight proved arduous. Moreover, he had to remain mindful of the precarious stakes perched above him. Zhuang Mo had to attend to both his head and feet, leaving no room to mentally berate Jiang Ying. Despite his utmost caution, he twisted his ankle and fell with a thud into the mud. But his reflexes were swift enough to hurl the stakes away, sparing himself from injury. As he lay there in the mire contemplating a brief respite, he distinctly heard Jiang Ying's voice. "If you can't complete 5 laps in 15 minutes, you shall go hungry for dinner," always threatening with food. Zhuang Mo grumbled as he forced himself back to his feet. This time, he had the wisdom to channel a bit of his ability to support his legs. Although he was far from levitating off the ground, it at least conserved some energy. At last, he reached the starting point, 10 minutes and 59 seconds. An assistant beside Jiang Ying was responsible for keeping time. Zhuang Mo sighed in relief. Immediate goal, to secure lunch and dinner. Today's objective should be within reach, he thought. Feeling a flicker of joy, only to hear Jiang Ying's airy voice. Another 5 laps, limited to 10 minutes. Zhang Zifei let out a pained wail. "Teacher Jiang, I truly cannot go on. Look at my hair, it's nearly burnt off." His head was caked in mud, making it impossible to discern how much hair remained. Zhuang Mo surveyed the 11 individuals surrounding him, and to describe the scene as dismal would not be an exaggeration. They all bore a striking resemblance, each covered from head to toe in mud, a shared trait among the group. Yet, amidst this uniformity, each individual exhibited their own unique characteristics. Some had water dripping from their hair, others had patches of scalp exposed by fierce winds, and a few sported hair that stood on end as if charged with electricity. Only the trio of burly individuals seemed somewhat better off. Zhuang Mo himself was not in a much better condition. His toe had been inadvertently struck by a wooden stump, swollen and bruised in anticipation of further discomfort. Alas, the hardships of begging for alms weighed heavily on him, prompting a sigh. Zhang Zifei let out a mournful wail, causing the fiery orb above his head to swell in size. Zhuang Mo clenched his lips tightly, stifling his anger. The ruthless master of extinction, the nefarious Black Mountain Demon. 13 minutes and 59 seconds had passed. Zhuang Mo released a deep breath, utterly exhausted. At that moment, not even 3 wooden stumps could lift him. His body was caked in a mix of wet and dry mud, his lips resembling the color of soil. Among the 12, only Zhang Zifei, Xiao Jia, and Li Chao had failed to meet the requirements. It was said that the task of running with a sandbag was least challenging for Li Chao, as he was unlikely to exceed the time limit. Yet he could not resist the urge to mock Zhang Zifei for singeing his hair with the fireball. In a fit of anger, Zhang Zifei hurled the blazing sphere towards Li Chao, who managed to extinguish the flames with mud. However, no one paid heed to their squabbles. For Jiang Ying had summoned a water element teaching assistant to serve as a conduit for water to the 12 participants. Finally, it was Zhuang Mo's turn. Feeling the powerful stream of water cascading from his head to his feet, he hastily employed waterproof paper to wipe away the mud. Although he could not indulge in a refreshing bath, Zhuang Mo was already exceedingly content after several days without a wash. Moreover, Jiang Ying's instruction to the water elementals to cleanse them signified an end to their muddy trials for the day. Rest here for half an hour to regain your energy, Jiang Ying proclaimed to the 12 individuals. Zhuang Mo sighed, feeling too fatigued to voice his complaints. Was even the act of regaining energy considered rest now? Nevertheless, it was certainly far less strenuous than trudging through the mire while bearing wooden stakes. He couldn't even muster the energy to unfold his lounge chair, opting instead to lean against a willow tree. The others followed suit, with 2 or 3 of them resting against a single tree. At that moment, Zhuang Mo finally noticed Zhang Zifei's head. It was unclear how the fireball had singed it, but Zhang Zifei's hair resembled a person from the martial world, with only a fringe remaining around the perimeter while the center had been completely scorched. It was both pitiable and lamentable. One could only hope his intelligence matched such a hairstyle. Fortunately, he had Li Chao to keep him company, whose hair had been reduced to 2 tufts by the incident with the foot scratching, resembling the eyes of a panda. While his own dismal appearance was indeed alarming, the sheer misfortune of others provided a modicum of solace. He began to form seals, one thumb pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, silently reciting incantations. With his eyes closed, he remained oblivious to the spectacle unfolding on the playground. A group of D-level students from the earth and water factions collaborated to knead the mud into a cohesive mass, swiftly restoring the playground to its former state. When Zhuang Mo finally opened his eyes, he was momentarily bewildered. Was the Academy's cleaning crew this efficient? It was only after Bei Shisan explained that he understood Jiang Ying's dual purpose, simultaneously training the 12 in their elemental control while also providing practice for the D-level water and earth students. After a half-hour break, 12 individuals stood in a row before Jiang Ying, awaiting her instructions. Run 100 laps and then rest. After that, we will change venues, Jiang Ying declared. Upon hearing this directive, Zhuang Mo inwardly questioned, is running laps considered a rest? Is it really rest? Yet, he felt a flicker of joy within. No longer burdened by the wooden stakes, simply running 100 laps seemed rather effortless. A pang of realization struck him. He recognized that his expectations had diminished significantly. The days of rigorous training had eroded his fundamental understanding of concepts such as rest and relaxation. Previously, running 100 laps had been a torturous endeavor, and now he found it surprisingly manageable. Was running laps really rest? Clearly, it was not. Zhuang Mo felt tears welling up within him at this realization. In this intense training session, even running 100 laps was regarded as a form of respite. What then awaited them after the laps when Jiang Ying spoke of changing venues? As the 12 rested, the timing assistant informed Jiang Ying, Zhuang Mo consistently clocks in at 59 seconds. Just shy of passing. Jiang Ying managed to smile. That boy has yet to reach his limit. Chapter 86. Trials and Tribulations After Completing 100 Laps. Jiang Ying instructed them to gather at the entrance of the academy, where a vehicle awaited. Where are we headed? The next venue isn't even at the academy? Isn't Teacher Jiang joining us? The group murmured as they boarded the bus. On the coach, Zhuang Mo replenished his energy with some dried fruits, vegetables, and jerky, sharing some with Bian Shisan and Zhao Mengran. Apart from the two, the others had brought their own provisions, predominantly bread and biscuits. They all grew up in a secure zone. Even if they did not hail from prominent families, they had the care of relatives. Currently, food is not a pressing concern for anyone, yet under the strain of rigorous training, they find themselves neither inclined nor capable of preparing sustenance. Take Bian Shisan and Zhao Mengran, for instance. It is likely that the thought of bringing food to replenish energy never crossed their minds. Zhuang Mo also overlooked this matter, but Han Lingyu was astute enough to consider it, and even prepared a substantial amount, advising him to share it with others. Only now does he comprehend that the others Han Lingyu referred to must be Bian Shisan and Zhao Mengran. How thoughtfully Han Lingyu had planned. Zhuang Mo marveled inwardly. Upon disembarking, the 12 stood before the training base, each one rendered speechless. Panny whispered to the group, "This is the only training base within the secure zone. Land is precious within the secure zone. Aside from residences, most areas are dedicated to agriculture, and military training bases are typically located in ruins." While running in the academy, Zhuang Mo had contemplated the notion of traversing a treacherous path, and now, listening to Pan Yi's words and gazing upon the training base, a chill crept through him. He turned to Bian Shisan and remarked, "I suspect I have awakened a new ability." Bian Shisan blinked, his confused eyes widening slightly. "What?" "Manifestation of thoughts," Zhuang Mo lamented. He had merely entertained the thought of perilous trials, yet unexpectedly, Jiang Ying had brought it to fruition. The base, the size of a soccer field, was filled with obstacles, sharp paths, hurdles, water pits, trenches, rope ladders, ground stakes, balance beams, and fire rings. Zhuang Mo's heart raced, and a shiver ran down his spine. It was clear without needing to ask that this was intended to challenge them with an obstacle course. Jiang Ying stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her long legs poised elegantly. Upon hearing the sound of an explosion, she began to sprint, while the last individual was penalized with 3 additional laps. The use of abilities to attack one another or to assault obstacles was strictly prohibited, as was circumventing any barriers. Zhuang Mo, alongside 11 others, approached the starting point, gazing intently at the array of obstacles encircling the training ground, his head lowered momentarily before lifting it once more. Startled by the daunting perimeter of barriers, he momentarily forgot his own capabilities. A sense of calculation began to form in his mind just as the explosive sound reverberated. Bang! The 11 participants surged forth with remarkable speed, leaving Zhuang Mo behind to observe their retreating figures, contemplatively stroking his chin. 13 was rather astute. Aware of the iron plates beneath his feet, Ran moved with such swiftness, akin to a blade gliding effortlessly, sustaining minimal injury. Li Chao, however, a hefty figure, faced misfortune. As the greater his weight, the deeper he sank. The irony was amusing. The others mirrored Zhao Mengran's rapid dash. Yet those lacking sufficient speed would undoubtedly incur injuries. Nearby, the assistant instructors began to murmur about Zhuang Mo's hesitation. What was he doing? Allowing the first year's strongest combatant a few seconds head start? Even if he was formidable, such arrogance seemed excessive. Did he really intend to traverse the obstacle course while burdened with that backpack? The chatter grew louder, prompting Jiang Ying to furrow her brows. Zhuang Mo was undeniably overestimating himself. These individuals were predominantly awakened beings from the safe zone, each having undergone countless training sessions since childhood. After observing for a moment, he produced 2 sheets of paper, which instantaneously transformed into a skeletal exoskeleton as he leapt and bounded toward the treacherous path. What had Jiang Ying just stated? Circumventing obstacles was strictly forbidden. This is not a mere circumvention. It is a bold and straightforward leap. Zhuang Mo launched himself into the air, gracefully bypassing several individuals who had just navigated the treacherous path of sharp blades, landing firmly and immediately pursuing Zhao Mengran. A chorus of astonished gasps followed. How could he jump so high? Foolish Zhang Zifei, shouldn't he be astonished by the remarkable distance he could leap instead? Is this a manifestation of extraordinary abilities? Truly wondrous. This is unjust. Li Chao was on the ground, regrowing the flesh on the soles of his feet, clenched fists raised in furious protest. One of Li Chao's feet had nearly regenerated, yet he could only stammer in silence. Zhuang Mo paid no heed to his reaction and bounded away in a few quick strides. The ground stakes could not be leapt over. Zhuang Mo had no choice but to crawl forward like an ordinary person. Ahead of him stood only Zhao Mengran, with her muscular physique starkly contrasting her youthful visage. Clearly, Zhao Mingran's robust muscles were ill-suited for traversing such a low obstacle. It seems that being overly muscular is not always advantageous. What if one were required to squeeze through a narrow hole? Bah, a true man would never crawl through a dog hole. Zhuang Mo felt relatively relaxed at this moment, even entertaining whimsical thoughts of a more muscular version of himself. The balance beam was easily manageable. Zhuang Mo adjusted his leaping stride, lightly tapping twice before propelling himself over. The fiery ring posed a greater challenge. At this moment, Zhao Mingran had yet to emerge from the trench, while Zhuang Mo stood before the blazing inferno, extracting 2 sheets of fireproof paper, which he deftly stretched and stitched into a large pouch to drape over himself, extending his feet outward. Without proper preparation, the risk of injury upon jumping into the flames would be minimal. However, what if he were to twist an ankle during the leap? It is indeed more reassuring to construct a simplified protective suit on site. With fire-resistant paper donned on his body, Zhuang Mo exerted force with his legs and leaped into the fiery ring unscathed. The assistant beside Jiang Ying observed as he had already traversed half the distance and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Teacher Jiang, isn't Zhuang Mo's approach to the obstacle race rather opportunistic? Does it not seem somewhat unfair to the others?" Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. "What? If it were you running, would you not employ any abilities?" The assistant hesitated. Of course, awakened training must utilize abilities. Otherwise, it would be no different from an ordinary person. They are all using their powers. Is Zhuang Mo's method truly opportunistic? Jiang Ying scoffed. "What? Do you look down upon unique abilities?" The assistant hurriedly waved his hands. "I didn't mean it that way. It's just, I've never seen anything like it before." "I haven't either," Jiang Ying remarked. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhuang Mo, who was about to ascend the 10-meter rope ladder, pondering that he must climb it himself, as his paper equipment could only manage to leap to a height of a meter. Before the rope ladder, Zhuang Mo gazed upwards at the towering 10-meter structure, weighing the abundance of paper in his backpack, and a confident smile graced his face. "Paper, come forth." Chapter 87. The Ladder. "I shall ascend only 16 centimeters high." 8 sheets of paper soared from his backpack, intricately binding together to form a sloped beam of 55 degrees. Subsequently, the sheets extended and hardened in midair, constructing a staircase of several steps. 8 sheets followed by another 8, and yet another 8. Over 60 steps spiraled upwards towards the heavens, resembling a celestial ladder from a distance. Zhuang Mo brushed his pant legs and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "The ladder, I shall ascend only 16 centimeters high, not a single centimeter more." Gazing at the towering staircase that seemed to reach the heavens, Jiang Ying was suddenly reminded of Elder Ji's words. One could perceive him as a creator. Jiang Ying shook her head. It was no small feat for Elder Gu to conjure the term creation for Zhuang Mo. The Federation's classification of special abilities is divided into 2 primary categories: auxiliary and combat. Elder Gu himself embodies both auxiliary and combat prowess. In her view, Zhuang Mo possesses the capacity for both combat and support. Just look at this staircase. It could undoubtedly aid the army in traversing rivers and cliffs. Once Zhuang Mo matures, perhaps he could even facilitate mass troop movements through the air, launching an assault on the lair of the extraordinary beings. A surge of ambition welled up within Jiang Ying, wishing fervently for Zhuang Mo to ascend to grade C so they could march to the front lines together. At that moment, Zhuang Mo had reached the pinnacle of the staircase, standing 10 meters above the ground, and he ought to construct another ladder, or so Jiang Ying thought. However, to her astonishment, Zhuang Mo fashioned a slide? Indeed, it was a slide. The lad gleefully slid down from a height of 10 meters. As he landed, a piece of paper cushioned his fall. Jiang Ying. He appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Zhuang Mo dusted off his pants and turned to look back. Zhao Mingran was the first to charge forward, clearly intent on reaching him. Zhuang Mo hurriedly dismantled the staircase and slide. "Ran, it's not that I won't assist you, but this is training. Everyone must rely on themselves." Zhuang Mo proclaimed with a righteous air. "Moreover, this rope ladder is merely 10 meters. It's quite easy to climb." As the staircase disappeared layer by layer, Zhao Mingran had no objections, but a distant group of onlookers began to shout in unison. "Zhuang Mo, leave the ladder. Spare the steps. Why are you putting it away? Don't." Their voices floated in the air, but Zhuang Mo pretended not to hear. He patted his backpack, filled to the brim with papers, and continued to bounce forward. Behind him, Zhang Zifei's voice tore through the air. "Zhuang Mo, leave the stairs." Such a loud shout. Did he not fear shredding his throat? Zhuang Mo murmured to himself as he effortlessly leaped over the railing, waterproof paper wrapping around him as he splashed into a puddle. Ahead lay a 10-meter-high rope ladder, an invitation for another exhilarating slide. Jiang Ying reclined in her chair, sipping tea, and turned to her assistant. "Doesn't he seem a bit too happy?" she inquired. Jiang Ying frowned. The obstacle course relies on stamina, relying solely on physical strength. He would undoubtedly come in last. He is being rather opportunistic. The assistant silently scoffed. "You certainly didn't say that just now. What was it you mentioned? Everyone else is utilizing their special abilities, yet Zhuang Mo is labeled as opportunistic? Do you look down upon unique powers?" The assistant mimicked Jiang Ying's tone in his mind, secretly rolling his eyes. This young man possessed a total capacity and control over his abilities that far surpassed his peers, coupled with his unique powers. Today's training was exceptionally easy for him. The assistant paused, reflecting that controlling dozens of pounds of elements while trudging through mud alongside this vast array of obstacles was hardly easy, even for him, a sea level. Moreover, Zhuang Mo appeared to be at ease only at this moment. It was quite alarming to see him balancing 3 large wooden stumps atop his head. However, Jiang Ying remarked that today's training was rather effortless. Originally, the same training was scheduled to continue for 2 days in succession, which meant that today's and tomorrow's training content would be identical. "What do you mean?" he cautiously inquired. Jiang Ying leisurely sipped her tea and replied, "His physical condition is quite poor, and the others are not much better. Tomorrow, we shall arrange for wall climbing." The assistant expressed confusion. "Climbing the wall?" The western perimeter of the safe zone is surrounded by towering walls over 1,000 meters high. Yet, these walls lack any stairs. Troops below Class A ascend via aerial vehicles. As Jiang Ying contemplated this further, the idea seemed increasingly appealing, and thus it was decided. The assistant chose to remain silent. Jiang Ying's decisions were rarely altered. If he were to raise the issue of the absence of stairs now, Jiang Ying might very well instruct him to lead a team to construct them overnight. He silently sealed his lips. At that moment, Zhuang Mo had completed a lap and had fashioned a makeshift lounge chair for himself, reclining in bliss. Jiang Ying glanced at Zhuang Mo's chair, which was equipped with a pillow, then at her own bare one, feeling a surge of irritation. "Go have him make me a new one," Jiang Ying instructed the assistant. "Speak quickly," Zhuang Mo interjected. "One chair costs 50 points. The one you are currently reclining on is complimentary, a gift for you." Jiang Ying felt somewhat embarrassed. "It seems a pity to discard the chairs after watching the video." The assistant quickly replied, "Indeed, and you only took 8. The rest were distributed among those gold-class individuals." Jiang Ying waved her hand dismissively. "I will give him 60 points for a chair that includes both a pillow and a backrest." With that, she transferred 60 points to Zhuang Mo. Upon hearing the sound of coins clinking into his pocket from the watch, Zhuang Mo instantly sat up, sensing the arrival of opportunity. 60 points. He had originally set the price at 50 after careful consideration. After all, a protective umbrella was priced at 45 points. So the lounge chair should be similarly priced to ensure its marketability. To his surprise, Jiang Ying had made a request and generously offered an additional 10 points. He knew he must cater diligently to this deity of wealth exuding the fragrance of money. Moments later, as Jiang Ying reclined on the new lounge chair, she couldn't help but exclaim, "So comfortable." The teaching assistant, lounging on the old chair she had discarded, wore a satisfied expression as well. Zhuang Mo stroked his chin, contemplating the business of lounge chairs. After a few more minutes, the final participant finally crossed the finish line. As expected, Zhang Zifei appeared despondent, having been penalized with an additional 3 laps. The others enjoyed a respite, collectively watching him run. Zhuang Mo began promoting his lounge chairs to the group. "This is the same model as Teacher Zhang's, complete with a headrest and back support, available for 65 points. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying felt even more pleased, realizing that Zhuang Mo had offered her a discount of 5 points. Zhuang Mo readily agreed. "No problem." Hearing this, several others made the same request, and subsequently, they all placed their orders, allowing Zhuang Mo to effortlessly accrue 715 points. A row of over 10 individuals reclined happily together, observing Zhang Zifei struggle through the obstacle course. His furious shouts echoed throughout the training base. "This is outrageous. Zhuang Mo, you have gone too far. You all have gone too far." Chapter 88. Zhuang Mo, do you dare to challenge me to a duel? After returning from injury a couple of days ago, He was utterly exhausted and had refrained from writing. However, within this brief span of merely 3 days of intensive training, he has managed to compose no less than 6 pages, 3 of which are dedicated to disparaging Jiang Ying. Zhuang Mo puts pen to paper. From the onset of the training until now, these 3 days have felt like an eternity, and I remain uncertain as to when this training will conclude. Nevertheless, this intensive training has proven to be immensely beneficial. Although I do not engage in combat with brute strength like those of the physical type, one must possess a certain degree of precision even when launching paper airplanes, mustn't one? Zhuang Mo finds himself at a loss for words to articulate his improvements. And after a brief contemplation, he sketches a system panel in his notebook. Physique, 5. Energy, 2. E-grade. Shooting, 5. Reaction, 5. Stamina, 5. Score, 775, 9773. What does it matter if one traverses a realm devoid of systems and attribute panels? At the very least, one can draw one for oneself. Behold, this clear and concise depiction. Any fortunate descendant who may come across his diary in the future shall undoubtedly commend him with a thumbs up at this very juncture. Of course, his attribute allocation is merely a rough estimation, and he has yet to ascertain the precise initial attributes prior to the training. However, having a general idea is certainly preferable to having none at all. This panel will serve as a record, allowing him to keep track of his progress. And it shall not be in vain, considering the torment endured at the hands of Jiang Ying. Zhuang Mo feels quite pleased with his creative endeavor. After completing his diary entry, Zhuang Mo glances down at Huzi. Huzi, is it true that you cannot read? Come, let your father teach you. This character is pronounced Chow, just like your father says, CEO, grass. What does this character mean? It is indeed grass, a verdant expanse that you have encountered, which you delight in tearing apart and playing with. Ahem, grass is grass, and roads are roads. To speak candidly, rigorous training yields substantial benefits. It won't be long before your father possesses the ability to protect you. After conversing with Tiger for a while, Zhuang Mo contemplated the matter of earning points, ultimately deciding against posting a widespread sale of lounge chairs. The lounge chairs sold today were under specific circumstances within the academy. Who would purchase a lounge chair when there are chairs and tables available? Although he had no intention of selling lounge chairs, he still browsed the community for potential new business opportunities. The hottest topic of discussion in the community currently revolves around the metallic armor being sold by the 20-year-old mature young master, priced at 888 points. Its primary audience consists of those in the gold and meat categories. Zhuang Mo mused that if the 20-year-old mature young master could create such armor, he too could, merely by channeling energy to transform paper into metal hardness. However, as he is currently in intensive training, he lacks the energy to pursue this further, only able to conceive of ideas for now. Once his training concludes, he intends to compete with this 20-year-old mature young master, demonstrating what true armor, derived from the essence of numerous films, ought to resemble. He has not forgotten that this young master previously sold metal shields beneath his paper umbrella post. At this moment, a post surged rapidly into view, capturing Zhuang Mo's attention. The poster, under their real name, was Li Wei, the brother of Li Chao, Tiger's father, Zhuang Mo. Do you dare to challenge me to a duel? If you win, we shall put our grievances behind us. Zhuang Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, dare I? Of course not. Am I out of my mind? Engaging in battle with a D-level powerhouse while I am merely an F-level? And to speak of settling old scores, I have yet to reckon with you. With such energy, I could pursue far more productive endeavors. I shall take care of you once I ascend to D-level. Had I not feared the watchful eye of Qianlian last time, you would have long since met your demise. Scrolling through the comments, Zhuang Mo found, as anticipated, a torrent of vitriol directed at Li Wei. After all, with their anonymity, the onlookers bore no fear of incurring Li Wei's ire. Challenging an F level while being a D level? Was that even a challenge? D level's dignity was utterly tarnished. Good heavens! Could there be anyone in the entire Ability Academy more foolish than Li Wei? Zhuang Mo mused. Do not acquiesce to him. He is nothing but a rabid dog. Satisfied, he exited the comment section. Indeed, the discerning gaze of the public is unwavering. Li Wei is but a mad dog. In contrast, Li Chao appeared merely a bit foolish, somewhat arrogant, and deserving of a good thrashing. Today, Zhang Zifei had collapsed after running an obstacle course, bloodied and exhausted. Despite their many conflicts, Li Chao took it upon himself to carry Zhang Zifei to the vehicle. Yet, This did not prevent him from mocking Zhang Zifei for finishing last, deriding him as a pathetic weakling unable to withstand a single blow from him. Once Zhang Zifei recovered, he vowed to teach him a lesson, avenging the humiliation he endured. All in all, it was rather absurd. Li Wei, however, was a different story, simultaneously foolish and malicious. At present, Zhuang Mo could hardly be bothered with such individuals. They were simply not worth his concern. Just as he contemplated exiting the community, his watch chimed with an incoming voice call from Song Yulong. It was quite late, and Song Yulong wondered why there was no message or voice call from Song Yulong. With a hint of perplexity, he answered the call. Zhuang Mo, Li Wei has posted a challenge to you in the community. Since his enrollment, Li Wei had been regarded as the strongest among his peers, and the Li family had high hopes for him, anticipating that he would achieve at least the rank of sergeant upon graduation and enlistment in the military. In the military, the higher the rank, the greater the authority and benefits one would enjoy. However, Li Wei's recent foolish antics during the new student training had become the talk of the town. While provoking you on the airship was one thing, the more significant issue was the numerous instances where you and the 13th had injured him, which would likely diminish the military's assessment of his combat capabilities. Therefore, this post was instigated by the Li family, not merely to challenge you, but to restore his reputation. You should check the community. He is still posting, not only challenging you, but also targeting Bian Shi-san, myself, and 2 other teaching assistants. He seems on the verge of breaking through to sea level. He is preparing for a series of challenges to reclaim his former glory. After finally listening to Song Yulong's lengthy explanation, Zhuang Mo rubbed his temples and replied, "Neither 13 nor I will accept the challenge. Let him prance about on his own." Song Yulong let out a sigh of relief and said, "Exactly. I wanted to tell you not to act impulsively and to avoid accepting his challenge. This brat dares to provoke me even before reaching sea level. Just wait and see how I bring him down. Back in my academy days, I was the strongest in the metal department. During my training on the front lines, I vanquished the aberrations." After ending the call, Zhuang Mo sent a voice message to Bian Shi-san to relay the situation. 1,000 miles away, understood. Zhuang Mo let out a sigh of relief. It's nothing. No one knows who is 1,000 miles away. As he spoke, he clicked to view the comments beneath the word good. Whose account is this? Could it possibly belong to Bian Shi-san? The manner of speaking certainly resembles Bian Shi-san's. Indeed, Zhuang Mo thought to himself. In any case, there are at least 50 days until this challenge. They are currently in intensive training, and with Li Wei's energy suppressed to F level, Shi-san might not suffer a devastating defeat. He decided to get some rest. After all, he needed to scale the city walls tomorrow. That scheming Jiang Ying might make him climb the walls with a wooden stake. He must ensure he gets a good night's sleep. Speaking of which, he hadn't noticed any steps leading up to the city walls. However, the safe zone's walls formed a vast circle, and what he had seen was merely a small section. The steps were likely hidden in a more concealed location. Chapter 89. The birth of the paper parachute at 10:10 the following morning. Aboard the bus, Zhuang Mo advised Bian Shi-san, train diligently on rest days. I'll accompany you as a sparring partner. Let's strive to avoid a humiliating defeat. Bian Shi-san widened his eyes. I won't lose. Very well, you won't lose. Let's aim for victory. Li Chao, overhearing their conversation, couldn't resist mocking them. Even if my brother suppresses his energy to F level, he could take both of you on single-handedly. Zhuang Mo, I've heard that you are too afraid to accept the challenge. Is fear gripping you? Ha ha. Zhuang Mo initially disregarded him, distributing a piece of pork jerky, roughly the size of a palm, to each of the 10 individuals present, while he had crafted a reclining chair for both Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi the previous day. This morning, Han Lingyu had brought him an abundance of pork jerky. Everyone eagerly sampled it, exclaiming that it was made by Lingyu, both fragrant and spicy, utterly delectable. Li Chao, inhaling the tantalizing aroma wafting from the bus, swallowed hard. Zhuang Mo was being utterly unreasonable. It was fortunate that he had an aversion to spicy foods. He swallowed again. After the bus had traveled for several minutes, it came to a halt. Upon disembarking, Zhuang Mo's first observation was the absence of any steps. How on earth was one to ascend? His second glance revealed an array of protrusions, large and small, dotting the city walls. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. He looked up just in time to see Jiang Ying descending from above, her toes gracefully landing on one of the protrusions, firmly stabilizing her descent. Almost immediately, he noticed a smile spreading across her face. This was ominous. A warning bell rang in Zhuang Mo's mind. Jiang Ying's exuberant smile undoubtedly signified some form of mischief directed at them. Could it be? Was it truly as he feared? Although they had engaged in rock climbing during their physical training sessions, the climbing wall at the academy was a mere 100 meters high, while this fortress wall loomed at an imposing height of 1,000 meters. Today, we shall engage in physical training by scaling the city wall. Jiang Ying's voice rang out cheerfully. With no equipment, simply climb the wall. Despite his premonitions, upon hearing those words, Zhuang Mo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was nothing short of a fantastical daydream. Unbelievable. Utterly appalling. Was this truly an ordinary city wall? This was a wall standing a staggering 1,000 meters tall. Should this fall occur, it would be far more than a mere mishap. It would likely transform the initial impact into a mere cloud of flour, reducing vital organs and bones to a mere pulp. The intensity of the training exceeded all expectations, leaving not only Zhuang Mo in disbelief, but also reflecting in the incredulous gazes of others. Teacher Jiang, are we truly expected to ascend to the top of the city wall? This seems implausible, one voice quivered. No. If we fall, won't that mean certain death? Please. Teacher Jiang, spare us. I have a fear of heights, truly. Jiang Ying's expression hardened, her pleas dwindling into whispers. If you fall, I shall be here. You will not perish. With that, Jiang Ying reclined on a chair brought down by the teaching assistant, crossing her arms and fixing her gaze upon them. The 12 individuals exchanged glances, enveloped in silence for a moment. Seeing no reaction from Jiang Ying or the assistant, Pan Yi reluctantly stepped towards the base of the wall, cautiously placing one foot on the support. Zhuang Mo clenched his teeth, astonished that Jiang Ying had provided no safety equipment whatsoever. At least a rope would have offered some semblance of reassurance. The others resignedly made their way to the base of the wall, and Zhuang Mo had no choice but to follow, fully aware that there was no escaping today's rock climbing exercise. Surely, it could not lead to their demise. After all, they were the future of the academy, the hope of humanity. While Jiang Ying was present, she alone possessed the ability to soar. He had no doubts regarding her capabilities. Even if all 12 were to plummet simultaneously, he estimated she could still catch them. But how could one confront such peril without preparation? Zhuang Mo contemplated in his mind, devising a parachute to mitigate the speed of their descent, ideally achieving a standard of safe landing. Yet, constructing a parachute was no simple task. It required exploration and experimentation. As others began their ascent, Zhuang Mo squatted on the ground, setting down his heavily laden backpack. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had spent a considerable sum to experience the thrill of skydiving from a height of 4,000 meters. He was indeed familiar with parachutes. When he had leapt from the aircraft under the guidance of an instructor, though he had survived, his body felt as if it had turned cold. The instructor had insisted that one must raise their legs before landing. How infuriating! He wished he could comply, but his legs had been utterly limp and unresponsive. What had he declared upon landing? He vowed never to skydive again in this lifetime, resolutely dismissing the merchant's claims that it was a comfortable and leisurely activity. He had sworn off skydiving in his past life, and thus he found himself in this current existence. Zhuang Mo sighed and focused on the pile of paper before him. The early parachute canopies were crafted from silk. He believed substituting it with waterproof paper would be feasible. The waterproof paper he had woven was tightly knit, possessing high tensile strength but poor breathability, making it quite suitable for a canopy. For safety's sake, he decided to make the parachute larger, with a diameter of approximately 7 meters, and he needed to create an opening in the center. The parachute lines would bear the majority of the load, requiring a high density and compact structure. Zhuang Mo tore several large sheets of waterproof paper and twisted them into 30 robust cords, each about 8 meters long, as he observed others climbing to considerable heights. The pile of paper before Zhuang Mo finally began to take shape. A few assistant instructors watched his movements from a distance, engaged in quiet discussion. What was Zhuang Mo up to? Should someone remind him to hurry up and ascend? Teacher Jiang remained silent, suggesting they refrain from interjecting. Jiang Ying reclined against a paper lounge chair, directing 8/10 of her attention to the 11 individuals on the wall, while the remaining 2/10 were focused on Zhuang Mo. She was quite curious about what cunning scheme Zhuang Mo might concoct this time. However, she had resolutely decided to train the endurance of 12 individuals, and no amount of trickery from Zhuang Mo would sway her resolve. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Ying had already caught Zhang Zifei, subsequently landing with a disdainful toss that sent him sprawling onto the ground. Continue, she simply commanded. Zhang Zifei dared not utter a word, silently starting anew. Zhuang Mo observed the entire sequence of Jiang Ying's actions, still unable to comprehend the situation as they landed. His admiration for Jiang Ying's prowess deepened. Now I feel more at ease, he mused, stroking his chin. Finally, he rose to his feet, slinging the umbrella bag over his shoulder. He had initially intended to create a spare parachute, but the materials for this one had completely consumed the paper from his large bag. This endeavor required significantly more paper than constructing a protective umbrella or a reclining chair, which, to put it plainly, was merely a sheet of paper supported by two stands. The parachute was now complete. As for its efficacy, that would only be revealed upon descent. There was no way to test this contraption beforehand. Nevertheless, having witnessed Jiang Ying's rescue, he felt bolstered in his confidence. Should he fall, his primary safeguard would be the parachute, and the secondary would be Jiang Ying. Of course, the ideal outcome would be to ascend 1,000 meters without a single drop. Undoubtedly, the likelihood of achieving that was zero. With his left foot firmly planted on the support, he initiated his movement, utilizing the strength of his legs while gripping the support with both hands for leverage. His gaze searched for the next suitable anchor point, cautiously placing his foot down. Zhuang Mo took a deep breath, centering himself entirely on the city wall, striving to maintain balance as he moved with careful precision. Rock climbing represents the pinnacle of both physical and mental mastery, demanding not only strength, but also significant cognitive engagement, alongside coordination and balance. Zhuang Mo dared not let his focus waver. He must have been several dozen meters off the ground, and the thought of falling. Chapter 90. Jiang Ying's embrace is far inferior to a parachute. As his foot slipped, Zhuang Mo let out a fleeting shriek before plummeting into a rigid embrace. Bang! He was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Momentarily dazed upon landing, he had scarcely managed to reach for the parachute cords before Jiang Ying caught him. More precisely, his hand had just extended towards the cords when Jiang Ying enveloped him. Rising from the ground, he heard Jiang Ying's merciless taunt. Among 12. Your stamina is the weakest, and you fell from the lowest height. Zhuang Mo conceded this statement, although he had been well fed since entering school and attended physical training daily. He undeniably lagged behind the others. Continue, Jiang Ying commanded brusquely. Zhuang Mo rubbed his backside and resignedly approached the city wall. Bang! Another unfortunate soul was hurled to the ground. Bang! Zhuang Mo found himself once more colliding face-first with the earth. Bang! This time, it was Zhao Mingran, plummeting from a height of approximately 300 meters. 12 individuals, repeatedly descending from great heights, each fall leaving them progressively more exhausted. As the sun blazed overhead, it was already midday. Zhang Mo's heart raced, and he fumbled in a state of panic. He acutely felt his strength nearly depleted, his body engulfed in extreme fatigue, and his spirits plummeting. Even if he persisted, he could only ascend a few more meters. Zhuang Mo glanced downward, gritted his teeth, and released his grip. It was not a panicked fall. He had adequately prepared himself psychologically. The moment he relinquished his hold, he swiftly pulled the cord, and the parachute swayed in the air before gradually unfurling. At that moment, Zhuang Mo felt a force pulling him upward, rescuing him from the terror of free fall. The wind brushed against his face, and his fingertips grazed the clouds. A surge of elation filled Zhuang Mo's heart. He had succeeded. The earth slowly unfolded before him, with only the sound of the wind in his ears. He realized that unlike his previous parachuting experience, he was not seized by fear. Instead, he felt a delightful thrill. On the ground, Jiang Ying was poised to take off the moment Zhuang Mo began to plummet. However, upon witnessing the sudden deployment of a large parachute behind him, she halted in her tracks. Now, that grand canopy was gently lowering Zhuang Mo, appearing remarkably safe. This was the contraption he had been tinkering with prior to his climb. Truly, marvelous. How intriguing. Observing Zhuang Mo's expression of sheer enjoyment, a smile unconsciously graced Jiang Ying's face. The teaching assistant and Pan Yi, who had just descended, craned their necks to gaze at the sky. Could it be that this paper-made parachute could control his descent so leisurely? And would it not tear? It was astonishingly sturdy. Could I also jump with an umbrella? An umbrella is so small. Just look at Zhuang Mo's parachute. It could easily surpass several umbrellas in size. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? As Zhuang Mo floated down effortlessly, even those engrossed in climbing were drawn to the commotion. Their attention diverted to the enormous parachute. My goodness, Zhuang Mo is soaring. Zhuang Mo, how remarkable. Is this the power of extraordinary abilities? It's simply astounding. Li Chao pointed at Zhuang Mo with a finger, shouting in anger. He again. Before he could finish his words, he began yet another free-fall journey. Cheating. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, individuals atop the city wall plummeted down, leaving Jiang Ying's face darkened with fury. Each person fell as if their bones would shatter. Yet Zhuang Mo landed gracefully on his backside. Jiang Ying commanded, "Everyone, crawl back up from the beginning. You must ascend 500 meters before you can have lunch." The crowd was left speechless. Zhang Zifei inquired, "Zhuang Mo, are you selling that parachute?" Teacher Zhang's falls are too painful. A lucrative business opportunity lay before Zhuang Mo, yet he was entirely unable to seize it. The spring mechanism of the parachute was under his sole control, and he lacked sufficient paper at the moment. Dejected after being turned down, Zhang Zifei began his ascent anew. After Zhuang Mo and Bian Shisan shared the remaining dried vegetables and fruits, they rested for a while before returning to the city wall. Although the parachute ensured their safety, 500 meters was a daunting challenge. How could one possibly ascend such a height? Even after a brief respite, his arms felt weary and his legs remained weak. Han Lingyu furrowed her brow. What is happening? Recalling the grim events of yesterday, tears welled in Zhuang Mo's heart. He was the last of the 12 to complete the 500 meters, and in that moment, he truly understood what it meant to be utterly exhausted. When Jiang Ying called for a stop, he fell from the sky, using the last ounce of his strength to deploy the parachute. By the time he landed, he had reached a point where even facing life-threatening danger left him with no strength to escape. He lacked even the energy to fold his parachute, showing no desire for food. In that moment, his spirit felt profoundly empty, his soul nearly detached from his body. After a night's rest, he gradually began to recover. "Let us ascend the city wall," he proposed, enduring a grueling climb of 500 meters, during which he fell 11 times before finally reaching the summit. He extended his hands, revealing that all his fingers were raw, stained with blood imprints upon the wall. Human nature is inherently self-serving. Han Lingyu secretly hoped that Zhuang Mo would remain at the plantation to cultivate the land, sparing him from much hardship and allowing him to live a longer life. Yet, she felt this desire was not merely selfish. From a broader perspective of humanity, with his remarkable affinity for wood-based abilities, he ought to pursue a life as a farmer. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Zhuang Mo's eyes. Farming, rice cultivation. His idol was none other than the world's greatest agricultural scientist, Yuan Yi, whose teachings on rice cultivation he had memorized since childhood. He was naturally destined to be a rice farmer. Gazing at the 1 square meter of land marked with Zhuang Mo's name, his eyes gradually ignited with fervor. "Rice, I am coming," he exclaimed with a chuckle. In this experimental field, the seedlings had already been planted, and his new task was to hasten their growth to maturity within 5 days. Zhuang Mo believed this posed no challenge. His plum trees had already reached impressive heights. Patiently,